Warning: no skills available for upgrade. This system is very angry and is about to self-destruct. Warning: no skills available for upgrade. This system is very angry and is about to self-destruct. In the adult class for awakened professionals, the classroom was as noisy as a marketplace. Shinzei could hardly sit still. The system's warning echoed in his mind like the beeping of a time bomb, growing faster and louder, as if it might explode at any moment. Whose example did this temperament follow, rushing off as if eager to serve the next person? A young woman in black stockings wearing a headset microphone was speaking at a rapid pace. Our company is offering a Warrior Jaw Change gift pack, which includes 1 Jaw Change scroll, 1 starter equipment set, 1 basic skill book, and 1 beginner's guide to the Black Abyss. Now it costs only 399,909 edenine at a value increase of 2,000%. It's a chance not to be missed, and you can choose installments or a one-time payment. Our company is backed by the Lee family, one of the great clans. Our background is reliable and certified by the school, so you can rest assured. We also provide a Mage Job Change gift pack, valued at 199,909 edenine, a Ranger Job Change gift pack, valued at 399,909 edenine, and an Assassin Job Change gift pack, valued at 99,000. In addition, you're in luck this time. Our company will also offer a free opportunity to be carried through a Black Abyss dungeon run by higher-level professionals. Anyone interested can come to consult us, and we can arrange student discount loans as well. There were still 3 days left before the school would distribute the official Job Change scrolls. Companies that sold Job Change scrolls would choose this exact moment to sell their Job Change gift packs to students in advance. With 3 extra days to start leveling, tell me, how could anyone not be tempted? Shinzei also wanted to buy one, but he was an orphan with no money. Even the cheapest Assassin Job Change gift pack cost 100,000. His pockets were emptier than his face was pale. If you want to change jobs and clear dungeons, you have to make a first purchase. This world belongs to those who can spend. Are people like us just another part of their spending machine? But he had a system. What was there to fear? If it slowed down any further, it would self-destruct, and that was what truly put his life on the line. Shinzei immediately stepped forward, squeezing past the crowd of onlookers who only watched and did not buy. Facing the young woman in black stockings, he shouted, "What's the most expensive Job Change gift pack you have? Give me one." As soon as he spoke, the noisy classroom fell silent. Every gaze turned toward him in unison. "Shinzei, you're really bold." Someone thought, their expression a mix of amazement and disbelief. The young woman in black stockings instantly broke into a radiant smile and quickly took out a gift pack emblazoned with a skull. "Oh, this classmate's family must be very wealthy. Then this Necromancer is tailor-made for you. It's extremely powerful in the early, middle, and late stages. I'm sure you've seen the videos. Among those who solo the Black Abyss dungeons, only Necromancers can do it. It's 990,000. I strongly recommend paying in installments. Right now there are student loans available with discounted interest. I know your family isn't short on money, but no one ever complains about saving a little, right?" Necromancer. Shinzei's eyes lit up. This was a profession that relied purely on skill casting, largely independent of his own physical stats. Combined with his skill upgrading system, it was a perfect match. But 990,000 was simply outrageous. "What's the maximum number of years for installments?" Shinzei asked. 10 years. But I don't recommend such a long term, or the interest will pile up too much. I suggest just 1 year of installments. The interest would only be a few hundred. It's very cost effective. Well, then I'll take 10 years. Now that he had a system backing him, he might soar within a month. In this world, strength was everything. Could anyone in good conscience let a peerless genius be burdened with debt? Perhaps by then he would wipe it all away with a single stroke. And if not, so the Lee family was a so-called super clan. If he ever grew strong enough to destroy them, perhaps he would never have to repay a single coin. 10 years. The young woman in black stockings was stunned. The others erupted at once, loudly discussing Shinzei's reckless choice. Just then his close friend Liu Yang rushed in from outside the crowd and grabbed Shinzei by the arm. Brother, wait, slow down. Do you know what 10 years of installments really means? You'd be working under the Lee family for 10 years. With your debt in their hands, they could make you do all the hard, dirty work. And that Black Abyss dungeon run, where higher-level professionals carry the newbies. Did you really think those high-level job changers had nothing better to do than help us? They don't have a choice. Their installments keep piling up, their debts grow, and many can no longer repay. They're completely at the company's mercy with no power to resist. These people will all be the company's lackeys in the future. Do you want to end up like that too?" Shinzei's expression shifted slightly, and on reflection, he realized Liu Yang was right. Debt was equivalent to selling one's future into someone else's hands. The companies that sold Job Change gift packs truly had sinister intentions. Job changers were the greatest resource in this world, yet these companies chose to seize that resource by timing their sales right before the official Job Change scrolls were released, snatching away the future of job changers. Other students chimed in one after another, agreeing that it was a trap. They said it would be better to wait 3 more days for the official Job Change scrolls. "But I don't have enough time," Shinzei muttered, frowning. The young woman in black stockings began to feel uneasy, and quickly said, "You can't put it that way. As long as you manage your finances rationally and don't overspend, what you described won't happen. Of course, you can also set your own spending limit to avoid going beyond your means." Liu Yang glanced at her, then continued, "And that Necromancer class, people like us can't afford it. Skills, equipment, constant stat grinding. Its financial cost is at least 100 times that of other professions. Yes, Necromancers are strong in the early, middle, and late stages, but that's just survivor's bias. For most Necromancers, being weak at every stage is actually the norm. Even some large clans fail with them repeatedly." Liu Yang spoke with great agitation, his face flushed deep red. He truly was worried for Qinzhe. Qinzhe felt a warmth in his heart, and silently etched Liu Yang's kindness into his memory. Other students began talking all at once. Exactly, warriors are the all-purpose class. Both ordinary people and the wealthy can choose them. It'd be better to just buy a warrior job change gift pack. I don't think warriors are that great, their legs are too short. If they run into agile monsters, they'll get kited to death. I think rangers are good. You just fire arrows wildly from a distance, and with good positioning you can even clear dungeons without taking a hit. Clearing dungeons without taking a hit? You're dreaming. The difficulty of the Black Abyss is obvious, and leveling up is extremely hard. If a ranger's damage doesn't scale properly, they're basically useless. No one will want them in a party. Just buy assassin then. If everyone ends up useless anyway, at least assassins can run away. They're guaranteed that no one will catch them. The classroom instantly became noisy again. Nearly half the class chose to buy job change gift packs. Once they bought them, they effectively gained 3 extra days to level up. This time gap was the greatest temptation. "Liu Yang, I still want." Qinzhe looked at him with a hint of apology. Liu Yang sighed. "I knew it would be like this. You're too stubborn, and no one can talk you out of it. As long as you know what you're doing, just don't go too far." "I understand." Qinzhe nodded, then stepped forward and said, "I'll buy a Necromancer job change gift pack. The price, 10 years of installments." "Liu Yang," the young woman in black stockings, "are you sure you want to spread the payments over 10 years? The interest will be more than tenfold. After 10 years, it may reach 70% of the principal. Why don't you go back and discuss it with your family first?" The woman in black stockings could not help asking. She needed to meet her performance targets, yet she did not want to ruin a young man's life. In the end, even the homeroom teacher was called in, earnestly trying to persuade Qinzhe. "Think carefully before you act. I can't think it over any longer. Just process the loan quickly," Qinzhe urged. The system in his mind felt as if it were about to explode. "You?" The woman in black stockings started to speak, but swallowed her words. She felt as if she were personally pushing a boy into an abyss. And the boy was actually quite handsome, with sword brows and star brows. Though her conscience was uneasy, her hands moved with practiced speed. Within a few minutes, she had completed all the loan procedures. All that remained was for Qinzhe to sign and make it effective. After Qinzhe signed, the woman in black stockings held out a transfer package adorned with a skull emblem and handed it to him, a professional smile on her face. "All right, thank you," Qinzhe said, unable to wait as he took the transfer package. Only then did he blink. Wait, how was he supposed to complete the transfer again? "They'll drive you to the sanctuary so you can complete your transfer." "Well, take my car," the woman in black stockings offered, hoping to ease the guilt in her heart. "All right, let's head out quickly." Qinzhe could not wait another moment. The system felt ready to explode. Seeing this, the other classmates could only shake their heads and sigh. Even the best advice can't turn back someone bent on their own path," someone lamented. "I remember that Necromancer summoners have the hardest time leveling early on, and their summons are ridiculously weak. In the videos I've seen, those little skeletons fall apart just by walking, let alone fighting monsters. No one wants them in a party." "Yeah, even if he gets carried through a Dark Abyss dungeon to power level, at most he'll reach level 3. And then what? You have to understand that level 10 is when a professional truly begins. He'll definitely regret it in the future. But while he brought it on himself, he can't blame anyone else. The Sanctuary's transfer ritual would grant a one-time chance at talent awakening. If choosing a profession was the first time one chose their own fate, then talent awakening was destiny bestowed from above. The 9 great sanctuaries were scattered across the 9 provinces. Back when the Dark Abyss first appeared and invaded humanity, it was only thanks to the powers granted by the sanctuary's professions that people survived. After centuries of bitter struggle, the world finally reached its current fragile stability. Later, powerful clans rose to prominence, using their wealth to seize resources meant for professionals. The once steady edifice of human society began to totter again. A hidden tide of crisis could erupt at any moment. Only by becoming stronger could one survive. "Student Qinzhe, your name is Qinzhe, right? I'd like to ask, why did you choose the Necromancer summoner profession?" She drove her beetle as she asked in puzzlement. "Because you said it was the profession with the greatest potential for growth." "Huh, that's not what I meant." Panic welled up inside the woman in black stockings. She had praised the Necromancer summoner sky high simply because it gave good performance metrics. And he seemed to have truly believed her. "So student Qinzhe, what does your family do?" "I'm an orphan. My parents died in battle." The woman in black stockings felt her breath catch as if on the verge of a heart attack. Inwardly she thought, I truly deserve blame. Soon the sanctuary appeared ahead, a massive Gothic structure. After getting out of the car, the woman in black stockings bustled about for Qin Zhe, handling all kinds of procedures for him. Her efficiency was astonishingly high. In just a few minutes, she had settled everything. All he needed to do now was go in and undergo the transfer test. If he had handled it himself, he would have spent at least an hour running around the paperwork alone, enough to make his scalp tingle. I'm going in, Qin Zhe said, nodding to the woman in black stockings. You can do it. You must awaken and upgrade talent, she cried silently in her heart. Her eyes glistened with tears as she sincerely prayed for Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, holding the Necromancer summoner transfer package, strode quickly into the transfer chamber. Inside, there was a sanctuary attendant who gestured toward a square pedestal at the center of the chamber. Please place your transfer token here. All around was darkness save for a single beam of light falling from the ceiling onto the square pedestal. The air was thick with a sense of divinity. Qin Zhe nodded, then opened the transfer package. For the first time he saw the transfer token, a gray bone cold to the touch. After he placed it upon the high platform, a low chanting rose slowly from all around. Qin Zhe felt a coldness closing in from every direction. That was the aura of the dead. A few seconds later, the sanctuary attendant spoke slowly. Congratulations, you have successfully transferred. Next comes talent awakening. Please empty your mind, your talent will appear naturally. I understand. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and emptied his thoughts as instructed. Soon a wondrous power rose from the depths of his heart. He had successfully sensed it. Grade talent Resonance Crystal. Resonance Crystal place up to 3 highest level skills into the Resonance Crystal. Other skills can share their levels. The shared level takes the lowest among the 3. Removing a skill from the Resonance Crystal triggers a 48-hour cooldown. Upgrade talent. Not bad, he murmured to himself. Please exit over here, the sanctuary attendant said in the same flat tone, his voice utterly calm. It truly was not bad. Though Resonance Crystal was only upgrade talent, when paired with his skill leveling system, it was a perfect match. Its effect could even surpass that of its grade talent. Well, what grade of talent did you awaken? The woman in black stockings ran over the moment she saw Qin Zhe emerge, hurrying to ask. From the way she looked, she seemed even more concerned than Qin Zhe himself. Upgrade talent, Resonance Crystal. It can share skill levels. I truly deserve blame. The woman in black stockings groaned, smacking her own forehead. If she had known, she would never have sold him the Necromancer profession book. Lu Xiu, you sold your soul for performance assessment. The guilt and self-reproach in her heart reached a peak. Qin Zhe, however, had no time to care about the remorseful woman in black stockings. He found a plastic stool, sat down, and opened the profession transfer package, quickly rifling through it until he pulled out a single profession skill book. Little skeleton summoning art. Only 1 skill book? Qin Zhe asked in surprise. This was a bit too stingy. Yes, there used to be 2 in the transfer package, but the company felt the cost was a bit high, so they cut 1, the woman in black stockings replied with a guilty laugh. Inwardly she could not help cursing herself. Lu Xiu, you really are awful. He trusted your words and chose Necromancer Summoner, and even on a 10-year installment plan. He was still an orphan. How was he supposed to live in the future? Had her conscience been eaten by dogs to mislead a child like this? Oh, Qin Zhe frowned slightly, then opened the little skeleton summoning art. A turquoise light surged out at once. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Little Skeleton Summoning Art. Little Skeleton Summoning Art, chant for 3 seconds to summon a weak skeleton to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 50 points. Skill level will increase by 1 per second. System commencing. Little Skeleton Summoning Art LV. 1. Chant for 3 seconds to summon 2 weak skeletons to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 50 points. Little Skeleton Summoning Art LV. 10. I chant for 3 seconds to summon 1 skeleton with sturdy bones to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 50 points. Little Skeleton Summoning Art LV. 11. I chant for 3 seconds to summon 2 skeletons with sturdy bones to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 50 points. LV. 11. LV. 12. LV. 12. LV. 13. And it did not stop. The noisy system alert finally faded from his mind. The entire world became incredibly quiet. In its place, the little skeleton summoning technique seemed to be increasing non-stop, with the skill description continuously changing. Little skeleton summoning technique LV. 55. Summon a group of weak skeletons to fight for you. Duration 1 day. A mana cost 50 points. Qin Zhe. It's adding 1 point per second. Surely there will be a time for promotion. Lu Xiu, dressed in black stockings, stood beside him, not leaving her expression torn. 2 voices were battling fiercely in her mind. The first voice urged her to leave immediately. Lu Xiu, you are just a small salesperson. Having managed to deliver this child to the Holy Temple is already benevolent enough. Whatever misfortunes they face afterward has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, you can immediately shed this hot potato. The second voice scolded her harshly. Lu Xiu, you're not human. You led them into such a predicament achieving your performance assessment with a 10-year installment plan, and they are still an orphan, and now you want to run away. We may not have much strength, but at the very least we can leave a phone number to help out later. Why are you still here? Qinzhe asked in surprise. Lu Shiyu showed a troubled expression, still caught in a dilemma and unable to make a decision. At this moment, a large group of students entered the Holy Temple, all of whom had purchased career packages in advance. Among them was Lu Yang, who upon entering spotted Qinzhe and Lu Shiyu in black stockings. He approached and first glared at Lu Shiyu, who lowered her head in guilt. Then Lu Yang turned to Qinzhe and smiled. Hey Qinzhe, have you completed your job change? What is the Awakened talent? The Awakened talent is Level Resonance Crystal, which allows sharing skill levels. Qinzhe casually replied. Level talent, not bad. Lu Yang's eyes lit up. For students like us, having a talent is a big deal. 60% of people have no talent and 30% fall between F and C levels. Level is already in the top 10%, while a level has a probability of about 0.3, and S level is practically 0. Awakening a level talent means you are far ahead. If you were a warrior, that would mean taking off, but as a necromancer, the level talent is wasted. Lu Yang spoke with gritted teeth, glaring at Lu Shiyu. If it weren't for this woman deceiving him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. A perfectly good level talent wasted. Lu Shiyu trembled slightly, realizing she was in even deeper trouble. Qinzhe's talent is level, which may not be enough for a necromancer, but if placed in other professions, his chances of taking off would greatly increase. It's all because of her that he got ruined. Now Lu Shiyu didn't even dare to look at Qinzhe, fearing to see resentment in his eyes. However, Qinzhe was completely unaware. He was focused on the constantly upgrading little skeleton summoning technique. As the level reached LV. However, Qinzhe was completely unaware. He was focused on the little skeleton summoning technique, big skeleton summoning technique, big skeleton summoning technique. Summon a ferocious big skeleton to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 100. Big skeleton summoning technique LV. 1 LV, 2 LV, 2 LV, 3 LV, 3 LV, 4, and so on. Mana cost 100. Qinzhe suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. If it continued to upgrade like this, it would likely exceed his mana limit. He quickly pulled up his status panel, and the values confirmed his suspicions. Name Qinzhe, title none, level LV. 1 profession Necromancer, health 500, mana 100, strength 5, agility 7, intelligence 13, remaining free attribute points 0, skill big skeleton summoning technique LV. 22 talent resonance crystal equipment, none. His current mana was just enough to cast big skeleton summoning technique. If he upgraded again, it would exceed his mana limit. I must level up quickly, or I'll end up in an awkward situation where the skill keeps upgrading, but my mana limit doesn't keep up. No, it would be disastrous. Qinzhe felt all the hair on his body stand on end, a chilling sensation rising. His mana would never keep up with the consumption of skill upgrades. At that point, he would be like a useless person, and the recently borrowed 99,000 would cost him his life. Bro, I have to leave first. Sorry I can't accompany you for the job change. I'll treat you to late-night snacks in a few days. Qinzhe patted Lu Yang's shoulder and prepared to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? I was planning to take you to level up after the job change. Lu Yang was quite surprised. You're too weak right now. Oh, we can't form. Lu Shiyu suddenly said, I know some high-level professionals who can help you connect and take you to level up. Lu Yang rebuked her sharply. Shut up, bad woman. Are you trying to scam our money again? Lu Shiyu did not refute, only her nostrils quivered as if she were about to cry. She genuinely wanted to help Qinzhe. However, having high-level professionals lead them would indeed cost quite a bit. She also didn't have the ability to get high-level professionals for free. She could only reduce her commission for Qinzhe, which would still be around 1 or 200,000. It's okay, after all, it's my own choice, and I can't blame others. Qinzhe said with a smile. You can go first, I have nothing else here. In Lu Shiyu's eyes, his warm smile was even more powerful. You? Why not scold me? A couple of slaps would be fine too. Qinzhe, what kind of quirk is this? Qinzhe didn't slap her, they just exchanged phone numbers for future contact if needed. Having settled everything, Qinzhe rushed straight to the Black Abyss link. If he didn't level up quickly, he would be in tears once the skill upgraded. Lu Yang watched Qinzhe leave, sighing slightly. A perfectly good level talent was wasted just like that. Soon after, the homeroom teacher and other classmates arrived. What? Qinzhe awakened a level talent. But he chose to be a necromancer. The homeroom teacher pounded his chest in regret. Such a good seedling was ruined. Why does fate play such tricks on people? After hearing this, the classmates were also stunned. What the hell? Qinzhe actually awakened a level talent. In Lehigh City, there might only be a handful of level talents produced in a year. It's a pity he chose the wrong profession. Level talent doesn't mean much for a necromancer. It has to be a level or above, with level being optimal. What was Qinzhe thinking? I really want to interview him. Necromancers are typically chosen by major families, and they have means to detect talents beforehand to ensure success. Yet he just charged in without a second thought. I doubt he'll even reach level 5. Enough of that, I need to quickly change to a ranger. Do any of you want to team up to clear the Black Abyss at the easy level? Sure, I'm a warrior, so I can help tank the monsters. Hey, add me, I'm an assassin. Assassins are fine too. The job change package comes with a set of beginner gear which has decent stat bonuses, but be careful not to die. Understood. As everyone talked, they started to form teams. Shinze's situation was only briefly mentioned, no one paid it much attention. After all, soon he would be submerged in silence forgotten. Liu Yang, do you want to team up for the dungeon? If you bring Shinze along, I'll go with you. You know, I've trained in martial arts for a few years. My strength and agility are much higher than average. I can tank 1.5 people. That won't work. You may be able to tank 1.5 people, but Shinze isn't even considered a person. Would be short half a person in the end. It's not that we don't want to take him. The difficulty of the Black Abyss is well known. Losing limbs is common, and we can't gamble our lives. Well, then I'll look for someone else to see if I can bring him along. Liu Yang wasn't angry. After all, everyone has their own considerations. He personally didn't want to see Shinze fall further, so he wanted to help him. Shinze took a taxi to the Black Abyss link. He still had the fare and wasn't on an installment plan. This is the Black Abyss link. It looks so magnificent. Shinze gazed at the massive rotating object resembling a black hole surrounded by a halo that distorted space, while professionals entered and exited the black hole, some with swagger and others listless, while some were even carried out on stretchers. He took a deep breath and strode into the center of the black hole. Inside was bustling with activity like a grand hall. There was a huge electronic screen in the center displaying news about professionals and team information. China's strongest Emperor Sha successfully leveled up to 70, congratulations. Currently ranked first in the world, expected to tackle the level 70 dungeon, soon 56 level powerhouse, Morning Light pursued by inter-dungeon foes currently missing, a generous reward for Helpers League groups, second Soul Hall, successfully established, all are welcome to apply. Your successful recruits will receive substantial rewards. Shinze glanced at the screen and shook his head slightly. He looked at his status panel, Big Skeleton Summoning Technique LV. 1230. Unknowingly, it had already surpassed 1,000. Shinze immediately felt immense pressure. He had to quickly level up in the Black Abyss, so he hurriedly pulled out a black card from the job change package, which had a twisted circular imprint. This was the entry pass to the Black Abyss. When he arrived at the entrance, a prompt appeared before him. Easy, normal, hard, and dangerous levels all require a team to enter, and cross-level challenges are not allowed. You must clear the corresponding level dungeons to choose freely. Nightmare level can be selected for solo or team play and does not require clearance. Choosing Nightmare level directly seems a bit too arrogant. Let's start from the easy level first. But how to form a team? Shinze thought of his chance to team up with higher levels. So he called Lu Shiyu. Hello. Lu Shiyu's voice came through the phone, trembling slightly. Yes, hello, I'm the one who just purchased the Necromancer's Profession Transfer gift pack. Shinze, right. I remember you. What can I do for you? Shinze was taken aback, thinking to himself that the other party had a good memory, remembering him among so many who bought the transfer gift pack. I need to level up right now, so I'm contacting you to exchange for a high-level player to assist me. I wonder when you can help me with that. Oh, don't worry. I'll arrange it right away and definitely find you the strongest high-level player. I need 4, because we need 5 people to enter the dungeon, and I'm really anxious about when we can gather them all. 4. Lu Shiyu on the other end was momentarily stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, alright, I'll find you 4, but I hope you won't tell anyone else. Generally, we can only find 1 high-level player to assist you, but I can use my small privileges to gather a full party for you each around level 10. Thank you so much. About when will we be able to gather them? Shinze smiled, his eyes squinting. But soon his smile froze. About half an hour. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Shinze calculated slightly. In half an hour his skills could level up 1,800 times, and he could have already advanced. But he also couldn't expect others to instantly teleport to him. This was really difficult. He opened his attribute panel and felt a chill run through him. Big Skeleton Summoning Technique successfully advanced. Elite Skeleton Summoning Technique LV. 57 LV. 58 LV. 58 LV. 59 LV. 59 LV. 60. Elite Skeleton Summoning Technique summons a giant skeleton that terrifies all duration 1 day. A mana cost 150. This is bad. My mana has exceeded my limit. I can't summon anymore. Shinze felt his heart skip a beat. Panic set in his heart. The system wouldn't just disappear like this, right? Shinze paced back and forth, his mind racing at lightning speed. Suddenly a catgirl dressed girl sprang out beside him, holding a large suitcase filled with bottles, red and blue liquids swirling inside. Sir, with red potions in hand, stand tall. With blue potions in hand, stay strong. It's a good idea to stock up on a few bottles. There's a discount now, 500 each, and you can get more off for bulk purchases. You definitely won't find cheaper than me, hear me out. Shinze's heart stirred, realizing he hadn't equipped his starter set yet. Perhaps it could add 50 points to his mana. Sorry, I don't need any right now. He waved his hand at the catgirl and immediately went to dig through his gift bag, only to find a Black Abyss strategy guide left inside. He froze for a moment, then opened his attribute panel to find the words warehouse in the lower left corner. Clicking on the warehouse, 5 pieces of basic gear appeared: Necromancer's Staff, Novice Necromancer's Cloak, Novice Necromancer's Armor, Novice Skeleton Necklace, Novice, and Necromancer's Boots, Novice. Necromancer's Staff required level LV. 1 attribute bonus: Intelligence, 1 Strength, 1 Mana. 50 equipment ability reduces casting time of Necromancer skills by 1 second. Description: a staff, made from the bones of the undead, feels cold to the touch, never warms up. Seeing that the staff added 50 points to his mana chain, Zay immediately became excited. This was just perfect to solve his problem. Necromancer's Cloak required level LV. 1 attribute bonus: Intelligence, 1, Agility, 1 Health, 100 equipment ability. After 3 seconds of chanting, applies a continuous frost effect on enemies, causing ongoing slowing, consuming 5 mana per second. Description: resembles bat wings, and is said to allow for brief gliding when unfurled. The Necromancer's Armor increases 1 point of Intelligence, 2 points of Strength, and 300 health with no special abilities. The Skeleton Necklace increases 2 points of Intelligence and 100 mana, temporarily summoning a small skeleton for 5 minutes. The Necromancer's Boots increase 1 Intelligence and 2 Agility, allowing sliding movement on flat ground. Once he donned the Necromancer's Novice set, he instantly transformed into a chilling Necromancer, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it were freezing over. This outfit is quite nice, cold and mysterious. Zay nodded in satisfaction while looking at himself in the mirror. He glanced at the time and realized only 5 minutes had passed, so he went to the Black Abyss administration to purchase a temporary room to test his abilities, then decide what level dungeon to tackle. Temporary room, 1,000 for 1 hour. The admin girl said without looking up. Can I pay in installments? The admin girl finally looked up, her mouth twitching slightly. Spending 1,000 left him with only 22,000 in his little treasury. Zay took the white card the girl gave him and headed to the Black Abyss. Would you like to enter the temporary room? Yes. The next second his vision blurred. When Zay regained focus, he found himself standing in a pure white room with a testing pillar standing in the center, made from unknown materials. Confirming that no one was around, Zay suddenly raised his staff. Come forth, my elite big skeleton. After 2 seconds of chanting, a giant pit appeared before him, large enough to swallow a small car. A robust hand bone ablaze with flames reached out from the pit, and then it pushed against the ground, slowly crawling out with its skeletal body. Eventually, a 3-meter giant skeleton appeared before Zay, its upper body engulfed in flames, with a square skull, and interlocking sharp teeth, and 2 horns protruding from its head. Upon its fiery appearance, the skeleton turned and knelt on one knee before Zay. Zay stared at the enormous being before him, speechless. The one kneeling was taller than him. Elite Skeleton, level LV. 1 cannot exceed the summoner. Health 6,400, attributes: Strength 370, Agility 232, Intelligence 77, Skill 1, Sacrificial Flame. The elite skeleton is perpetually engulfed in soul flames, dealing 77 magic damage per second to enemies that come close, with no limit on the number of targets and no consumption required. Skill 2, Heavy Strike. The elite skeleton accumulates power for 1 second to deliver a powerful strike, dealing 640 damage to enemies with a chance to cripple if it hits the body, and a chance for a double critical hit with a stunning knockback effect if it hits the head. Skill 3, Material Extraction. The elite skeleton can remove one of its ribs to increase attack range by 1 meter, causing large area damage, ultimately increasing damage by 50, and can also apply the Sacrificial Flame effect, causing enemies to burn continuously. Description: a flammable and irritable skeleton, over 6,000 health, and over 100 attributes. And this is just level 1 stats. If my level increases, the summoned skeleton's level will also rise, and its attributes will probably become even more absurd. With such strength, I should be able to solo a simple level right. Zay's heart stirred as he thought of the little skeleton summoning that came with the skeleton necklace. So he thought to compare their strengths. Come forth, little skeleton. As he chanted, a sound resembling teeth chattering echoed. The sound of rattling joints echoed as a trembling little skeleton appeared. It stood only half a meter tall, its eyes resembling those of a momo. A 3-meter flaming skeleton slowly turned to look. Suddenly the little skeleton panicked and immediately fell apart. Dead. Zay. Now he finally understood why others did not think highly of necromancers. With such a tiny skeleton, he could easily defeat 10 of them single-handedly. Elite Skeleton, full power attack on the test dummy. The flaming skeleton nodded slightly, then turned and strode towards the test dummy, clenching its fist and striking fiercely. Boom. The test dummy dented inward and damage numbers slowly appeared: 412, 77, 77. The sacrificial flames clung to it, relentlessly burning. I recall that ordinary monsters have around 500 health, so this should allow me to sweep through effortlessly. The experience and item distribution rules in the Abyss are based on contribution proportion. If only one person contributes throughout while others remain as mere accessories, 95 of the experience goes to the solo player and 5 to the rest. At the same time, experience reward scale with member levels. If you solo with a group of high-level players, the difficulty increases, but experience bonuses become exceedingly generous. So he decided to solo with 4 high-level players. At that moment his phone rang. Qin Zhe thought Lu Xiyu had resolved things, but it was Lu Yang. Upon answering, a concerned voice came through. Brother, where are you now? I've used the high carry low exchange times, and am waiting in the temporary room. How are things on your side? Well then just wait there. I've also used my high carry low times. When you're out, call me, and we'll team up to find others. It's easier to find high-level players. What do you think? Then it's settled. Qin Zhe was still worried about lacking team members, but Lu Yang had already handled it. Shortly after, Lu Xiyu called saying 4 high-level professionals had arrived and were waiting in the lobby. Qin Zhe felt a stir in his heart and immediately exited the tent. Arriving at the designated spot, he saw a stylishly dressed woman leaning against the wall, leisurely exhaling smoke, exuding an air of casual ease. 3 others stood nearby, silent and indifferent. Are you Qin Zhe? The stylish woman was the first to notice him and lazily asked, tilting her head. You're the first to keep us high-level professionals waiting. Let's go settle this quickly and get rid of this trivial matter. The stylish woman stubbed out her cigarette into a nearby trash bin. The other 3 silently approached, as well, with no intention of exchanging names. I want to try killing monsters in the ordinary level Abyss dungeon first. Please hold back your attacks, and only intervene if I really cannot withstand them. Qin Zhe looked at them and spoke. No, that's a waste of time. One man with a pronounced pompadour said. Then he'll report you, so you won't get paid. What? Kid, are you out of your mind? The pompadour man was stunned and snarled. Forget it, Ace, just let him be. What storm can a level 1 kid stir in an ordinary abyss? Even we level 10 professionals need to coordinate to pass. The stylish woman said calmly. TCH. The pompadour man glared at Qin Zhe and then turned his back. So it's settled. Let's go, I'm in a hurry. Sai, when will I finish paying off my loan? I swear I never want to bring newbies again. Pay off. Bringing newbies every day leaves no time to earn money, creating a vicious cycle. Amid the noisy chatter of his teammates, Qin Zhe formed a party with them. Once inside, he found their personal information was hidden. Only level and profession were displayed, most exceeding level 10. Why don't we exchange names and get to know each other? Qin Zhe tried to ask. No way, level 1s don't come pretending to be close. The pompadour man interrupted without hesitation. Qin Zhe looked at the others who shared similar attitudes. He nodded silently, saying no more. Necromancer. Heh. Select ordinary level Abyss dungeon, enter. Yes. With Qin Zhe's resolute voice, the scene before him distorted. The chirping of insects rose intermittently from the surrounding grass. A faint stench of decay filled the air. This was an estate with villa-style buildings nestled behind flowers and trees. The 4 high-level players opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions immediately turning alert as their bodies tensed, a subtle fear spreading among them. Clearly they had unpleasant memories here. A woo. A terrifying howl sounded from the nearby grass. Something was rustling as it crawled closer. Everyone, please remember our agreement. Let me try killing the monsters first, and only step in if I can't hold on. Qin Zhe reminded them again, fearing they might forget. Hurry up, didn't you hear the monsters already appeared? The stylish woman sounded exasperated. Come forth, my skeletons. Qin Zhe raised his staff, which emitted 2 beeps. He had just depleted his mana, and now lacked enough. Can anyone lend me a mana potion? I'm out of mana. Qin Zhe said, somewhat embarrassed. What? The 4 stared wide-eyed as if he were joking. Moonlight poured over the ground as the grass rustled. The crawling monster finally emerged, a ghastly figure with gleaming sharp claws like daggers, a decaying humanoid body, and a mouth full of jagged teeth. Its yellowed eyes locked onto them instantly. Ordinary monster ghoul. Here, quick. The stylish woman hastily tossed Qin Zhe a mana potion. She then signaled the other 3 with a look of readiness for battle. They all nodded repeatedly, having no hope Qin Zhe could withstand the ghoul alone. Come forth, my skeletons. Elite Skeleton Monster Summoning Technique LV. 1789. Summon a horde of elite skeleton monsters to fight for you, lasting 1 day, consuming 150 mana. As Qin Zhe finished chanting, terrifying circles appeared on the ground. Flames roared within them, bearing the will to annihilate all. Stylish woman. Pompadour man. The other 2. What is this noise? Thick flaming arm bones burst forth, and towering 3 turtle shadows appeared one after another. The snarling, fast-crawling ghoul froze in place. Its head slowly lifted. In the next moment, a flaming bony fist slammed down fiercely. Smack. The ghoul was flattened like a fly. 432-77. Congratulations, your elite skeleton monster killed a ghoul, gained 20 experience, almost double the usual experience. Normally a ghoul grants only 10 experience points. How fragrant. What is going on? Surrounding them were terrifying, towering, flaming skeletons, at least 7 in number. Meanwhile, these high-level professionals trembled among the skeletons. This is a newbie. A necromancer. The originally eerie manor was instantly dispersed by raging flames. A fashionable woman, a slick-haired man, and 2 other high-level professionals. They simultaneously gaped in astonishment at the surrounding burning skeletons, then glanced at the ghoul that had been smashed into a pulp, finally fixing their gaze on this so-called newcomer. How could these 3 be connected? What are you? The fashionable woman, no longer languid, looked at Qinze with a face full of shock and asked this question with difficulty. Just a normal person. Please follow me, I will guide you through the levels. As he spoke, Qinze continued to walk ahead, with 7 burning skeletons closely following him, encircling him like stars surrounding the moon. The defensive formation was so dense that even a fly flying in would likely get caught by 2 large nostrils. The other 4 were somewhat flustered, moving awkwardly between the skeletons. The burning skeletons didn't care about their lives, they moved according to Qinze's pace, and it was possible for them to step directly on someone. Rustle, rustle. The grass around them began to sway again, and ugly ghouls crawled out, their claws scraping sparks on the concrete pavement. This time 5 ghouls appeared in total. They had just crawled out a couple of steps when they saw 7 burning skeletons glaring at them. Just a fleeting thought crossed their minds. The burning skeleton's large hands descended from the sky, directly grabbing one of the ghouls. The sacrificial flames continuously burned, and the ghouls struggled frantically. The 4 fashionable women stared blankly at this scene. The ghouls, which required teamwork to defeat, were treated like toys in the hands of others. In the next moment, an incredibly terrifying scene unfolded. The ghoul was actually torn apart in the middle and casually thrown aside. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 21 experience points. On the other side, 4 ghouls also perished in succession. Some were stomped to death, some had their heads pulled off and stuck on dead branches, and some were directly smashed. Deaths vary. It must be said that the elite skeletons possessed a bit of artistic flair. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 21 experience points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 21 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV. 2. All attributes 1 of free attributes 5, health 200, mana 100. So this is leveling up. Is it that difficult? Qinze, somewhat puzzled, continued walking ahead. The fashionable woman, the slick-haired man, and the other 2 were left speechless in shock. What just happened? Why did the ghouls shatter upon contact? Where was the fierce strength they once displayed against them? Finally, they looked at the chaos around them and realized that it was Qinze's skeletons that were too powerful and ruthless. The fashionable woman took a deep breath and then said to the other 3, I think we need to befriend this person. What do you think? Yes, we must befriend him. Such terrifying power is simply astounding. I still can't understand, even a genius from a large family couldn't possibly achieve this level. The gap is unimaginable. If it's unimaginable, then stop thinking about it. There are many things in this world that surpass our understanding. If you could figure it all out, you wouldn't be standing here. I understand now. After their discussion, the fashionable woman cleared her throat and then caught up to Qinze with a sweet smile. Hey there, you are amazing. We are on the same team, but we don't even know each other's names yet, ha. Wasn't it you who didn't want to communicate? That person just said to not bother with communication. Qinze pointed at the slick-haired man following behind, who immediately flushed and turned his head away. The fashionable woman shot him a fierce glare, then quickly smiled and said, he's just joking with you. Qinze didn't take her words, but asked another question. I might break the record this time. You can't just take advantage of me, right? Upon hearing this, all 4 of them froze. They came to guide a newcomer through the levels only to end up having the newcomer break the record. And he was asking them for a reward for breaking the record. Was that reasonable? Well, it was quite reasonable. Our financial situation isn't great, otherwise we wouldn't be doing this kind of old tono work. If we really can break the record in the end, we'll each give you a level 10 equipment above green quality. What do you think? Level 10 equipment, that sounds okay. Let's talk about it when we finish the dungeon. The fashionable woman repeatedly agreed, saying, all right. She initially wanted to suggest adding each other as friends, but seeing that Qinze had no intention of acknowledging her, she could only regretfully give up and silently follow behind him, her walking posture becoming much more restrained. The manor was vast, and they walked for half an hour just along the path. Ghouls incessantly rushed out from all around, and their numbers kept increasing. From the initial 10 to 20, now 30 ghouls emerged all at once. The 7 elite skeletons dismantled their own ribs, holding them in their hands. When the ghouls charged, they swung them like baseball bats, sending the ghouls. Generally speaking, they would have already disintegrated in midair. If they managed to land intact, it would deserve a thumbs up. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 22 experience points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 23 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV. 3 all attributes 1 of free attributes 5, health 200, mana 100. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV. 4 all attributes 1 of free attributes 5, health 200, mana 100. Since the elite skeletons were summoned, when he was level 1, their attributes were also level 1. The elite skeletons he summoned now would be level 4. However, level 1 could still be used. There would be a few seconds of downtime when recycling and resummoning, which could be deadly. After killing over 30 ghouls, they finally walked out of the thicket, where a white marble fountain appeared, intricately carved and beautifully shaped. The fountain seemed to have not been maintained for a long time, covered in dust and fallen leaves. The fountain's design is quite nice. At this moment the fashionable woman chimed in saying, according to the strategy guide, this manor seems to have once belonged to a wealthy family with many inhabitants, but strangely the couple who owned the manor seemed to adopt orphans, and in hard difficulty you would see many little ghostly creatures. Orphans? Qinze was somewhat sensitive to this term. Suddenly a large ghoul appeared above the fountain. Just lying on the ground, it was already 2 meters tall. Compared to ordinary ghouls, it had long black hair that reached its shoulders, giving it quite an artistic flair. Ghoul boss. Above the marble fountain, the long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled out. While ordinary ghouls have heads like large meatballs, this one sported elegant black hair, giving it a refined, yet terrifying appearance. Is this the boss battle? My level hasn't increased much yet, Qinze frowned. An hour had nearly passed since entering the dungeon. Seeing this, the fashionable woman hurried up and said, little brother, this is the most difficult part. Oh no, it's when the monsters are most numerous. The ghoul boss won't come down yet. Instead, it will unleash 5 waves of monsters to drain our strength. When the last wave of monsters appears, it will charge down alongside the ordinary monsters to attack us. Oh, so there are monsters to kill, that's great. After this ends, I should be able to reach level 10. Qinze was quite happy. The fashionable woman. The man with a slick back hairstyle. The other 2 high-level professionals. They had spent 3 long years to reach level 10, constantly engaging in a battle of wits with the ghouls. At the beginning it took them a whole hour to kill a single ghoul, employing various maneuvering and healing, just barely succeeding. Immediately after, a group of ghouls fell apart. They were lucky enough to forcibly escape a few battles and flee the dungeon. Those less fortunate had long been fed to the ghouls. 3 years, do you know how those 3 years passed? And this newcomer is about to easily reach level 10 in just when they first met, he was still level 1, needing their aid. Now after all this, is he almost catching up to them? At this moment the 4 felt a mix of emotions, not knowing what to say. The dungeon's development was indeed as the fashionable woman had said. The ghoul boss did not rush forward, but emitted incomprehensible sounds as ghouls crawled out from the small houses around. Some could vaguely be identified as gardeners' servants, and so on. You 5 go to engage, the remaining 2 stay by my side to protect me, Qinze ordered. 5 elite skeletal monsters removed their own ribs and strode forward. Perhaps influenced by the BOSS, the ordinary ghouls appeared much more frenzied. A dozen ghouls surrounded an elite skeletal monster, rushing from all directions. Some climbed onto the elite skeletal monster's back, some clung to its legs, and others even attempted to burrow into the joints of its bones. The ghoul bared its fangs and bit fiercely at the bones. Sparks flew, producing the sound of metal clashing. 23, 27, 22. Damage values continually appeared above the elite skeletal monster's head. For over 6,000 health points, it was merely a tickle. However, the clumsiness of the elite skeletal monster was evident this time. It swung its rib, able to take down only 1 ghoul at a time. Nevertheless, the sacrificial flames could inflict area damage. 77, 77, 77. As both sides clashed, the ghouls were soon wiped out. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining experience, 21 points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, gaining experience, 21 points. Congratulations, you have successfully reached LV 5. All attributes 1. Free attributes 5. Health 200, mana 100. The second wave of ghouls arrived. This time they reflected a silver sheen, appearing metallic, significantly increasing their resistance to flames. Ghoul elite. The elite skeletal monster raised its rib and smashed it down onto the silver ghoul. 537. This blow surprisingly didn't kill. The opponent staggered out, still wanting to continue attacking. Only after the second blow did the silver ghoul finally perish. Congratulations, your elite skeletal monster killed a ghoul elite, gaining experience 32 points. Qinze noticed the killing efficiency of the elite skeletal monster was declining. It was impossible to recall and then summon again. He had never commanded a real battle, but had played plenty of real-time strategy games. So he immediately commanded the 5 elite skeletal monsters contract the front line and form a small circle to fight. The 5 elite skeletal monsters perfectly obeyed Qinze's command. They ignored the elite ghouls clinging to them, all turning to move toward the center, ultimately back-to-back, forming a circular formation. The only elite ghouls left to deal with were in the fan-shaped area in front. They swung their ribs wildly, needing no technique at all. Boom, boom, boom. 501,512,529. The elite ghouls quickly lost their ability to resist. They were beaten down to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul elite, gaining experience 33 points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul elite, gaining experience 35 points. Congratulations, you have successfully reached LV 6. All attributes 1. Free attributes 5. Health 200, mana 100. Unknowingly another hour passed. Qinze stood watching, feeling somewhat tired. He moved his ankles, and then muttered to himself, standing is so tiring, I need to find a place to sit. There were 2 elite skeletal monsters guarding nearby, so he was not afraid of dying. He looked around and picked up a stone brick. Little brother, how can you sit on a stone brick? It's so dirty, it will ruin your gear. The fashionable woman ran over and threw the stone brick from Chinze's hands. Then where should I sit? I have a lounge chair in my warehouse along with a tent and sleeping bag. When we go out we must be prepared for everything. She indeed took out a lounge chair from her warehouse. Then she thoughtfully placed it in front of Chinze. Don't you need to rest? If I can achieve the record-breaking achievement, I will be very satisfied. But little brother, you have been killing monsters. You must be the one who needs to rest the most. Thanks. Chinze was indeed a bit tired lying back in the chair and taking a long breath. It felt comfortable. If only I had something to drink after walking so much. I haven't had a sip of water, it's really killing me. Chinze muttered to himself again. He hadn't thought to bring some daily necessities to the warehouse. When he came in he realized there was none, so he could only wait for the monsters to finish off. Something to drink. The fashionable woman was taken aback, then tugged at the slicked-back man with a serious expression. The slicked-back man resisted a little, but then reluctantly took out a long-preserved champagne from the warehouse. This was prepared for celebrating the repayment of my loan, he grumbled as he took out 5 champagne glasses. This is champagne, an early celebration for you reaching level 10. We add a fierce warrior to our 9 provinces. Cheers. The 5 champagne glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. The fashionable woman holding a tall glass couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined that clearing the ordinary level dungeon in the Black Abyss could be such a simple and pleasant experience, almost like a dream. The others nodded in agreement, their emotions complex. They recalled their first encounter with the ghouls, where many had been so frightened that they nearly wet themselves rolling and crawling in terror, while this young man now effortlessly slaughtered them as if chopping vegetables. Truly people could drive each other to despair. Suddenly Chinze, reclining in a rocking chair, spoke up. Everyone, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? As long as it's within our capabilities, we will definitely help. The fashionable woman's eyes brightened as she hurried to inquire. The other 3 also cast concerned glances. I hope you want to disclose the details of the dungeon clearance, Chinze said slowly. So it's this matter. Rest assured our 4 mouths are very tight-lipped, we won't say anything that shouldn't be said, and we certainly won't cause you any trouble. The fashionable woman nodded repeatedly. Yes, I just want to suggest that whether or not to say it doesn't really affect me much. That's right. This world respects strength. If Chinze's ability to solo an ordinary level dungeon is revealed, he will certainly attract the attention of more powerful factions. But he was low-key and simply didn't want to say it. As they spoke, a white light burst forth from Chinze, once more causing everyone to be taken aback. He leveled up again. Now he's already at LV 7. The rocket speed leveling made them all envious. Meanwhile, in the ordinary level dungeon of the Black Abyss, the terrifying ghouls were rapidly crawling on the ground, their claw-like appendages sparking against the concrete road. The 5-member team found themselves in disarray under the ghouls' attacks. Hurry, warriors, push forward. You can't just rely on me, I'm about to be dragged down by you all. Ranger, where are you? You vanished from tens of thousands of miles away. You're a ranged class, so what's there to be afraid of? Give me some damage output. Lu Yong, you're doing pretty well. Everyone should learn from how Lu Yong fights. Every time I have to lead new players it drives me insane. The 5 of them were completely thrown into chaos under the attack of 3 ghouls. A level 10 high-level monk struggled tremendously against 2 ghouls, continuously striking the ghoul's head with his staff. 1-3-2-1-4-3. He was quite satisfied with his damage, which was already considered quite high for a level 10. Beside him, Lu Yong held a novice spear, skillfully maneuvering to keep the ghoul at bay, utilizing his attack range advantage to gradually whittle down the ghoul's health. 28-31. In the end, he actually managed to grind this ghoul to death. The white light of leveling up appeared around him. Few finally leveled up to level 2. That wasn't easy. Lu Yong exhaled a long breath as he looked at the fallen ghoul. He now truly understood the difficulty of killing a ghoul. When the ghouls first appeared, the 3 new players in the team had even thrown up, losing their will to resist against the ghouls, hiding wherever they felt safe. Combat is like walking a tightrope between life and death. Most people lack this awareness, which dooms them to never become professionals. Lu Yong shook his head slightly as he looked at the terrified trio. Let's seize the opportunity to enter the factory. Lu Yong took out a bottle of red medicine and drank it, replenishing his nearly depleted health. He gazed at the dimly lit moon, worrying to himself. I wonder how Chinze is doing. He took out a loan of 9900 to buy the summoner's gift pack. If he can't become a professional, his life is probably over. As long as you don't run away during combat and can successfully level up to level 2, that's a victory. Once we go out, we can form a team and level up slowly. Meanwhile, 5 elite skeleton monsters were still in fierce battle. The number of silver ghouls in the manor had already increased to hundreds. They crawled rapidly on the ground, densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. Is this the difficulty of the ordinary level Black Abyss? Chinze was astonished at the sight of over 100 silver ghouls. It would take a considerable amount of time to kill all the elite skeleton monsters. What would you do in this situation? If our 4 were to deal with the 4th wave of monsters, we would have to use the terrain such as a narrow passage that can only accommodate 2 ghouls side by side where they would get stuck, and then we could use potions and healing skills to gradually wear them down. The fashionable woman replied. This poses a higher level of danger, so we all bring back scrolls for returning to town. If anything unexpected happens, we will crush them and escape. I see that does sound prudent. Shinzei nodded. With the attributes of high-level players, the 4 of them could easily handle 2 silver ghouls. The Black Abyss strategy notes highlight monster killing points. Generally leveraging this terrain greatly increases safety and also significantly improves killing. Alright, I'll take a look when I get back. Upon hearing this, the 4 looked astonished. You mean you didn't even look at the strategy and just rushed in? However, upon seeing the valiant burning fire skeleton, it seemed that charging in without looking at the strategy might be acceptable. Boom, boom, boom. The elite skeleton monster detached a rib wielding 2 curved bones in its hands, slightly increasing its attack frequency, though its damage decreased slightly. They swung the 2 ribs, striking wildly. 478, 469. The 2 damage values appeared almost simultaneously. They directly eliminated the silver ghoul that charged in. Congratulations, your elite skeleton monster has killed a silver ghoul elite, gaining experience 32. Silver ghoul hand claws equipment 1. Congratulations, your elite skeleton monster has killed a silver ghoul elite, gaining experience 34. Did we just get equipment drops? Shinzei's eyes lit up as he quickly opened his inventory. The claw sharp as a blade lay quietly in the inventory. Silver ghoul hand claws 5 for melee professions such as warriors and monks. Upon seeing it was for melee professions, Shinzei lost interest in reading further. He could sell it at the trading post once they go out, or if someone needed this equipment, gifting it as a personal favor wouldn't be bad either. Little brother, here, have a bag of chips, and take your time. There's even chips. Thank you. Shinzei was feeling a bit bored while lying in the lounge chair. A bag of spicy flavored chips was handed to him. One must admit, after the fashionable woman witnessed his strength, her attitude underwent a complete 180-degree change, and her actions were very much in line with Shinzei's preferences. Unfortunately, he generally did not associate with such inconsistent people. Leisurely eating chips and sipping champagne after satisfying his hunger and thirst. All the silver ghouls were finally dead. Shinzei also successfully leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV. 8. All attributes 1. Free attribute 5. Health 200, mana 100. The long-haired ghoul boss could no longer stay still, slowly climbing down from the stone fountain. The slightly relaxed atmosphere instantly turned tense and serious. The silver moonlight cascaded down from the sky. The long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled down from the stone-carved fountain, with silver ghouls emerging from all directions accompanied by ordinary ghouls. This time the whole family was involved. Black Abyss boss long-haired ghoul, level LV. 5 health 13500, attribute strength 153, agility 162, intelligence 23, skill 1 bite, and devour skill 2, frenzy, aura skill 3, moonlight revival. After it crawled out, it extended its claws to comb its black hair, until the elite and ordinary ghouls were all in position. It then let out a screech. Then it quickly crawled on the ground, moving in a serpentine's pattern. It crawled close to the fire skeleton and suddenly leaped from the ground. It spread its limbs, resembling a predatory spider pouncing on its prey. The fire skeleton did not react in time. The long-haired ghoul boss rode on its shoulder blades with its legs clamped down and its claws raised high, shimmering with cold light, suddenly stabbing toward the fire skeleton's skull. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Countless sparks erupted. 327. The fire skeleton was not a living creature. Even if its head was severed, it would not affect its movement. It just became invisible. The long-haired ghoul boss was caught in the sacrificial flames. 2325. The boss has a high resistance to flames, and its black hair is not burned. Shinzei gazed at the battlefield from afar, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Immediately, the long-haired ghoul boss attack speed suddenly increased. Its claws flashed arcs of light in the air, allowing it to attack twice per second. It unleashed a flurry of attacks on the fire skeleton's skull. At that moment, a sound of air breaking whistled beside it. Just as it turned its head, it saw a rib bone growing larger right before its eyes, ultimately crashing down on its forehead. Critical hit. Double damage triggered. 1089. The long-haired ghoul boss immediately fell into a dazed state, collapsing straight down. 5 fire skeletons immediately moved, surrounding the long-haired ghoul boss, their eye sockets burning, with ghostly flames fixating on it. The long-haired ghoul boss recovered from its daze, and then saw 5 menacing skeletons around it. Photo. Q following, that was a rib bone falling from the sky. 489, 493, 23501. The 5 fire skeletons swung their ribs like they were hammering iron. Even if ordinary ghouls and elite ghouls crawled over, clinging to their backs and attacking frantically, they would not be acknowledged. Just the sacrificial flames could incinerate the ordinary ghouls. Damn, this is brutal. With such a blow on, it burst its brain. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit sorry for the ghoul boss. Everyone reacted with strange looks at this scene. The long-haired ghoul boss attempted to rise more than once, enduring the rib bone's heavy strikes, trying to escape the encirclement. However, just as it raised its head, a heavy blow landed precisely. It was immediately struck dizzy. It extended its claws to shield its head, but its claws were also dented and deformed. 1032 512 531. Unfortunately, the Black Abyss dungeon did not have a down protection or a berserk time. When subjected to this kind of heavy assault, it could only admit defeat. Amidst the frantic rib bone strikes, the long-haired ghoul boss health rapidly declined. When it finally dropped to 5,000 points, it suddenly howled like a husky. Its body quickly turned red. Not good, the boss is about to go berserk. It will gain immunity to various controls, and its damage, speed, and other attributes will significantly increase. Everyone be ready to fight. The fashionable woman shouted nervously upon witnessing this. The other three nodded solemnly, and turned to climb up the nearby tree. You hurry up too, we can't afford to be careless in this situation. The fashionable woman called out when she saw Qin Zhe standing still. But the boss is about to— Qin Zhe pointed forward. What? The fashionable woman was taken aback and quickly looked ahead. She saw the long-haired ghoul boss maintaining its head-up howling posture while a ribbone club struck down hard on its head. Yet the ghoul boss showed no reaction, stubbornly enduring the strikes. It looked quite obstinate. The club struck heavily, doubling the damage. 970,982,993. The long-haired ghoul's eyes had not even turned red before it met its demise. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed the ghoul boss, earning experience 3,000. Congratulations. Obtained Ghoul Summoning Skill Book 1. Congratulations. Obtained Equipment Ghoul Ring 1. Congratulations. Obtained Item Manor Key 1. You have leveled up to LV 9. All Attributes 1. Free Attributes 5. Health 200. Mana 100. Note: Ordinary level dungeon has been cleared. Please leave within 1 minute settlement of clearance time. Level LV 9. Health 2400. Mana 1000. Attributes: Strength 13. Agility 15. Intelligence 21. Remaining free attribute points 40. Skill: Epic Skeleton Summoning LV 532. Talent: Resonance Crystal Equipment: Beginners Undead Staff, Beginners Undead Boots, Beginners Undead Cloak, Beginners Undead Armor, Beginners Undead Necklace. I didn't expect this ghoul boss to be so stubborn. After taking so many hits to the head, it didn't even budge. It was literally beaten to death. Qin Zhe felt a sense of joy in his heart. Although he didn't reach level 10 this time, level 9 was still good. Moreover, the boss dropped a Ghoul Summoning Skill Book, which perfectly suited his undead summoner. Without saying anything further, he immediately learned it. Qin Zhe took out the Ghoul Summoning Skill Book and used it immediately. Whoosh, a greenish light surged forth, and Qin Zhe felt an elusive connection arise within himself. This was the Ghoul Summoning Technique. Ghoul Summoning Technique: Summon an ordinary level ghoul to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Consumes 100 mana. Learning Condition LV 5. Class Restriction: Undead Summoner. Skill Upgrade System: currently only one can be continuously upgraded. The Skeleton Summoning Technique just completed its upgrade, and the time to further advance is a bit long. Better to raise the Ghoul Summoning Technique first. Ghoul Summoning Technique LV 1 LV 2 LV 2 LV LV 3 LV 4. The level continued to rise. The dungeon has ended. Oh, let's go out first. Qin Zhe turned his head to look back, only to find 4 high-level players staring at him with complex expressions. After finishing a round of dungeon, he truly leveled up, just one more level to catch up with them. It felt like a dream. The team exited the dungeon, and the record-breaking announcement immediately sounded. Congratulations, the fastest clearance record for the Black Abyss Ordinary level has been broken, with a clearance time of 2 hours and 27 minutes, distributing a small gift package for clearance, earning the Rapid Clearance achievement for the Black Abyss Ordinary level. Someone actually broke the record. Liu Yang's eyes showed a hint of envy. Sigh, we didn't even get out of the initial map. The 5 ghouls retreated, and if it weren't for our quick escape, we might have been doomed inside. I wonder if Qin Zhe has come out yet. The ordinary Black Abyss instance at the Dark Knight Manor is currently settling. The evaluation is SSS with a reward of an SS grade treasure chest ordinary instance, 1,000 experience points, and 1 equipment forging hammer. Qin Zhe felt a distortion in the space before him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the instance's teleport point. Surrounding professionals paused their busy steps, staring at him in astonishment. He's out, he's out. The record breaker has emerged. 4 level 10s and 1 level 9, it seems like a record-breaking team. Their future will be much easier with various endorsements and resources flowing continuously into their hands. I envy them. Just having a record-breaking title makes everything much easier, and they're likely to rise to prominence. Soon professionals from further away rushed over, and many others used communication functions to call for more people. Come quick, someone has broken the record. What's so great about breaking a record? It's not like you did it. They accomplished it in just 2 hours, and it was an ordinary Black Abyss instance. What the heck, where are they? On the other side, professional awakened students were gathering in a corner. The homeroom teacher was still tirelessly explaining precautions to the students. The path of a professional is incredibly challenging and twisted. Even our strongest practitioner Disha faced a bumpy road in his leveling journey, yet he still rose to prominence in the end. Therefore I hope that once you enter the instance you won't hesitate to use the return scroll for the sake of so-called face. This item is crucial for your survival. At this moment a student suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "Teacher, that person looks like someone from our school. What did he do before?" "Oh right, he bought the Necromancer class transfer package on an installment plan for a total of 1 million. What a definite fool." Haha, I remember now. How could he think it was a good idea to buy a flashy but impractical Necromancer summoning scroll on an installment plan? He's definitely doomed. He should be out of sight in a few days. Wait, hold on. Why is Chinze surrounded by so many people? What did he do? The students began to shout, and the homeroom teacher frowned, and immediately the homeroom teacher froze in place and exclaimed, "What the heck? Teacher, what's going on?" Some boys had already figured it out, while many girls still asked innocently. Chinze, he broke the record. And it was an ordinary instance. The homeroom teacher spoke dumbfoundedly like a heavy bomb exploding in the crowd. No one expected Chinze, who had been mocked for his installment plan of 1 million, to break the record and become the center of attention. Even the most naive could understand the value of breaking a record. Many professional teams would spend a fortune to buy the record-breaking title, which grants a 20 bonus on subsequent rewards, and shopkeepers would seek endorsements. It can be said that with just this title one would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their life. I really want to marry him. Is there anyone who can help me set it up? I want to marry him too. How wonderful. As long as you have a title like that you don't have to work hard or go into instances to kill monsters, money will flow in automatically every day. I'll ask Chinze if he likes men later. Just out of the instance, Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised to see Chinze actually break the record. It must be the result of the 4 high-level players' efforts. However, upon hearing the comments around him, he was momentarily stunned. Last time you all said Chinze was a fool, and now you're changing your tune. That was then, and this is now. I just want to find a husband with a title. Is that wrong? Alright. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. These guys have thick skin beyond measure. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Chinze and the others were surrounded in layers with professionals craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the record breaker. There were even reporters stealthily blending and snapping pictures with simple cameras. The time to break the record was so exaggerated, only 2 hours and 27 minutes, nearly 3 times faster than the previous record of 8 hours and 59 minutes. Once reported, it would definitely be big news. Within a few meters around Chinze, there was a clear space with everyone guarding this area. As they moved forward, a path opened up ahead resembling the scene of a hero returning in triumph. It actually ended so quickly like a dream. Incredible, it's just too incredible. Yes, I used to think it was just my bad luck, but now I see that the gap between people is considerably large. They're already at level 9, almost catching up to us. The others looked back with profound expressions. Chinze will prepare level 10 weapons and equipment for you, preferably ones that a necromancer can use, so you won't have to search for gear everywhere. Thank you, everyone. Chinze nodded, disbanding the team. Wait, hold on. The fashionable woman saw Chinze about to leave and hurriedly called out. They had come to help Chinze through the map, but now they were a bit reluctant. May I ask, what do you plan to do next? I plan to try the nightmare level instance and see if I can clear it. A chorus of gasps filled the air. Don't go. Whatever you do, don't go, the man with the slicked back hair said excitedly. What's wrong? The reason it's called a nightmare is that once you enter you can't get out. Many who confidently entered it have never been heard from again. Oh, it's a place that humans can. The slick back man's voice trembled, his face filled with terror. Just the thought of it scared him so much. Chinze was astonished. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice. I understand now." The expressions of the other 3 changed when they heard he was going to the nightmare level instance. They looked at Chinze as if he were a dead man. Because the Nightmare Abyss has another name, the Graveyard of Geniuses. It specializes in treating the disobedient. After the team disbanded, the fashionable woman and her friends immediately went to find equipment for Chinze. He decided to wait a bit, first leveling up his skills, buying some items and daily necessities before thinking about entering the Nightmare level Black Abyss instance. After all, it's a Nightmare level instance, and it deserves enough respect. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu, dressed in black stockings and wearing promotional headphones, was frequently lost in thought, occasionally showing signs of worry and regret on her face. She had no idea how Chinze was doing. High-level professionals would reduce the rewards distributed. If he could level up to 3, it would already be a blessing, and then he would have to rely on himself. Thinking of Chinze being an orphan and her own firm words, Lu Xiu wanted to scold herself. Lu Xiu, you should really die? Suddenly the phone rang, and she quickly picked up, asking, "The instance is over. How did it go?" A sigh came from the other end, making Lu Xiu's heart tense. Chinze is doomed. He has fallen into the nightmare trap. Lu Xiu stood there as if struck by lightning. Huh. The fashionable woman sighed on the phone. The person you found for us is simply too abnormal. It's a kind that words can't describe. Abnormal. Lu Xiu was bewildered. She couldn't tell whether it was a compliment or an insult at that moment. After all, girls often use abnormal as an insult when they scold someone. Yeah, I've been on edge the entire way. We have to stick close to him to survive. As Lu Shiyu listened, she became more confused. Was it because Qin Zhe was too incompetent that they had to protect him closely to keep him alive? A pang of pain shot through her heart. It was tragic, truly tragic. She could already imagine Qin Zhe's desperate escape in the instance. And his skeletal summoning technique, as the other party said, was indeed very trashy. She specifically searched for videos and watched as the little skeleton staggered while walking with its bone parts falling off. And all of this was because Lu Shiyu thought of this and her heart ached even more. I have ruined a child's future. What future have you ruined? The fashionable woman asked in confusion. Whoa, to meet the KPI, I exaggerated the most expensive Necromancer job change package to the sky, and the other party really believed it and directly took a loan of 9900 to buy it. Only then did I find out he was an orphan with a level talent. Lu Shiyu choked up as she laid bare her heart. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds before the fashionable woman finally spoke. You really deserve to die. You can actually say such things. That talent is level which in other professions would lead to significant achievements in the future. But you made him choose Necromancer, which is not something an ordinary person should select. The regret and guilt in Lu Shiyu's heart suddenly intensified. I am guilty. She slowly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. If she could go back in time, she would definitely not hesitate to slap herself twice. Letting you ruin someone else's life for the sake of KPI? That was just a child, and a child full of potential. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone should be responsible for their own choices. Look at it positively. We are just powerless ordinary people, not gods. Really? Thank you, I feel a bit better. Just carry some armor with you in the future. Be careful not to get stabbed in the street. Lu Shiyu. After hanging up, she continued her work listlessly. She was 22 years old this year, a priest by profession, and had once hoped to become a professional. However, after her first entry into the Abyss instance, she was so scared that she wet her pants. Especially when she saw ghouls disemboweling companions beside her, leaving her with a lifelong shadow. So she knew what Qin Zhe would face. The lock screen news displayed shocking. The clearance record of the ordinary level Abyss instance has been broken. Time reduced by 3 times. Lu Shiyu glanced at it and turned off her phone, putting it in her pocket. The record-breaking event was fermenting, first being discussed in small circles among professionals. Eventually, it was reported by the media, causing a nationwide. At the same time, the report strictly controlled the personal information of Qin Zhe and others. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to find out specific content. However, for some influential forces, acquiring this information was quite simple. With a substantial amount of money, they could obtain all personal information, including contact details. The personal information of the 5 people, including Qin Zhe, was also extraordinarily valuable. Even so, their phones were nearly bombarded, all from forces wanting to. This is really giving me a headache. My private messages are almost bursting. After hanging up a call from a stranger, Qin Zhe felt his scalp go numb upon seeing his inbox at 999. It was too exaggerated. It felt like being cyberbullied. I want to rent a temporary room. How long do you want to rent it for? The receptionist asked without looking up. Let's start with 10 hours. Okay, that will be 1,000 yuan. Do you want to transfer or use a credit card? 1,000 yuan. Can it be paid in installments? Huh. The receptionist raised her head, seeing Qin Zhe and the title he displayed, instantly stunned. Installments are possible. How many years do you want to spread it over? 20 years, please. The receptionist. Qin Zhe entered the temporary room, looking at his still intact little treasury, a satisfied expression on his face. If installments are possible, who would still pay in one lump sum? At this rate, he might become a world-renowned super genius in a month, and it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate all. If installments are possible, who would still pay in one lump sum? At this rate, he might become a world-renowned super genius in a month, and it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate all debt. A black-purple swirling circular pit appeared on the ground ahead. About 2 meters in radius, it gave a sense of heaviness. A noble purple glow lit up inside the swirling pit, and soon a figure began to rise slowly, revealing a giant purple skeleton. Before it stood a large purple patterned sword, tightly gripped by its 2 hands. Its head hung low, and the eye sockets were pitch black, resembling a sculpture. As it fully rose, purple flames ignited in its eye sockets, and it then stepped forward to kneel before Qin Zhe on one knee. My lord. Qin Zhe was stunned by the aura it exuded. Was this a noble skeleton? Every movement maintained a sense of etiquette and restraint. Epic skeleton monster level LV. 9 cannot exceed the summoner. Health 23400, attributes strength 782. Agility, 881, intelligence, 328, skill, 1F, energy born from death. The skeleton possesses the ability to bring decay to all things. All nearby enemies will receive the death vulnerability debuff, reducing both attack and defense by 45, and nullifying their resurrection ability. Skill 2, Leap Strike. The skeleton raises the large purple patterned sword in its hand, delivering a full force slash-forward that deals 2132 damage with a chance to trigger a decapitation effect capable of cutting enemies in half, whether they are bosses or ordinary monsters. Skill 3, Shock Tread. The skeleton forcefully stomps the ground, dealing rebound damage to all enemies within a 7-meter radius, forcibly launching them into the air and interrupting all spellcasting effects. Skill 4, Great Sword Summon. The skeleton naturally comes equipped with the purple patterned Great Sword, which can be summoned back to its hands from a distance with all attributes increasing by 20 during use, and the wounds inflicted cannot recover autonomously. Evaluation: a noble skeleton that has fought across the lands, so strong. If the elite skeleton monster was merely a powerful skeleton sweeping through the wilds. The epic skeleton monster is a being that commands respect, even feared by demons. Attack the central test stake with all your might. As you command, my lord. The nearly 5-meter-tall skeleton slowly rose and suddenly leaped forward. A 5-meter-tall purple figure raised its sword and struck downward. A breath of death spiraled forth. Boom! With a deafening roar, the purple greatsword cleaved from above to below. The test pillar shattered in the middle, sending fragments flying far to both sides. 2031, a staggering damage value, slowly emerged. The purple greatsword twirled in the air, elegantly plunging into the ground. The epic skeleton knelt on one knee before Qin-Zhe, still uttering those 2 words, my lord. Qin-Zhe nodded, feeling quite satisfied. The damage of the epic skeleton increased fourfold, and its agility significantly improved, showcasing formidable combat skills, as evidenced by the sword dance it had just performed. The ghoul hoped to leverage its agility to leap onto the skeleton's back for a biting attack, but that would be a challenge. It leapt into the air, and the epic skeleton could easily cleave it apart. With the nightmare-level dungeon, I feel somewhat assured. But that's still not enough. Qin-Zhe understood that the metrics of the epic skeleton were only comparable to the bosses of nightmare-level dungeons. While it could handle minor foes, battling dungeon bosses would be quite difficult. However, his skills improved by 1 point per second. At worst, he could wait a few more days, level up his skills, and then dive in for some grinding. A level 9 Necromancer could learn many skills, including summoning, support, and damage skills, but the downside was the exorbitant cost, unaffordable for the average person. Most professionals did not need that many skills, 2 or 3 sufficed. With too many skills, even mana could become insufficient, and the brain could easily. Qin-Zhe opened his skill panel, and the newly learned skill lay quietly within. Silverskin Ghoul. Chant for 5 seconds to summon a large group of metallic-bodied ghouls to fight for you. Duration: 1 day, mana cost 100. Come forth, ghouls. Qin-Zhe raised the staff in his hand, reciting incantations. As his voice fell, a chilling rustling sound echoed around him, as if insects were crawling on the ground. In the next moment, a large group of silver-glinted ghouls appeared in succession. Their number was 60. With faces nearly rotting and murky yellow eyes fixed intently on Qin-Zhe, their gaze seemed to harbor a craving for flesh and blood. Qin-Zhe instinctively took 2 steps back, his body covered in goosebumps as a sense of fear surged within him, his heart racing. After a few seconds, he self-deprecated, to be frightened by my own summons, what a futile necromancer I am. Silver-skinned ghoul, LV. 432, level LV. 9 cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health 1800, attribute strength 127. Agility 153, intelligence 89, skill 1, fear aura. The ghoul can instill fear in nearby creatures, causing continuous mental and attribute suppression, potentially immobilizing them, ineffective against high-level creatures. Skill 2, consume corpse. The ghoul has an uncontrollable craving for flesh. When consuming a corpse, it recovers 100 health points per second and can randomly increase 1 attribute after devouring a body. Skill 3, Hardened Bite. After its body becomes hardened, the ghoul's resistance to negative effects significantly increases, raising damage by 50 and inflicting maiming effects. Description: these are a bunch of guys that eat people without leaving bones. The ghouls in the nightmare level dungeon should have such stats. With over 2,000 health, an epic skeleton can take them down with a single sword. Just right for the epic skeleton to practice its skills. You two fight, let me see the effects. Qin-Zhe waved his hand casually. As you command, my lord. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton slowly rose, gripping its purple-patterned greatsword and striking a combat. The ghouls, with their murky yellow gaze, all fixed their eyes on the epic skeleton. In the next moment, a fierce battle erupted. The epic skeleton merely swept its sword through the air, and several silver-backed ghouls shattered midair before disappearing into the ground. 1823, 1871, 1903. Damage values continuously emerged, just enough to exceed the health limit, achieving a one-hit kill. Moreover, the summoned beings come equipped with weapons. The Necromancer is different from other summoners. They do not need to cultivate their summoned beasts. They just need to release skills to obtain summons with 100 loyalty. As skills level up, the summoned beings will also improve. Moreover, the summoned beings come equipped with weapons, which can save a lot of hassle. How should I allocate the free attribute points? Attribute strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21 remaining free attribute points 40 Strength, Agility, and Intelligence encompass 3 different development paths, and since I am a summoner it naturally leans towards Intelligence. Qinze pondered for a moment and poured all 40 attribute points into Intelligence at once. Intelligence 21 40 health 400 mana regeneration speed increased to 1 per second. The summoning skills of the Necromancer are generally tied to fixed monsters unrelated to the summoner's attributes, so no matter which skill he increases, it will not affect the summoned undead. However, the Necromancer also has some spell skills which are highly relevant. Next up are the rewards dropped by the long-haired ghoul boss. The ghoul skill book has been learned with the ghoul ring and the mansion key remaining. Ghoul ring level restriction LV. 5 quality silver grade attribute bonus agility 7, intelligence 3, health 300 skill 1, climbing ability the wearer can swiftly climb vertical walls and ceilings with climbing speed increased by 200 and greatly reduced noise. Description: this is a bloody ring. Does it only offer bonuses when crawling on the ground? Can I just stand? Qinze couldn't help but complain at the peculiar attributes of the ghoul ring. However, the ring slot was currently empty, so he decided to wear it temporarily. The basic attribute bonuses were still quite enticing. It was also possible to encounter danger and need to climb for cover. Mansion key dungeon item function, a key that can open the mansion's main gate. Description: should don't let them find you. So this is the mansion key. It looks quite peculiar. Qinze stared at the palm-sized giant key, feeling speechless. He suspected the oversized mansion key might have ulterior motives. Next comes the record-breaking reward from the dungeon. Record-breaking completion gift pack open. Congratulations, you have obtained a platinum-grade equipment selection chest. Please select a profession. A long list of professions appeared, including warrior, ranger, assassin. After searching for a while, Qinze finally found the necromancer profession at the end. Upon clicking, a spellbook adorned with a skeletal image appeared spinning in midair. Necromancer spellbook level restriction LV. 10 quality platinum grade attribute bonus intelligence 30, agility 10, strength 10, mana 2000, enhancement 0, forging 0, refinement 0, skill 1. Quick casting. The chant time for all necromancer spells is reduced to 1 second. Mana consumption is cut by 50, and there is a chance to release necromancer spells at a higher level. Skill 2, flight consumes 5 mana per second, granting the ability to fly at a maximum speed of 5 meters per second with a maximum height of 500 meters. Skill 3, sacrifice. Sacrificing a friendly undead unit converts its entire health into a shield for oneself, lasting 1 minute, consuming 50 mana. Description: this is a cruel spellbook. Artifact: an absolute artifact. Qinze's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this platinum-level spellbook. Setting aside the exaggerated base attribute bonuses, the ability to cast spells rapidly is enough to drive countless mages wild. The chant time is the biggest limitation for mages. If it can be reduced to 1 second, they can unleash an uninterrupted barrage. This is akin to removing the limiter. Previously, Qinze did not dare to reclaim summon creatures for a resummon due to the 3-second chant time. He feared that without the elite skeleton's protection, he would perish. Now that the chant time has shortened to 1 second with other undead minions in place, a perpetual combat style can be achieved. The second ability of flight is also a divine skill, allowing temporary escape from the battlefield, greatly enhancing safety in the air, while also providing a vantage point to observe the ground battle. The third ability is for self-preservation, which is also quite useful. If necessary, he can sacrifice and summon a new group. If you're not doing it, there are plenty of undead willing to. Unfortunately, the limitation level is set to 10, and it cannot be equipped at the moment. I can only clear a dungeon to level up to 10 first. A record-breaking completion gift package can actually yield platinum-level equipment. How delightful. Nightmare-level mansion dungeon. No one has cleared it yet. The first blood still remains. Qinze happily stored the undead mage in his warehouse. Lastly, there is the SSS rating reward. Would you like to claim the SSS rating reward? Congratulations, reward of an SS-level treasure chest, normal dungeon experience 1000, equipment forging hammer 1, the higher the level the more difficult it becomes to level up. For Qinze, 1000 experience points only translates to a 5 increase. Open the SS-level treasure chest. As Qinze's voice fell, the ornate treasure chest slowly opened. While Qinze was opening the treasure chest in the temporary room, the outside world was frantically searching for him. Beep, beep, beep. The suited man hung up the phone with a grim expression. Manager, I can't reach Qinze either. What on earth happened to him? Lu Xiu, dressed in black stockings, sat obediently in the manager's office, increasingly puzzled. She did not understand why the manager insisted on finding Qinze. You don't need to know that, just bring Qinze here. I need to discuss the loan issue with him. The manager cast a cold glance at Lu Xiu, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Loan? Are you referring to the 99000 loan for the undead specialist package? Lu Xiu's heart sank, and she panicked instantly. That's right, our investigation shows that he lacks the qualifications for the loan and cannot undertake a 20-year extended payment plan, so we need to notify him immediately for early repayment. If he doesn't have the money, he can substitute with other assets. The manager's last words came with a sinister smile. How? How could this be? What loan qualifications? I have never heard of such a thing. The 20-year installment plan is granted by me, and as long as he has not committed any major violations, he is eligible for the 20-year installment. Lu Shiyu anxiously explained. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Or are you implying that the higher-ups' opinions can be changed by a mere sales assistant like you? The manager said with a dark expression. Is this the higher-ups' intention? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. What do you think? Lu Shiyu did not know how she managed to walk out of the office. Her mind was in turmoil. She was aware of some of the company's actions, such as forcing professionals into early repayment to control them. The only way out was to file for bankruptcy, but that would ruin. However, she never expected that right after she arranged a 990 installment for Qinze, the company would come knocking. The intent was very clear to control Qinze through this. Now, what should I do? Lu Shiyu lay on her workstation silent for a long time. The SS-level treasure chest slowly. Now, what should I do? Lu Shiyu lay on her workstation silent for a long time. The SS-level treasure chest slowly. Golden light illuminated Qinze's face. Is this a golden-level piece of equipment? It's slightly inferior in quality compared to the record-breaking treasure chest. Magical armor level restriction LV. 5 attribute restriction 30 intelligence, 15 strength quality, golden level base, attributes intelligence, 10 strength 5, health 800 skill 1 magic shield consumes 100 mana, grants a magical shield that provides 2000 health and can withstand attacks from any angle, increasing resistance to magic by 50. Skill 2, solid as a rock, consumes 50 mana, enters a state that effectively counters knockback, shatter, and heavy impact effects. Skill 3, rapid recovery, can only be used once every 24 hours, consumes 300 mana, restores all health, removes all negative effects, and teleports to any location within 10 meters. Description: armor, symbolizing honor, a life-saving artifact. Especially the last skill, akin to a pseudo-revival skill, not only restores health, but also allows withdrawal from combat, with exiting the dungeon contingent on disengaging from combat. If one cannot escape combat, then death is the only outcome. Qinze changed out of his previous novice plate armor and donned this magical armor. So comfortable. Plate armor is too rigid, like being wrapped in drywall, but this magical armor feels as soft as ordinary cotton clothing, yet is incredibly durable. If given a choice in the future, he would never wear plate armor again. It is too torturous. Immediately afterwards, skill information surged into his mind. Qinze had already grasped the method of release. Next, it was all about practice. There's one last reward, and then we're done. Equipment forging tool function to forge equipment of platinum level or higher, enhancing base attributes by 10, with a chance to gain new abilities. Success probability depends on equipment level. So it's a forging tool, I'll equip it after putting on the undead spellbook. Qinze stretched widely, and then confirmed his strategy. Skills upgrade every second, allowing for 86400 upgrades in a single day. In just one day, the ghoul summoning skill will reach a level comparable to that of the skeleton summoning art. He would then go to Lu Shiyu for more installments of undead skills. Once the resonance crystal takes effect, the clearance rate for nightmare-level dungeons will significantly increase. The Grave of Geniuses. Then he will break this curse. Qinze walked out of the temporary room. It had only taken him a little over an hour, and he could not waste any more time, so he went to the front desk to freeze time. Suddenly, an unbelievable voice rang out. Qinze, you're level 9 now. What? Did I see that correctly? You've reached level 9. Liu Yang, his best friend, approached Qinze with a ghostly expression. Hee, I'm impressive, right? Call me foster father, and he'll take you along. Qinze's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Liu Yang. He could still discern who treated him well and who did not. Wait, my mind is a bit muddled. You're saying that sales rep directly found you 4 high-level professionals, and those 4 didn't make a move, yet you swept through a normal-level dungeon. How can I not believe that? Liu Yang looked at him in astonishment. The weakness of a necromancer in the early stages was evident for all to see. What could those little skeletons which would fall apart just from walking possibly do? Believe it or not, just say whether you want to level up or not. Foster father. Liu Yang glanced around, disregarding the crowd, and directly knelt before Qinze. No matter how unreasonable this matter seemed, the fact that he was genuinely at that level meant clearing some simple level dungeons was a piece of cake. The two of them would rise together from this point forward. Good. From now on, I'll handle the monsters, and you'll be the one shouting 666 from behind. Qinze nodded in satisfaction. Nightmare-level dungeons could be cleared solo, but any action that increased the difficulty would enhance the final rewards. Just like when he previously cleared a hard-level dungeon at level 1 with 4 high-level professionals, the experience boost was staggering, otherwise he would never have reached level 9. Similarly, if he took 4 underperformers into a nightmare dungeon, the boost would also be immense. Hey, are you underestimating me too much? Liu Yang exclaimed in dissatisfaction. I trained in martial arts for several years, and just now in a simple level dungeon, I single-handedly took on a ghoul, and even that high-level professional praised that my future is promising. You really are quite strong, Shinzei nodded. Let's go buy some equipment and supplies to prepare for the next dungeon run. Are you feeling alright now? I'm doing great. Let me show you what skill looks like. You better not be surprised later you might end up calling me foster father instead. Liu Yang placed his hands on his hips, chuckling maniacally, already envisioning the scene of Shinzei kneeling and calling him foster father. At that moment the class teacher appeared from the side, looking at Shinzei with a face full of surprise. I never expected you to break the record for hard-level dungeons, bringing glory to our class and our school. Other classmates also came over, some filled with envy and others with jealousy. They feared that their brother was struggling, but even more they feared that their brother was driving a Land Rover. This mindset reflected their true feelings. However, they had to maintain appearances, so they started congratulating him. Congratulations on breaking the record for hard-level dungeons. So enviable. As long as I hold this title, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Ooh, I could just lie down and earn money. Shinzei smiled and nodded in response. Thank you all. If you treat me well, I will treat you well in return. But if you intend to harm me, then don't blame me. The school is very concerned about your performance, but unfortunately your necromancer profession makes them wary. If you can pass through the 2 Black Abyss dungeons, normally the school will provide you with various supports. The class teacher said, pulling Shinzei aside. Shinzei's eyes lit up as he asked, if it's support, can I make some requests? You still want to make requests? The class teacher was taken aback, then shook his head and said, all resource allocations are fixed. This is to prevent some individuals from exploiting their positions for resources. But rest assured the school's support encompasses everything, allowing you to enter without any worries. I see. Then what if I clear a nightmare-level dungeon? Upon hearing this, the class teacher's eyelids twitched. If you can clear a nightmare dungeon, it would be no problem for the principal to vacate a seat for you. Wait, you're not seriously thinking? Then let's make that a deal. Shinzei smiled slightly and walked toward the Black Abyss connection point, leaving the class teacher in a state of confusion, watching him leave. The students behind him instantly erupted in chatter. Damn, Shinzei is too full of himself. Breaking a hard-level dungeon record is nothing to boast about, and now he's talking about nightmare dungeons, making it sound like he really could tackle one. Exactly. He's taking advantage of the situation and acting all high and mighty. A nightmare dungeon. Is that something we can even touch? He had professionals specifically help him break the record, and now he lets it go to his head. Shinzei stepped out of the Abyss connection point and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello. Liu Shiyu's slightly panicked voice rang out. I want to buy a few things like vocational skill books. Where are you now? They'll come find you. Shinzei was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, is the service attitude really this good? I'm just outside the Black Abyss connection point hanging out with a friend. Alright, I'm on my way. After the call ended, Shinzei and Liu Yang casually ordered a plate of cold noodles to eat on the street. In less than 10 minutes, a familiar beetle car appeared in sight. Hey, over here. Shinzei waved at the beetle with a smile. Liu Shiyu hurriedly got out of the car, grabbing Shinzei and saying, let's get in the car, it's very important. Shinzei was taken aback, glancing back at his good friend who wore an expression of I understand. You need to leave Linhai City quickly and go to Beijing City. I've already bought your plane ticket. That place is outside the Li family's influence, and they won't come after you for money. Settle down there first, and once I handle my work I'll come find you. Liu Shiyu spoke urgently, pulling out a plane ticket and shoving it into Shinzei's hands. What's going on? Seeing her intent to run away with him, Shinzei couldn't help but feel perplexed. I just wanted to buy something, and now you want me to go to another city. Liu Shiyu paused, sighed deeply, and then explained the situation regarding the company wanting him to repay early. Why repay early? There's still a month left, right? Shinzei was quite surprised. By that time you won't be able to escape. The company will make you do things you can't accept. If I can't escape, then I can't. But asking me to change cities is too absurd. I just want to buy some skill books and daily necessities. You're not thinking about installment payments, are you? Yes, how did you know? Liu Shiyu. Under Shinzei's insistence, Liu Shiyu finally retracted the plane ticket. She felt dazed as the solution she had come up with after much thought was so easily dismissed by him. The arm cannot twist the thigh. She did not believe that Shinzei could escape the fate of being controlled by the company. Did I not convey the seriousness of the situation? While driving the Beetle, she began to... At the Lee Trading Company, professionals come and go incessantly. Their eyes are filled with numbness and bewilderment. Almost 80% of them glance back at the imposing building after leaving, their fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their flesh. They vow in their hearts that as soon as they repay their debts, they will never take out an installment loan again. This thing is too harmful. It's convenient and exhilarating to use. But when they can't keep up with payments, they continuously borrow money to repay, with interest compounding endlessly. It becomes a cycle of debt, and with the expenses of living they find themselves in debt by hundreds of thousands. At this point, the company representatives come knocking, informing you that your qualifications are lacking, that they need to tighten loans, and that you must repay. If you can't repay, then you must work for the trading company to pay off your debts with profits extremely low, at least 3 to 4 times below market value. Equipment obtained from dungeons is purchased by them at a third of the price. Moreover, the company employs specialized calculation personnel who, through precise data analysis, keep these professionals perpetually living on the edge of survival, turning them into unfeeling machines working for the company. In this world, power is paramount. The trading company backed by the super clan Li is not easily challenged even by official personnel. Now Qin Zhe has broken the record for the ordinary level Black Abyss dungeon. The trading company has recognized his potential and quickly tightened the noose around him. See, I told you, as soon as the company recognizes your potential, they will inevitably use your debts to control you. As long as you have even the slightest value, they will squeeze everything out of you. That is the company's modus operandi. Liu Yang gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Exactly, that's why I urged you to leave this city quickly. Once you are out of Li's control, you can continue being a professional, while I can find any job without worry. Sales in the company can be done anywhere, Lu Shiyu chimed in. It doesn't matter, you don't need to worry about me. Qin Zhe comfortably leaned back against the cushion, hands behind his head. Huh, this doesn't matter. Brother, you're ruining your life. Now you're walking into the tiger's den, and you're still going to the trading company. A beetle car stopped outside the trading company, and Qin Zhe leaped out of the vehicle. Why shouldn't one take advantage of the situation? Previously, he had tested his homeroom teacher. As long as he could clear a nightmare-level dungeon, the principal would definitely make accommodations for him. Though it might be an exaggerated expression, it indirectly indicates the significant value of nightmare dungeons. Power matters, and it applies to him as well. He would break through this prison built from above with sheer force. Moreover, he knew that the company was exceedingly shameless. Whether it's the $100,000 assassin or the $999,000 necromancer, they have ways to keep you trapped and unable to escape. This is a blatant exploitation of a professional's future. Qin Zhe, what do you want to buy? Lu Shiyu caught up from behind, inquiring. What's the most expensive item here? Lu Shiyu. Liu Yang. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The most expensive would be the Resurrection Badge, which allows for one full revival from a dungeon, limited to 1 use per dungeon, priced at 10 million. The second most expensive is the Forced Escape Scroll, which allows you to flee even in combat, priced at 5 million. Oh, then give me a Resurrection Badge. Qin Zhe waved his hand casually. The Resurrection Badge is equivalent to a second life, crucial in case he suddenly dies in the Nightmare Black Abyss dungeon. Lu Shiyu was startled by the 10 million price and gasped. Are you throwing caution to the wind? Please, you're still young with a bright future ahead. Don't keep buying. Lu Shiyu pleaded desperately, watching Qin Zhe's self-destructive demeanor. Her heart ached. She scolded herself inwardly. What had she done to this fine young man? Little did she expect the next words from Qin Zhe pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. Don't you want to complete your KPI? 10 million should be a substantial amount for your commission, right? Qin Zhe asked curiously, genuinely wanting to give something back to those around him. Lu Shiyu clutched her chest, stepping back, unable to speak due to embarrassment. For a moment, she truly contemplated sacrificing herself to atone for her actions. At that moment, a frivolous voice suddenly rang out beside them. Oh, you must be Qin Zhe, right? Lu Shiyu, you've done very well to bring this young brother here. Your year-end bonus will be doubled. Qin Zhe turned to look and found a man in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, exuding an elite vibe. However, his tone carried an air of superiority. Manager, that Qin Zhe is not what you think. Lu Shiyu panicked, trying to explain, but found it impossible to articulate. What's wrong? What's the matter? Qin Zhe furrowed his brow at the man, guessing he was indeed the manager. My name is Lu Guanghua. I learned that brother Qin Zhe successfully broke the dungeon record, and I wanted to express my gratitude, so I informed Lu Shiyu. Now that I finally meet you, you indeed look impressive. Lu Guanghua said with a beaming smile, extending his right hand. The professionals passing by all let out cold snorts at this scene. This manager Lu is notorious for hiding daggers behind smiles. Many were fooled by his grin initially, only to find themselves trapped after a few encounters. Qin Zhe looked at him in surprise, and then asked, Are you here to poach clients from Lu Shiyu? Aren't you ashamed for a manager? At this remark, the surrounding professionals burst into laughter. Many turned to look at him for the first time. This person is interesting. Lu Guanghua awkwardly retracted his right hand, lowering his head to adjust his sleeves, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Brother Qin Zhe, let's get to business. You currently have 99000 in installment payments, and due to your qualifications being revoked, you must repay this amount this month. Otherwise, we'll have to pursue legal action, and you will never be allowed to enter the Black Abyss dungeon again. Of course, we won't push you to your death, so we've given you a second option: join our young master's team and follow his orders. He is now level 10, and if you level up 5 times, your debt will be cleared in one go. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. This is clearly a trap. The surrounding professionals gasped. This team could be considered the most dangerous. Many knew that Li's young master was a spoiled brat who didn't regard ordinary people as human. Those sent in would face his wrath, and it was commonplace for someone to— Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyu's pupils contracted, and she grasped Qin Ze's shirt. Qin Ze calmly replied, I refuse. Then you should prepare to repay the money in a month. 1 million is something you can gather right. For an orphan it shouldn't be too difficult. Manager Lu said with the utmost sarcasm, even revealing Qin Ze's background. Who told you I needed to repay? Lu Guanghua. What? What do you mean? Lu Guanghua frowned, a multitude of thoughts suddenly flooding his mind. Soon he figured it out. Qin Ze had already cleared the ordinary level of the Black Abyss dungeon. Even if he was led by someone, just the record-breaking reward package could bring him substantial income, far exceeding 1 million. It seems that Qin Ze believes he can repay it and feels assured of success. A sinister smile crept onto Lu Guanghua's lips. Naive, too naive. The installment contract clearly stated that when unable to repay the debt, all acquired equipment and items must be sold to the exchange company at a price far below the market value. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Since you are so confident, I won't disturb your shopping. We are a legitimate and compliant company. There is no such thing as oppression. After Lu Guanghua understood, he smiled and retreated. Now leaving Linhai City seems impossible. Around them the professionals were discussing, fervently glancing at Qin Ze from time to time. Some were excited, some confused, while others were incredulous. Do you think you can outmaneuver? However, Qin Ze's next action truly shocked them. Bring me the 10 million resurrection badge, Qin Ze said indifferently. Wait, are you serious? Lu Shiyu was astonished. I need to prepare for the next dungeon. Money is just an external thing, but my life is only one, and this can also increase your performance. Why not? Qin Ze shrugged with a smile. Lu Shiyu. How persuasive. Unable to refuse Qin Ze, Lu Shiyu had to retrieve an insurance box through channels, which contained a resurrection badge. She hesitated when handing it to Qin Ze. Do you really want to buy it? Of course, remember to pay in installments over 20 years. Oh, you're not asking for the price anymore. You've truly thrown caution to the wind. Qin Ze shrugged. I. Lu Shiyu's eyes widened in shock as she stepped back. This action immediately stirred up a commotion among the people around. He is practically pushing himself into a pit. How do you want to die faster? Let him buy. Lu Guanghua stood backstage, coldly watching Qin Ze on the monitor. In his eyes, a record breaker was worth 10 million. A 10 million resurrection badge to be paid in installments over 20 years. Lu Shiyu's head buzzed as she completed the installment procedures. Where's the skill book for the Necromancer? Let me see. Qin Ze continued to wander around the exchange, his eyes scanning the merchandise. Right here. You are now level 9, and there are a total of 3 skills you can learn, 2 support skill books, and 1 summoning skill book. Which one do you need? I want them all. Lu Shiyu. You're not even asking the price now. You've really given up. To be honest, every time Qin Ze bought an item, it was Lu Shiyu who felt the most conflicted. Soon 3 skill books were laid out before Qin Ze. Skeleton Archer Summoning Technique, Meditation Evil Aura, Skeleton Archer Summoning Technique, learnable at level LV. 5 Oi chance for 3 seconds, summons a skeleton holding a bow and arrow to fight for you, duration of 1 day, consumes 100 mana points. Seeing this skill book, Qin Ze's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking in range damage output, and the Skeleton Archer perfectly filled that gap. The chances of clearing the Nightmare Dungeon had greatly increased. He immediately opened the skill panel to check. The Silver-Skinned Ghoul had leveled up twice. Silver-Skinned Ghoul Moonlight, Ghoul Shadow Ghoul, level LV. 237. In terms of promotion times, it was already comparable to an epic skeleton monster. Qin Ze promptly took it off the upgrade slot and replaced it with Skeleton Archer Summoning Technique, starting to enhance it every second. At the same time, the Grade Talent Resonance Crystal could finally be activated. All 3 skills were placed into the Resonance Crystal. Other upgrade skills would also share the same level. Meditation, a universal skill for mages, can quickly restore mana while sitting cross-legged on the ground, recovering 100 mana points per minute. Evil Aura, a basic skill for the undead allies within the aura, gain a 10 speed increase and 10 resistance to negative effects. The aura affects a circular area with a diameter of 10 meters. The latter 2 skills are quite good. Meditation can prevent mana shortages, while Evil Aura is a collective buff. Once upgraded, the effects are worth looking forward to. Moreover, they have already started to enhance under the effects of the Resonance Crystal. LV, 1 LV, 2 LV, 2 LV, 3. Endless, never ceasing. To be honest, every time Qin Ze bought an item, it was Lu Shiyu who felt the most conflicted. Soon 3 skill books were laid out before Qin Ze. 1 skill book costs 1,500,000. 3 books, total 4,500,000. You. Buy. Qin Ze nodded. These 3 skills must be purchased. And let's get a full set of armor. I need to change out of my knob. A set of level 5 silver equipment costs 12 million. Silver equipment. That's looking down on me. Give me gold equipment. Huh. Gold equipment. Lu Shiyu gaped at the completely crazy Qin Ze, unsure of what to say. The surrounding professionals also gave Qin Ze a thumbs up. A true warrior. Even Lu Guanghua backstage could not sit still. This was close to 40 to 50 million worth of items, and in the end selling Qinze might not even recoup the costs. At this point he could only endure a bit longer. Soon a set of gold-level equipment was presented shining with golden light valued at around 30 million. Take back the staff and clothes, I have my own now. The rest I will take. Azure Wave Cloak, Azure Wave Boots, Azure Wave Necklace, all are level 5 gold equipment suitable for mages. Truly gold equipment. Wearing it is comfortable, refreshing, and cool. After putting on the equipment, Qinze marveled in novelty. After this series of operations, Qinze's initial 1 million seemed inconsequential. His audacious operation of buying equipment and skill books on loan combined with his status as a record breaker in the ordinary dungeon quickly spread across the internet, sparking widespread discussion. After all, everyone already knew that the Li family company had not been ethical for a long time. Qinze's actions were practically jumping into a fire pit. Such self-destructive behavior was exactly what the Li family company wanted to see. Until a piece of news came like a bombshell. Qinze is going to enter the Nightmare level dungeon. Wave of Azure. Level restriction LV. 5. Attribute restriction 53 points of intelligence. Quality golden level. Base attributes intelligence 30, strength 10, health 1000. Skill 1, Azure Healing Light. Consumes 300 mana points, releasing a healing wave that can bounce, healing the first target for 500 health points, bouncing 7 times with a 20 decrease each time. Skill 2, Stasis Recovery. Recovers 5 health points per second while stationary. The Azure Necklace provides a base attribute bonus 20 intelligence, 20 agility, and comes with a skill that releases a beam of retribution light, dealing a fixed damage of 300 points to enemies. The Azure Boots provide a base attribute bonus of 25 agility, 15 intelligence, and come with a skill that creates a wave in front of the caster, significantly increasing movement speed. Qinze tried it out, feeling as if he were stepping onto a conveyor belt. It requires some skill, otherwise one might fall off. Is there anything else you want to buy? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. Let's procure some daily necessities. Barbecue is too troublesome. How about a simple hot pot with some vegetables and meat? We can just dip them in to eat. Lu Shiyu, you're not thinking of doing that in the dungeon, are you? Exactly. Spending several hours in the dungeon can get boring, so it's better to have lounge chairs, drinks, simple hot pot, etc. We're all packed into Qinze's warehouse. It cost over 10,000, and he happily signed up for a 20-year installment plan. After a massive shopping spree, Qinze spent not a cent yet returned with a full load of goods. Lu Guanghua and other professionals even experienced a sense of it seemed the big loser was not Qinze, but the company. However, how many times have there been cases where one spends lavishly and cries in despair when it's time to repay? Seeing Qinze leave, Lu Guanghua immediately went out and said, your repayment date is the 1st of next month, including all the items you purchased today. I hope you can provide us with an explanation by then. Of course. Everything was ready and they could finally enter the Nightmare dungeon. Qinze did not hurry. Instead, he went home for a nap. The skill upgrade system first raised the level of skeleton archer summoning before entering the Nightmare dungeon. This way it was more secure. During this time he researched nearly all the strategies for the Manor dungeon online, missing some subtle clues such as the children's drawing hidden under the long-haired ghoul boss, which actually depicted a map of the manor. He needed to pay attention to this entry into the Nightmare dungeon. Also, it seemed that the Manor dungeon had a story background. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyu was sitting on her cramped bed. Looking at the extra 100,000 in commissions in her account, she felt uneasy. When did she become so pathetic? Every item Qinze bought felt like a heavy blow to her heart. All of this money was earned through blood and toil. She looked at the money and couldn't help but murmur, I really should be dead. That night Qinze's name spread throughout Linhai City. The front pages of major media outlets were all about Qinze. Shock, the record breaker of the ordinary level dungeon, actually borrowed nearly 50 million. How excessive consumption can ruin a person. Qinze is the best example. People argued fiercely in the comments under this post. The chosen start, yet Qinze managed to turn it into a disastrous beginning. That was a record-breaking title, something many dream of. One could earn money effortlessly, yet this Qinze insisted on buying so many things. Indeed, if I had the record-breaking title, I would absolutely just stay at home and not come out. Hey, do you think everyone is as unambitious as you? People like him could never obtain a record-breaking title, nor could they ever lie flat. How you all would kneel and lick the ground if you saw someone with a record-breaking title, yet you still dare to speak about me. Qinze's later life seems to be over. The Li Corporation is recognized as a pit. He is essentially handing a knife to others. Qinze awoke from his slumber, stretching comfortably. He made a call for Lu Shiyu to come pick him up. Having spent so much money, it should be no problem to transport a client. Soon Lu Shiyu parked her beetle at the door, looking at Qinze with a complex expression. Let's go to the Abyss connection. Qinze glanced at his skills in the car and found that the skeleton archer had already leveled up. Skeleton archer summoning, flame skeleton archer summoning. Flame skeleton archer summoning, powerful skeleton archer summoning. Powerful skeleton archer summoning, annihilation skeleton archer summoning. Level LV 3241. This level indeed gave a sense of security. The other two skills were also being upgraded. Meditation Greater Meditation. Greater Meditation Incantation. Incantation Greater Incantation. Greater Incantation with both hands clasped and chanting necromantic spells able to communicate with death undead units within a 10-meter range continuously recover health at 300 points per second. Non-undead units continuously lose health at 300 points per second, causing a fear effect consuming 20 mana points per second. Evil Aura Greater Evil Aura. Greater Evil Aura Necromancer's Cemetery. Necromancer's Cemetery. Giant Necromancer's Cemetery. Giant Necromancer's Cemetery consumes 1,000 mana points, can temporarily alter the surrounding environment. Undead units within gain absolute dominance, speed 100, attack frequency 100, continuously producing usable corpses, causing a large area fear effect. Another trump card. A smile appeared on Qinze's face. We have arrived. Lu Xiu parked the beetle by the roadside looking at Qinze with a complex gaze. Are you sure you want to enter the Nightmare Dungeon? Liu Yang's right eyelid twitched looking at Qinze in terror. Yes, I'm confident I can clear the Nightmare Dungeon. Don't joke around, this is no different from sending yourself to death. Trust me, can an ordinary level dungeon allow me to level up to level 9? Have you considered what happens inside? Are you saying? Liu Yang's eyes went wide in disbelief as he looked at him. Exactly, the so-called high-level leads low-level. The high-level professionals did not engage, but instead became my experience boost. Qinze nodded, affirming his thought. This is too unbelievable. Are you coming with me? I'm telling you this because we are good brothers. Liu Yang hesitated. After all, this was a nightmare-level dungeon, and if they cleared it they could soar to great heights. Qinze's idea was simple. Having one more person tagging along not only provided a reward boost, but also guaranteed additional clearance rewards. Why not? Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. I want everyone to know that as long as they follow me there will be benefits, but those who go against me will be erased from this world. Qinze said calmly, his words revealing great confidence. Liu Yang stared at him, moved by this confidence. Let's go for it. Do I believe in you? Lead me to victory. Adoptive father. Do you choose the Nightmare level Abyss dungeon? This dungeon is extremely difficult. All monsters are strengthened by 35 times, and it is extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Current status 2-person team. Yes, no. Liu Yang adoptive father, let's go. Qinze 1. Countdown 10 seconds 10 9 8. As the words fell, an array of distortions appeared before Qinze. Then he vanished from the spot. Moonlight spilled over the ground, and the surrounding weeds rustled. Everything seemed serene yet eerie. With the twisting of space, Qinze's arrival instantly shattered the silence. The surrounding grassland echoed with the ghouls' eerie cries, followed by the sound of something quickly crawling through the grass. The atmosphere around here is terrifying. There are ghouls everywhere in the grass. Liu Yang looked around panic-stricken. Facing even one ghoul was challenging enough, being surrounded by so many would leave him as nothing but remnants. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Qinze narrowed his eyes slightly, raising the staff in his hand. Come forth, my skeleton. Swish, swish, swish. 5 circular whirlwinds immediately appeared around him. Epic skeletons holding purple great swords rose slowly. Purple flames ignited in their hollow eye sockets. Liu Yang, are you telling me this is a skeleton monster? The nightmare-level manner felt all the more real. A chilling wind blew by laden with malice. Qinze cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a cold dread seeping into him, as if some terrifying entity lurked nearby. The manor hidden beneath the shroud of night loomed in the distance, staring at him. In the next moment the grass around him began to shake and ghouls emerged. Qinze had been psychologically prepared, yet he still felt a moment of shock upon seeing them. These ghouls were covered in twisted patterns reminiscent of some deranged graffiti. Nightmare Ghoul. Normal Nightmare Monster. Health 5300. Level LV. 10. Attributes Strength 273, Agility 298, Intelligence 73. Skill 1 Madness. Upon seeing a professional, the Nightmare Ghoul can instantly enter a maddened state, increasing its speed by 300 and attack speed by 300, with a chance of attacking both enemies and allies, increasing its madness level and enhancing its attributes. Skill 2 Pain. The Nightmare Ghoul is constantly in torment, striving to spread this anguish to others. Anyone it attacks will suffer a pain debuff, losing health continuously in endless torment at a rate of 10 per second for 1 minute. Introduction. They were filled with resentment in life and do not relent even in death. Father, did you notice the patterns on these ghouls? It feels like we're in a nightmare. Liu Yang trembled as he squeezed closer to Qinze. You've got to be kidding me, we haven't even started fighting, and I'm already this scared. I need to have the qualifications to fight too. I'm just a level 2 nobody. Liu Yang's eyes filled with tears. We've just entered the nightmare instance, the monsters will only get more twisted from here. They showed no fear of the nightmare ghouls and charged forward. The nightmare ghouls indeed went mad, leaping into the air with their claws flailing wildly, leaving afterimages in their wake. Skeletal. They showed no fear of the nightmare ghouls and charged forward. The nightmare ghouls indeed went mad, leaping into the air with their claws flailing wildly, leaving afterimages in their wake. With an attack speed of 5 claws per second, it was impressive. Unfortunately, what awaited them was a massive purple sword, its blade striking directly against the ghoul's face. Swish! With a swift upward strike, it was instantly slain. 5,320. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a nightmare ghoul, gaining experience 80 points. What the hell, I can't be seeing this wrong. Over 5,000 damage with one strike. I remember that a level 10 professional could only deal 500 damage at most. Did your skeleton just multiply that by 10? And there are 5 of them. What's going on with you? Lu Yang looked terrified. It's just that the skeleton happens to have a killing skill, so it wiped out the health bar in one hit. Normally about 2,000 health would be reasonable. Qinze smiled as he explained. Having a loyal friend beside him while grinding monsters felt quite nice. Coming in alone would have made his mood significantly darker. Just these 5 skeletons aren't enough to take down the nightmare ghouls. Can you summon more? Come forth, my archer skeleton. Qinze raised his staff, and a dark purple pentagram appeared spinning beneath him. A skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground, startling Lu Yang into a squawk. Then the entire skeletal body crawled out, bearing a simple black longbow. Lu Yang exclaimed, "It looks so powerful, Father, your skeleton is quite extraordinary." The archer skeleton was much smaller than the melee skeletons, standing about 1.8 meters tall with slender bones. A total of 12 were summoned, forming a small squad. Annihilation, archer skeleton. Level LV. 9 cannot surpass the summoner. Health 7,300. Base attributes strength 673, agility 1132, intelligence 798. Skill 1 Annihilation Arrow. Death energy operates in a unique manner, adhering to the arrows, inflicting penetrating damage on enemies, which then releases a death energy storm with a 2-meter radius, engulfing foes within, dealing 300 damage per second, and upon complete annihilation will consume the corpses. Skill 2 Infinite Arrows. The arrows of the Annihilation Archer skeleton are composed of death energy. Consuming a bit of energy allows for the creation of an arrow which cannot be used by others. Successfully shooting an enemy will inflict negative emotions such as numbness, panic, and pain. Skill 3 Arrow Rain. Releases 30 arrows at once, capable of striking multiple enemies and carrying the effects of all standard skills. It can also shoot the same target continuously, though arrow damage will decrease with each shot. Introduction: a professional archer with a remarkably high accuracy. At this moment, they were in combat mode, clearly knowing what to do. They swiftly removed their bows from their backs, drawing the bowstring towards the sky. The tips of the arrows ignited with black flames before being loosed with a whoosh. The arrows traced a parabolic arc in the air before striking accurately on the back of a nightmare ghoul. Buzz. The death energy erupted rapidly, swirling into a black energy sphere. It instantly engulfed several nightmare ghouls. 1821. 300. 300. Other than the previously high damage values, the remaining 300 popped out in a large area. Moreover, the nightmare ghouls caught within moved significantly slower. The purple skeleton wielding the great sword immediately approached to deliver a finishing blow. 2,389. Congratulations, you have killed a nightmare ghoul, gaining experience 83. The nightmare skeletons appeared like cockroaches, continuously emerging without any signs of stopping. The purple skeleton and the archer skeleton coordinated flawlessly, capable of taking down however many monsters came. Lu Yang stared blankly at the battle before him, now fully convinced. Qinze wasn't lying, it truly seemed possible to clear the nightmare instance. Looks like it's going to be a drawn-out battle. Oh, let's take a break for now. Qinze took out a reclining chair and a simple hot pot table. Soon the aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air. Lu Yang was stunned. Wait, are you eating hot pot inside the nightmare instance? He felt like his worldview had collapsed. Enough chit-chat, do you want to help me cook some lamb skewers? Yes. Father, you just relax, Bill handle this small task. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Meanwhile, Qinze and Lu Yang inside were enjoying their meal. In the trading company, a man was trembling on the ground. The young master of the Li family was stepping on the man's back. The city of Linhai is under the control of my Li family. Who do you think you are to dare take my Li Yuhao's equipment? The man stammered, Young Master Li, please take it easy on me. I finally managed to obtain a high-quality piece of equipment and just wanted to sell it for a good price. My son is seriously ill and needs the money. That has nothing to do with me. Damn, I want that piece of equipment, you have to hand it over. Li Yuhao kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away. At that moment, Lu Guanghua walked and glanced at the man lying on the ground and respectfully said, the person named Qinze has refused to team up with you. Qinze? Li Yuhao frowned slightly. Just as Lu Guanghua was about to remind him, Li Yuhao suddenly brightened. Are you referring to that very handsome man? Huh. Lu Guanghua was taken aback. He recalled the rumors about young Master Li having no qualms about gender, a chill running down his spine. He quickly nodded affirmatively. That's right, it's that person. Then what are you waiting for? Bring him to me. Does he think he can just refuse? Can we really let him off the hook? Li Yuhao looked surprised, as if to say, are you really asking me about this? Understood. He's taken out a loan of nearly 50 million. From my investigation, he definitely can't pay it back. By the end of the month at the latest, I'll bring him before you. Lu Guanghua wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly said, by the end of the month. Do you think he'll wait that long? Bring him to me tomorrow. If you can't do it, get lost right now. Li Yuhao said arrogantly. Yes, 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 Lu Guanghua nodded repeatedly. Just as he was about to turn to leave, an urgent notice appeared. Announcement: Professional Qin Zhe has chosen to challenge the Nightmare level Black Abyss instance. What? He actually? Lu Guanghua raised his head in shock. He suddenly understood Qin Zhe's intentions. As long as he could clear the Nightmare level instance, it would surely shake the upper echelons of the officials, thereby ensuring his protection. If he failed, he wouldn't need to repay the debt. In Linghai City, countless students learned of Qin Zhe's exploits. The initial feelings of envy swiftly dissipated, replaced by confusion and schadenfreude. Is Qin Zhe crazy? He bought so many things in installments, even provoking the trading company with debt threats, almost putting himself in danger. As if buying 1,000,000 of revival badges wasn't enough, he even purchased a full set of golden grade equipment. He truly seems unaware of the terror of the company. Tisk, one must admit this situation is becoming increasingly interesting. He's just throwing caution to the wind. Having never experienced the thrill of reckless shopping, the 99s of his undead job transfer package has completely flipped his reasoning. The homeroom teacher's expression changed multiple times before he let out a deep sigh. He genuinely wanted to help Qin Zhe and could assist him in applying for resources. However, borrowing 4 to 5 million all at once left the school powerless, and it was impossible to help him settle the debts. The Li Corporation was not one to suffer losses. With the backing of the Central District's main family, they wielded power in this small place of Linghai City, creating a systemic oppression of ordinary professionals. Moreover, this had been thoroughly researched by the legal department, making it entirely legal and compliant. It was exceedingly difficult for local authorities to eliminate this force. Of course, this was also a result of Qin Zhe's own recklessness. Knowing there was danger, he still chose to head into it. At that moment, an announcement rang out, striking the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. Announcement: Qin Zhe's team has begun to challenge the Nightmare Dungeon. Please be advised. The homeroom teacher. A crowd of students. What is going on? A flash of lightning struck their minds, seemingly connecting everything in an instant. The homeroom teacher. This kid Qin Zhe intended to enter the Nightmare Dungeon from the very start, even publicly challenging and mocking the Li Corporation. If he can clear the Nightmare Abyss Dungeon, everything will change. 4 to 5 million is nothing. He is someone that all factions would want to court. Wait, hold on. Qin Zhe's team. The homeroom teacher jolted and quickly checked the team's composition, his mouth twitching repeatedly. Level 9 Qin Zhe, Level 2 Lu Yang. These two are incredibly bold. Since the Manor Abyss Dungeon is a first-tier dungeon, only professionals below level 10 can enter. Due to the high difficulty of the dungeon, combined with the fact that professionals have not yet honed their skills, and attributes the difficulty of the Manor Abyss Dungeon is even greater than that of higher-tier Nightmare dungeons. Many prominent families choose to skip this dungeon and level up directly. Over time, the Manor Nightmare Dungeon became legendary. No one dared to challenge it. Qin Zhe and his companion looked like they were just there to be food for the monsters. The eerie manor echoed with the cries of nightmare ghouls. An epic skeleton wielded a purple-patterned great sword, battling at the forefront. The great sword danced skillfully in the air, facing the nightmare ghouls that lunged from above. It flipped the great sword in its hand and fiercely slammed it into the ground, showcasing its devastating physical damage capabilities. 2370, the nightmare ghoul's health bar emptied halfway, yet it continued to struggle. Suddenly, an arrow rained down from the sky, striking its head. Black energy surged forth, ravaging and engulfing it. 1789, 300, 300. Fortunately, there was no friendly fire, otherwise the epic skeleton would have bled as well. Congratulations, successfully killed a nightmare ghoul, gained experience 80. This was beyond counting how many nightmare ghouls had been defeated. Experience had already increased by 2/3. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, who was merely spectating, had leveled up twice, going from level 2 to level 4. Leveling up so fast feels almost like a dream. I never thought monsters could be defeated like this, Lu Yang said while popping a slice of meat. Delicious. This place is drenched in eerie energy. Even covered with a blanket, I can feel it piercing through my clothes. Plus, I keep feeling like something is watching us, manipulating everything from the shadows. What do you think? Qin Zhe, wrapped in a blanket, cradled a warm cup of coffee. Yes, I feel it too. I previously studied the strategy in detail. The entire manor dungeon is divided into 2 stages. The first is outside the manor. Once the ghoul boss is defeated, a key to the manor is obtained, allowing entry to continue the quest. However, after careful comparison and analysis, I found that all professionals entering the manor provoke the boss' wrath, accompanied by furious roars to get out. I've noticed that too. The monsters outside the manor and those inside are not of the same faction, they are at odds with each other. Qin Zhe nodded. Attentive online users had previously provided analyses. At that moment, a sudden whip crack sounded from afar. The nightmare ghouls immediately growled and retreated. Let's kill them. I'll take care of the items. After Liu Yang cleaned up the scene, they immediately advanced toward the manor. Now that they had obtained the manor key, progressing through the map was certainly correct. As they advanced, new monsters emerged from the surrounding grass. They appeared to be beetles roughly a meter long. The moonlight illuminated their bodies, reflecting silver spots. But those heads with hair. Hiss! Liu Yang gasped in shock. The heads attached to the beetles made him feel a chill deep within. These bugs have human heads on their necks. Qinzhe frowned, but remained silent. These human-headed beetles were not mentioned in the strategy. The dungeon strategy only covered the difficult level. No one knew about the nightmare level. Beetle Wraith Common Nightmare Monster Level LV. 10 Health 7300 Attribute Strength 432. Agility 397. Intelligence 129. Skill 1. Take off. The Beetle Wraith spreads its wings and can rise into the air, albeit slowly, scattering scales that cause confusion and suffering as negative effects. Skill 2. Vitality. The Beetle Wraith possesses strong vitality. Even when its head is severed, it continues to live on. When its health reaches 0, it can maintain activity for 30 minutes. If someone applies healing magic to restore health, the Wraith Beetle can regain mobility. Description: they were once individuals until one day. My goodness, they can still live after death. Why do I feel they are even scarier than ghouls? Liu Yang couldn't help but recoil. The consequences of being caught by these Wraith Beetles were dire. I think these Wraith Beetles are merely a form of punishment. Look at their skills, they lack any offensive means. It seems someone simply hopes for their continuous suffering. But that's not our concern. Let's kill. The Beetle Vengeful Spirits possess an exceptionally high attribute, even stronger than the Nightmare Ghouls. However, their combat strength and will to fight are horrendously weak. Upon seeing the fierce purple skeleton, their 8 insect legs began to tremble, and their pupilless white eyes displayed a panic as they turned their heads left and right, seemingly attempting to flee the scene. Halfway through their escape, they stopped as if something terrifying was obstructing and intimidating them. Is this sending the Beetle Vengeful Spirits towards me with the intent to slaughter at will? Interesting. This nightmare dungeon has something to it. Naturally, one cannot miss out on the experience at hand. The epic skeleton monster remained still, guarding the surroundings. The Dark Archer skeleton utilized its ranged advantage, continuously shooting arrows that accurately pierced the Beetle Vengeful Spirits, causing death energy to erupt and engulf their bodies. A rain of arrows poured down from above, with 20 out of 30 arrows accurately striking the Beetle Vengeful Spirits. The arrows, engulfed in black flames, effortlessly penetrated their shells. Amidst this overwhelming rain of arrows, the Beetle Vengeful Spirits did not attack. Instead, they writhed on the ground, shrieking in agony. Some appeared to be in such pain that they unfurled their insect wings and staggeringly took to the air, showing no will to attack, but rather flying chaotically in the sky to evade. Why do I feel like their cries sound like indistinct human voices? It seems they are trying to say something, Liu Yang said, shrinking his neck. This was the first time he had seen such monsters that only knew how to flee when beaten. It was hard to imagine that these creatures were indeed from a nightmare dungeon. It was simply a boon for grinding experience. Those are human voices. They are still the souls of humans, but their bodies have been grafted onto other creatures. Indeed, Qinzhe nodded with a complex expression. Seeing this scene, he felt he might lose his appetite for hot pot. If these monsters were good people in their past lives, then giving them an end is helping them. If they were bad people in their past lives, then we are punishing the wicked. The primary focus was on complete defensive measures. Are you saying they were specifically turned into this state to receive punishment? That's right, exactly. With each round of arrows, the blood of the Beetle Vengeful Spirits finally ran dry. Now it was just a matter of holding out for half an hour until they perished. Qinzhe did not rush forward, instead opting for caution here, waiting until all the Beetle Vengeful Spirits had fallen before securing the experience. The next moment, moonlight suddenly poured down, illuminating the writhing Beetle Vengeful Spirits on the ground. The originally 0 health points began to rise, and then, like being injected with adrenaline, their recovery speed increased rapidly. What has happened? If this continues to heal them, won't it take a year to defeat them? Qinzhe quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. The Beetle Vengeful Spirits, which were twitching on the ground and about to perish, flipped over one by one. Their courage seemingly increased significantly as their pure white eyes revealed resentment, fixating intently on Qinzhe, with some of their true nature being unleashed. This situation seems a bit dire. If they can keep reviving, we might end up being worn down to death. Liu Yang said, gripping a long spear tightly, speaking with caution. I suspect the mastermind behind this, feeling that the pain we inflicted isn't enough, is trying to dismantle them into pieces. If that doesn't work, we may have to force our way in. First, let's take down the BOSS, then we can deal with the minions. Liu Yang. Is the order not reversed, taking down the boss first, and then the minion? Shadow Ghoul LV. 3271. Summon hordes of peak attribute shadow ghouls to fight for you. Duration 1 day. A blue mana, cost 300 points. Come forth, my ghouls. Qinzhe raised the staff in his hand, causing the surrounding space to twist. One by one shadow ghouls crawled out, their bodies grayish-white, almost merging with the surrounding dark environment, making them nearly indistinguishable. There were a total of 130, each extremely fast, hidden in the shadows. The beetle vengeful spirit that had just flipped over from the ground didn't even have time to react before a claw pierced through its shell, tearing it apart, with viscous blood spraying everywhere like oil. 723, 771, 809. The attack speed of the shadow ghouls was rapid, able to claw 3 times in 1 second. The accumulated damage was also quite high. The beetle vengeful spirits began to wail in pain. "Spare me, I was just a dormitory manager, I knew nothing about what the dean did. Please spare me." Accompanied by screams of agony, fragments of information were revealed. Qinze finally began to piece together some of the story. This manor was originally an orphanage specifically taking in homeless children, and these beetle vengeful spirits were once the staff of the orphanage, managing, no, rather controlling and deceiving these children, raising them to a certain age before starting to draw blood and selling organs. They can be considered utterly evil people. Qinze sighed slightly. He had thought it was merely the boss's method to deal with them, but in the end it was simply torture and punishment. However, these people should have had absolute control over the manor. How did it end up like this? Luyang said, puzzled. I don't know. Judging from the wails of these beetle vengeful spirits, it seems that one of the children suddenly turned dark and began punishing them. This is just a guess. Let's see if our achievements can satisfy the other side. The shadow ghouls were too fast, flickering in the shadows. One by one, the beetle vengeful spirits were torn apart, revealing various human organs scattered all over the ground. Finally, their health points dropped to 0. The beetle vengeful spirits shattered into pieces, their legs still twitching, still alive and not dead. They had to hold out for a full 30 minutes. This time the moonlight essence did not pour down. Kill notification sounds rang out continuously. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a beetle vengeful spirit, gaining experience 120 points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a beetle vengeful spirit, gaining experience 120 points. Congratulations, you successfully leveled up to LV 10. All attributes 1. Free attribute 4. Can learn advanced skills of the Necromancer. All skill levels have been upgraded. Health 1000, mana 500. It seems my guess was right. The mastermind behind this wants me to slaughter these beetle vengeful spirits. What exactly happened in this manner? Qinze took out the level 10 equipment, the Necromancer's spellbook, finally able to hold it in hand. The beginner's staff was tossed into the storage, gathering dust. Finally reached level 10. After equipping the Necromancer's spellbook, my casting time has been reduced to 1 second, allowing me to summon replacements at any time. Even if all the skeletons fall, I can still summon them again and restore them to full health. There's also the ability to fly, useful for escaping or gathering information, which seems quite advantageous. Qinze happily equipped the Necromancer's spellbook, his fingers brushing over the intricately patterned cover with the prominently engraved skull head being quite eye-catching. Father, you've reached level 10, congratulations. Luyang exclaimed excitedly. The journey felt like a dream to him. Although he could only gain a little experience in the face of absolute experience numbers, it was enough for him to level up again. He had already reached level. It usually takes ordinary people at least a year to reach level 5, and as levels increase it becomes increasingly difficult to level up. Many people get stuck at level 5, unable to progress in easy dungeons that yield no experience, while hard dungeons are insurmountable, ultimately fading into the crowd and leaving the ranks of adventurers. Among the tens of thousands of professionals, only one can reach level 10. Yet Qinze achieved this in just 2 days. His gaze towards Qinze was filled with gratitude and admiration. He was incredibly powerful. In his heart, he had already transformed into a fan of Zhe. Qinze wasn't particularly excited about leveling up, but what mattered to him was the high-tier skills of the Necromancer. He hadn't expected the skills to be categorized by rank. He only knew that as levels increased, the job skills available for learning would gradually unlock. At level 21 could undergo a job change and gain a specific career direction. Each professional has their unique advancement path, and at that point their combat power would undergo the first qualitative transformation. When we go out, I must acquire those high-tier skills. After dealing with the beetle spirits, they continued moving forward. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the familiar marble fountain. The long-haired ghoul boss was lying on the marble fountain. Upon sensing their presence, it slowly raised its head, its pupils swirling like a vortex, seemingly ready to drag their souls into it. Long-haired ghoul nightmare boss. Health 132700, attributes strength 931, agility 1083, intelligence 273, skill 1, blood moon cycle. The silver moon in the sky has transformed into a blood moon. The ancient door swings open, thirsting for the blood and flesh of youth. It relishes in merging flesh chunks and granting them new life. This time the ancient and evil power emerges, causing the attributes of the long-haired ghoul to triple and health to drop by 1000 per second until death. Skill 2, Phantom Forest. The long-haired ghoul can cast illusions through its eyes, forcibly pulling the enemy's consciousness into it, inflicting immense pain and causing confusion, paralysis, and madness with a certain chance of turning enemies into fools. Skill 3, Watchdog, the guardian of the ancient door, selecting and accepting the sacrificial offerings, presenting them to it. Each time it gains comprehensive attribute rewards. When it dies, the ancient door closes, waiting for the birth of the next watchdog. Introduction, their favored ones. Are you ready to face revenge? A watchdog. This thing seems to be a guardian. Liu Yang, seeing the long-haired ghoul's introduction, trembled in fear. A hidden fear seemed to be unfolding, and he was certain he would regret this. You mean the final boss we have to fight won't be the creature guarded by this thing, right? Compared to the information presented on the panel, the long-haired ghoul's formidable attributes seemed negligible. Impossible. An ancient and powerful being is not something we at level 10 can contend with. Even in a nightmare dungeon, we must consider the worst possibilities, conjuring a boss of level 60 or 70. That wouldn't be a dungeon, it would be a slaughter machine. Anyone who enters would die. I think it should just be a background character, Qinze said confidently. That puts my mind at ease. Wait, this long-haired ghoul doesn't seem easy to deal with. Oh my goodness, over 1,000 agility attributes. Many level 20 professionals only have 400 or 500 base attributes upon reaching level 20, and that's among the top tier. That's why it's called a nightmare dungeon. Qinze appeared quite calm. Let's set up the hot pot again. Oh, it seems we'll be fighting for a long time. A big brother, father, is it appropriate for us to eat hot pot now? Isn't that too disrespectful to the nightmare level boss? What if it gets angry? Can you go up and fight it? Definitely not. A single slap, and I'd be done for. Coincidentally, I'm just like you. Liu Yang. The fragrant hot pot boiled again. Qinze lay on the rocking chair wrapped in a blanket, downing 2 bottles of blue potions to replenish his 5 epic skeletons. 12 dark archers and 130 shadow ghouls had all mobilized. This was the first wave. After they were all defeated, Qinze would summon the second wave. There were still 2 skills, Great Curse Incantation and Giant Necromancer's Tomb, that had not been used. If the first wave didn't succeed, he would resort to those higher level abilities. The battle between both sides was about to commence. The 5-meter-tall purple skeletons naturally took the lead, serving as the frontline meat shields. They possessed the power of death, capable of breaking through 45 of the opponent's defenses. Their damage to the long-haired ghoul boss was only slightly less. At the same time, their tactical cooperation was quite smooth. An epic skeleton suddenly leapt up, gripping its great sword tightly above its head, then slashed down heavily. The long-haired ghoul boss did not even attempt to evade. Instead, it widened its eyes with ripples swirling madly within. It appeared to be trying to confuse the skeleton. But without a brain, it naturally couldn't be deceived. The blade struck hard against the back of the long-haired ghoul boss' head, causing its entire body to 1983. The second epic skeleton slid in ribs, grazing the ground, then swept its purple sword horizontally. The long-haired ghoul boss' head was immediately knocked to one side. 2003 subsequent epic skeletons followed up with relentless strikes from their great swords. 2039, 2045. The dark archers pulled back their bowstrings, and the arrows shot toward the long-haired ghoul boss like a torrent. 30 arrows struck the same target consecutively. 1537, 1489, 1372. The damage was continuously diminishing, but this was damage dealt within 3 seconds. In the company of the exchange, Lu Xiu, dressed in black silk, sat obediently on the sofa. Manager Lu Guanghua paced back and forth at the desk, appearing quite agitated. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Qinze? Lu Guanghua suddenly stopped and barked sternly. There's nothing special. He is my customer, but I deceived him into purchasing a 9900 yuan undead class change package. I feel very guilty about it now, so I want to compensate him. Lu Xiu sighed. Just thinking about Qinze made her feel like a sinner. What a good kid he is. Ultimately influenced by her, he ended up going down a bad path. If the company finds out that you have any special relationship with him, they have the right to reclaim all the money you've earned, and you will have to compensate a huge sum. Do you understand? Lu Guanghua threatened fiercely. In fact, he had already investigated. The two had indeed only met for the first time a few days ago. They had no connections, otherwise he would have used Lu Xiu to threaten him. I understand. Lu Xiu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Just as Lu Guanghua was about to wave her off, a thought suddenly surged in his mind, and he said with a wicked smile, "Do you know where Qinze is now?" Lu Xiu was taken aback, then remembered that she had sent Qinze to the connection point of the Black Abyss. So she casually replied, "He should be in a— Haha, you know that, but do you know which dungeon he is in?" "I don't know that." Lu Xiu was not in the practitioner circle and did not pay attention to such information. "He has entered the nightmarish dungeon. That brat thinks he can use this to escape the company's reckoning. If it doesn't succeed, he dies. He is too naive. When has the company ever suffered losses? Even if he dies, he will still be teleported back. The company owns his body rights. Even if they conduct experiments or research, they will still reclaim the final losses, and all the equipment on him will also be returned." Lu Guanghua gritted his teeth as he spoke. If anyone hates Qinze the most right now, it must be him. Because of Qinze, he had received quite a bit of scolding. You all. Lu Xiu clenched her fists subconsciously upon hearing such vicious words. This was the most malicious thing she had ever heard in her life. To not even spare someone's corpse, is that human? Just thinking about the fact that she was working for such a company made her feel her sins were deepening. But then she suddenly realized the words nightmarish dungeon and froze. I heard that the nightmarish dungeon is very dangerous. It seems no one dares to enter. Lu Xiu asked stunned. It's not just dangerous, those who enter are doomed to die, and even those who escape are not safe. Lu Guanghua saw Lu Xiu finally realizing the problem, and his face was filled with glee. Do you understand? By the time Qinze comes out he will already be a corpse. Boom. This sentence struck Lu Xiu's mind like a thunderclap. Her hand slowly rested on her chest feeling a sharp pain. So sending him to the Black Abyss connection point was essentially sending him to the guillotine. Qinze clearly knew the dangers of installment loans, but he had already made preparations. Even if he dies in the nightmarish dungeon, he will not be a dog for the company. The mist blurred Lu Xiu's vision as she could no longer see clearly. At that moment she felt an overwhelming shock. At the same time she felt immense sadness. Inside the nightmarish manor dungeon the battlefield was extremely brutal. Various bones and limbs flew around chaotically. Adoptive father the meatballs are ready over here, they're fresh and tender, come try. Lu Yang diligently took on the kitchen duties, managing the hot pot with great care. Various vegetables and meats were cooked or pulled out as needed. Delicious, delicious. Don't keep cooking, a hurry, and eat some too, I can't finish all this by myself. Upon seeing the quickly cooked food, Qinze felt a tingle on his scalp. The efficiency is a bit too high, right? Hee, you are the main combat force, so of course you need to eat first. Lu Yang smiled and sat down at the table savoring a bite. He understood his role very well. He was just a support handling logistics. Therefore the service must be in place to ensure Qinze eats comfortably. If we are talking about the main combat force, then we should feed the skeleton monsters, but unfortunately, they have no tongues nor stomachs. And they have no senses. Qinze shook his head. However, this also became their advantage. The illusion effect of the long-haired ghoul boss did not work on them. Moreover, they feel no pain, fear nothing, and are not afraid of injury, acting like the undead. Meanwhile, the battle against the long-haired ghoul boss had reached a fever pitch. After several rounds of attacks, the long-haired ghoul boss health had dropped over 50,000 with around 70,000 left. As the health continued to drop, the long-haired ghoul boss offensive became increasingly ferocious. Suddenly, it darted forward, circled behind the epic skeleton, and opened its gaping maw to bite down violently onto the spine. Crack! The spine actually shattered directly. 3271 The epic skeleton still tried to reach out to grab the long-haired ghoul boss, but its body suddenly collapsed and shattered on the ground. Its eye sockets, which had been burning with purple flames, became hollow again. An epic skeleton has fallen. It seems this wave of summoned creatures has reached its limit. Qinze narrowed his eyes upon seeing this scene. The health of the other epic skeletons was almost at its end. Shadow ghouls take the front. Epic skeleton summoning technique cancel. Qinze issued 2 commands in succession. The shadow ghouls hidden in the darkness had been attacking the surrounding minor monsters. At this moment their strength was still intact with 130 of them remaining, and they immediately sent out 60 to face the long-haired ghoul boss. The originally quite fierce epic skeletons shattered one by one on the ground. Come forth, my skeleton monsters. Qinze raised the magic book in his hand, and 5 circles unfolded on the ground as the epic skeletons slowly rose. Since the epic skeletons had not been placed in the upgrade position, they had not changed. They immediately stepped forward to face the long-haired ghoul boss and began a new round of battle. The long-haired ghoul boss looked at the fully healed skeleton monsters, clearly taken aback. The archer skeletons, which had been in the upgrade position, finally received their promotion. Dark Arrow Skeleton, Dark Ranger, heroic summoning technique. Each summoning will produce a fixed unit. As the skill level increases, the strength of the hero also increases. Summons 1 hero Dark Ranger to fight for you, duration 1 day, mana cost 1000 points, activation requirement, sacrifice 100 units regardless of enemy or ally. Qinze. After 5 levels of upgrades, it turned out to be a heroic unit. Heroic level summoning skill. Qinze was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the new skill introduction. He knew that there were many types of summoners: beast summoners, human summoners, elf summoners, and even dragon summoners. Each subtype had vastly different summon creatures and combat styles, but the one rare and common factor was the heroic level summoned creatures. It could be said that heroic level summons were the benchmark for measuring a summoner's strength. The growth potential of heroes and the power of their skills far exceeded that of ordinary summoned creatures. They could even be compared to practitioners of the same level. However, for a summoner to obtain a heroic level summon was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even for superfamilies, a summoner with generations of inheritance having 1 heroic level summon was already a great fortune. So does this mean that I can upgrade each of my summoning skills to heroic level summons in the end? Qinze couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. To be honest, he was scared himself. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he forced himself to calm down. He discovered that the Shadow Archer skeleton summoning technique did not directly upgrade to Dark Ranger summoning technique, but instead presented him with two branches to choose from. One was the heroic level path, while the other was the special monster path. The Dark Thunder Skeleton Archer Special Monster Path. The Dark Thunder Skeleton tribe is a famous undead race with extraordinary combat power. Their racial strength is immense, and as their level increases, so too does the number of summons they can command. Shinzei took a quick glance and quickly understood. Although the Dark Ranger was heroic level, its number was limited, allowing only one to be summoned at a time. On the other hand, the Dark Thunder Skeleton Archer, although not heroic level, had no limits on numbers. As their level rose, they could potentially summon hundreds, or even thousands each with decent combat power, ultimately making them not necessarily weaker than the Dark Ranger. I want both. This is so confusing. Why put this dilemma in front of me? Shinzei tugged at his hair, finding it hard to make a choice. At that moment, Liu Yang suddenly trembled and said, "Foster father, something has changed. Look, the moon has turned red and the entire night sky seems to be painted with a layer of blood mist. It's terrifying." Upon his reminder, Shinzei suddenly realized that the red moonlight had dyed the entire world red. The hidden terror was about to break free. He no longer had time to hesitate. Damn, it's not like this is the only opportunity. If it comes to it, I can always divide the skills into several stages later. With a clenched jaw, Shinzei immediately chose Dark Ranger summoning technique. After all, as a BOSS, it required stronger single-target attack capabilities. And the heroic level unit was just suitable for this. Selection successful. Please sacrifice 100 units regardless of friend or foe to activate the summoning skill. Sacrifice again. Shinzei immediately looked around, and the enemies in the blood-soaked surroundings had already retreated. Only the long-haired ghoul boss stood among them, howling at the moon like a wolf, emanating a strange red light. Even its black hair turned blood red. 5 epic-level skeletons surrounded it, slashing with their purple-patterned greatswords. 2037, 2089, 2148. Without a doubt, it was a good opportunity to rack up damage. But the frustrating part was that their damage output was not as fast as the Blood Moon's recovery rate. Shinzei checked the remaining shadow ghouls on the field. There were still 101 left, just enough for the sacrifice. He suddenly raised the magic book in his hand, and countless ghostly lights swirled in from all directions. Sacrifice. Like the absorbed souls. One by one, the shadow ghouls' pupils quickly turned lifeless, then they fell to the ground with a thud, and then dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Sacrifice 1, sacrifice 1, sacrifice 1, sacrifice 1. Sacrifice 100100. Shadow Archer Skeleton Summoning Technique Dark Ranger Summoning Technique Dark Ranger Summoning Technique LV 1 LV 2. As the Blood Moon's transformation neared its end, Shinzei hurriedly lifted the necromancy magic book in his hand and began to chant, "Come forth, my Dark Ranger." In the next moment, a black and purple 5-point star magic circle appeared, rotating on the ground before him. Purple light surged forth, forming a sphere. Gradually, a slender and graceful figure appeared within, carrying an exaggeratedly large longbow on her back. She wore purple leather clothing that barely covered 3 points, exposing large areas of smooth skin. Her muscles were fluid and aesthetically pleasing, seemingly hiding boundless power. She donned a hooded cloak that concealed her entire face. Her eyes were like 2 rubies radiating a scarlet glow. "My lord." After appearing, the Dark Ranger knelt on one knee before Shinzei, showing great respect. Dark Ranger Heroic Level LV 10 cannot exceed summoner's level. Base attributes: Strength 1037, Agility 1589, Intelligence 1205. Skill 1, Withering Arrow. Each arrow shot by the Dark Ranger comes with a withering effect, ignoring magical and physical defenses upon hitting enemies, spreading virally at the wound, growing dense red spots. The initial damage is 300 points, and it increases over time, ultimately reaching 1000 points per second. Healing and purification are ineffective, and special holy items are required to dispel it. Upon the enemy's death, the withering flower absorbs all life essence, thriving on the corpse, autonomously attacking surrounding enemies, releasing withering mist. Skill 2, Decay Detonation explodes the withering effect within the enemy, dealing 5000 points of true damage, causing an explosion that splashes goo onto other enemies, inducing a weakened version of the withering effect, which spreads for 10 seconds before growing into the normal version. Skill 3, Charged Piercing Arrow. The Dark Ranger charges for 3 to 10 seconds, compressing varying degrees of dark energy to its peak, achieving a range of 3000 to 30,000, with arrow lengths from 1 to 5 meters, dealing 3000 to 30,000 piercing damage to enemies. Skill 4, Petal Blink. The Dark Ranger can blink to any location within 5 meters upon sensing danger, scattering withering petals in place. Enemies touching them will contract a weakened version of the withering effect. Description: a hunter who roams in darkness. Some powerful figures harbor intense hatred for her. Charging for 10 seconds results in 30,000 damage. And the base attributes are incredibly overpowered. Shinzei was astonished. The heroic attributes were indeed too exaggerated. Before Qinze could issue a command, the Dark Ranger had already locked onto the blood moon-affected ghoul boss. Her eyes filled with a scarlet glow showed no emotion. She slowly drew back the giant longbow in her hands, dark energy gathering at her fingertips. The Dark Ranger stood firmly with her feet in a bow stance, her eyes glowing brighter with a fierce light. Arrows gathered at her fingertips, continuously enlarging. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The blood moon-haired ghoul boss sensed the impending danger and immediately began to struggle anxiously. It first swatted away an epic skeleton, its iron-like teeth crushing the bones to pieces. 5,327. Then with another claw it instantly killed the epic skeleton. 3,721. The strength of the blood moon-haired ghoul boss had received an unprecedented boost. Your epic skeleton has died. Your epic skeleton has died. Your epic skeleton has died. The newly summoned skeleton had barely warmed up before it was already gone. The blood moon-haired ghoul boss suddenly turned its head to look at them, the blood-red vortex swirling in its eyes filled with terrifying horror. It is looking over here. Liu Yang retreated in terror, his voice trembling. Don't look into its eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Liu Yang quickly shut his eyes, but the next moment a dazzling arc of purple light flashed before his eyelids. What? He opened his eyes to see the head of the blood moon-haired ghoul boss abruptly throw back, its massive body tumbling backward with inertia, an arrow piercing through it. After a brief silence, the blood-red patterns quickly spread, giving the ugly blood moon-haired ghoul boss a semblance of beauty. 17,000 damage. You tell me this is level 10. Liu Yang's eyes widened, his head buzzing. Come forth, my skeletons. Qinze raised the magic book in his hand, and 5 epic skeletons crawled out once more. Flames ignited in their hollow eye sockets as they charged towards the blood moon-haired ghoul boss. They were merely a sacrifice, but as long as they could delay time it was worth it. This was also the benefit of Monster Series E. After death, they could be summoned again until resources ran out. The Dark Ranger once again charged her cloud-piercing arrow, unleashing a fully charged shot. The blood moon-haired ghoul boss couldn't withstand such immense force, and was sent tumbling backward several meters. 30,000. Finally, with the unwilling scream of the blood moon-haired ghoul boss, the kill notification rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a blood moon-haired ghoul boss, nightmare version, gaining experience 50,000. Obtained special item Blood Moon Orb. Obtained platinum level equipment Blood Moon Claw. Obtained golden level equipment Crimson Battle Armor. Obtained golden level equipment Crimson Necklace. And all of them are level 10. Unfortunately, the Blood Moon Claw can only be equipped by assassins. Whether in base attributes or equipment skills, it was incredibly appealing, a top-tier assassin gear that would be fiercely sought after if sold. However, level 10 equipment is only a transitional phase, which is quite awkward. The price would also be considerably reduced. The platinum level equipment was secondary. What Qinze focused on more was the dropped crimson set, each piece being level 10, with attributes and skills that were exceptional, far superior to the 5-level golden set he had procured from the trading post. Crimson Battle Armor. Level restriction LV. 10. Profession restriction universal. Quality golden level. Attribute bonus strength 10, agility 10, intelligence 10, health 1500, recovering 2 health points per second. Skill 1 Blood Pool. The Crimson Battle Armor automatically stores health. Killing an enemy allows it to siphon 1/10 of their health, with a maximum of 100,000 health. Except for negative effects like healing restriction, every time health is lost it instantly recovers until the stored health is completely consumed. Skill 2 Crimson Eruption. Consumes 500 health points, dealing 1,000 area damage within a 5-meter radius, and causing a knockback effect on enemies. The more health consumed, the stronger the damage, and the better the knockback effect, with a damage cap of 7,000 points. Skill 3 Barbaric Charge. Consumes 100 health points, forming a thick blood armor around the body with a shield stab, effectively breaking through enemy encirclement, and dealing 513 impact damage, with a 200 increase in damage to buildings. Introduction: a being like a blood cow capable of tanking. Crimson Cloak. Level restriction LV. 10. Profession restriction universal. Quality golden level. Attribute bonus intelligence 15, agility 15, making the body lighter, allowing it to run along vertical walls at full speed. Skill 1 Elemental Defense. When attacked by fire, water, lightning, and other elemental attacks, the cloak can be used to shield in front, mitigating elemental damage. Skill 2 Aerial Gliding. Opening the cloak in midair grants gliding ability, controlling the height of both ends to change direction. Skill 3 Crimson Binding. Consumes 500 mana, unleashing crimson power, causing panic and trembling negative effects on enemies, and binding them in place for a duration of 0.1 to 3 seconds, depending on the enemy's level and strength. Introduction: do you want to experience the joy of flying? Crimson Boots, increasing base attributes by 20 agility and 10 intelligence, and allowing for triple jumps in the air much faster than the flight of the Undead Magic Book, covering at least 20 meters in 3 steps, perfectly complementing the glide of the cloak. Crimson Necklace, increasing base attributes by 20 intelligence and 10 strength with the main ability to deploy a reconnaissance health 500 autonomously, alerting the surroundings, notifying the user remotely of any situation, and sharing vision, very convenient. Currently, only one can be deployed 11. Shinzei glanced at the attributes of the golden level equipment and immediately swapped out his 5-level set. He tossed all the 5-level equipment into the warehouse to gather dust. After equipping everything, Shinzei's appearance instantly transformed. The overall tone was a dark red, mysterious and powerful. Liu Yang next to him flashed with white light, presumably having successfully leveled up. Although he was just a bystander, the experience and rewards he gained still thrilled him immensely. This feels great. Shinzei canceled the summon of the epic skeleton and shadow ghoul, leaving only the alluring dark ranger by his side. Heroic level summoning technique cannot be repeated in a short time. Once cancelled, she cannot return. Lastly, there is a special item, the Blood Moon Orb. He held it in his hand. It was a crystal ball, within which a blood-red moon floated. The long-haired ghoul boss, its terrifying face, pierced with arrows. Is the watchdog doing a good job? Living yet not living ghost, yet who would be willing to do that? Shinzei stood before the long-haired ghoul boss, looking at its miserable form, unable to help but shake his head repeatedly. Thus the plot of the Manor instance became quite clear, or one could say all the analyses circulating online were completely incorrect. The key information lies within the nightmare level instance, which they cannot access. In summary, the long-haired ghoul boss is merely a broker. In the hopes of the ancient beings, the long-haired ghoul boss struck a deal with this so-called orphanage, providing the organs of children in exchange for substantial benefits for the director. This place is a horrifying human meat farm. Shinzei felt a shiver in his heart. It was too dark, too bloody. Those spirit bugs with human heads were all staff members of the orphanage responsible for deceiving and controlling the children. From the punishments and tortures they endured, it seemed the entire orphanage had been taken over by the children. Considering the children's strength, they probably cannot resist. What on earth happened that led to this situation? Shinzei murmured to himself. He suddenly recalled that after the long-haired ghoul boss died, a hand-drawn map of the manor would appear beneath it, so he summoned an epic skeleton monster, designating one to go search. Eventually, a 5-meter turtle giant skeleton approached Shinzei holding an A4 sheet of paper. My lord. Shinzei took the drawing, which depicted a house drawn with black crayon, with some crooked paths inside. At the top there was a line of text, "Where are you, my best friend?" Triggering a plot task, my best friend task description. The children of the orphanage are disappearing one by one, and the other children feel very uneasy. The dormitory aunt tells them that these children have been adopted and will soon live a very good life, turning their unease into anticipation, hoping someone will take them away from this eerie orphanage. Until one day a child named Xiaofeng discovers that his best friend is missing. He searches the manor and finds his best friend has been disemboweled in front of a hidden stone door with the adults from the orphanage present. He was terrified, running back in tears, and the dormitory aunt told him that his best friend had been taken away to live a better life. Task objective: find Xiaofeng's best friend and bring them to Xiaofeng. Task reward: experience 50,000, 1 random item, 1 random equipment. Shinzei. Your best friend has been disemboweled. How am I supposed to find them? Foster father, that was really too dangerous. Oh, why did I trigger a task, my best friend? Liu Yang walked up happily, having leveled up again to level 6. Then he glanced at the task description, and his whole being became dumbfounded. Damn, exploiting children for profit. Are these people even human? He was about to curse, but suddenly froze. What's wrong? I suddenly remembered a video I saw earlier where a content creator discovered a place full of bones. The delicate bones should belong to children. The creator didn't figure out what that place was for, so they posted it on Bilibili. Do you think it could be? Very likely that child has probably turned into bones. What should we do then? Are we still going to do this task? Of course. Don't forget what my profession is. Shinzei smiled mysteriously. Necromancer. Right, I deal with skeletons. How could I possibly not find his remains? When a god begins to bleed, he is no longer a god. People will begin to resist until they trample him underfoot. The Li family's trading company has always held power over all ordinary practitioners, using debts to force ordinary practitioners to sell their futures at a low price. Many have already noticed the problem and felt quite displeased. However, life has not reached the point of complete despair, and they naturally cling to a mindset of just getting by, believing that one day is better than none, even tolerating some of the company's overreaches. Over time, those who dared to resist were seen as outcasts, as if all of this were a matter of course. Until Shinzei's appearance. He didn't do anything remarkable, nor did he rise up against them. He merely caused the company to suffer a small loss. Especially when the announcement of his entry into the Nightmare instance was released, it directly ignited the emotions of all practitioners. Announcement: Shinzei's team enters the Nightmare instance. Countless practitioners suddenly realized that they too had the power to say no. I've run so many instances, just in silver level equipment alone, there are over a dozen pieces. It's been 3 years, and I've only earned 50,000. I've made less than an ordinary person does in 3 years. Damn it, I'm selling things at a loss, buying things twice the price outside, and I still owe $450,000 after paying off the interest for 3 years. I quit. Every day they just want me to mentor newcomers. When do I have time to run my own instances? When I was young and foolish, I ended up owing $1,300,000. After years of frugality, I still owe money, and now I owe an extra $100,000. Sometimes I really want to take a knife and stab the whole family of the company leaders. I want to accuse the young master of the Lee family. A year ago, I had just begun to shine, my life seemed bright, but because of the installment debts, I had to mentor the young master of the Lee family. They said that mentoring once would erase my debts. I thought the world was wonderful, only to be brutally interrupted and had my right leg broken by the young master of the Lee family, ruining my career as a practitioner. Do you know what's the funniest part? The medical expenses that Lee company eventually paid were deducted from the debts, and in the end I owed them $50,000. At worst we'll perish together. Lee family, you are the biggest tumor. If Qin can enter the nightmare instance to resist, why can't I? Qin lives transparently. He crazily accumulated so much debt, and then directly entered the nightmare instance, successfully taking advantage of the Lee company. I've lived so long, and this is the first time I've seen the Lee company suffer a loss. If Qin can successfully clear the nightmare instance, no, if he can escape alive, it would undoubtedly be the strongest strike against the Lee company. At that point, he would rally the masses, surely able to overthrow the Lee family's tyranny in Linghai City. Countless practitioners who have been wronged were passionately discussing. Qin's appearance undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to their dark lives. As long as he can emerge alive from the nightmare instance, then everything could change. This world respects power. They lack power and can only endure the oppression of the Lee family. But Qin is more than capable of proving his strength. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Lee family are leisurely sipping coffee, enjoying the sight of the excited and pained lower-tier practitioners. They look down on their resistance. Paying debts is a matter of course. A group of losers wanting to spend money without wanting to repay. Is there anything so good in the world? Countless practitioners were eagerly anticipating the return of Qin. He was no longer just an individual, but a symbol that sounded the horn of victory. As long as Qin could return, they would follow in his footsteps and further resist the exploitation of the Lee Corporation. Not to mention wiping out all debts, but at least they could eliminate the low-price acquisitions and forced transactions. Otherwise, no matter how many times they attempted the dungeon, the outcome would be the same, with 80% of the profits taken away, leaving them with only 20%, which they still had to repay. At the connection of the Black Abyss, some practitioners even set up altars praying for Qin's safe return. Their fervent hearts were almost overflowing. The Lee Corporation's trading company would naturally not tolerate such occurrences, immediately issuing various task orders driving these individuals into dungeons with their debts. The practitioners were all reluctant yet determined, one by one entering the dungeons. There was no choice, they would not dare to resist as individuals. A day swiftly passed. The anticipated event did not occur. No one emerged, and no bodies were transmitted back. This made everyone very anxious. There's still hope. The absence of bodies being transmitted back means Qin is not dead. A day has passed, I think it's unlikely. That's a nightmare-level dungeon filled with monsters that eat people without leaving bones. We've seen videos of those nightmare dungeons. Monsters like that are everywhere. If Qin was swallowed, it's normal not to have a body. No, Qin would have retreated if the situation was unfavorable. He wouldn't really want to give his life there. Nightmare dungeons aren't dictated by human. Well, how can you just go in and out as you please? What do you think a nightmare dungeon is? Indeed, a day's time can clarify many matters. Damn it, we truly need a peerless genius to lead everyone through this crisis, breaking the monopoly and oppression of the Lee family. It's really ineffective to speak without strength. I'm rather pessimistic. If Qin successfully emerges, what if the Lee family tempts him with vast riches, even pulling him into their inner circle to enjoy the resources of the entire city? Do you think Qin would be tempted? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. One path was paved with gold, while the other was fraught with thorns. Any normal person would know which to choose. They realized they had been too naive. In Linghai City, in the mayor's office, Tang Zhu, dressed in a white suit, had a serious expression, her fingers subconsciously tapping on the desk. She was currently only at level 24, unable to maintain control over the entire Linghai City. But there was no way around it. Official resources were tight. Her level was the highest among the official team in Linghai City, but compared to the Lee family's influence there, it was entirely insufficient. They had practitioners at level 37, directly overshadowing her by 13 levels. In this world, strength spoke volumes. Even if she was the mayor, if her level couldn't suppress others, she had no substantial power and couldn't compete with them. Moreover, as a super family, the Lee family could easily overshadow official authority in the central district. If it weren't for the other 4 super families providing a balance, the Lee family's ruthless ambition would probably drag the entire Long Kingdom back to a feudal system, with them monopolizing all resources. At this moment, the principal sitting below suddenly spoke. The current situation is very grim. The power structure of the Long Kingdom is gradually forming into 5 oligarchic groups, while the official power is being infinitely weakened. The 5 superfamilies are intentionally excluding official personnel, and the resources released from high-level dungeons are very scarce. The future of the Long Kingdom is truly uncertain. His expression was anxious, filled with concern for the future of the country. While internal changes were occurring, external threats were also increasing. He understood too well the methods of the 5 superfamilies using extreme suppression to extract their own growth nutrients. In the end, they would lead everyone into the abyss, including themselves. We can't manage national-level affairs, nor is it our place to do so. Right now, the most critical issue is in Linghai City, where the practitioners have accumulated resentment for a long time. Moreover, the Li family is sacrificing the future of all practitioners to seize resources and strengthen themselves. We must find a way to eradicate this tumor. As these words were spoken, the official higher-ups present fell silent. They had practitioners at level 37 and had established a complete exploitation system. It was even compliant and legal, leaving no reason to intervene. To eradicate them, I believe the key to breaking through lies in Qinze. The principal Shirkong had been silent for a long time before suddenly speaking up. All eyes turned to him in unison. The Minister of Human Resources was the first to jump up. I oppose this. Qinze has only level talent and is a necromancer. Our resource supply is limited. We can't gamble on one person. Exactly, even if Qinze successfully escapes, it doesn't prove his value unless he can clear the nightmare dungeon. But the possibility of that is not to say it doesn't exist, it's just infinitely close to zero. Breaking the monopoly of the Li family is incredibly difficult. We need to leverage the power of the lower-tier practitioners. Qinze is now the focus of public expectation. I think he is our only hope. The high-ranking officials began to argue among themselves. The mayor Tang Zhu, who had been silent for a long time, sighed deeply. Everyone stopped for a moment. I've decided to mobilize all resources and bet everything on Qinze. He is currently the people's choice, and the forces that can be mobilized are unimaginable. But the premise is, he must come back alive. In the nightmare manner, Qinze was still unaware that he had become the people's choice. I remember the burial site is just ahead. The environment of the nightmare-level dungeon has changed, but the most important locations should remain unchanged. Liu Yang's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the place in the video. No need to look, isn't that the ancient door mentioned in the introduction? Qinze patted his shoulder, startling him. Ancient door? The place specifically for sacrifices. Liu Yang looked toward the direction Qinze pointed, indeed, seeing a large door hidden among the withered branches and night shadows adorned with intricate floral patterns that evoked a sense of sinister horror. Ancient door sealing a terrifying, unknown existence. The two of them tacitly avoided approaching it to avoid danger. Instead, they began searching nearby. The burial pit must be around. This is it. I found it. I wondered why it was so hard to find. It turns out it was overgrown with weeds. Liu Yang pointed to a patch of open ground, shouting excitedly. Qinze nodded, raised the necromancy spellbook in his hand, and began to chant. Spread forth, Necromancer's graveyard. A massive wave of light surged outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, tombstones emerged from the soil, marking the identities of these nameless corpses. All were children, their deaths horrific and tragic. Spread forth, necropolis. Tombstones erupted from the soil, inscribed with the names of the deceased and other information. Following this, tiny skeletal hands sprang forth, and incomplete little skeletons crawled out. Some skulls were severely damaged with large dents deeply pressed in. Some legs were broken, forcing them to hop awkwardly, ready to fall apart at any moment. Moreover, some had all 12 ribs broken, presenting a gaping hole when viewed from the center. These little skeletons seemed unaware of their fate, their hollow eye sockets shimmering with light, exuding an innocence and curiosity as they gazed at Qinze and Liu Yang. Such a grim and terrifying scene shattered Liu Yang's composure. I can't bear to look, it hurts my heart. It's hard to imagine what they endured in life. Qinze sighed in agreement. The reason these children can rise as skeletons is that their souls have not yet departed. We help them find liberation and return to the right path soon. However, this is a nightmare instance, in existence in infinite loops, so what we see and feel may not necessarily be real, but rather echoes from history. After all, everything we alter may reset when other players enter. Liu Yang replied, yes, there's too much injustice in the world, and we can't. Liu Yang took a deep breath, recalling the moment he returned home as a child to find his parents hanging from the ceiling. Those swaying feet were a memory he could never forget. Yet he could not change it, not even repay the debts left by his parents. A son must repay his father's debts. Qinze remained silent before asking, who was Xiaofeng's best friend? One of the small skeletons with a shattered rib reflexively raised its skeletal arm. Oh, it's you. Come with us, we'll take you to see your best friend. Qinze waved at him, and the excited little skeleton ran over, stumbling twice and losing its head, which rolled on the ground. It hurriedly picked it up and placed it back on it. Xiaofeng's best friend, quest NPC level LV. 1 health, 500 base attributes, strength 10, agility 10, and intelligence 10 skills, none description, an ordinary little skeleton. Let's go, we head to the manor. Qinze patted its small head, then commanded an epic skeleton to lift the little skeleton and place it within its empty chest cavity for protection and increased mobility. On the way to the manor, no powerful monsters appeared. An unknown creature lurking in the shadows did not stir either. To put it simply, they did not care what happened to Xiaofeng's friend. The manor villa hidden in the pitch-black night finally came into view. A 3-story Western-style house, all the windows were dark and the 2 large doors were tightly closed. This should be the final location of the nightmare instance, right? It should be. Once we get through this, we should be able to return, Qinze said, taking the manor key from his inventory and inserting it into the gigantic lock. Click. As the lock opened, the massive doors creaked and groaned as they swung open. Countless dust particles filled the room. This was a spacious hall featuring an imposing arched staircase in the center with a lavish chandelier hanging down and Roman columns distributed around. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton ducked its head to enter, barely able to move. Qinze walked in, surrounded by the skeletons, frowning as he surveyed the dusty hall. Suddenly a hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed from the arched staircase ahead. Outsiders welcome. I am the master of this manor. Help me, and you can choose a generous reward: wealth, power, or perhaps beautiful women. Qinze. Liu Yang. Are we really negotiating? It would be a miracle if we didn't hack you to death first. Yet a selection box truly appeared before them. Trigger main quest: the Undying Manor Master, wealth, power, beautiful women. Note, choosing one option means giving up the best friend quest. Qinze and Liu Yang exchanged glances and laughed. We choose to forfeit. Sometimes a stance must not waver, even if the rewards from the Manor Master appear more abundant. Despicable outsiders. Dare you reject my goodwill? You greedy crawlers, how dare you defy me? Die. The Manor Master's voice suddenly turned spiteful, as if the whole world owed it something. Immediately howls erupted from all directions, accompanied by the sound of clattering footsteps. What the hell is that noise? Old Deng has quite a few tricks. Liu Yang felt no fear, but instead cursed in anger. Having witnessed the tragedies within the manor, no one could have a pleasant expression. After several seconds of clattering, the main figure slowly appeared, a 2-meter-tall soldier clad in armor, moving awkwardly, covered in grotesque substances resembling blood vessels, which had eyes growing on them, constantly spinning. It seemed these blood vessels controlled the soldier's actions. Contaminated soldier, nightmare level monster, level LV. 10 health, 25,000 base attributes, strength 1023, agility 178, intelligence 32, skill 1, contaminated power. The contaminated soldier possesses bizarre strength, allowing it to strike instantly and inflict 2 to 5 times damage, while healing at a rate of 10 points per second. Upon contact with ordinary beings, there is a high chance of contamination, all under the control of the same will. Description: a poor soldier who died without knowing what happened. This monster, despite having only one skill, proved to be more troublesome than any other. Arise, my shadow ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls swiftly crawled out from the surrounding air. They merely served to delay time. When it comes to monster slaying, one must rely on the Dark Ranger. Simultaneously, Qinze uninstalled the Dark Ranger from the system upgrade slot and replaced it with Epic Skeleton Summoning. The Dark Ranger cannot be summoned repeatedly, so enhancing the Epic Skeleton is preferable. A fierce battle was about to commence. It's time for a break. Find a place to lie down. Qinze stretched and then took a reclining chair from his inventory. Boss fights require some command, while these trivial battles are simply a waste of time. Foster father, after such a long journey, you must be thirsty. I could use a cold drink. Let's have one can. Bang, bang, bang. The infected soldiers marched with stiff steps, as if their knees could not bend. Each one was more abstract than a skeleton monster. However, the epic skeleton monster strode forward, raising its massive sword high before striking down. The speed of the counterattack was astonishing, with the shining silver sword leaving a trail in the air before striking heavily against the purple-patterned greatsword. Clang! Countless sparks flew out. The colossal body of the epic skeleton monster staggered back a few steps, and a crack appeared in the middle of the purple pattern. 1279. The infected soldier staggered, rigidly falling to the ground, and the silver sword shattered completely. 1784. After a clash, the epic skeleton monster only held a slight advantage. In the next second, a massive black arrow spiraled towards them, whizzing past the epic skeleton monster with a sharp whistle. The infected soldier was stiffly getting up, having just lifted its head, when the gigantic black arrow pierced through its skull, splattering blood-red liquid. With immense force, it was propelled backward. It passed through 2 infected soldiers before it was forcefully pinned to the wall. 30,000, 20,194, 15,329. The power was constantly diminishing, but it was still enough to kill the infected. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an infected soldier, gaining experience 200, blood pool amount increased 2,500. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an infected soldier, gaining experience 200, blood pool amount increased 2,500. It's still the Dark Ranger. The efficiency of one-shotting monsters is too high. Shinzei took a sip of steaming coffee, savoring the taste. The only regret was that the charge arrow's release speed was too slow. It takes a full 10 seconds to charge up, so they could only take their time. Foster father, that manor owner earlier, should be the orphanage director. How come he's the only one unscathed while the others have turned into insect wraiths suffering torturous torment? Lu Yang, grinding coffee by hand, asked with confusion. This director should be the beneficiary of the orphanage incident, which means the ancient door has given him some rewards. Even if the boy successfully turns dark, it would be tough to deal with the director, as both sides are currently evenly matched, thus giving us the option to support one of them. Relying on his years of gaming experience, Shinzei provided a reasonable analysis. So we should find the boy and help him break the balance. A teachable child indeed. Shinzei smiled slightly, then took out an A4 paper with a rough sketch of a map. It looked very simple, but it was comprehensive in information. At the end of the first floor corridor, there was a circle with arrows leading from it labeled Mi Xiao Feng. Other areas were marked with circles and arrows: kitchen, accessible basement, danger; second floor, director's room, danger; toy room, accessible; experiment, dissection room, extremely dangerous. This should be the children's dormitory. Xiao Feng should be here. The other accessible areas should have rewards. Right now we only pursue clearing the game. Let's not think about other rewards for the time being. What do you think? Shinzei pointed at the hand-drawn map, asking Lu Yang for his opinion. I completely agree. The nightmare dungeon is really terrifying. I'm always on edge, and it's hard to imagine what the nightmare difficulty of high-level dungeons would be like. Well, actually, there are clever methods in this nightmare dungeon. If you know from the start that you need to choose between two factions, then you can avoid most battles by either siding with Xiao Feng or submitting to the director, thereby gaining the support of the dungeon NPCs. Exactly. If we climb in through the window and sneak in, we can avoid the battle we're currently facing. That's right, but we need to kill monsters to level up now. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of white light suddenly shone from Shinzei's body. He leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached LV 11, all attributes 1, free attributes 4, health 500, mana 100. High levels have a natural suppression effect on low levels, significantly reducing the effectiveness of their stats. Even a 1-level difference has a strong suppression effect. I finally leveled up, but it gets increasingly difficult after level 10. Shinzei couldn't help but sigh, while Lu Zhe merely gained experience and leveled up 5 or 6 times. Meanwhile, he had only managed to level up twice since entering the dungeon. In fact, aside from these two possibilities, there's a third. I don't need any NPC help from the dungeon. I'll just use absolute strength to kill you all. This epic skeleton monster levels up every second and finally arrives at a crossroads for promotion. Epic skeleton monster LV Max can be promoted. Please choose a promotion path: heroic route or special monster route. Heroic route, red skeleton melee hero. Special monster route, thunder skeleton clan warrior. Red skeleton. Shinzei furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Even though he couldn't see the specific promotion details, he could vaguely sense some things through the options. The red skeleton is a melee hero mounted on a flame skeleton horse, adept at charging and breaking through enemy lines with attack attributes far surpassing defense attributes. In normal battles, the red skeleton could certainly deal impressive damage, at least not weaker than the Dark Ranger. However, to put it bluntly, the red skeleton is a master of bullying the weak. Against equally leveled or weaker opponents, it can easily overwhelm them, dealing much heavier blows than the Dark Ranger, with extremely high efficiency in bullying the weak. If it encounters the nightmare dungeon Shinzei is currently facing, it would be in big trouble. Not only would it find it difficult to kill, but charging into the enemy's territory would likely lead to its demise. The Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior has relatively mediocre attributes, but can summon hundreds or thousands. As a frontline damage absorber, it is a very good choice to ensure the Dark Ranger can output from the back. After careful consideration, Shinzei ultimately decided to choose the special monster route. The Thunder Skeleton Clan is still a major group of skeletons. It has already appeared twice. If I don't choose it, it might not come back next time. I choose the Thunder Skeleton Clan. Selection successful. Epic Skeleton Monster, Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior, LV 1. Summon ordinary warriors from the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you, lasting 1 day, mana cost 300 points. LV 1, LV 2, LV 2, LV 3. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior, LV 30. Summon high-level warriors from the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you, lasting 1 day, mana cost 300 points. As levels increase, the strength of the summoning technique also rises. Shinzei quietly waited until all the epic skeletons were defeated and the shadow ghouls were either dead or injured. Only then did he slowly raise the magic book in his hand. Come forth, my Thunder Skeleton. Father, the monsters are tightening their encirclement, and perhaps we should retreat outside the manor. And Lu Yang stared at the infected soldiers, shuffling forward with agonizing slowness, his face drained of color. An invisible pressure bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him. And though they moved with glacial slowness, their attacks were razor-sharp. each strike erupting in violent showers of sparks enough to stagger even the colossal purple skeleton. Light strikes shattered swords and snapped bones, heavier blows reduced foes to scattered lifeless fragments. And the Shadow Ghoul fared even worse, their defining traits being agility, swiftness, and uncanny mobility. By all logic, such fluid high-speed assault tactics should have delivered a decisive, almost contemptuous advantage over the sluggish infected soldiers, dancing around them, at will controlling the battlefield with effortless grace. Reality defied expectation, and instead the Shadow Ghouls suffered most grievously, and they melted into the shadows, unleashing the very speed they prided themselves upon. Simultaneously, they honored their prey with grim respect, deliberately circling behind the infected soldiers to evade the gleaming silver blades before launching their devastating lunge. Bulging veins pulsed across the soldiers' silvery armor, each crowned with a protruding, unblinking eye, locked unwaveringly upon the ghoul's shadowed trajectories, seeing through the darkness itself. The instant the Shadow Ghoul bared its claws, the infected soldier whirled with lightning speed and cleaved downward, a brutal, thunderous strike. In 4738, terrifying damage value erupted into the air. Before the ghoul could even scream, its torso split wide open by the blade. Its health bar emptied instantly, and its body dissolved into wisps of black smoke drifting backward. Fallen. Enshinzei sensed the ghoul's lingering resentment and smiled faintly. Once I elevate the Thunder Skeleton clan's level, I'll mount you upon them for experience gain. Someday you shall reclaim your honor. With that vow, the Shadow Ghoul's resentment finally dispersed into the air. Shinzei possessed the Class B Talent Resonance Crystal. Upgrading 3 skills simultaneously enhanced all his abilities, and there was no rational reason to withhold such power. Father, what do we do? Your ghouls are about to be wiped out entirely. Liu Yang's face twisted in terror. Even his hot pot had been forgotten. Don't panic. I still hold it. Wait, another trump card. Father, is this truly reliable? Absolutely. Shinzei raised his necromantic grimoire aloft. After 1 second of incantation, monstrous arcs of lightning coalesced around him, writhing like colossal serpents. What in the blazes is that? Father, are you ascending and facing heavenly tribulation? Liu Yang gaped at the surroundings in stunned disbelief. Na's savage, overwhelming aura churned within the storm, raw, untamed, and primordial. A summoning array forged from pure lightning spiraled into existence beneath his feet, and mirrored above, unfolding across the sky. Glowing thoracic bones descended slowly, suspended midair within crackling currents. Then jagged craniums burst forth from above, a limb bones shot outward from fissures, coalescing into towering 3-meter skeletons. Each exhaled arcs of lightning radiating sheer, awe-inspiring might. Their deep-set eye sockets shimmered with countless shards of lightning, imbuing the skeletal figures with an eerie, almost divine presence. Thunder Skeleton Clan, rank-and-file warrior and special summoned Entitan level LV. 11 cannot exceed summoner's level. HB 340 attributes strength 1237. Agility 832, Intelligence 327, in Skill 1, Thunder Energon born. Within the forbidden lightning pool, every inch of their bone resonates with raw thunder essence. When fully activated, their HP increases by 50, their stature doubles, lightning surges autonomously from their forms, all attributes rise by 20, and every skill transforms into a super thunder state, granting vastly enhanced combat potency for 1 hour, followed by profound exhaustion. Skill 2, Thunder Stomp. The Thunder Skeleton leaps skyward, channeling its lightning energy to its zenith, then releases it all at once, dealing 437 points of thunder damage. All enemies within a 10-meter radius suffer paralysis, stun, and unconsciousness. Skill 3, Thunder Armor. Invoking ancestral techniques, the Thunder Skeleton ignites its lightning energy, manifesting an armor of pure thunder, boosting its defense by 30, slowing incoming projectiles, and paralyzing nearby foes. Description: the most common warrior of the Thunder Clan. 20 such warriors manifested, each standing only 3 meters tall, dwarfed by the 5-meter legendary skeletons. Yet their combat prowess far surpassed those giants, and their skeletal density bordered on the grotesque. Flickering motes of lightning hung thick in the air, prickling the skin with electric tingles. This was the formidable electromagnetic field generated by 20 thunder skeletons, capable of freely drawing upon any ambient lightning. Still, the stored lightning energy coursed internally. To unleash it required transformation. As the 20 thunder skeletons touched down, their lightning-filled eye sockets locked onto surrounding enemies, then strode forward, fists crackling with raw voltage, and struck with crushing force. The infected soldiers' vein-riddled faces glowed starkly under the lightning's glare, eyeballs embedded in their pulsing vessels fixed unblinkingly upon the advancing skeletons. They swung their gleaming silver blades upward, meeting the thunder-charged fists heated. At the moment of impact, the air convulsed with frenzied flashes of electricity, and the soldiers' silver blades sank as if striking viscous mud, slowing drastically mid-swing. The lightning-laced bone fist slipped past the blade and slammed squarely into the soldier's skull. In crunch, deep crater exploded across its face, spraying torrents of crimson fluid. The infected soldier hurtled backwards, skidding violently across the ground for several meters. N-3274 in the Thunder Skeleton watched him passively, making no move to pursue. Instead it stood firm, guarding against other stiff, lumbering infected soldiers closing in. Inchum. Massive black arrow pierced the air and punched straight through the soldier's skull. Its immense momentum carried the corpse flying backward, taking down several others in its wake. N-3-25238-10-15043 in. Terrifying damage values bloomed in rapid. When it came to raw damage output, the Dark Ranger remained unrivaled. In the Thunder Skeletons and the Dark Ranger fulfilled complementary roles, one tanking the other striking. And that was the ultimate efficiency in monster clearing. This was the pinnacle of optimized combat synergy. Congratulations. Defeated an infected soldier. Gained 210 experience points. Blood pool increased by 2500. And congratulations. Defeated an infected soldier. Gained 215 experience points. Blood pool increased by 2500. And congratulations. Defeated an infected soldier. Gained 230 experience points. Blood pool increased by 2500. And, with each fallen soldier, the defensive perimeter expanded steadily. Shinzei's experience bar surged upward, reaching 20 in short order. And this is utterly insane. And Liu Yang watched utterly The tide had seemed hopelessly turned, yet the sudden emergence of these new skeletons reversed everything in an instant. And these were no mere summoned minions. They were veritable boss-class entities. The kind that demanded hundreds of elite cultivators coordinating in perfect unison to subdue. And Liu Yang stared at Shinzei and opened his mouth. And Shinzei cut him off first. Don't ask. If you do, the answer remains a secret. No, I simply wish to utter 2 words, and Liu Yang declared resolute. And father. The hall on the first floor of the manor was littered with infected soldiers lying in the dust. The once gleaming silver armor had dulled, ultimately decaying like rotten food, forming a grotesque mass on the ground. What kind of power has the manor owner gained to turn people into this? Liu Yang gazed at the soldiers rotting on the ground, feeling both terrified and curious. I don't know. We can find out by going over there. Shinzei glanced at his experience panel, which had now risen to 50. If another wave of monsters came, he could level up. He also noticed that the closer they got to the BOSS, the stronger the monsters became. Shall we go take a look? Aren't we supposed to find the child to turn in our quest? Liu Yang was quite surprised. I believe defeating the boss directly will yield more experience and rewards. The Black Abyss dungeon adjusts its difficulty and rewards dynamically based on the strength of the adventurers. If we let Xiaofeng join us, our experience will at least be halved and the rewards will be even less. Haven't we come this far for experience and reward? Shinzei stood up nonchalantly, the well-built Dark Ranger slinging his longbow over his shoulder, closely following him. The surrounding 20 Thunder Skeleton warriors also tightened their protective formation. The combat discipline was rather impressive. Liu Yang's eyes widened. He had said too much that he didn't know how to respond. Are you afraid that the NPC's strength will be too great, stealing your experience and rewards? Exactly, that's it. I prefer to bring along a burden, that way the experience and rewards will be higher. Liu Yang. I suspect you're implying something about me, but I have no evidence. After the infected soldiers turned into a grotesque mass on the ground, the manor suddenly became much quieter. The manor owner no longer showed his face, seemingly pondering the threat posed by the newcomers. Let's go straight here. To the manor owner's bedroom on the second floor. Let's go in and take down the owner. Shinzei pointed to the crooked lines on the... It was. Xiaofeng had drawn a circle in red marking the director's bedroom and labeled it with the words extremely dangerous. Good. Liu Yang swallowed hard. Anyway, I'm just a bystander. He'll follow your lead. Alright, well, take down the director and then find Xiaofeng to turn in the quest. Everything will be accomplished. Shinzei smiled and said, the record for clearing the nightmare for the first time can be considered secured. Nightmare clearing record. Liu Yang's eyes lit up and he immediately made a joke. We are indeed quite formidable. Shinzei. Soon after, Shinzei gathered his army of the undead comprising 20 Thunder Skeletons and a Dark Ranger. The summoning technique of the Thunder Skeleton clan had just leveled up, urgently needing an upgrade in skill level to enhance strength. Shadow Ghoul summoning technique would have to wait. Liu Yang tidied up the hot pot site, sealing away the unfinished food. It couldn't go to waste. Shinzei led the large group directly up the grand arch staircase to the second floor. When they reached the second floor corridor, grotesque blood vessels were spread across the walls, extending all the way to the end. They pulsed as if alive, sending chills down their spines. What is that? Liu Yang felt a wave of cold wash over him. This so-called director must be a demon, right? Let's keep looking, and we'll find out. Shinzei frowned, stepping forward slowly under the protection of his army, during which they encountered no monsters. However, as they advanced, the grotesque blood vessels on the walls trembled more violently. Quick listen. Do you hear any sounds? Qinze suddenly stopped and listened intently. Is there a sound? Lu Yang was startled and quickly listened carefully. It sounds like drumming. No, that's a heartbeat. A monster is being birthed. Lu Yang's expression changed instantly. What kind of monster has a heartbeat that sounds like drumming echoing throughout the entire building? They pressed on. The heartbeat grew louder and more powerful. Lu Yang clutched his chest, feeling the heartbeat affecting his own heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. 57, 63, 69. The numbers indicating health loss appeared above his head. Just the heartbeat was unbearable. Lu Yang panicked and hurriedly chugged a red potion. 100, 100, 100. This is too exaggerated. I'm going to be shaken to death by the boss's heartbeat. That's ridiculous. Lu Yang complained while downing the red potion. Fortunately, he had previously bought 50 red potions in one go, intending to use them against the ghouls. Little did he expect that they would now become crucial in preventing himself from being shaken to death by the boss's heartbeat. Qinze clutched his chest, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but much better than Lu Yang. He did not experience any health loss. Meanwhile, the Thunder Skeletons and Dark Ranger beside him were completely unaffected. What do you think about destroying the blood vessels on the walls? The boss will surely be furious. A Thunder Skeleton warrior drew a captured silver long sword, and the lightning coursing through its bones extended along the blade's edge, ultimately gathering at the tip of the sword. With a whoosh, the sword, crackling with electricity, plunged into the wall's blood vessels. Countless streams of red liquid burst forth. 3,271. Does it explode too? Lu Yang couldn't help but complain. Don't get splattered by this stuff. Be careful of infection. This thing is too sinister. Before Qinze could finish speaking, the well-built Dark Ranger stepped in front of him, using her body to shield him from the infection. The Thunder Skeleton clan and the Dark Ranger, possessing a high bloodline, were naturally not afraid of contamination. Arg! A painful scream immediately echoed from the depths of the corridor. The blood vessels in the wall also contracted violently, as if reacting to the pain. Qinze recognized that voice. It was the director's from earlier. At the same time, he realized that if he had chosen the director's faction and truly believed what it said, it would probably lead to death. The Nightmare Dungeon might seem to allow selection of both factions, but the director's faction was too evil. Choosing it would likely result in demise. At the very least, one would be infected. It seems we made the right choice. Let's keep moving. The manor villa began to shake. The director was clearly panicking. They continued forward, finally arriving at the red circle marked on the children's drawing. This was the core where all the blood vessels converged from all directions into the door. No, rather, all the blood vessels were emanating from within. Thump, thump, thump. The intense heartbeat was emanating from the room, accompanied by heavy breathing. We are finally about to face the final boss battle. Are you ready? Qinze took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Lu Yang, chugging red potions beside him, couldn't help but smile wryly at Qinze's words. What preparation can I make? Should I sprinkle some cumin on me for flavor? Are you ready? We're going in. Qinze drew a long, steadying breath to calm his tight chest. Lu Yang wanted to scoff inwardly. What use was his being ready? He was nothing more than a tag on a powerhouse. Yet when the words reached his lips, they changed tone. Foster father, do not worry about me. Strike with all your might. Qinze first ordered the Thunder Skeleton warriors to destroy all the blood vessels gathered outside. 3278, 3,320, 3,427. Each time the gleaming silver longsword plunged in, damage numbers blossomed up. This meant the vessels were linked to the final boss. Taking off some health beforehand was a boon. Once inside, do not hope to one-shot the nightmare boss. The best outcome was to hold it at bay. As they destroyed the vessels, the room filled with unending wails, as if something tried to burst forth to tear them apart, yet remained bound. Qinze nodded to Lu Yang, then sent the Thunder Skeletons ahead to probe. When they took no damage, he followed into the chamber, and the sight of the old man made his pupils constrict. The old man wore a respirator and trembled as he walked across a floor woven from blood vessels. At the center sat a great quivering meat cocoon. Every vessel radiated from it, and the terrible heartbeat echoed from within. It seemed to be gestating some creature, but had not yet hatched. Unhatched, demonized meat cocoon. Nightmare boss. Level LV. 10. HP 200,000. Attribute strength 1,000. Agility 1,000. Intelligence 1,000. Skill 1 hatching. After hatching, it will assume a new form. Remaining hatching time 1 minute 32 seconds. Qinze narrowed his eyes. 1.5 minutes remained. Fortunately, they had rushed straight here. Had they gone to find Xiaofeng, they might have faced a fully formed boss. The old man crooned to the cocoon, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. You will soon be well. By then, everyone will kneel before you. The old man did not look at Qinze and his companion. He approached the cocoon, instead the face behind his respirator soft with indulgence, and with an eye-blind hand, he continually stroked the mass. Is this the gift they gave you? Qinze asked with a frown. Yes, what a perfect work of art, the old man replied, and sneered that coarse villagers only knew destruction. Damnable, Qinze thought. Is the thing inside your son? Is he terminally ill? The old man did not answer, but his expression made the truth. Of course I helped him ascend to a higher life form, the old man said. He will one day thank me for this choice. So your son is healthy now? Qinze pressed. The old man said nothing, yet his face betrayed the answer. Relieved that this was not the classic evil experiment to save a dying child, Qinze swept his hand and began the assault. With a little over a minute left, they aimed to shatter the great cocoon. 20 thunder skeletons donned thunderous armor and pressed forward in ranks. Arcs of electricity filled the air, continually suppressing the enemy. The old man trembled now and then as if struck by current, yet though fragile in appearance, he never fell. The lithe Dark Ranger removed her longbow, took a grounded stance, and drew the string to its limit. Shadow energy condensed at her fingertips, and the arrow swelled with power. 1 second, 2, 3. No. The old man howled, pupils flashing crimson. You coarse savages will destroy my artwork. I will not permit it. His scream echoed, and the grim vessels studding the walls shuddered in response. Finish that old man. He is not right. Qinze ordered at once. Orphanage Director, Nightmare Boss. HP 30,000. Attribute Strength 132, Agility 71, Intelligence 297. Skill 1, Seed of Demonization. One of the gifts bestowed by them, granting regenerative undying and a demonized body. Through gathering high-tier materials and performing fusion rites, one may use it to grant demonized forms to oneself or others. Skill 2, Demonized Control. All demonized creatures he personally creates may be controlled by him. Skill 3, Out of Control. Demonization can lose cohesion and become mindless, slaughtering monsters. The director can remotely terminate and reclaim them. Description: are their gifts a blessing or a curse? The Dark Ranger let the bowstring snap and aimed the arrow at the old man's head. The arrow screamed through the air and struck the old man's skull. 30,000. His head fell back and his body folded as if broken. Yet he did not fly backward. Do it, strike me, but spare my child, he cried and straightened up. His HP emptied, but he did not die. Instead, he shouted with wild excitement. HP empty and still alive. Liu Yang stared in disbelief. It must be his skill. The Seed of Demonization grants him regenerative unlife. Qinze narrowed his eyes as the director's HP began to recover. It rose before their eyes. From 0 it surged back into the hundreds. A silver longsword suddenly stabbed into the director's chest. 3,284. The damage number floated up and the director's HP plunged into the negative. But still he would not die. His HP climbed from negative to 0 and then into the positive again. Qinze felt a chill run through him. Liu Yang trembled and asked if they should continue fighting. Fight. Kill him. Qinze snapped. They redirected all firepower at the demonized meat cocoon. 200,000 HP was not insurmountable. The Dark Ranger's charge shot delivered 3 piercing damage after a 10-second charge. By those calculations, in roughly 70 seconds they could shatter the cocoon. The demonized meat cocoon had no undying trait. Once its HP hit 0, it would be done. The Dark Ranger's output was immense, but the 10-second charge left her vulnerable and in need of layered protection. A tearing sound split the air as the black arrow buried itself in the cocoon. 30,000. A scream of agony burst forth from within. No, you cannot strike me. Do not strike my child. The director wailed, throwing himself forward like an eagle protecting its young. The 10-second charged arrow released again, driving through the director's chest and lodging into the cocoon behind. 30,000, 25,394. Damage began to taper off. Damage fall off, this ruins everything. Qinze thought, pupils contracting. What had been a neat 70-second kill was no longer guaranteed. Arise, my ghasts. 130 shadow ghouls crawled in along the walls, through windows and doors, launching assaults from all directions. Spread necropolis of the dead. Destruction, great incantation. Qinze paid no heed to subtlety and hurled every damaging skill he had at the foe. Spread forth necropolis. The wave of undead energy radiated from Qinze, expanding in all directions. Wherever it passed, graves heaved upwards and tombstones emerged from the earth. The sinister scene, once formed by crimson veins, instantly transformed into a chilling display dominated by the undead. Truth be told, even with graves scattered all around, it felt much fresher than being surrounded by blood vessels. The undead probably never expected to have a day of such refreshing charm themselves, all thanks to their companions. Once the arena shifted to the necropolis, both skeletons and ghouls experienced a significant boost in their movement and attack speeds. The higher the unit's strength, the weaker the bonus coefficient. Thunder skeletons increased by 50, ghouls by 100. The Dark Ranger also received a boost, but the dark charged arrow still required 10 seconds to charge. The Thunder Skeleton warriors steadfastly defended their perimeter, protecting the core Qinze and the Dark Ranger. The shadow ghouls focused on attacking, gnawing and clawing at the corrupted flesh cocoon, but their damage output was less than satisfactory. 574. 589. 603. Their strength gradually lagged behind, and the damage was somewhat mitigated. If it were a level 10 professional, the damage dealt would range from 200 to 300. Occasionally with top-tier equipment and thoroughly trained attributes, the damage could range from 500 to 1,000. This also depended on the profession. If, for instance, an assassin pursuing ultimate damage could very well deal 1,000 damage. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger fired another fully charged arrow. 30,000. 25,748. Several arrows were lodged in the Dean, yet he would not perish, his health dropping by several tens of thousands. Grand spell casting. Qinze raised the magic book and recited loudly. This was an area spell that damaged enemies while restoring his own health. The damage dealt was 300 per second, not much, but barely acceptable. However, restoring 100 health mana per second was certainly appealing. The drawbacks were evident: movement was restricted, and any attack would interrupt the casting. 300, 300. 100, 100, 100, 100. With the ebb and flow, Qinze felt fantastic. Soon a minute passed, and the corrupted flesh cocoon's health had dwindled to a mere 15,324. If the Dark Ranger charged for another 5 seconds combined with the ghoul's finishing blows, they could eliminate the boss before them. Then everything could be declared over. The most crucial point was that the information panel of the corrupted flesh cocoon indicated it still had 10 seconds before it could. During this time, it could certainly be killed. Suddenly the pinned-down Dean turned his head, bloodshot eyes glaring as he growled, "You all shall die. My perfect body, I demand compensation from you all." What? Liu Yang was dumbfounded. This thing sacrificed its own son, and then occupied the corrupted body. It seems that's the case. This old fool truly deserves to die. Qinze spat. At that moment, the seemingly exhausted Dean extended his hand, still attached to 4 tubes, and surprisingly pried open the outer shell of the corrupted flesh cocoon, trembling as he squeezed himself inside, reaching out as if grasping something within. The corrupted flesh cocoon began to tremble, followed by the sound of suffocating struggles. Oh my heavens, that's not human. Liu Yang felt darkness closing in before his eyes. Give it your all, attack the gaping seam. Qinze felt a chill run down his scalp. He no longer knew what to say. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger's arrow charged for 6 seconds, flew through the air. The damage had been calculated precisely, just enough to deplete the remaining health of the corrupted flesh cocoon. At that moment, a claw covered in black spikes suddenly reached out from the cocoon's seam, inexplicably grasping the charged arrow. Crack! The dark charged arrow astonishingly snapped in half and fell to the ground. The claw's back even had an 4-tube embedded in it. Qinze, the Dark Ranger, also showed a look of astonishment. You all should accompany my son in death. You dare to damage my perfect... A beastly voice resonated from within the corrupted flesh cocoon. Immediately after, 2 claws adorned with black spikes grasped the seam and slowly emerged from the cocoon. A lizard-like face protruded, golden vertical pupils ignited with vengeful flames. It wore glasses on its nose, barely revealing the Dean's former visage. You all truly deserve to die. It held, eyes fixed intently on Qinze. If glares could kill, Qinze would have died 1,000,000 times over. A dragon. Qinze's expression turned incredulous. It looks a bit like a western dragon, a lizard with wings that can breathe fire. Liu Yang, though scared, joined the discussion. Qinze furrowed his brows, waiting for the boss information panel to display. However, he did not receive the panel. Instead, he witnessed the creature crawling out of the cocoon wall. Be on guard. Before the words were even out, the monster that had transformed from the Dean suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. Huh. Qinze was taken aback, then saw the scaled dragon-like creature crash to the ground, its lower half missing. It could only crawl on the ground using its 2 claws. Its golden vertical pupils were filled with resentment. Huh. Qinze couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the efforts put forth earlier were not in vain. Incomplete corrupted dragon nightmare boss level LV 10. Health 340000, attributes strength 3217. Agility 103, Intelligence 1738, Skill 1, Corrupted Dragon Breath, Corrupted Power Bruise, in its throat, charging for 3 seconds to attack in a breath, causing 700 damage per second with attached corrupted negative effects. If not cleared within 10 seconds, the body will decay and rot, becoming food for the corrupted dragon, increasing base attributes and skill damage. Due to its incomplete form, skill damage is halved, and it cannot devour enemies to increase attributes. Skill 2, High-Speed Flight. This skill is unusable due to its incomplete form. Skill 3, Dragon Body. Due to its incomplete form, the defensive effects of its dragon scales are greatly diminished, the attack effects of its claws and fangs are significantly weakened, and its movement speed is reduced by 99. Skill 4, Evolution. All dragons can infinitely evolve, and can also infinitely restore their incomplete bodies. Time remaining for incomplete body restoration 48 hours, 29 minutes 53 seconds. Description: a dragon, the ruler of the world. Someone will have trouble sleeping tonight. Liu Yang laughed heartily. If the Dean truly became a complete corrupted dragon, his future days would be delightful. Heaven and earth, nothing is impossible. But for now, let's gather more. The strength of dragonkind is even higher than I imagined, and it's growth-oriented. I must get my hands on a bone dragon or something similar in the future. Shinzei gazed at the properties of the corrupted dragon, feeling a twinge of envy. If it were to fully develop, he feared it might spell his end. Fortunately, this creature was missing its lower half. Kill it. You are truly damned. The Dean resembled a newly hatched lizard covered in tender scales. Transparent slime trickled down its body. Only that face revealed age and resentment, making one feel quite uncomfortable. It began at the waist with only a small deformed tail at its lower half. It was grotesque and ugly. It crawled rapidly on the ground, hissing with venomous rage, its throat slightly swelling before it spewed forth a breath of darkness, spreading forward like a cloud. The Thunder Skeleton warriors stood side by side, showing no signs of retreat against the terrifying breath. The electrical charge in the air between them was rapidly increasing, creating a tingling sensation upon contact. Once the dark breath entered this area, it was as if it had plunged into a swamp. Its speed, already slow, became even slower. It then landed prematurely with only a slight trace, contaminating the first row of Thunder Skeleton warriors. 523-300 Great Spell Invocation, 518-300. A back and forth, significantly delaying the death of the Thunder Skeleton. At that moment, a black arrow suddenly shot through the air. With immense kinetic energy, it struck the Dean's chest. 30,000. The Dean clutched its chest and flinched backward, then glared with even greater ferocity. At that moment, a black arrow suddenly shot through the air. With immense kinetic energy, it struck the Dean's chest. 30,000. The Dean clutched its chest and flinched back. Shinzei's lips curled upward. The Dean's movement speed was restricted, so they had to maximize their advantage. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. As the Dean desperately crawled forward, Shinzei's main force retreated a distance. When the Dean cursed while retreating, Shinzei's force advanced again. Unable to attack or escape, the Dean cried out in frustration. Meanwhile, the Dark Ranger and the team leisurely drew back the bowstring, preparing to unleash arrows that could pierce through the clouds. Every 10 seconds, it could inflict 30,000 points of damage. The newly formed dragon scales of the Dean could not withstand this. Adoptive father marvelous. Haha, are we really about to clear the nightmare-level dungeon? Liu Yang felt as if he were dreaming. Had they really conquered the nightmare-level dungeon so easily? This was unprecedented. Once they exited, what kind of madness would await outside? He could hardly dare to imagine. The most crucial part was that with this clearance record, his future would be secured. And all of this. Liu Yang looked towards Shinzei, his heart filled with excitement. It was all thanks to him. The next part became much simpler. It was primarily about playing tricks. You hated me to the core, but you couldn't touch me or run away, merely watching your health decline. The Lee Corporation grew increasingly brutal, starting to purge those earlier aligned with Shinzei. In no time, countless lower-tier professionals echoed their grievances. Many even chose to stand on rooftops, ending their hopeless lives. Most professionals were merely holding on, bearing the pressure of daily loan repayments. As they passed the nightmare connection point, they couldn't help but sigh. 2 days have already passed, yet there has been no movement at the connection point. The first person to dare resist the Lee Corporation just left like this. How frustrating. When will this life come to an end? Every day I open my eyes, it's just debts, and more debts. The equipment and items obtained from the dungeon must be sold off cheaply, and there seems to be no end in sight. Brother, you're lucky you're not married. I am, and every day I have to deal with my wife's sour face, supporting both the elderly and children, and still owe a pile of loans. Just think about how much pressure I'm under at night. I don't even dare go home in my car. Did Shinzei really fail? Not even making a splash is just too disheartening. Not necessarily. If he fails, his body will be teleported back. Since nothing has been transmitted, yet there's still a chance. Brother, don't be so naive. It's quite normal for bodies not to be transmitted back from nightmares. 2 days without news, he's most likely. Countless people sighed. They needed a powerful figure, someone who could break the existing rules. But how difficult it was to produce such a person. In history, such individuals have always been emperors capable of overturning the entire world. It's possible that hundreds of years might pass without one appearing. Occasionally, class geniuses would appear in Linhai City, but once such a genius emerged, it would trigger a scramble among various factions with exaggerated resources forcefully showered upon them. The resources controlled by the Lee Corporation surpassed those of the government. It was highly likely that they would end up within the Lee Corporation. What kind of genius would even glance at these lower-tier folks? Perhaps they would live under oppression until death. Ever since Shinzei entered the Nightmare Dungeon, a beautiful figure frequently appeared at the Dark Abyss connection. Shinzei, you must come out. Lu Shiyu clenched her fists tightly. As long as you can come out, I'll repay your debts. I swear I'll never do anything immoral again, never deceive others for the sake of performance. Please just come out. As she spoke, a mist covered her eyes. Please, you must come out. Otherwise I will feel guilty for a lifetime. I am guilty. On the other side, students had already received the officially issued job transfer documents, and the number of people entering the Dark Abyss dungeon surged. The hall was filled with their chattering voices. Students remembered to buy a few bottles of red potions. You can clear the simple level dungeon just by popping pills. Everyone be careful not to take out loans to buy equipment. It feels good to use now, but you'll understand when you're crying later. Got it. The homeroom teacher nagged tirelessly. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Then they exchanged glances and shook their heads. They certainly wouldn't take out installment loans, as a counterexample was right there. The most reckless was Qin Zhe, who took out a loan of tens of millions to buy a full set of top-tier equipment. And what happened? Before he could even enjoy it, he was forced into the Nightmare Dungeon. Now the people from the Li Corporation were waiting at the Nightmare connection point, just waiting to collect Qin Zhe's corpse. Such a tragic ending left them too frightened to even think about installments. What they didn't expect was that the principal, the director, and even the mayor had come. A few of them frowned at the Nightmare connection. It's been 2 days without any word. What are the chances of Qin Zhe surviving? The mayor Tang Zhu crossed his arms and furrowed his brow at the swirling connection. The data analyst sighed, saying, "It's almost zero. Even the chances of the body being transmitted back are very low. In the nightmare level dungeon, even class geniuses face a huge risk of falling. Qin Zhe only has class talent, and even escaping would be difficult. What a pity I should have engaged with this child earlier," the principal said with some regret. This child must have panicked at the time without anyone to advise him, which led to his hasty entry into the nightmare dungeon. So let's still fight for him, trying to ensure he returns whole. That's all we can do. The dean transformed into a half-dragon boss, crawling around in a disheveled manner. His small body was pierced with black, cloud-piercing arrows resembling a hedgehog. One shot, 3000. Its health quickly reached the bottom. Ow! The dean roared in anger, his golden vertical pupils shining like lights. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 12, all attributes 1 of free attributes 4, health 500 mana 100. Qin Zhe casually allocated. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 12, all attributes 1 of free attributes 4, health 500 mana 100. Qin Zhe casually allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. The focus was on specialization. The summoned undead creature's strength was independent of attributes. The higher the level, the stronger they became. However, other auxiliary and damage-related skills were tied to intelligence and needed to be arranged. The demonic dragon boss was the hardest boss he had ever fought, although its movement speed had drastically decreased. Essentially, he could only endure the hits as it became tougher, with its scales hardening and its recovery increasing. The Dark Ranger's charged cloud-piercing arrow seemed insufficient, dealing a fixed 300 damage, but its actual effective damage was only over 1000. In the end, it was a matter of grinding it out with time. Congratulations, you have killed a polluted soldier, gaining experience 210. Congratulations, you have killed a polluted statue, gaining experience 300. Congratulations, you have killed a demonic ghoul, gaining experience 150. Various small fish monsters fell outside the encirclement formed by the Thunder Skeleton Warriors. Once they entered the electromagnetic field created by the Thunder Skeleton Warriors, they became as if they were trapped in a swamp. Their movements slowed down immensely, making even lifting a foot a strenuous task. Ultimately, the Thunder Skeleton Warriors and the Shadow Ghouls harvested them skillfully. After a prolonged stalemate, the demonic dragon boss had barely lost 2/3 of its health, while countless small monsters were slain. Qin Zhe's experience rose to 72 of level 13. The subsequent time grew somewhat tedious, constantly repositioning while grinding down the boss's health. It was monotonous and dull. Foster father, once we clear the nightmare dungeon, the authorities should ensure your debts are interest-free. Liu Yang followed Qin Zhe, already envisioning the good life after they got out. Interest-free. Qin Zhe shook his head. I won't repay them a single cent, not even the principal. Off. Liu Yang was stunned, his mind blank. He quickly advised, but that's the Li Corporation. He had always been the one to exploit others. When had he ever suffered a loss? I advise you to think twice. The trading company in Linhai City is managed by the father and son of the Li family's branch. They are typical misers who would gnaw off a piece of flesh while extorting others, yet if they lost a single grain of rice, they would exert great effort to retrieve it. You currently owe nearly 50 million with your installment of 1,000. It's like you've carved a piece of flesh off their thigh. If you don't repay, those two will go insane. That's interesting. I rather enjoy seeing my enemies act so ruthless, only to end up like the Dean boss, crawling helplessly on the ground. Qin Zhe laughed as he pointed at the Dean boss on the ground. Little did he expect to catch the attention of the Dean boss, who flushed red and angrily reacted. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhe laughed heartily. The other party's furious and incompetent expression truly resembled that of a clown. However, there are professionals above level 30 in the Li Corporation, while our mayor in Linhai City is only level 24. This is the root cause of the current situation. Liu Yang expressed his concerns. A level 30 professional. Qin Zhe furrowed his brows slightly. This indeed posed a problem. Can he take action against me? If he acts against you in the dungeon, no one will intervene, because no one knows what happens inside. He could claim you were killed by monsters, and no one could say a word. However, if it's in reality, he absolutely cannot act against you. The superfamily Li is not the only dominant force. The authorities and the other 4 major superfamilies will impose restrictions on him. Once he makes a move, it will provoke public outrage. Liu Yang continued, if he cannot act against me, then that's good. That said, the influence of a level 30 professional in Linhai City may far exceed your imagination. Some of his words may even carry more weight than the mayor's, so he will likely use his power to suppress you. Qin Zhe unexpectedly looked at Liu Yang and said, oh, I remember you studied hard in school. How do you know so much about the Li Corporation? Because my family all chose death due to the pressure of installment loans and the Li Corporation's debt collection. Ironically, they thought this would make my life easier, but the burden of the installment debt fell entirely on me. Liu Yang smiled wretchedly. So once you become a professional, the Li Corporation will also pressure you for debt repayment. This Li family is truly despicable. Once I get the chance, I will slaughter them all. Qin Zhe gazed into the distance with a sense of longing. Liu Yang had always thought Qin Zhe was just speaking casually, until one day he witnessed rivers of blood. You lowly mortals, how dare you kill me? One day I will awaken again, and I will tear you apart. The dragon-turned-Dean boss let out a reluctant and venomous roar, before finally taking another charged cloud-piercing arrow. 22395 Dragon Scale Defense Reduction. After struggling for 5 hours, it finally fell to the ground. The final boss was defeated. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Nightmare-level BOSS, the Demonic Dragon Dean, and completed the first kill of this Nightmare-level BOSS, gaining experience 1000, and completing the first kill experience reward 0. Congratulations. You have obtained the Diamond-level equipment, the Demonic Dragon Staff. Congratulations. You have obtained the Platinum-level equipment, the Demonic Spear. Congratulations. You have obtained the special item, the Blood of the Demonic Dragon. Congratulations. You have obtained the ordinary item, the Corrosive Rune. You have leveled up to LV 14. All attributes 1, free attributes 5, health 500, mana 100. Level LV 14. Health 7600, mana 4200. Attributes strength 63, agility 37, intelligence 142. Remaining free attribute points 0. Skills, Thunder Skeleton, summoning LV 12730, Dark Ranger, summoning LV 1834, Shadow Ghoul, summoning LV 242, Great Spellcasting LV 242, Giant Undead Graveyard LV 242. Talent Resonance Crystal. Equipment Crimson Battle Armor Crimson, Cloak Undead Grimoire Crimson Boots. Accompanied by the mournful wails of the demon dragon transformed Dean, the surrounding minions fell to the ground lifeless. The twisted blood vessels covering its body quickly withered and exhausted, transforming into a pile of decaying matter. Before its death, it grants Qin Zhe another wave of experience. Congratulations, the infected soldier has died, gaining experience 210 points. Congratulations, the demonized ghoul has died, gaining experience 160 points. Congratulations, the golem has died, gaining experience 320 points. Experience points surged up to 14 levels and 32. Leveling up not only enhances basic attributes, but also unlocks advanced skills. In terms of numerical values, professionals can never match dungeon monsters. The values of dungeon boss are often 10 times greater than those of professionals. But why can professionals still clear dungeons? It relies on skills and mastery of the attack mechanisms of monsters and boss. By understanding the various attack methods of the opponent combined with health bar depletion, even a deity could be worn down. This time I actually obtained a diamond-grade equipment. The Demon Dragon Staff. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. It was his first time seeing diamond-grade equipment. Moreover, such quality gear is extremely rare. Previously, when he browsed the trading post, he had yet to see a single piece. The highest he found was gold grade, while equipment above platinum was likely sold through auction. Demon Dragon's Staff level requirement LV 15. Class requirement Mage 124, Intelligence quality Diamond grade, Enhancement 0, Forging 0, Enchanting none, Attribute bonus Intelligence 75, Strength 30, Agility 30, Mana regeneration per second 5, Health regeneration per second 1. Skill 1. Dragons chant. All mage skills released will transform into dragon roars with additional dragon attributes. Low-level summons gain the bloodline of the demon dragon, while powerful summons receive dragon weapons. Damage skills include dragon breath. Defense skills provide dragon scales. Passive skills consume no resources. Skill 2. Dragon companion wielding the staff releases dragon spirits capable of defending against psychic and elemental damage and allowing riding in the air, accommodating up to 5 people. Duration unlimited. Mana consumption per second 50 points. Skill 3. Magic Wand Heavy Strike, close combat capability, swinging the wand to deliver a blow to the enemy, dealing 2,437 points of magical damage, and applying negative effects such as stun, confusion, and fear, consuming 300 mana points. Cooldown time 1 second. Skill 4. Evil Dragon Roar releases the roar of the demon dragon, causing enemies within a 5-meter range to become temporarily deafened and fall into a state of panic. Enemies within a 510-meter range may experience confusion and panic, attempting to flee at all costs. Enemies beyond 10 meters will be intimidated and hesitate to approach. Support skill no damage mana consumption per use 500 points cooldown time 1 hour. Description: a staff imbued with the will of the demon dragon releasing skills akin to the descent of a demon dragon. With the magic wand in hand the world is mine. Could this be a magic wand crafted from the body of a demon dragon? It's so fierce. All skills have dragon bonuses. Low-level summons possess the bloodline of the demon dragon, while high-level summons have dragon equipment. Various skills and spells all come with dragon enhancements. If this were to be made public, wouldn't it make those mages weep with envy? Moreover, this wand is truly versatile, capable of both offense and defense. It even has a stealth skill, striking without a sound. The seemingly weakest fourth skill deals no damage. However, Qinze knows that this is definitely the strongest divine skill, even surpassing the first skill, dragon transformation. Because this is the true roar of the demon dragon, the suppression of bloodline and rank will force any creature to bow down. If released behind an unsuspecting ordinary person, the chance of them being frightened to death is very high. Since it does not inflict any damage, this skill can also be released in reality. Level 15 is required to equip it, just one level short. Qinze glanced at his experience, eagerly anticipating. Completing the task for Xiaofeng would yield another 500 experience points. The first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon and the record holder also receive corresponding rewards. Adding all this together, it should be enough to level up. The Nightmare level boss just died like that. Am I dreaming? Liu Yang emitted multiple streaks of white light, showing that his harvest was also quite good. Even if he only gains 5 of the experience, it would be enough for him to reach level 8. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Soon he will experience the leveling pains that Qinze is currently going through. However, being the record holder for the first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon will ensure he never has to worry about food and drink for life. Do you still think I chose the Nightmare Dungeon because of pressure from Li's company? Qinze smiled as he looked at him. He suddenly felt that this long-time close friend had become mysterious and powerful. He could no longer understand him at all. However, he suddenly felt that this long-time close friend had become mysterious and powerful. He could no longer understand him at all. However, becoming stronger is a good thing. Being strong means not being bullied. He could even tread upon those who were once high and mighty. Super Family Li. Finally, the final boss, the demon dragon, transformed Dean, has been slain. The walls that were once covered in crimson blood vessels have now turned a gray-brown, the blood vessels withering like dried vines. Qinze followed the hand-drawn map towards the children's dormitory on the first floor. He did not recall the main force, but kept them by his side for vigilance. Who knows if there would be a last-minute reversal? Xiaofeng could also be a boss, and he was alone, making it easy to perish. They encountered no monsters along the way as the entire manor felt dead. Eventually, they stood before the tightly closed dormitory door, and a prompt box immediately sounded. The door, sealed by a powerful psychic force, cannot be opened. Qinze was taken aback. Soon after, a tender and excited voice came from within. Liangyu, is that you? The little skeleton accompanying Qinze immediately ran forward in excitement, its head falling off. Its jaw rattled as if it wanted to say something. Unfortunately, it no longer had vocal cords. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a disheveled dormitory. In the center of the room, a small boy was tied to a chair, his eyes also covered. Yet he could accurately sense Qinze and the others. Xiaofeng's psychokinetic ability, user level LV. 10 base attributes, strength 17, agility 23, intelligence 23, 17 skill 1, psychic field skill 2 growth. Description: a psychic born from extreme fear and hatred. The little skeleton cradled its skull and stepped forward slowly. This is your best friend. Oh, we have brought him here. But he is already dead. Qinze looked at the little boy with a complex expression. The source controlling everything outside the manor comes from here. Thank you for bringing Liangyu here. You are all good people. Xiaofeng looked up and smiled. Completed the best friend mission, gained experience 500, gained random item replication, mirror, gained random equipment, psychokinetic glass bead, gold grade, concealed weapon. Thank you, outsiders. It lets me know that my best friend has already died. Xiaofeng was tied to a chair, his eyes covered with white cloth. His tone was quite flat. This. Liu Yang scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. He glanced at Qinze, who shrugged at him. Once they left, the little skeleton would fall apart, and its soul would dissipate. After I learned that Liangyu had disappeared, I searched for him desperately, even when the dormitory aunt lied to me saying he had been adopted. I still did not believe it. As it turned out, I was right. All the adopted children had died, and were fed to terrifying demons. Since then I have lived in fear and darkness. I dared not speak to the other children, yet I watched helplessly as they vanished one by one. I was too cowardly. Some children even looked forward to being adopted, unaware of the fate that awaited them. I hate those who deceived me, and I hate myself for not daring to resist. I always hoped that Liangyu was still alive. How I wished it were all a dream, that this was just an ordinary orphanage. Until one day they found me. What do you plan to do next? Qinze asked. I want to become the master of the manor and repay the pain I endured to these people 100-fold. And those demons hiding behind the doors, I will take my revenge on them. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, I have a tool here that can open the ancient door. If you don't mind, I can give it to you. Qin Zhe said, taking out a blood moon sphere. After using it, one would become their watchdog. This is... Thank you. Xiao Feng suddenly became excited. Normally, he would not be able to open the ancient door. Only with this tool could he trick them into opening the door. As for what to do next, it would depend on Xiao Feng's thoughts. At the same time, Qin Zhe had a faint premonition that the Black Abyss instance was not infinitely resetting. It might have a grand world line, and everything he did could very well influence the changes in that world line. You have given the Blood Moon Sphere to the psychic Xiao Feng. Should I untie you now? No thank you. The pain will remind me not to forget my hatred. Congratulations, the Nightmare Manor instance has been cleared, achieving the perfect ending. Xiao Feng's revenge. Rating SSS. Experience Reward Experience 150000. Completion Rewards Nightmare Treasure Chest 1 Nightmare Equipment Treasure Chest 1 Nightmare Manor Completion Title 1. Congratulations, the Nightmare Manor instance has been completed for the first time, and it is a perfect ending. You have received the first completion title reward, Nightmare Manor Sovereign. As the Nightmare Manor Sovereign, all practitioners entering this instance will receive a 20 reward bonus, a 20 increase in equipment drop rate, a 20 increase in item drop rate, and a 20 decrease in instance difficulty. All practitioners entering this instance will require your approval, and you will also receive an additional 3 experience. The strategic value was extraordinarily significant. It could be said that as long as one controlled the manor instance, the influential figures of Linhai City would treat him with due respect. This is getting more and more interesting, Qin Zhe said with a slight smile. He now possessed the qualification to sit at the negotiation table. Wow, I obtained a full set of golden grade equipment, the first clearance treasure chest, and a record-breaking title. The experience points I gained were simply overwhelming. Lu Yang exclaimed excitedly. In such a short time, he pinched his thigh 5 or 6 times, fearing he was dreaming. A full set of golden grade equipment. Is there nothing else? Qin Zhe asked, quite surprised. Wow, I'm already very satisfied. What reward did you get? Nothing much, just the control rights of the manor instance. Lu Yang suddenly looked up. The instance has become yours. At the entrance of the Nightmare instance, a black vortex slowly rotated, seeming eternal and unchanging. Lu Guanghua, the manager of the trading company, stood opposite, his eyes fixed tightly on the black vortex. At the entrance of the Nightmare instance, a black vortex slowly rotated, seeming eternal. 5 subordinates stood nearby. Their legs ached from standing, yet they dared not utter a word of complaint. Instead, they wore forced smiles and flattered. Manager Qin Zhe is truly despicable. Unable to control himself, he accrued so much debt in installments, ultimately dragging you down. It's unforgivable. If his corpse is teleported out, just give a glance, and I'll be the first to lash him to relieve your anger. It's already been 2 days. Qin Zhe's corpse is probably rotting inside the monster's belly. Hehehe, look at those professionals, they're all dejected. How could they possibly believe Qin Zhe could escape the Nightmare instance and dare to defy the company? It's laughable. These people have no sense of being dogs, unable to recognize their own limits. I'm truly exasperated. In the end, they only bring trouble to us. The 5 exchanged words, simultaneously flattering and complaining. Lu Guanghua felt utterly annoyed, as if 5 flies were buzzing incessantly around him. Shut up. The 5, who had been filled with righteous indignation moments ago, instantly wilted. Rubbing his temples, Lu Guanghua cursed the useless group in his heart. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar, graceful figure in the distance, stirring a thought within. Lu Shiyu is here too. Go call her over for me. Seeing his position within the company threatened, Lu Guanghua suddenly devised a plan. Ah, yes. Shortly after, Lu Shiyu, clad in black silk, approached cautiously. Before she could speak, Lu Guanghua launched into a tirade. Lu Shiyu, do you still want to continue working at the company? I don't want to. I'm resigning. Lu Shiyu answered decisively. With that, she prepared to turn and leave. Lu Guanghua was stunned, not expecting such straightforwardness. Immediately, he said, Qin Zhe has died within the Nightmare instance, and even his corpse has been completely devoured by monsters. As the sales agent responsible for his loan approval, you should bear all the debts. Lu Shiyu stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned her head. Covering her chest, tears glistened in her eyes. Her pitiful expression startled Lu Guanghua, as it made no sense procedurally. However, what she said was entirely contrary to his expectations. You say? Qin Zhe is dead. How do you know? Lu Shiyu choked on her words. Hehe, you don't care about the debt you bear. Instead, you worry over a stranger. That's truly laughable. Lu Guanghua laughed heartily, his gaze like one observing a fool. 2 days have passed, no sign of life, no corpse in sight. Where do you think he could be? He must be rotting in the monster's belly. Before his words finished, an announcement suddenly sounded. Congratulations, Qin Zhe's team has completed the first clear of the Manor Nightmare instance, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Awarded title Master of the Manor instance. Congratulations to Team Qinze for completing the Manor Nightmare Dungeon for the first time, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. The announcement echoed in the minds of every practitioner in Linhai City. This is recognition from the Black Abyss. At this moment, the Black Abyss Hall was utterly silent. All practitioners were left with their mouths agape. What just happened? What was the announcement saying? Qinze cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. In just 2 days. Huh. Who the hell was speaking just now? Was it you? Lu Guanghua immediately denied it, grabbing one of his subordinates by the collar, forcing him to admit. Qinze clearing the Nightmare Dungeon was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. If Qinze had simply vanished, the company would suffer nearly 50 million in losses, and he would only face demotion. Life wouldn't be as lavish as before. The company would find other ways to recover that 50 million from others. The wool comes from the sheep. But if Qinze succeeded in clearing it, then he was finished. Just the thought of facing the face of the young master of the Li family made his legs tremble in fear. That person does not treat others as human. It wasn't me, the Black Abyss announcement suddenly rang in my mind. Qinze really cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. The subordinate couldn't believe it either, but he still shouted it out. Buzz! Lu Guanghua felt his vision darken, nearly collapsing. Lu Xiyu, dressed in black stockings, was in a state of great confusion. Is the Black Abyss really this humane now? Dying in the Nightmare Dungeon and still having it announced? Could it be that the Li family is using some means to investigate? Wait, how did they clear it? Qinze he cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. Lu Xiyu then realized she had made a mistake. He cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. Oh my god. She looked around the hall filled with practitioners, which was eerily quiet. Suddenly she realized a problem. Linhai City is probably about to change. Just as everyone was finding it hard to believe, they suddenly realized a problem. Since the Black Abyss announcement had already come, did that mean Qinze would also appear? Holy crap, does that mean I would be among the first to witness a miracle? I could brag about it for a lifetime. In an instant, every practitioner's heart raced tense to the extreme. This person was the first to clear the Manor Nightmare. Moreover, it was a level 10 Manor Nightmare Dungeon. Practitioners at this stage were in an awkward position with only low-level skills and minimal equipment bonuses, unable to exert much strength. Countless geniuses, powerful beings with a-level talents, and even ins-level genius had perished within. Thus, the Manor Nightmare Dungeon was also known as the Graveyard of Geniuses. And today this ironclad rule was broken. Most importantly, Qinze successfully cleared the Nightmare Dungeon, instantly reigniting their hope. How would the conflict between Qinze and the Li family be resolved? The 50 million in bonus installment loans was no small amount. Wow, I'm so looking forward to what will happen next. Qinze actually cleared the Nightmare level dungeon, and now his potential might surpass some level talents. Only the perverted geniuses of the 5 major families in the Central District could compare. Would such a genius cause the Li family to compromise and erase the debt? I think the Li family will definitely yield. Those guys are shameless. As long as they can continue making money and maintain their current monopoly, they would kneel and bow down, let alone a mere 50 million. Right, recruiting a genius that surpasses this level, what's 50 million? They might even have to pay an additional 500 million. We all know the value of a super genius, and these families know it even better. Now it all depends on how Qinze chooses. I hope he does not accept the Li family's apology and compensation, but instead leads us lower-tier practitioners to resist and break the current pattern. What are you thinking? He's crazy. Why would he give up a good life to help us break the rules? In the end, he would gain nothing. What is reality? Aren't we all living for maximum profit? That's true, but maybe. Countless practitioners recovered from their initial shock, their hearts suddenly entwined with joy and worry. Finally, the connection point of the nightmare began to twist and ripple, and 2 figures gradually appeared. It was none other than Qinze and Lu Yang. Oh my god, so many people. Lu Yang, upon emerging, was met with countless excited gazes, nearly suffering a heart attack. It seems everyone has been waiting for us to come out. Qinze smiled as he looked around, his gaze locking onto the face of a beautiful woman. Oh, even the exclusive driver, so that he wouldn't have to grab a ride later. Hey, don't block the way. Qinze is tired and needs rest. As Qinze passed, the crowd automatically parted. Countless gazes were both excited and shocked. It was akin to countless fans waiting for an international superstar. But soon someone realized something was off. Why was Qinze so clean? There wasn't even a speck of dirt on him, let alone any injuries. Is this reasonable? It should be known that the Black Abyss dungeon was displayed in a data-driven manner. If a practitioner's arm was bitten off, even if the deducted health was restored, the severed arm wouldn't regrow. Even a level 10 practitioner would emerge from a challenging dungeon covered in injuries. Very few could come out intact. Yet Qinze cleared the Nightmare Dungeon without a scratch. Heavens, what does this mean? People stared at Qinze in astonishment, their heads a bit dizzy. Wherever Qinze went, the crowd parted. At the end of the path stood Lu Xiyu, frozen in place. Did you drive here? Qinze asked. Oh, yes, the car is parked right outside. Lu Xiyu appeared dazed. She had always thought she had harmed Qinze. Because of her, he had been doing poorly, even clashing with the Li family. He had to enter the Nightmare Dungeon to hide. Yet he cleared the nightmare dungeon. Could you give me a ride? Sorry for the trouble. Oh, no trouble at all. Lu Shiyu waved her hands repeatedly, immediately scurrying to fetch her beetle. Countless female gazes fell on her back, filled with envy and jealousy. Just as Qin Zhe was about to leave, a tense voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment, China. No, this esteemed sir, I am Lu Guanghua, the manager of the trading company. I had the honor of meeting you before. May I ask if you remember me? Qin Zhe turned in surprise, seeing Lu Guanghua's fawning face. What do you think, I have money now, and want me to repay my installments? It hasn't even been a month yet. Qin Zhe frowned. No, you misunderstand. A genius like you doesn't need to worry about installments. I wanted you to meet with our higher-ups for a meal. We have things to discuss. Oh, then just erase it and no need for a meeting. No time. Qin Zhe waved his hand and walked outside. Lu Guanghua was a bit anxious and wanted to say something. Stop. If you cling on like a dogskin plaster, you will bear the consequences. Lu Yang stepped in front of him, pressing him down with one hand. Understood. I won't say anything. Lu Guanghua nodded hastily. Until Qin Zhe left the Black Abyss Hall, everyone finally erupted into a commotion. What choice would Qin Zhe make? Would he accept the olive branch from the Li family? Or? In the trading company, young master Li Yuhao was leisurely seated on the sofa. Before him knelt a row of people, both men and women, their faces filled with despair. A bunch of foolish pigs still dreaming of scheming against Qin Zhe to make me look bad. The person is currently hiding in the nightmare dungeon and hasn't come out. Every word from Li Yuhao felt like a needle piercing their hearts. I know you have secretly saved some money while hiding it from the company. The company has turned a blind eye, understanding your hardships. But now it's clear you're unworthy. A bunch of worthless trash should be squeezed dry. Paying back debts is only right. All the money you've transferred must be returned. Upon hearing this, all those kneeling raised their heads in horror. One man in particular said excitedly, I have a son who just started middle school, and we are in desperate need of money. Young Master Li, please show mercy. Get lost. Li Yuhao impatiently kicked him aside. You only have over 200,000 combined. That's so pitiful. Now, everything is gone. Li Yuhao looked at the desperate crowd, a playful smile appearing on his face. Given your atrocious behavior from now, everything is gone. Li Yuhao looked at the desperate crowd, a playful smile appearing on his face. Given your atrocious behavior from now on, you will repay your debts through tasks which I will personally assign to you. At this statement, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. If the company was owed money, they could at least be treated as dogs. But if Li Yuhao took charge, they could be driven to their deaths. At that moment, an announcement rang out abruptly. Congratulations, Qin Zhe's team has completed the Nightmare Dungeon for the first time, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Obtained title ruler of the dungeon. What does this mean? Did the Nightmare Dungeon really allow him to clear it? The kneeling people went from shock to ecstatic joy. Qin Zhe cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. Hope has arrived. Having exhausted all options, they might as well gamble with Qin Zhe. Li Yuhao's pupils trembled as he sat dazed on the sofa. His mind was a chaotic mess. Just then the phone next to him rang incessantly. Li Yuhao hurriedly answered the call. The caller ID displayed his father's name. Yuhao, no matter the cost, bring Qin Zhe to our Li company, understand? No matter the cost. Oh, got it. No matter the cost. Li Yuhao's confidence surged. His father was the strongest in Lehigh City, level 32. Even the mayor had to bow down before him. No matter the cost, huh? Li Yuhao pondered, and then began to smirk. In a Volkswagen Beetle, Qin Zhe was sitting by the window, the glow of the dashboard flickering before him. Are you okay? Lu Shiyu kept glancing at Qin Zhe through the rearview mirror, her face filled with worry. In her view, Qin Zhe was driven into a corner by the 50 million debt, which was why he entered the Nightmare Dungeon going all in. It was truly and she bore at least half the responsibility for it. What could happen to me? I'm just sitting here fine, Qin Zhe said, casually studying his skill panel while chatting idly with Lu Shiyu. Currently, the Thunder Skeleton Warrior summon skill had reached LV 20349, but had yet to be upgraded. However, he was quite satisfied with its power. At this stage, it should be the pinnacle of combat power. Thunder Skeleton Warriors summon LV 20352. Summons 2 formations, 300 ordinary Thunder Skeleton Warriors who possess formation abilities to protect you. Duration 1 day, mana cost 500 points. 1 day, he wouldn't be surprised if he summoned the entire Thunder Skeleton clan. For now, he would keep the Thunder Skeleton Warriors and level up the Shadow Ghoul. The Shadow Ghoul's current level was too low, dragging down the overall skill level. Once the last skill levels up, the Symbiotic Crystal will upgrade all skills together. At that time, he will undergo a qualitative change. But the problem was that he had too few skills, only 5 at most. It was hard to imagine how he and Necromancer could survive solely on skills. Lu Shiyu continued to murmur, the trading company will definitely not let this go easily. Those people are terrifying. Trust me, when you see them, your legs will shake. Now that you've cleared the Nightmare Dungeon, I don't know what that means, only that it holds great value. You should negotiate with them. Qin Zhe suddenly asked, does the trading company have high-level skill books for necromancers? They do have, but... No buts. Help me acquire all the high-level skill books, the more expensive the better. Huh. Are you still thinking? Yes, pay in 10 installments. Just buy them vigorously. Lu Shiyu exclaimed confused. Buying one is free, buying two is also free. So why not buy a few more? Would they make a genius who cleared the nightmare dungeon go into debt? The Volkswagen Beetle stopped in front of an old community where elderly people were exercising. Are you really going to do this? Lu Shiyu couldn't help but ask again. It's lease company. Aren't you afraid? Let me calculate a sum. Qinzhe looked at her beautiful yet bewildered face and said, the first time I continued with the job change gift pack, I listened to your arrangement and bought a Necromancer for 99000, right? Yes. Lu Shiyu nodded repeatedly. This is the root of all evil. Once you start installments, there's no turning back. Huh. Owing 99000, the company will also come after me. I have to go into the dungeon to earn money, but what if I don't have equipment? I would have to resort to installments. Don't you think this step-by-step process is piling up? Now owing 1 million or 50 million makes no difference to me. Qinzhe shrugged. It seems quite reasonable. Lu Shiyu's eyes reflected a sort of innocent foolishness. Qinzhe returned to his empty home, which had gathered some dust after 2 days of "Come forth, my Dark Ranger." With the incantation, a stunning Dark Ranger appeared from the summoning circle. She knelt before Qinzhe and said, "My lord, what are your commands?" The next moment a rag was shoved into her hands. The Dark Ranger looked puzzled. When it came to cleaning, only a Dark Ranger who maintained a human form could do it. The Thunder Skeletons and Shadow Ghouls were both adept at destruction, as it was the Master's command. The Dark Ranger holding the rag began to clean agilely. Meanwhile, Qinzhe sat on the sofa ready to collect the rewards of the dungeon clearance. SS level clearance reward. Experience reward, experience 150000. Clearance rewards, Nightmare Chest X1, Nightmare Equipment Chest X1, Nightmare Manor Clearance Title X1. Do you wish to collect? Successfully claimed the SS level completion reward. Gained experience 150000. Nightmare Treasure Chest X1, Nightmare Equipment Treasure Chest X1, Nightmare Manor Completion Title X1. As the rewards were distributed, Qinzhe's experience points began to soar. Level 1462. 73. 89. Under Qinzhe's eager gaze, a white light of upgrade descended from above. The level has finally broken through the 15 barrier. I leveled up. Qinzhe's eyes brightened as he immediately retrieved the Demon Dragon Staff from his storage and equipped it. This truly marked the beginning of his invincible journey. The roar of a dragon surrounded Qinzhe and then suddenly spread outwards. The Dark Ranger, who was kneeling and cleaning the floor, suddenly felt a chill run through her body. A sense of threat from her bloodline made her cautiously lift her head. To her astonishment, she saw her master possessing the power of a dragon. She lowered her head again, wiping even harder. One could only say, her master truly lived up to the title. Now that I have reached level 15, it is inappropriate to farm monsters in the Manor Dungeon. I remember that the second phase of the Black Abyss dungeon has mini environment dungeons like the Bloody Factory and Death Cruise, as well as large battlefield dungeons like the Twilight Plain, which is vast enough to encompass an entire region and allows all adventurer teams to enter, supporting both sides of the conflict. Battlefield dungeons usually possess uniqueness, and once cleared, the entire dungeon will disappear. They are crucial to the Grand World line. If I remember correctly, the Twilight Plain battlefield dungeon has been fought for over 20 years with countless adventurers participating, some of whom were even killed by adventurers from opposing factions. These events all occurred within the dungeon, and the officials are powerless to intervene. In this world, power is concentrated in individuals, which significantly weakens the officials. If I can end the war in the Twilight Plain, then the final reward should be. Moreover, such a battlefield is perfect for a necromancer like me, capable of summoning a large number of minions with a wave of my hand. How could these natives and adventurers hope to fight against me? Qinzhe had already decided in his heart that the next dungeon he would enter would be the Twilight Plain. Before that, he needed to prepare various skills and equipment. Of course, all of it would be obtained with a deferred payment scheme. No repayment for the money, but the best items. SSS Nightmare Treasure Chest, would you like to open it? A giant chest 1 meter long appeared out of thin air and thudded onto the ground. It appeared to be quite heavy. Various patterns twisted on the surface of the chest, exuding madness and brutality. The SSS Nightmare Treasure Chest theoretically could yield anything: skill books, equipment items, pet eggs, forging stones, and even bizarre and peculiar things, all of which are treasures. He remembered a video from a Billy Up master who live-streamed an opening and unexpectedly summoned a demon with horns, instantly creating a large hole in the room. Taking a deep breath, Qinzhe gripped the Demon Dragon Staff and signaled the Dark Ranger to remain vigilant before slowly opening the 1 meter long SSS Nightmare Treasure Chest. At the moment the chest opened, a scarlet light immediately spilled out. Just as Qinzhe was about to see what it was, a snake-like object suddenly lunged out. He was startled and instinctively raised the Demon Dragon Staff to strike. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy sound, the snake-like object immediately retreated back, and only then did Qinzhe see the true form. It was a black-purple tentacle, sharp at the front and covered in creepy eyes. What on earth is this? It won't summon a monster for me to fight, will it? As the scarlet light faded, the nightmare treasure chest turned to black smoke. A book lay quietly on the ground. The cover was embossed with the symbol of a triangular eyeball. So it was a skill book. Then that's fine. Qinze's heart stirred, and he immediately stepped forward to pick up the skill book. Thousand-Eyed Tentacle Summoning Technique, a special type of summon chant for 30 seconds to summon a tentacle from the Forbidden Sea. Fixed position, cannot move, duration 1 day, mana cost 3000. This is quite a thing. However, being a necromancer, having a connection to tentacles is not a problem. The combat power of the tentacles still needs to be verified. With the enhancement of skill upgrades, even weak skills can become very strong. Grade Talent Resonance Crystal Activate. Buzz. With the simultaneous vibration of 3 crystals, the tentacle summoning technique was instantly raised to the same level as ghoul summoning technique. Thousand-Eyed Tentacle Summoning Technique, Spiritual Tentacle Summoning Technique, Spiritual Tentacle Summoning Technique, Instructional Tentacle Summoning Technique, Instructional Tentacle Summoning Technique, Container Tentacle Summoning Technique. Container Tentacle Summoning Technique LV. 1038 LV. 1039 LV. 1039 LV. 1040. The tentacle skill continued to advance, and in the end Qinze had no idea what he would summon. As long as it's a tentacle, that's fine. When the time comes to enter the Twilight Plain battlefield, there would be millions of natives engaged in melee combat. At that time, summoning a few tentacles would be a great way to open their eyes. Next is the Nightmare Equipment Treasure Chest. Not much to say about this, you just open it. Once again, a scarlet light overflowed from the chest, and a small object floated up spinning. Qinze reached out to catch it, and the Nightmare Treasure Chest turned to black smoke and vanished. It was a ring, and instead of a gemstone, it was set with an eyeball. You Nightmare Treasure Chests really have a thing for eyeballs, don't you? They're all eyeballs. Qinze looked at the bizarre ring, and couldn't help but complain. But it was diamond grade. Even if he had to pinch his nose, he had to wear it. Nightmare Ring Quality Diamond Grade Level Restriction LV. 15 Job Restriction, Mage 150 Intelligence Required Base Attributes Intelligence 100 Strength 10, Agility 10. A resistance to negative effects such as illusions, panic, and mental attacks, increased by 2 times. Enhancement 0. Forging 0 runes. None. Skill 1. Illusion Creator can create 2 illusion clones of any entity, including oneself, inheriting 50 of the original attributes, taking double damage, sharing memories between the main body and the illusion clones. Duration 2 hours, cooldown 6 hours. Mana cost 1000. Skill 2, Sleep forces any creature into a deep sleep state. Duration 8 hours, awakes up after being attacked. Cooldown 24 hours, mana cost 1000. Skill 3, True Sight can see through all skills such as stealth, invisibility, and disguise, can sense malice and the level of danger in the environment, and issues warnings to the wearer in the form of prompts. A passive skill, operates permanently. Skill 4, Eye Confinement. The eyeball embedded in the ring focuses on the enemy, and the mental telekinesis will continuously strengthen, ultimately causing the enemy to enter a state of confinement. Activation time, 10 seconds. Confinement time, until the eyeball's gaze is diverted. Mana cost 100 per second. The Nightmare Ring, this one isn't bad either. It's just slightly inferior to the Dragon Mage Staff. However, wearing an eye on the hand does have a certain intimidating effect. Qinze slipped the Nightmare Ring onto his right index finger and admired it in the sunlight streaming through the window. The eye on the ring began to rotate wildly, locking onto his gaze. Deep within the black eye, something seemed to be swirling as if intent on dragging him in. What a nuisance. He gave the large eye a sharp thump, causing it to wobble and emit a slapping sound. From that moment on, the eye was much better behaved. It dared not look around anymore. Next comes the title of the Manor Instance Master. Once I wear it, it will take effect immediately, forcibly expelling any player's grinding levels in the instance, and they will be unable to claim any experience or equipment rewards. This is the Master title. Dominant. Should I wear the title now? Qinze furrowed his brow. The Manor Instance is for levels 1 to 15, primarily a source of income for low-tier players. Wearing it now would be akin to severing their lifeline. Forget it. Why should a debtor make things difficult for another debtor? At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Qinze picked it up and saw a string of unfamiliar numbers. He decisively rejected the call. In this day and age, there were so many scams, or it was just someone asking if he wanted to take out a loan. It seems like taking a loan could actually work, and it could be quite advantageous. After hanging up, his phone rang again. This time a message appeared: Mayor's Office of Lehigh City. That title carries a bit of weight. Qinze answered the call, and immediately a sultry voice came through. Hello Qinze, I hope I'm not intruding. I am Tang Zhu, the mayor of Lehigh City. First of all, congratulations on successfully clearing the Nightmare Instance. It's truly remarkable. Principal Chow and I are still in disbelief. He never expected such a genius to emerge from his school. In the past century, your level of genius can definitely rank among the top 10 in Lehigh City. Your emergence is an honor for our city. Tang Zhu spoke with utmost seriousness. To deliver such flattering words with sincerity truly lifted one's spirits. However, Qinze's first response made Tang Zhu lose her composure. Are you really the mayor, not a scam? Should I call the police to verify? Tang Zhu chuckled helplessly. This super genius certainly had a unique style. I am currently downstairs in an official vehicle of Lehigh City. You can verify it. Oh, can you step out of the car for a moment so I can see? As Qinze said this, he approached the window and saw an official vehicle's door open. A capable woman with short hair and dressed in a white suit emerged, glancing back. After confirming it was indeed the mayor. Well, you can return to your vehicle now. Tang Zhu. Brother, I am the mayor. At the very least, I stepped out of the vehicle. Why can't you let me sit at your place? Thus Tang Zhu sat back down. Mayor, is there something you need? Hey Wraith, the thing, I sincerely invite you to join our official organization. There will be a dedicated arrangement, and there are resources approved monthly. With your current qualifications, you can at least receive a monthly subsidy of 100,000 yuan. Choose any item from the National Treasury and receive a real-time, matched golden grade set. What do you think? Qinze? To be honest, it's not very appealing. Not to mention golden grade. He was already looking down on platinum grade gear. He had plenty of golden grade gear in his storage. He could even sell it back to the officials. The silence stretched for over 10 seconds, causing Tang Zhu to feel a bit anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, I can negotiate for you to receive a set of platinum grade gear matched to your level. Keep in mind this is a complete set. Even in the market, it's a rare item. Various factions use it as a foundation to cultivate their promising talents. Qinze, I believe you deserve it. Yet another silence ensued, leaving Tang Zhu utterly perplexed. Brother, you can't possibly look down on the platinum grade set, can you? To be honest, the resources are very tight at the moment, and the platinum grade set is already the maximum reward. If it were Lehigh City's Lee Corporation, it might be possible to offer an entire set of diamond grade gear. Upon realizing this, Tang Zhu sighed. Qinze, has Lee Corporation promised you a diamond grade set? If you join them, it's understandable. Well, after all, it's your future. I can only wish you good luck. I haven't joined Lee Corporation, nor will I in the future. Qinze replied calmly with a tone of firmness. What? Just as Tang Zhu was about to hang up, her finger trembled, and she quickly saved the call. There's more to discuss. I currently have no intention of joining any organization. I only accept cooperative relationships if you're willing. Qinze thought it simple. He hadn't yet drained all the benefits from his installment. If he joined the officials, would Lee Corporation still give him free opportunities? There's a saying that if you owe millions or billions, they can hold you at their mercy. But if you owe tens of billions, I'm sorry, but you should bow to me first. I'm willing, of course. Tang Zhu nodded repeatedly, her heart filled with joy. As long as Qinze doesn't align with Lee Corporation, everything can be negotiated. Well, I currently need a secure storage account where no one but me can tamper with it. Can you do that? Of course, if it's more private, that would be even better. Ideally, no one should know. As Qinze spoke, he was already envisioning a grand plan in his mind. Installments are installments. My money is still my money. Each is counted separately. His storage full of golden grade gear was just waiting to be sold. But if he deposited the money into a regular account, Lee Corporation would be able to trace it and directly seize his funds. Then the meaning of his free installments would be lost. A secure account. We can arrange that. However, such a simple request, do you not need any resources? Tang Zhu asked incredulously. If there are future requests, can we add to it? Of course. Well then, that's settled. After hanging up, Qinze revealed a smile. Everything was ready. All that was left was to buy. As everyone knows, high-level skill books are incredibly precious. At that moment, there was a sudden loud knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. It carried a hostile intent. The nightmare ring on Qinze's right hand spun rapidly, and his pupils fixed intently on the door. There was danger. Whoosh. The Dragon Mage staff was pulled from the storage and firmly grasped in his hand. The Dark Ranger followed closely behind, his crimson eyes brimming with caution. Peering through the peephole, he saw the sneering face of the young master of the Lee family along with a uniform group of level 20 players. There were a full 10 of them. Is this how the young master of the Lee family conducts himself? Gathering 10 level 20 professionals just to deal with me. This is my first time meeting the young master of the Lee family. The other party has given him such a grand gift. Quite interesting. However, if a fight breaks out right now, won't this little residential building collapse? Moreover, this is his territory where the Dark Ranger has cleaned the floor. Outside, the level 20 professionals stood straight, their fierce gazes directed inward. The pressure from their levels felt almost tangible. Ordinary professionals would probably be scared to the point of trembling. Li Yuhao stood at the back, grinning at the security. It's easy to say that one should spare no expense. Asking others to do things is not his style. So what if they clear the nightmare dungeon? Don't they still have to bow their heads before him? Creak. The security door slowly opened. Everyone immediately perked up. They didn't necessarily have to make a move, but rather show the other party the gap in their strength, forcing them to submit. As a result, when the door opened, no one came out. Instead, a mobile phone was extended. The black camera pointed at them instantly, leaving everyone speechless. Look quickly. The Lee family company has gathered a large group of people at my doorstep. Are they here to extort money or to take lives? Li Yuhao's expression changed drastically as he shouted, hurry, snatch his phone, and delete the video. Li Yuhao immediately covered his face. Qinze laughed mockingly from inside. So you still care about your appearance? The nearest level 20 professional immediately reached out to grab the phone. Their hand just happened to retract, grabbing at thin air. How is their reaction speed so fast? Several level 20 professionals collectively gasped. Generally speaking, level suppression manifests in many ways, enabling one to evade attacks, even under pressure. What kind of genius behavior is this? At that moment, an assassin professional swiftly darted through the crowd. Dressed in all black, his movements were ghost-like. Just when he thought he could easily handle the situation, a staff suddenly appeared before him. A heavy blow landed on his head, instantly rendering him blank in the mind. 1563 damage numbers floated up, leaving all the level 20 professionals stunned. What kind of damage is this? Too exaggerated. Wait, that's not right. How did a staff produce the effect of a heavy sword? Is the mage fighting like a warrior? They felt dizzy, unable to comprehend. Only 1500 damage. The level limitation forcibly erased 1000 of my damage. Shinzei curled his lips. However, with a fragile class like the assassin, he could take him down with just 3 hits. Moreover, the assassin that charged in now resembled a drunkard, holding his head as he swayed, ultimately slamming his back against the wall and collapsing to the ground. Dizziness left him dazed, unable to stand for a few minutes. The corridor fell silent as everyone stared in shock at the dazed assassin. What do you want in my house? Shinzei held up his phone, recording these people before him. Li Yuhao approached, covering his face. Do you dare to hit my people? Breaking into a private residence, what's there to be afraid of? Shinzei's voice was strong and firm, emphasizing that he was entirely justified. Li Yuhao gritted his teeth and asked, Kid, don't you know who I am? Don't you know what happens when you provoke me? I really don't know. I am Li. Li Yuhao looked at the camera on the phone, suddenly at a loss for words. Li what? Go on, say it. Shinzei glared at the phone screen, speaking sternly. Who? Li Yuhao took a deep breath, then commanded the remaining 9 professionals, first snatch his phone, and the video must not be leaked. Yes. The 9 professionals sprang into action, with the warrior leading the front, followed by priests, mages, and archers, mimicking a scene of preparing to fight a boss. Looks like you still have some brains. Shinzei praised as he saved the video and tucked away his phone. Li Yuhao smirked, wearing a look of, you finally realized. But not much. The roar of the dragon. A terrifying dragon's roar suddenly burst down the corridor. Wherever it passed, level 20 professionals covered their ears, kneeling in pain, their heads buzzing, filled with fear. The assassin, who had been leaning against the wall with his head in his hands, slumped over unconscious. That was a dragon. A legendary mythical creature. With just one skill, all professionals lost their ability to resist. Li Yuhao, being the weakest, was affected the most. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, losing control of his bodily functions. The arrogance he had just displayed had completely vanished. Haha, with just one skill you've become like this. Let me take a couple of photos for my social media. Shinzei chuckled, pulling out his phone to snap a few shots. Without delay, he directly edited a message and posted it online. The person claiming to be Li Yuhao actually brought 10 level 20 professionals to block my door. Is there no law anymore? Accompanied by the initial scene of Li Yuhao blocking the door with his 10 companions, looking quite imposing. Alongside, he attached 2 photos, one showing the corridor with the professionals sprawled across. The other was a close-up of Li Yuhao, his face full of pain, a mysterious liquid staining his pants. Click to send. The username of the top clearer of the Nightmare Dungeon, Shinzei, was immediately noticed. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless people rushed in, and when they saw the content of the post, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. What the hell? So explosive. After posting, Shinzei closed the page, not bothering to see what impact it would have. He had already anticipated what would happen beforehand. Now he needed someone to clean up this mess. Thus he dialed Mayor Tang Zhu's number. Shinzei, what's up? Tang Zhu's voice sounded cheerful. Shinzei specifically called her to suggest there was something going on. However, Shinzei's first sentence left her speechless. The person claiming to be Li Yuhao is here with me, and he has wet himself in fear. Tang Zhu. After several seconds, she finally spoke. Oh, yes, I need you to send someone to handle this. Oh, and there are also 10 level 20 professionals beside him who have all lost their ability to resist. You might need to send more personnel. If you could also clean up the corridor while you're at it, I would be very grateful. Shinzei's tone was calm, but it stirred up a storm in Tang Zhu's heart. The Li family company sent people to threaten you. Pretty much. Alright, I'll head over right away. Don't worry, we will detain Li Yuhao and won't let him go easily. Then I would trouble you. After hanging up, Shinzei's eyes narrowed slightly. Everything has to have a reputable source. For the installment debt, he indeed has no justification. But if you threaten so arrogantly, then don't blame me for being rude. The sound of sirens echoed throughout the old residential building, with 5 police cars, 3 armored vehicles, and 2 ambulances parked in a tight formation. The old neighborhood was completely filled with vehicles displaying an imposing presence. Moreover, there were also news vans and media vehicles. Journalists received the news that had accidentally leaked and immediately sprang into action, fearing they might miss out on this explosive story. Soon cameras were set up, capturing every angle without missing a detail. Tang Zhu stepped out of a police car, her expression tense, and the corners of her mouth seemed to twitch like an AK-47. Everyone be careful, a professional level incident has occurred. The victim is Qin Zhe, will make sure to protect him. Understood. The police cordon was quickly established and officers rushed into the high-rise. Upon reaching the floor where the incident occurred, the scene before them left everyone momentarily stunned. A level 20 professional lay sprawled across the floor. The scene was incredibly shocking. This is a level 20 professional. How could they just be lying here? Incredible. What kind of power could have rendered them like this? Oh my god. This is the young master of the Li family. Oh, I'm scared out of my wits. In a state of utter shock, the officers handcuffed the professionals and carried them into the vehicle. Their gazes swept over the security door filled with awe. This was all the work of a single person. Qin Zhe's power exceeds our imagination. Tang Zhu muttered. This Li Yuhao has always been arrogant. He actually tried to use this method to force control over Qin Zhe. I wonder what kind of expression his father will have when he finds out. Principal Chao stood by, a smile gracing his face. Well, after this incident, Qin Zhe probably won't join the Li family, which is beneficial for us. We must do everything we can to win him over. In the past, the Li family would pressure us. No matter what Li Yuhao did, they would downplay it. But this time we must make our stance clear. For Qin Zhe, we can stand against the Li family. Meanwhile, after finishing these matters, Qin Zhe lay back on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Although he had indulged in 2 hot pots within the nightmare instance, the overall experience was quite pleasant. However, 2 days had passed, and he had hardly slept at all. He wasn't arrogant enough to sleep in the nightmare instance, unless he was tired of living and wanted to die on the spot. The shapely Dark Ranger sat by the bed vigilantly, watching over his sleep. He felt an overwhelming sense of security. He slept soundly until the sunlight streamed in through the window. Only then did Qin Zhe stretch and awaken, immediately noticing the Dark Ranger sitting by his bed, holding his phone, which displayed a game called Jin Chan Chan. Interesting. The Dark Ranger turned to look at him. With a tap of her fingertip, a 3-star 5-cost character sparkled and appeared. The remaining 3 families immediately cast their votes. Here you go. Qin Zhe took the phone, struggling to contain his excitement. At that moment, he noticed the phone displayed a long list of missed calls. It kept ringing. I was afraid of disturbing you. The Dark Ranger spoke again, making a pressing gesture with her finger. You did well. You can play with your phone when you're bored in the future. You can also buy whatever you want. Just opt for installment payments. Understood. Qin Zhe nodded. Although the Dark Ranger was a creature of the undead, she too could feel boredom. As you command, my lord. Her crimson eyes sparkled, clearly showing her delight. Qin Zhe opened the missed calls. Lu Yang had 3 missed calls. Lu Xiu had 5. Tang Zhu had 1. Lease Exchange Office had 23 missed calls, and there were missed calls from classmates. What made Qin Zhe unable to hold back was that there was even a call from an elementary school classmate. Are they all so concerned about me now? Qin Zhe pondered for a moment before deciding to call Lu Zhe back. Lu Yang's concerned voice soon came through. Li's company is looking for you. How are you doing? Are you alright? I'm fine. Li Yuhao has been arrested. It will probably be a long time before he gets out. What? Li Yuhao has been arrested? No way. You didn't know? Qin Zhe asked, puzzled. How would I know? All I know is that you have become an online sensation. Your post has already received nearly 20,000 comments. 20,000 comments. It seems everyone has long harbored grievances against the Li family. Perhaps I should escalate the situation a bit more. Can things really escalate further? How? Lu Yang was quite shocked. This explanation is a bit complex. Oh, then forget it. In preparing to enter the battlefield instance Twilight Plains, do you want to join? Foster father. It was indeed a battlefield. I remembered that one must form a team to participate. If I could slightly alter the battle's course, I should be able to earn quite a bit of rewards. Alright then, the task of finding team members is up to you. Level and strength don't matter, but they must know how to lie down. If they have some culinary skills, that would be even better. Understood. I can handle this small matter. You focus on dealing with the Li family. Okay. The team issue for Twilight Plains has currently been resolved. Qin Zhe believed that the title of Nightmare Clearer would attract many professionals. At that moment, Lu Xiu's call came in again. Qin Zhe glanced at the screen and pressed the answer button. Lu Xiu's voice came through, sounding somewhat hesitant. Qin Zhe, the advanced skill book for Necromancer summoning you mentioned has been arranged on my side, but Boss Li just contacted me saying he wants to give it to you for free and hopes to have a good talk with you. Boss Li, Li Yuhao's father. Yes, his name is Li Xing'an, and he is currently the highest level individual in Lehigh City. He reacted quite quickly. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I do not accept. Please convey my original words to him. Your son's actions have made me very angry. Also sell me those skill books on installment. Alright, I will pass on the message. Wait, you still want to pay in installments? You cleared the nightmare instance. You should have plenty of money. Lu Xiu couldn't help but ask. How can I have money? The equipment I obtained in the instance I need to use myself. Now that I've fallen out with the Li family, they will definitely cut off my funds. You have it tough. Lu Xiu said sincerely. Will you be home later? I can bring the skill book over. Are you sure you still want to pay in installments? Isn't that giving them a handle on me? Definitely, and it will take 10 years. Qin Zhe replied firmly. Li Xingong giving him the skill book for free is no different from letting him take advantage of him through installments. The former even involves a personal favor. It's simply not worth it. Moreover, he was also preparing to give the Li family a big surprise. On the top floor of the Li building in Linhai City, an expensive purple clay cup was violently smashed to the ground. How could he bring me 10 level 20 professionals to block their doorstep after I instructed him to spare no expense in gaining their favor? Li Xingong was furious, causing everyone else present to tremble in fear. Oh, don't be angry, you'll wrinkle your face. A refined beauty gracefully approached. Our family has a routine inspection in a month. We should think about how to handle our own people first. Li Xingong fell silent upon hearing this. However, in front of the Li family, they were nothing. If the family discovered they could no longer control Linhai City, they would immediately send someone to take over and kick them out. Now the resentment from the professionals was mounting, and with the sudden emergence of the super genius Qin Zhe, it seemed like they were on the verge of losing control of Linhai City. Damn it, we had no feud with Qin Zhe and the debts weren't even being pursued, yet this prodigal son ruined everything for me. It might be a bit difficult to reconcile with Qin Zhe now. Li Xingong thought of Qin Zhe's message and couldn't help but continue cursing. Yu Hao is still a child, we should at least get him out of jail first. I'm afraid he won't be able to eat well inside. The beautiful woman continued to speak soothingly. Just spoil him. Although Li Xingong was cursing fiercely, he still went to the detention center with the beautiful woman. Dozens of luxury cars filled the road in front of the detention center. The display was quite grand. He and the beautiful woman got out of the car, both wearing dark sunglasses. Why isn't the director of the detention center here to greet me? Li Xingong frowned. In the past, when he arrived, the moment the car stopped, the detention center's gate would open and the director would come out with a large entourage, smiling and welcoming him with great humility. Now the director was nowhere to be seen and the gate was tightly shut. What are these guys up to? Don't they want to mix in Linhai City anymore? Li Xingong gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. The beautiful woman urgently shouted, "How dare they openly ignore you? Hurry, they might dare to harm you, Hao. It seems it's time for them to know who is in charge of Linhai City." With a grim expression, Li Xingong waved to his subordinates behind him and strode towards the detention center. Instead of knocking, he kicked the heavy iron. "Director of the detention center, get out here." Li Xingong stepped inside, shouting angrily. At that moment, a stern female voice suddenly sounded. "Li Xingong, who allowed you to enter? This is a restricted area for prisoners, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. If you want to visit a relative, you must go through the proper procedures. Now leave immediately." "Oh, Mayor Tang, your words today are quite strong." Li Xingong turned around, seeing a capable woman in a white suit, and began to speak sarcastically. "Li Xingong, you have overshadowed Linhai City, blocking countless Linhai people's hopes for the future. From today, I solemnly warn you, everything you have occupied must be returned, and all the tragedies you have caused must be repaid by you." Tang Zhu's words were precise and powerful, as if she were declaring an oath. "Yeah." Li Xingong was momentarily taken aback, then began to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking? What gives you the right to fight me? Just because of your level 23. I could randomly bring out someone whose level is higher than yours. How many dungeon resources have you occupied? How much effort have you contributed to the development of those resources? You dare to talk big here with me? The entire Linhai City was carved out by me. Without me, could you all be where you are today?" Li Xingong was yelling, veins bulging on his forehead. "That is no reason for you to monopolize the resources of professionals." Tang Zhu met his fierce gaze without flinching. "You came this time for your son, right? I can allow you to see him, but if you want to take him away, you need to go through the proper procedures. Without procedures, we will never release him. If you dare to break in and snatch him away, I will report it to the higher-ups that there is turmoil within the Li company." After saying this, a door slowly opened, and a strong stench immediately wafted out. "Son, how are you?" The beautiful woman, upon seeing this, rushed forward in alarm, but was stopped by the guards. Li Xingang's expression turned pale as he saw his son's miserable state. The prestigious Li family valued reputation highly. If the family members saw him in such a disgraceful state, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even being removed from the Li family tree would be a light punishment. "Are you trying to declare war on me?" Li Xingong gritted his teeth. "If you consider this a war, then I will accompany you," Tang Zhu said with a cold smile. This day marked the beginning of the battle between the government and the Li company. They are too arrogant. This is simply too much. After returning to the top floor of the Li building, Li Xingong angrily smashed 2 more purple clay cups. "Wu, my poor son suffering inside. You must think of a way." The beautiful woman cried, wiping her tears. "Madam, please don't worry. They wouldn't dare do anything to you, Hao. I will expedite the procedures, and he'll be released in a few days." After comforting his wife, Li Xingong immediately called over his trusted confidant. "Tang Zhu actually dares to challenge our Li company. I will make her kneel before me and apologize. Boss, public opinion online is currently very unfavorable for us. Since Qinze posted about the young master bringing 10 level 20 professionals to block the door, many people have been criticizing us, and it has already caused significant impact. At this ungrateful bunch of ingrates. If it weren't for the company supporting them, they would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Filter out these ingrates, and specially cultivate some loyal dogs. As long as they are loyal to our company, we will throw them some bones. If they are ingrates, they'll cut off their dungeon resources and demand repayment of debts. Let's see what they do then. Li Xinggong said fiercely. Anyone who looked at him could tell he was genuinely enraged. Understood, I will take care of it right away. Soon a one-sided opinion began to appear online. Loyal dogs of the Li company also joined the fray. Who was it that developed the dungeon in Linhai City? It was the Li company. I'm going into the dungeon to farm experience and rewards. You online losers, do you have a place to farm experience? You can only shout online, in reality strength speaks. I'm going into the dungeon to farm experience and rewards. You online losers, do you have a place to farm experience? You can only shout online, in reality strength speaks. Hey, you can't enter the dungeon, can you? Before you speak, consider who's feeding you. You deserve to suffer the consequences. In an old residential building, Qinze watched the Dark Ranger, wearing an apron, cooking something over the fire. He felt a bit unsettled. Really, can you cook? My lord, I am preparing the food. I saw a thigh bone in the pot. That can't be from the neighbor, can it? Yes, my lord. Qinze. Soon after, the Dark Ranger's dish was freshly prepared, consisting of large bones. Upon seeing the quantity of bones, Qinze's face, is it possible that all the leg bones from the neighbor's family were taken? Fortunately, these bones appeared to be quite robust, slightly different from human bones. He then heard the furious roar of the neighbor demanding to know who had stolen his pork bones. Is this what you eat there? Qinze had no appetite for the bones. The Dark Ranger, however, was enthusiastically devouring them, crunching them, as if they were apples. Yes, my lord. These bones have a low soul content. Not as good as those I eat. The Dark Ranger spoke with a cold voice. Qinze, you are being picky. The Dark Ranger was a hero unit akin to a summonable beast that could grow over time. Other summoning skills would summon different units each time, and were thus one-time consumables. Therefore, the Dark Ranger would accompany him for a long time, which made it natural to cultivate feelings. The Dark Ranger finished off the entire pot of bones. Qinze ordered a takeout of yellow braised chicken rice, and also settled the payment for the bones for the neighbor, making the neighbor feel a bit embarrassed. You should try a bite of our human delicacies. Qinze looked at the well-proportioned Dark Ranger. Just as it reached his mouth, he gagged. After eating and drinking to his fill, it was about time. Li Corporation, what kind of counterattack will you launch? It wouldn't be a public opinion counterattack based on my post, would it? Qinze sat on the sofa and opened his phone, where the first message was from Tang Zhu, containing several images of Li Yuhao crouching in a detention center, crying and looking disheveled, completely lacking the previous arrogance. Tang Zhu, I assure you, I will not be coerced by anyone, or whatever the court sentences, he will serve that time. Qinze, thank you, I have a gift for you. You will. Tang Zhu, what gift? Qinze, you will find out soon. He closed the message and opened the forum webpage, which was already filled with private messages. 999 Qinze took a moment to understand the situation, realizing it was just as he expected. Everyone was excited about his personal involvement, with some even wanting to put him at the forefront to resist Li Corporation. Personal struggles against forces often feel overwhelming. But when forces confront forces, it can be quite effective, such as when the authorities directly challenge Li Corporation. He only needed to send out some small gifts. Then he clicked on the post he had made, and the comment count surprisingly exceeded 30,000. His account's follower count had also surpassed 500,000. It should be noted that he previously had only a dozen or so bots as followers. His fingers swiped across the screen, and comments appeared before his eyes. What the hell, I saw something. The young master of the Li family actually brought 10 level 20 professionals to block Qinze's door, only to be scared out of his wits. Haha, this is hilarious. I remember the young master of the Li family was quite arrogant due to his background. Now he is being obediently dealt with by Qinze, truly deserving of being the conqueror of nightmare dungeons. If that's the case, there should be a conflict between Li Corporation and Qinze. The company hasn't made any statements yet. Perhaps they are wary of Qinze. I hope Li Corporation can be a bit tough. This would give Qinze a reason to crush them. As long as something happens, I will unconditionally support Qinze. Damn Li Corporation, they should have been brought down long ago. Exactly, the exploitation is too severe. I can barely survive. Countless comments emerged, all filled with accusations and criticisms of Li Corporation. Everyone had suffered under Li Corporation Then Li Corporation released an announcement. From this day forth, all professionals who openly slander and defame this company will be banned from entering all dungeons operated by the company, and their installment payment rights will be revoked. From next month, all debts must be repaid in full, or forced measures will be taken. This instantly ignited the internet. Even Qinze couldn't help but exclaim, "What a ruthless heart." Countless people began to fervently discuss. What? I only said a couple of sentences, and now I am directly banned from participating in dungeons, and I have to repay in full next month. Where am I supposed to get the money? Listen, is this even human language? What do you mean dungeons are operated by your company? I really laughed. Even if you aren't present, the connection to the abyss won't disappear. How arrogant can you be? This is truly too domineering. What should I do now? My child just got born and urgently needs money for formula. Upstairs you are so miserable. I originally planned to run dungeons to save up for a betrothal gift, but now I want to get married, avoiding all troubles. If this continues, it won't be sustainable. Where is the authority? The authorities should step in. Lee Corporation is becoming lawless. Sai, the boss of Lee Corporation, is a level 32 professional, while the highest level mayor is only level 24. How can they manage this? The henchmen brought by the young master of the Lee family are all level 20. Just think about the gap inside. Those who once felt righteous indignation were now truly panicking. Their survival was threatened, and they simply couldn't live on. If Lee Corporation maintained such a high-pressure plan, at least 10,000 people would choose to meet on the rooftop each month. Countless loyalists came out to mock. The connection to the Abyss dungeon is quite spacious, very nice. You ungrateful wolves, the company provides you with dungeons for leveling, which is already quite generous, yet you still greedily want more. Killing monsters is quite enjoyable, and the experience is easy to obtain. Countless mocking voices left many professionals too demoralized to respond. Reality crushed them. Those in power controlled resources and could indulge in luxury. Meanwhile, the bottom-level professionals struggled just to survive. Seeing that Lee Corporation was determined to finish them off, countless people turned to the authorities for help. Countless pleas appeared under the official account. Unfortunately, the authorities remained silent. Tangju, witnessing this scene, clenched her fists tighter. It wasn't that she didn't want to open up, but the resources for dungeons couldn't compete with Lee Corporation. At this moment, Lee Corporation declared to everyone who the true rulers of Linhai City were. Just when everyone was in utter despair, Qinze made a new post. I am the master of the Manor Dungeon. All professionals, except for those from Lee Corporation, may enter the dungeon free of charge. At this moment, everyone became excited. There is hope. Tangju immediately instructed the official account to follow up with the information. Equipment produced from the Manor Dungeon can be sold to the authorities at prices higher than market value. Tangju looked at the new post. She had released a long-lost smile appearing on her face. The first step to resisting Lee Corporation had finally been taken. Qinze, how dare he oppose our Lee family company? Does he not know what we are? Li Xinggang clenched his fists as he looked at the post released by Qinze. He watched helplessly as the Black Abyss dungeon of the manor fell out of control, with all the professionals belonging to the company being expelled. The professionals who had once been ostracized rushed in to farm monsters. Most critically, the official provided the service of buying and selling equipment, which completely bypassed them. A gap suddenly appeared in the territory of the Li family. At this moment, a man hurriedly ran over. Boss, the headquarters just notified us that the inspection has been moved up. Someone will come down in 10 days, and if the people from the headquarters see this mess, What? 10 days? Damn it, we must resort to some unconventional means. Li Xinggang suddenly became a bit anxious and gritted his teeth, saying, let these people witness the foundation of our Li family. To think they could overthrow us, dreaming. At the entrance to the Black Abyss dungeon, various vehicles were parked all around. The professionals surged inside with great enthusiasm, their faces filled with excitement. Some even cried out, "Wow, thank you, Qinze. Thank you, official. Finally, we have a Black Abyss dungeon to farm, no longer having to sell the equipment at a loss. Our good days are coming." Qinze has broken the resource monopoly of the Li family company. Amazing. Brothers, I'm a level 2 assassin and can't find a team. Is anyone willing to take me along? Come on, I'm a level 3 warrior, let's team up. If we can't handle the difficult ones, we can still manage the easy ones, right? I'm a level 5 mage, count me in, I'll be your DPS. In the past, entering dungeons was all about deceit, trying to scoop up as much money as possible, but this time I've decided to be sincere. Let's help each other out, and aim for a good rating. Yes, I think the same. Everyone is struggling now, let's show some understanding for each other. The professionals were moved to tears knowing that this was hard-earned, so they cherished it immensely. Only those who have experienced brutal exploitation and oppression can understand that what they are enjoying now was fought for by Qinze at the brink of life and death. Without Qinze, there would be none of this. They put aside their prejudices and disdainful hierarchy, beginning to cooperate sincerely. The once gloomy Lehigh City thus radiated new vitality. The loyal dogs of the company walked out from the Black Abyss connection, each dejected. They could not understand how the all-powerful Li family company had actually opened up the manor dungeon. Haha, you bunch of defeated dogs, why aren't you barking anymore? I'm dying of laughter. Just because they threw you a few trifles, you really think the Li family company is your father? The equipment is being repurchased at 1/3 of the market price. Only a fool would think of continuing to work for them. TCH, it's just a dungeon usage, right? Look at how arrogant you all are. If it comes to it, we can just go to the other two. Exactly, just a low-level dungeon usage, right? And you're all so smug. Lehigh City has a total of 9 dungeons, and there are 3 for levels 115. I can always go to another one. Do you know about the Twilight Plains Major Dungeon? This is the main storyline dungeon of Lehigh City. If the Lee family company doesn't guard it, Lehigh City will probably vanish from the map tomorrow. Naive, too naive. Open your eyes and look at the world. The loyal dogs of the company retorted without hesitation. The verbal battle between the two sides escalated. Due to the power of the Lee family company, some celebrities and social media influencers also began to support them. Jiaqi, everyone, the Lee family company is also in a tough spot right now. They have to guard Lehigh City and protect the local people. They also have to manage various resources, worrying every day. For those saying they can't repay debts and are being oppressed, think about whether you have put in enough effort. Yes, well said. I'm with you. Brother is the coolest. Everyone please behave. There are always those who want to stir up chaos in Lehigh City for their own profit. I think things are great now. I hope everyone keeps their eyes wide open and leaves no room for those bad people. Lou Schwerer, who claimed to be the #1 in Lehigh City, directly sent a voice message. It instantly sparked heated discussions. This intense conflict attracted all the monsters of Lehigh City. Danger is opportunity, and everyone wants a piece of it. This kept Mayor Tang Zhu busy, wanting to bring Lehigh City back under official control. Taking this opportunity, he must eliminate these monsters. Moreover, among Lehigh City's 9 dungeons, the official only has one for levels 2535, plus Qinze's dungeon for levels 115. That makes only 2 dungeon resources, while the other 7 belong to the Lee family company. One can only say that after taking the first step, the road ahead remains arduous and remote. Online, the verbal battle raged chaotic and disorderly. After confirming that the trend was as he had predicted, Qinze stopped paying attention. Just then Lu Shiyu called him. The first thing she said was, "I'm downstairs at your place." Qinze went downstairs and saw the familiar Volkswagen Beetle parked by the roadside. Opening the door, a familiar fragrance wafted over. Qinze sat in the passenger seat looking at the smiling Lu Shiyu. "The people from the Lee family company haven't given you a hard time, right? They regard me as a bridge for communication with you. How could they give me a hard time? Besides, I'm just a salesperson not related to you at all." Lu Shiyu shook her head. Then she looked at Qinze, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" Lu Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then sighed, saying, "The company has decided to sanction you as a retaliation for your opening of the Manor Dungeon. From now on, everything you buy from the company will be at double the price." After saying this, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Qinze. She had participated in the entire meeting, and it felt as if she and the company had teamed up to harm Qinze. This was not her intention. "Hey, what do I care? Double it, so be it. As long as I can pay in installments." Lu Shiyu stared blankly, saying, No, don't think you can just borrow money and refuse to pay it back, and everything will be fine." "What do you mean? I only learned this a few days ago. If you owe too much money, it will be reported to the Lee family main house, which is currently a super family in the Central District, and they will take measures to collect the debt." Lu Shiyu paused for a moment, continuing, "Their methods are very cruel. The main house directly collecting debts is indeed very troublesome." Qinze frowned slightly. With his growth rate increasing a level in skills every second, what was there to be afraid of? Now he just needed to hurry and level up in the dungeon. At least he had to hurry to level 30. Yes, you must think carefully now. No more time for careful thinking. Take out your most expensive undead skill book, and let's take a look. Lu Shiyu. This scene felt somewhat deja vu. The beetle car made Lu Shiyu a bit anxious. "Did you really understand what I said? I know what mindset you're in right now. You must think you've cleared the Nightmare Dungeon, and now you're an extraordinary genius that all parties want to recruit, with many wanting to help you settle your debts." Qinze was somewhat surprised. "Did I make it that obvious? The Lee Corporation has close ties with the family. The family can directly control the Lee Corporation. This model is not only applicable in Lehigh City, but also in other regions controlled by other Super Lee families. The family is closely monitoring the flow of funds. If there are huge debts, the family will intervene directly. The purpose of the Lee Corporation doubling everything you purchased is to allow the family to directly take care of you at a higher level while they sit back and enjoy the benefits. This is an open scheme." Before coming, Lu Shiyu had evidently done her homework. Qinze did not underestimate himself, but began to think carefully. "So the Lee Corporation doesn't want to confront me directly, but instead, they let their powerful backer deal with me." He chuckled in disbelief. This Lee Corporation is quite peculiar, not following the usual playbook. Normally one would start small before escalating, but they called out right away. The situation here is somewhat complex. I am not qualified to obtain more detailed information. The Lee Corporation is currently more concerned about the overall situation. If your conflict escalates, it will lead to more resistance from the lower tier. "I understand." Qinze nodded. "The Lee Corporation is quite strategic. The opponent's strategic goal is also clear. The first step is to stabilize the overall situation, and the second step, if he continues to incur massive debts, is to call in their backer to deal with him." "So do you still want to buy skill books?" "From what I know, although the Lee Trading Company is the main channel for acquiring skills, equipment, and items, there are also some underground channels and mysterious organizations where the quality might be even higher. Upon hearing Lu Shiyu's words, Qinze thought of the cat-eared girl carrying a suitcase. That must be the underground market. I understand all the risks, but I still choose to buy. In my view, the importance of leveling surpasses that of money. The Super Lee family can come to me if they want, but once I reach level 40 and enter the central area, I will also go looking for them. Let's see who can outplay whom. Qinze's thoughts were very clear now. Skills level up every second, and their effectiveness is beyond doubt. The only thing limiting him now is his level. Leveling up vigorously is the best choice. As for skills, each profession basically has hundreds of skills. Professionals plan and purchase according to their characteristics, divided into civilian-level routes and noble-level routes. Each route can further branch out into dozens of unique strategies, some centered around poison, some around health, etc. Noble-level skills are more extravagant than civilian-level ones with higher ceilings. Each skill chain requires 1 to 2 growth skills as a foundation and enhancement. These are the optimal skill combinations derived from countless experiments by previous professionals. There are also those who attempted to create their own combinations only to end up ruining themselves. A few rare geniuses can comprehend an entire set of skills with just a sword or another foundational item, which is considered an ancient century talent, but let's not discuss that for now. Generally speaking, professionals at level 10 should start planning their routes. Of course, Qinze didn't consider these, he just bought without thinking. So what skills did you bring this time? Qinze asked with some anticipation. Ahem, what I brought is. Lu Shiyu's expression was somewhat unnatural. She took out a tablet from the storage box next to the car seat, tapped on it a few times, and handed it to Qinze. These skills are all unwanted at the civilian level, and the prices are exorbitantly high. However, Qinze looked intently and did not notice Lu Shiyu's state. His skills could level up once per second. Even if a skill was quite weak, hanging in the skill bar for a day and night would make it extraordinarily powerful. Now with the resonance crystal in place, he merely needed to finish learning them. Lu Shiyu secretly glanced at Qinze's handsome and serious profile, and then scanned the unappealing skills on the tablet. Her heart trembled. I really should be ashamed. Oh, I'm truly sorry for him. About 10 minutes later, Qinze finished reading the skill descriptions on. In this situation, it is impossible for the opponent to provide a good skill chain for himself. Even at double the price, it wouldn't be feasible. Can I buy them all? No, I was specifically instructed that I can only sell one skill chain. Lu Shiyu shook her head. Oh. Qinze refocused his attention on the tablet, frowning. He was once again faced with a choice dilemma. This time there are 3 civilian-level skill chains. The first is a skill chain centered around Cemetery of Corpses. It seems somewhat similar to the Necromancer's Graveyard, but while the Necromancer's Graveyard is illusory, Cemetery of Corpses exists as a growth ability in the summoning space. Simply put, it continuously summons skeletons through Cemetery of Corpses, and the 4 auxiliary skills are enhancements and support for the cemetery and skeletons. It can be seen as a nurturing system for summoning type structures. Those who dared to choose this set of skills as Necromancer summoners all perished in the dungeon. It's weak to the point of being pitiful, and it cannot move. The second skill chain is centered around soul capture. It collects the lingering souls of corpses and transforms them into one's own power, injecting them into summoned creatures to strengthen them, or injecting them into enemies to cause energy tilt damage. The 4 auxiliary skills are for summoning offerings and energy enhancement. It's a bit stronger, but not by much. Moreover, there's a limit of corpses. Without corpses, the entire set of skills becomes useless. The third core skill is corpse detonation, which is quite literal. A named enemy dies, and then it detonates from a distance, or one can kill their own summoned creature to throw it and detonate. The 4 auxiliary skills are for randomly summoning corpses and enhancing detonation damage. Even a dog would shake its head. Moreover, the price is exorbitantly high. Is it really only possible to choose one skill chain? Qinze couldn't help but ask again. With such weak skills, the Lee Corporation shouldn't care, right? Alright, add another skill. They'll just make a casual excuse for the higher-ups. Lu Shiyu pondered for a while, then nodded. Qinze's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, awesome. I choose the first 2 skill chains. Such summoning-type structures can continuously produce skeletons, which is quite appealing. Coupled with the second skill, soul capture, which can continuously extract souls, it is practically unbeatable. He prepared to tackle the next dungeon, Twilight Plains, where he would be able to showcase his talents. Plus, with the skill leveling system, he couldn't even imagine how strong he would eventually become. So is that confirmed? Confirmed. One chain sells for 50 million, so 2 will cost 100 million. No problem, let me pay in installments over 10 years. Lu Shiyu. Or you could purchase a single skill manual instead. It's more affordable. It's more affordable. Alternatively, there's the Lee Corporation's skill gacha, randomized skill draws with even a chance to obtain noble path abilities. Many professionals scrimp and save until they've assembled something nearly complete, and doing so helps avoid sanctions from the Lee Corporation entirely. Lu Shiyu gazed at Qinze with palpable anguish, as though foreseeing his imminent downfall. After all, this was the Lee clan, a super elite dynasty. A single dust mote falling from their domain could crush an ordinary person into oblivion. The skill gacha, that does sound intriguing. But are you certain the Lee Corporation won't rig it? I fear sinking 100 million credits into it, and not even stirring a ripple. Would that not amount to letting the Lee Corporation siphon my wealth for free? Qinze shook his head emphatically. Past, present, future. Qinze had always been the one doing the siphoning, never the other way around. You're right. All right, truly, you're unharmed. Truly unharmed. Qinze received 2 skill deployment crates and watched the armored beetle car recede into the distance. Upon returning home, he immediately tore open the crates with barely restrained eagerness. This was the most fundamental skill chain, yet it contained no fewer than 5 distinct skills. Combined, the 2 crates yielded 10 skills. He was about to ascend. The Dark Ranger drifted closer, curiosity glinting in her eyes, and brushed against Qinze unintentionally. Her touch was icy like frozen stone, sending a sharp shiver through him and sharpening his focus. Opening the first crate revealed a miniature pentagram formation humming softly within, preserving and stabilizing the skill manual inside. At its center rested Graveyard of the Dead, while 4 secondary skills orbited it like satellites around a sovereign star. Graveyard of the Dead summons a necrotic graveyard from another realm containing a single burial mound. Every minute 2 robust skeletal warriors crawl forth from its soil. Maximum capacity 1,000. Repeated summoning is permitted, mana cost 1,000 points. Note: upon depletion, recalling the skill gradually restores summoning capacity at a rate of 1 skeleton per minute. Like a hero unit, this structure can be cultivated repeatedly. Excellent, I'll learn it. Qinze closed his eyes. The wails of wandering spirits echoed in his ears, and he found himself standing within the Graveyard of the Dead, chilled, desolate, utterly lifeless. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the skill Graveyard of the Dead. Resonance crystal activated. Graveyard of the Dead, Grand Graveyard of the Dead, Pirate Graveyard of the Dead, Cannon Fortified Pirate Graveyard, Black Pearl Graveyard of the Dead, Graveyard of Despairing Naval Warfare. After 2 days of accumulated progression, Shadow Ghoul summoning technique also achieved its 5th ascension, branching into 2 specialized paths: Monstrous Hellfire Ghoul and Heroic Nyx True Ghoul form. Qinze chose the heroic path. Nyx, since he already commanded legions of skeletal warriors, he had no need for expendable minions. But has my graveyard somehow warped? Why has it drifted into the sea? At the sight of the second pirate Graveyard of the Dead, he nearly lost. His mind conjured a horde of eye-patched skeletons and hook-handed captains careening wildly across the decks. They might even bellow in unison, hoist the sails. Set course. Graveyard of Despairing Naval Warfare summons a naval battlefield cemetery from another realm. A colossal sunken trench, bone dry and waterless. Every 10 seconds, 30 randomly selected undead emerge: pirate skeletons, captain skeletons, mermaid skeletons, cannibal skeletons, leviathan skeletons, ship hull frames, and more. Maximum capacity 5,000. Repeated summoning permitted, mana cost 5,000 points. Note: upon recall, restoration accelerates. 15 units restored every 10 seconds. Damn, now that's interesting. But how exactly would one wage war with this? A legion of pirate skeletons clambering over skeletal hulls, shrieking and gnashing their jaws. Very likely. The remaining 4 skills were likewise absorbed and elevated 5 times each. Owing to shared lineage within the same skill chain, all enhancements strengthened the Graveyard of Despairing Naval Warfare. Bone reinforcement, successive ascensions, cursed physiology, all skeletal variants retain the abilities they wielded in life. Adaptive, instinctive, seamless. Empowerment aura, successive upgrades, lunar radiance, silver moonlight pierces through from another realm. Any slain foe rises anew as one of its denizens. The Black Pearl renews its crew. Rapid skeletal deployment, successive upgrades, torrential surge, unleash a relentless rain of pirate skeletons. Loot acquisition, successive upgrades, treasure, plunder, gold. Chests. Gold. Chests. After reviewing all this, only one phrase suffices. 50 million credits. Well spent. It was time to deliver a modest yet unforgettable skeletal shock to the Twilight Plains, that legendary battlefield where wars had raged for 20 years. Meanwhile, atop the Lee Corporation's headquarters tower, Li Xinggang stood before floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the city below. His eyes narrowed, slightly flickering with cold malice. If deaths occurred this time, they would bear no blame. Not him. These low-tier professionals simply refused to know their place. And the Li Clan's Central Command had dispatched an advance inspection team. You how? What do we do? Can't he be released yet? A stunning woman asked, voice tight with anxiety. What shall we do? He's eaten spiritrice since childhood. He cannot stomach ordinary fare. Soon. This time, both Tang Zhu and Qinze will kneel before me. Li Xinggang spoke calmly. The Li Corporation controls the main instance dungeon of Linhai City, the very lifeline of its existence. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the Twilight Plains' abyssal confluence suddenly convulsed. Black lightning erupted violently from its depths, stitching sky to earth. Within moments, the heavens themselves darkened, crisscrossed by countless writhing bolts. These black lightning arcs refused to dissipate. They coiled and thrashed across the firmament. An aura of unspeakable dread descended upon Linhai City, reducing its populace to trembling. What is that? The stunning woman trembled uncontrollably. The Twilight Plains is Linhai City's main instance dungeon, the very determinant of the city's survival. As its most thoroughly explored pioneer, I hold the title of Mainline Explorer, granting me direct authority to alter its difficulty level. The Twilight Plains has now escalated to Nightmare Tier, and its corruption bleeds into reality itself. Only I possess the power to revert it. Tell me, won't they beg on their knees? Li Xingong spoke with unmistakable pride. You terrified me. She laughed lightly, playfully punching his shoulder. This time they must suffer, not merely humiliated but broken. Of course, my dear. Shall we indulge ourselves a little too? How shameless. Black lightning flickered and twisted in the sky above Linhai City. They formed a connection with 8 points on the ground gradually converging downward. These were 8 closed Black Abyss dungeons, including Qin Ze's Manor dungeon, all beginning to undergo mutations under the influence of the Black Lightning. The Black Abyss whirlpool's rotation accelerated, continuously expanding. It gave an extremely dangerous feeling. My lord, danger is coming. The Dark Ranger, alert like a rabbit, stretched its neck high, its crimson eyes fixed firmly on the Black Lightning twisted down from the sky like a waterfall. Danger? What could possibly happen in Linhai City? Oh no. Qin Ze was still immersed in the island's skeleton, only to see an apocalyptic sight outside the window the next moment. He immediately rushed to the window. The vortex linked to the Dusk Plain dungeon had expanded to over 20 stories high. It was immensely shocking, and the aura of danger was palpable. Black Abyss announcement: main dungeon Dusk Plain has evolved into a nightmare-level dungeon. In 3 months the other 8 dungeons will complete their mutations and randomly pull all living beings in Linhai City into the dungeons, turning Linhai City into a forbidden zone for life. A forbidden zone for life. I remember there was an incident in the island nation where, due to the main dungeon being unsolvable, they sought help from the United States, but the other side completely ignored them. In the end, the entire city turned into a forbidden zone for life, giving rise to terrifying monsters that roamed the world, capable of destroying a city with just one breath. When the topic of this terrifying monster came up, the netizens of the country were quite proud. Impressive, isn't it? We raised it. It was indeed a bizarre way of thinking. However, the evolution of Dusk Plain into a nightmare level is also a good thing for me. The experience gain will significantly increase, and my leveling speed will accelerate. By the time the Li family arrives, I might even be able to slap them back hard. Presumptuous. Is Linhai City a place you can come to? The fantasies ended, and what followed was the remaining skill chain. After learning it, I should be able to enter the dungeon. With a click, the skill placement box slowly opened, and the pentagram formation lit up, rotating. Qin Ze picked up the skill book Soul Capture, placed in the center. This was a skill for self-empowerment, allowing for a certain combat ability without relying on summoned creatures. Soul Capture: no consumption, gain souls from dead bodies or sacrifice allies, control the souls through chanting spells, soul storage capacity 020. A classic Necromancer skill. Qin Ze closed his eyes and soon felt a green spiritual right hand emerge. He could grasp the air to extract souls. Resonance crystal: activate soul capture, powerful soul capture, powerful soul capture, soul, drain soul vortex, shell guidance technique. Shell: this seems a bit interesting. After 4 consecutive upgrades, the 5th would be a watershed, also a qualitative leap. Shell guidance technique: yellow spring shell guidance technique, yellow spring shell guidance technique. The spiritual right hand evolves into the yellow spring right hand with the accompanying death yellow spring avatar, which can grow. When used on enemies with weak consciousness, it can put them into an unconscious state and extract their souls, allowing for free control without chanting. Yellow spring soul quantity 050000. Wow, even the yellow spring is coming into play. Doesn't that mean I will dominate the Necromancer realm in the future? The boundaries between life and death were becoming increasingly blurred. He could deprive others of life or grant them new life. The souls extracted through yellow spring shell guidance technique all carried special effects of the yellow spring, and there were feedback effects on the remaining 4 minor skills. Spiritual body continuous upgrade Necromancer introduction 1. The more yellow spring souls, the higher the basic attributes, with a maximum increase of 70. 2. When 1 yellow spring soul is destroyed, it slightly increases the basic attributes and restores 1000 health mana. Soul enhancement continuous upgrade, lost new life introduction: inject yellow spring souls into summoned objects to gain new life. Soul energy inclination continuous upgrade possession attack introduction: control more than 10 yellow spring souls to attack enemies. For those with weak mental fortitude, possession can be direct until death. Is this controlling ghosts to kill? Isn't this the ability to kill whoever I want in reality? It is well known that practitioners are not allowed to use lethal skills in reality. The joint statement of the 5 major superfamilies and the authorities will pursue those who are detected to the ends of the earth. However, his ghost controlling killing technique could be said to be undetectable. Fear Aura Continuous Upgrade Hope Deprivation Introduction. Without hope, how long can you last? Who said this set of skills is trash? Step forward and take 2 steps. This set of skills is constructed around souls, forming a skill chain that integrates offense and defense. Moreover, sacrificing a soul can restore 1000 health mana instantly, requiring no additional actions. To drink a health potion, you still have to open the cap and pour it into your mouth. Health recovery is determined by the action of drinking it. There's no time to waste, let's quickly enter the dungeon and level up. Dusk plain right. Let's see what it's all about. At that moment his phone rang suddenly. Qinze looked down to see it was a call from Lu Yang, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hey foster father, everyone eagerly signed up upon hearing your name, suddenly producing a list of over 100 names, but after Dusk Plain became a nightmare-level dungeon, 80% ran away, leaving only the unfortunate ones who can't make ends meet. Should I send you the list for you to pick from? No need, you choose yourself, just don't interfere with me. Of course now it seems no one can interfere with me. Alright, I've decided on the candidates on my side. When do we go in? Should we wait for the mutation of Dusk Plain to finish before entering to be safer? Let's go in now. Well, meet at the Black Abyss connection. Cough. Could it be a bit dangerous? Don't you trust me? I do, but I'm also scared. Qinze. When did this guy learn inequality? The call ended and immediately rang again. It turned out to be Mayor Tang Zhu. I have so many things to deal with daily. Qinze mumbled as he answered the call. Qinze, I would like to talk to you. Is it convenient to speak? It's convenient, go ahead. I am downstairs at your house, let's talk in the car. Qinze glanced out the window to see a brand new black sedan parked downstairs. Qinze, I'm sorry. I was careless. The main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains has too great an impact on Linhai City, and the Li family has far exceeded our expectations in controlling Twilight Plains. If this continues, Linhai City may turn into a no man's land. The determined Tang Zhu lowered her head, her black hair slipping from behind her ears and hanging in front of her face. What did Qinze asked softly. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the super family, Li, the main branch in the central district, will come to inspect Linhai City in 10 days. Currently the lower tier professionals have significant opinions about the Li family. Coupled with your appearance, it has caused the Li family to be on the verge of losing control over the situation in Linhai City, which is why they allowed Twilight Plains to grow into a nightmare-level dungeon. If we continue to allow this, Twilight Plains will spiral out of control. Qinze said, isn't that mutually destructive? If Twilight Plains goes out of control, the Li family will lose everything as well. We cannot afford to gamble. Tang Zhu sighed lightly. Qinze fell into silence. So we have decided to apologize to the Li family. We might have to relinquish some key resources, but there's no other way. Key resources likely refer to the only dungeons controlled by the authorities. This way Linhai City would completely belong to the Li family. Tang Zhu's face revealed a hint of helplessness. Alright, I understand your thoughts. Take me to the Twilight Plains Abyss link. Qinze said calmly. Tang Zhu suddenly lifted her head, looking at Qinze in disbelief. You can't be serious. No way, absolutely not, you will die in there. Tang Zhu was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him. I have made up my mind. Qinze, listen to my advice. Twilight Plains is a main storyline dungeon, and its danger level is several times higher than that of dungeons of the same level. It has already reached nightmare difficulty, and the environment inside is no longer suitable for professionals to enter. To put it simply, whoever enters will die. Mayor, do you really want to give up like this? Qinze looked into Tang Zhu's eyes, earnestly countering her argument. Tang Zhu's excited expression suddenly froze. If we concede this time, it will be a permanent loss. Oh, everyone will have to kneel at the feet of the Li family. Do you want to watch the lower-tier professionals of Linhai City being stripped of everything? The young master of the Li family is arrogant and tyrannical to the extent that he can maim or kill at will. If this continues, who will be able to control him in the future? Qinze's voice was soft, yet it struck Tang Zhu's heart like a heavy hammer. No, I don't want that. It would be no different from hell. But I currently see no glimmer of victory. Tang Zhu's face was filled with pain. Trust me once, I am the hope. Qinze's confident voice left Tang Zhu in astonishment once more. She stared blankly at the young man before her, unable to speak. After a long silence, she took out 2 boxes. This is the Divine Concealment Gem. I had originally saved it for myself, but now I give it to you. The Divine Concealment Gem is priceless. I obtained it from the Central District. Even if you enter the nightmare-level Twilight Plains, it can ensure your safe return. The other one is a Super Blood Pearl. Consuming it directly increases your health limit by 1000. It is also a treasure I got in the Central District, and it can help you go further in Twilight Plains. Qinze's eyes lit up. Both were exceptional items. Divine Concealment Gem, used to enter a concealed state, can hide from divine beings, becomes visible after 1 attack, duration 30 minutes, uses 45 Super Blood Pearl. Consuming it increases health by 1, no side effects, strength requirement 50. Tang Zhu watched Qinze consume the Super Blood Pearl, nodding in satisfaction. Health 180, current health 18700, directly more than doubled, greatly reducing the probability of sudden death. Low health had always been a concern for Qinze. Of course it isn't considered high now, but just barely sufficient. The Abyss Whirlpool, nearly 20 meters high, towered above the surrounding buildings. This place was eerily empty, and the citizens had been urgently dispersed. Occasionally a few fearless professionals could be seen. The rewards of a nightmare-level main storyline dungeon are still very attractive. A terrifying aura emitted from the whirlpool, causing concrete structures to crumble rapidly. Don't be reckless, make sure to come back alive. Understood. After Qinze got out of the car, he dialed Liu Yang's number. A few seconds later, Liu Yang walked out from a nearby building. His face showed no smile, only tension and worry. I've gathered everyone, and most are from difficult backgrounds, and want to take a gamble. Are you very scared? Of course. This is a nightmare-level main storyline dungeon. Although I haven't been inside, just standing outside makes my calves tremble. Liu Yang said boldly. Did you bring hot pot? I feel like barbecued meat is tastier lately. What the hell do you think you can have a hot pot while going in there? Liu Yang was stunned. What else? The completion time for such a dungeon is very long, at least several days. Is it appropriate for us to go in without eating or drinking? That's true, hee. I brought a barbecue grill. Suddenly, a very cute voice rang out. I can barbecue, meow. Whose child is this? Qinze was taken aback, and then he saw the cat girl bouncing over. It's you, the one who sold me the red and blue potions before. Yes, meow. The cat girl nodded repeatedly. Are you human or a cat? Qinze had always wanted to ask this. I'm human, meow. Qinze. He felt a bit skeptical. Liu Yang, let me explain this. This cat girl, while definitely not her real name, belongs to a special organization called Jialan. The Jialan organization specializes in collecting quality special skills, equipment, and items, and then selling them, essentially being an underground organization. This organization is very mysterious. To join, one must undergo body modifications and gain the organization's approval. The cat girl is considered the lowest tier of existence. That's how it is, and don't ask me any questions about the Jialan organization or I won't answer, meow. Does the Jialan organization have skill books for noble routes? Qinze casually asked. No, meow, but we have skill books for special routes, very twisted ones, meow. No, I can't answer that question, you let me to say too much, meow. The cat girl angrily placed her hands on her hips. Soon the other two team members also appeared. One was a silent woman with long black hair and a cold expression named Mu Shue, who seemed to have many injuries on her. The other was a middle-aged man named Sun Yunlong, whose face was etched with the marks of time, and he was very warm towards everyone. Qinze exchanged glances with each team member before leading them into the terrifying Abyss Whirlpool. Entering nightmare-level main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains. Are you sure you want to enter? A system notice announced that they were about to enter the nightmare-level main quest dungeon, Huanhan Plain. Qinze squad, do you wish to enter? Qinze glanced back at his companions. I'm going in. Liu Yang Knight said, all or nothing, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Mao and V Ranger chimed, yabby yabby meow meow. Mu Shui assassin murmured, Sun Yunlong warrior said, my child is ill and urgently needs money. There is little I can do, use me for whatever is needed. Confirmed, entering the dungeon. After seeing every teammate agree, Qinze clicked confirm. At this moment, every member of Qinze's squad had nowhere left to turn. Each of them, to one degree or another, carried their own burdens. Liu Yang was a good comrade willing to gamble with him. That was enough. Charge. Choose your faction. 1. Bobo people weak and besieged. 2. Sacred royalty invaders possessing strength far beyond the Bobo people. Note different faction choices determine starting location and rewards. There is more. Qinze hesitated for a second and chose the Bobo people for greater experience rewards. Faction selection successful. Starting location, Du-Wu Village. Space began to warp and black lightning crackled around them. Qinze felt the world blur and his boots sink into soft earth. The air reeked of blood and rot. Insects chirped incessantly in the surrounding grass. The sky was shrouded in a black mist that cast a pall over everything. Without a word, Qinze raised his demon dragon staff and intoned, come forth, my Dark Ranger. A lithe Dark Ranger materialized from the teleport circle. As if scenting danger, she snatched the great bow from her back, knocked a finger on the string, and scanned the surroundings with wary eyes. Is everyone all right? Qinze asked his teammates. I'm fine. Me too, came the replies. Before their answers had even finished, numbers indicating damage, -1, -1, -1, began to appear above the four members' heads. Everyone they had been poisoned. Is this the nightmare difficulty of the main quest? We are losing HP just from entering. Liu Yang's voice trembled. Mao and V said, meow meow, I have antidote potions here, one for each of you to neutralize the toxin, but since we remain in the toxic mist, we will start losing HP again in minutes, so I recommend drinking health potions instead, meow. She produced 4 antidote vials and handed them to the others. Since we are teammates, I will not take payment, meow. The others accepted the antidotes and stowed them carefully. After all, they were for saving lives. Mu Shui, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Strange. There are no monsters appearing, only an environment that causes continuous bleeding. Qinze glanced at her. No. The terrifying monsters are all around us. They simply have not manifested. They have encircled the entire village. Mu Shui's eyes widened as if she had grasped something, and she stared at Qinze. Exactly what you are thinking, Qinze said with a wry smile. What the hell? Are you two teasing me with riddles? What's actually going on? Lu Yang, bewildered, demanded. Mao Envi and Sun Yunlong also looked blank, unable to fathom it. What we may be facing is a massacre of the village. Meanwhile, Tang Zhu and a number of Linhai City officials watched as Qin Zhe entered Huanghan Plain. They took off their hats and saluted him. Tang Zhu turned to the assembly and said, Comrades, Qin Zhe is entering the nightmare-level Huanghan Plain for the sake of Linhai City. What reason do we have to give up? Grit your teeth and hold fast to the end. Restore Linhai City to its rightful glory. The stirring words ignited fervor in everyone present. For the great cause of Linhai City, they were prepared to forsake everything. Yes. The resounding reply soared into the sky. Tang Zhu drew a deep breath to steady herself and began assigning tasks. Minister of Commerce immediately began building an official marketplace platform. All transaction prices should fluctuate with the market. No need for large scale at first, just enough to sustain trade for the Manor Black Abyss dungeon. Understood, I will begin immediately, but the funding. Minister of Finance, allocate 1 billion now to establish this market. Subsequent funds will be dispatched based on market performance. Understood. As one assignment followed another, the basic market architecture led by the authorities began to take shape. The Manor Black Abyss dungeon began to prosper in an orderly way. The smug corporate lackeys who had previously boasted wanted to switch sides, but without Qinze's permission, they could only pace outside in anxiety. After all, buying and selling market-priced equipment was truly alluring. On the rooftop of the Li Corporation building, bang, another expensive purple clay cup shattered. Li Xinggang's face flushed crimson with fury, and his body trembled. What does this mean? Can't they see what is happening? The main quest, Huanghan Plain, has reached nightmare difficulty, and Linhai City will become a death zone. Why have they not knelt before me to apologize? Why are they still expanding that damned equipment market? Do they wish to become the sinners of Linhai City? He did not understand. Truly he did not. His clan members would arrive in 9 days if they saw Linhai City in such chaos. Then his entire family would be finished. A glamorous woman beside him asked suddenly, do you think they might be gambling? Gambling what? What capital do they still have? They are betting that you will not actually make Linhai City a forbidden zone. At that, Li Xinggong fell silent. He had only meant to intimidate. If Linhai City became a death zone, everything he had would vanish. Then let us see who outplays whom. When the people of Linhai City begin to disappear one by one, see who can remain calm. I do not care about those lives anyway. A crazed smile crept across Li Xinggang's mouth, until an announcement sounded that froze the expression entirely. The announcement declared that Qin Ze's squad had officially entered the nightmare-level Black Abyss dungeon, Huanghan Plain. Faction, chosen Bobo people. Li Xinggong was stunned. Is he mad? He actually dares to go in. Darling, Qin Ze is uncanny. People said the Manor Nightmare dungeons were graves for geniuses, yet he cleared them. There must be something behind this. The glamorous woman said this with conviction. Do not ask, it was a woman's intuition. He cannot possibly clear Huanghan Plain. Li Xinggong denied it without hesitation. Huanghan Plain and the Manor dungeons are worlds apart in difficulty. They cannot be compared. Besides, Huanghan Plain at normal difficulty has been fought for 20 years without end. Now it is nightmare level. Could that allow him to clear it? Oh darling, you control Huanghan Plain. Go in and see for yourself. If you meet Qin Ze, kill him outright. Would that not put your mind at ease? The glamorous woman continued to plot. Li Xinggang's eyes lit up. Kill Qin Ze outright, and eliminate the threat forever. Yes, yes, they agreed. Slaughter, slaughter the village. Lu Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Entering the nightmare-level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains, the first thing, was such a heartless act. The village was filled with unarmed civilians who would hardly resist. But the enemy was determined to kill. What Lu Yang did not know was that the true situation was 100 times worse than he imagined. The specifics are still unclear. Since we are temporarily safe now, it means the Black Abyss dungeon is giving us time to find the Bobo people. Only after attempting to establish contact with them should we enter a state of war. Qin Ze said, looking around at the soft rotten earth and the tall withered straw. The toxic gas with its strong acidity clung to their equipment, emitting a hissing corrosive sound, severely damaging its durability. Insect-like creatures the size of a palm, such as crickets, continuously crashed into their combat boots, displaying an extreme aggression. After being crushed, their flesh and blood also smelled sour. Do you think the toxic gas was intentionally released by someone? The ever-silent Mu Shui once again demonstrated her knack for shocking revelations. Hiss! The others gasped in horror. If that's the case, it would be terrifying. The sky, shrouded in thin black smoke, slightly revealed some hints of blue. This meant they were currently in daylight. The The Qinzhe team began to set off, their feet sinking into the muddy ground as they walked towards the distant buildings. Suddenly wooden stakes about 4 meters high appeared among the straw ahead, each one impaled with a person. From bottom to top, they were brutally skewered, showing signs of struggle. Their heads hung limply, their vacant eyes gazing downwards. Flies buzzed around, landing on their eyes and pecking at them. Ugh! The first to lose his composure was the middle-aged man Sun Yunlong, who knelt down and retched. The others swayed, but managed to hold it together. Especially the cute cat girl, who astonishingly remained unaffected, which surprised Qinzhe. It seems these are the Bobo people from the village captured by the enemy and brutally impaled here. The other Bobo people in the village don't even dare to collect the corpses, provided there are still surviving Bobo people. Qinzhe frowned slightly and began to analyze. Lu Yang couldn't help but shout, This is too inhumane. First releasing toxic gas, then impaling people here. Is this some kind of threat or coercion? No, I think it's simply for amusement. Mu Shui continued, pointing at the crushed straw around them, and said, The enemy might possess heavy beast mounts. They have been here for a long time, clearly to enjoy the painful struggles of the Bobo people before their deaths. Upon hearing this, the others turned pale. Even the cat girl could no longer remain calm. Then if we get captured, won't it be terrible? You could say that. Mu Shui nodded seriously. Qinzhe looked at his increasingly anxious team, feeling a wry smile creeping onto his face. He didn't expect that before encountering the sacred royal family, his little team was already on the verge of breaking apart. They seemed ready to scatter, but since they had entered the dungeon, he wouldn't stop anyone who wanted to exit. After a pause of a few seconds, Qinzhe looked at everyone and said, Life and death are paramount. Let's bury these Bobo people first to express our stance. It will also help in communicating with any surviving Bobo people we encounter. Bury them. These corpses are impaled on stakes. To remove them, one would have to pull them out. It's quite unsettling. Sun Yunlong gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, I may not know much, but I can handle digging a grave for the dead. He'll make sure to do it well. Lu Yang also stepped forward, saying, Count me in. I've been lying around for so long, it's about time I contributed my share. Qinzhe looked at them, their determined expressions making him chuckle. There's no need. Don't forget I'm a necromancer. Controlling corpses is my specialty. He then focused his gaze and extended his hand towards the hanging figures. Huangquan corpse shell guiding technique activate. The people impaled on the stakes suddenly came to life. They lifted their vacant eyes and began to struggle, removing themselves from the stakes. Holy hell, big brother, why do I feel you're even more terrifying? Lu Yang's eyes widened at the sight, his hairs standing on end. The shock is too intense. Ugh! Sun Yunlong squatted down at the roadside again. Plop! 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 The corpses fell one by one into the muddy pile, then crawled to an open space, their lifeless eyes gazing towards the distant village. After lingering for a good 10 seconds, they began to dig graves for themselves and lay down inside. Soul 1 soul 1 soul 1 soul 1 soul 1 Huangquan corpse shell guiding technique 550000. A total of 5 souls contributed. You will witness the scene of our counterattack against the sacred royal family. Qinzhe murmured as he retracted his right hand. The 5 souls surged with energy, their hatred igniting within. Let's continue towards the village. The Qinzhe team stepped through the mud, heading towards the village. Just a few steps out, they heard faint sobbing sounds coming from the nearby straw. Who? Lu Yang jolted, his obsidian spear appearing in his hand. Don't be agitated, it might be a surviving Bobo person from the village. Qinzhe immediately stopped him and smiled towards the source of the sound, saying, Come out. We are here to help the Bobo people resist the sacred royal. As soon as he finished speaking, a small girl dressed in rags and covered in dirt timidly stepped out. Little Qiang identity villager introduction. The village she lives in is controlled by the sacred royal family, living in constant fear and hiding daily. I saw you burying the big ant's corpse. You are, the little girl said shyly. We just arrived, can you tell us what happened here? We will help you. Qinzhe said gently. He then gave Lu Yang a look, and the latter immediately understood, taking out a red apple from the storage and handing it to the little girl. This time he didn't buy any equipment, he just brought a lot of food. The little girl's eyes sparkled with hunger upon seeing the red apple, and she immediately started munching on it. They call us pigs, the little girl said, chewing on the flesh of the fruit, her words unclear. In the early morning they come to the village to catch little Qiang. They enjoy letting little Qiang run first, then chase her on a vicious wolf. As long as she successfully hides in the fields and covers herself in mud, they won't be able to smell her. Sometimes those who get caught don't die, instead they are taken to the fortress ahead, where they can be taken apart and then reassembled. Little Qiang has seen them before with several heads. When they see little Qiang, they say they want to take her to the fortress. Xiao Qiang voraciously devoured the apple, and amidst the hazy confusion, the village's plight gradually came into focus. This is utterly inhumane. It's simply insane. Lu Yang clenched his fists, unable to hold back his outburst. The others looked at Xiao Qiang with complex expressions. Compared to the exploitation by the Li Corporation, Xiao Qiang's life was evidently more desperate. This was no longer mere slaughter, it was a frenzied amusement at the expense of human lives. The Bo people truly chose the right camp. If assisting the Holy Royal family involves such cruel slaughter of the Bo people, I would willingly withdraw my support. I've never seen such a cruel person. Qinzhe observed as Xiao Qiangqiang finished one apple then took out another to hand to her. Xiao Qiangqiang did not eat it, but carefully tucked the apple away. Why not eat it? Qinzhe asked curiously. Xiao Qiangqiang wants to save it for her little friends, they haven't eaten for several days. Good child. Qinzhe patted her head, his gaze becoming more resolute. That is to say, kill. All members of the Holy Royal family that dare to appear before him must be. They do not deserve to remain in this world. Every morning, they will capture someone for an hour, then they will leave. As long as Xiao Qiangqiang can hold on, she will survive. There are still 10 minutes left. Xiao Qiangqiang tilted her head, counting on her fingers. So the people from the Holy Royal family are still here, that makes things easier. Qinzhe let out a cold laugh, instructing everyone not to run around before raising his magic dragon staff. Come forth, my ghoul Nox. A blood-red pentagram unfurled, 2 terrifying claws emerging from within, followed by rows of needle-like teeth, and a powerful jaw, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Nox was of a similar size to an ordinary person, but its deformed bones forced it to crawl on the ground with muscles bulging on its back claws, and head leaning forward to better tear its enemies apart. Its appearance was fearsome, and its combat power formidable. Ghoulnox Hero Unit Level LV 15 cannot exceed Summoner's level. Health 89,000, Attributes Strength 1573, Agility 1639, Intelligence 327, Skill 1, Devour. Evolution. Nox accumulates its evolution points by consuming corpses. Living ones also work. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it can enhance its claws, teeth, muscles, bones, and other body parts with a chance to gain special abilities like diving, sliding, or invisibility, and a very small chance of acquiring the skills of the corpse's owner. Skill 2, Toxic Hunt. Nox claws and teeth are laced with deadly poison. Upon attacking enemies, they become infected, making it impossible to detoxify for a short time, and prohibiting all healing effects, causing 150 bleeding damage per second and 450 poison damage per second, with a chance to inflict paralysis, fainting, and slowing effects. The deadly poison and Nox have a symbiotic relationship, allowing them to sense each other. No matter where the infected creature escapes to, Nox can easily predict it and can steal a small amount of the opponent's base attributes. Skill 3, Magic Immunity. Nox body has undergone special alchemical forging, rendering it immune to all magical damage. It also possesses no magic of its own and cannot use any magical-related auxiliary items. Skill 4, Slaughter Feast. Nox bodily functions are fully unleashed with movement speed 100, attack speed 100, killing efficiency 100, prey perception 100, when toxin spread speed 100. Its battle instincts are fully activated, enabling it to see through enemies' weaknesses and consume their cores. Duration 1 hour. After the skill ends, it will enter a state of exhaustion with all attributes reduced by 50, and health cannot be restored. Description: a rabid dog, do not let it loose. Isn't this just a pure physical killing machine? Why not abandon all magical elements and forge the flesh to its peak? It's time to let these Holy Royal families see what a true monster looks like. As soon as Nox appeared, the air filled with a bloody aura, startling the teammates. Foster father, it's been 2 days and your summoned creature has become more terrifying. What a fierce appearance, meow. I'm a bit scared. Although Mu Shui did not speak, her retreating 3 steps displayed her seriousness. Among them, Xiao Qiangqiang was surprisingly the calmest. She pointed at Nox and said in a childish voice, "The monster chasing Xiao Qiangqiang is even scarier than it with long arms and legs." Roar. Upon hearing that there was a monster scarier than it, Nox howled in displeasure. "Where's the monster chasing you now?" Qinzhe squatted down in front of Xiao Qiangqiang, softly asking. At that moment, the towering straw on the left suddenly fell away. Xiao Qiangqiang's face turned pale with terror as she cried out, "It's coming." Just the slow pressing momentum was enough to raise everyone's hearts to their throats. However, the opponent seemed unhurried, progressing forward unsteadily, with only the straw falling aside. "What are you pretending?" "Dark Ranger." "At your command, my lord." The Dark Ranger's eyes glowed brightly as she drew back her bowstring. Dark energy gathered at her fingertips, ultimately coalescing into a black arrow that she released with force. Whoosh! The straw erupted in all directions, clearing the obstacles ahead. They finally saw the full form of the monster. First, a pale human face appeared, devoid of fangs, yet looking bizarre, with a body covered in muscles and limbs elongated like a spider, just as Xiao Qiangqiang had described. The black arrow struck its forehead, causing its massive body to tilt slightly backward. 12370 damage value slowly floated out. The pale monster hit by an arrow appeared unfazed. It gazed at the crowd, not in anger from the lack of harm, but smiling with its mouth wide open. "Is it insane?" As the crowd beheld the pale monster, the 2 words "bad luck" immediately arose in their minds. At the same time, the monster's information appeared before everyone. Holy Royal Family's man-faced dog, nightmare level monster, level LV. 20. Health 100000. Recovers 50 health per second. Attributes Strength 1073, Agility 1297, Intelligence 1538. Skill 1. Concealed Hunt. The man-faced dog can effectively hide itself and set traps based on the enemy's habits and psychological states. Once the enemy falls into the trap, they will suffer a fierce ambush, dealing 5,200 damage with a 100 chance to cause crippling effects. Skill 2. Smile Inducement. When the man-faced dog sees an enemy, it will exhibit a smile and implant psychological suggestions into the enemy. Through this suggestion, it can gain the upper hand in subsequent encounters and effectively predict the enemy's next move, increasing enemy damage by 20. Skill 3. Information Relay. Upon receiving significant information, the man-faced dog can transmit it over long distances to other man-faced dogs, achieving information synchronization within a few seconds. Description: a new breed created by the Holy Royal Family, both taboo and powerful. The dog with a human face crawled slowly out of the straw field, its elongated limbs propped on the ground, resembling a large insect. Lu Yang exclaimed, "This creature is a brainy monster." The cat girl responded, "Its three-dimensional attributes exceed 1,000. How terrifying." Sun Yunlong remarked, "This is the nightmare-level difficulty of the main storyline dungeon." All team members turned pale and retreated in unison. Only Qin Izay stood steadfast, his expression grave. To be honest, the difficulty of the main storyline dungeon far exceeded their expectations. The so-called dog with a human face had health points even exceeding those of the ghoul Nikos in the previous Nightmare Mansion dungeon. It could have been considered a minor boss, yet here it seemed merely an ordinary monster. From the introduction, it could summon a whole horde. Speaking of which, such a powerful monster must give a lot of experience, right? Nikos, do you have confidence to crush it? Nikos climbed up quickly, disdain evident in its bulbous eyes. It seemed a disgrace to compare it to the dog with a human face. Run, quick run. The claws of the dog with a human face are as sharp as blades. They love to rip out human intestines. Upon seeing the dog with a human face, Xiao Qiangqiang's face turned pale. Her first reaction was to stumble backwards in fright, dashing into the straw and disappearing. Qinzhe did not stop her. Despite her young age, she had already developed her own set of experiences from battling monsters in the village, and intervening would likely backfire. She would return once she saw there was no danger. Nikos couldn't speak, only let out an annoyed growl, while scratching the ground, eager to tear the dog with a human face. However, without Qinzhe's command, it wouldn't charge ahead. The dog with a human face lay at a distance, its pale face still smiling, staring intently at the grinning Nikos, its body seemingly stiff with fear. Both sides appeared similar in attributes, yet their hidden bloodlines were worlds apart. "You hold quite a grudge. Come on, let me see your strength." Qinzhe crossed his arms and spoke softly. In the next moment, Nikos charged like a wild bull released from its tether claws, frantically digging into the ground as it began to sprint. It leaped from the ground, claws outstretched as it pounced towards the dog with a human face, aiming for a close-range melee. The dog with a human face maintained its smile, seemingly anticipating Nikos' moves. It stepped back, and then thrust its sword-like right claw upward with force. The thrust landed right in Nikos' abdomen. Sparks flew as the clash echoed with a painful screech. 1278 damage value rose above Nikos' head. In the next moment, it abandoned its pounce on the dog with a human face, and instead opened its mouth to bite at the elongated claw. Chomp! Its needle-like teeth bit down with precision along with the claw. 3678. Right claw crippled, poison ineffective. 3721. Right claw crippled, poison ineffective. 3795. A right claw crippled, poison ineffective. Ghoul Nikos devoured the right claw of the dog with a human face, gained evolution points 1, intelligence, attribute 1. Could it be that my Nikos is gaining intelligence? The ghoul's combat relied mainly on instinct. If it could gain some intelligence, that would indeed be nice. To everyone's surprise, the dog with a human face let out a pain scream, stunned to see its own right claw being devoured. "How dare you eat me?" Nikos consumed food at an astonishing speed, its protruding mouth lined with 2 sets of sharp teeth, one set designed to increase, or the other set was scattered within its mouth, with the tongue featuring barbs shoving food into its stomach. A full mouth of food was swallowed down in mere seconds. Within seconds, the dog with a human face's right claw had vanished. Just as the dog was screaming in pain, Nikos lunged forward, pressing its face against the dog's. The scream of the dog with a human face abruptly ceased as their gazes locked, the air falling silent. Nikos opened its blood-stained mouth and directly decapitated the dog. With a few chomps, its needle-like teeth exploded with juices before swallowing the head whole. 21370. Severe brain injury, poison ineffective. 22143. Severe brain injury, poison ineffective. 22189. Severe brain injury, poison ineffective. Ghoul Nikos devoured the right claw of the dog with a human face, gained evolution points 5, intelligence, attribute 5. As the dog lost its head, its elongated 3 limbs crumpled to the ground in a lifeless heap. Its hind legs pointed towards the sky, twitching occasionally. Qinze exclaimed, "Is this really the ghoul Nikos? It's so brutal." Both parties had similar attributes, yet they were not on the same level at all. Moreover, after dealing a severe blow to the brain, it could even break through attribute limits, delivering a devastating strike. All signs indicated that the Black Abyss dungeon was not a gamified world, but a real world where blood and death could occur. Congratulations, your ghoul Nikos has killed a divine royal family's dog with a human face, gaining experience 1200 points. 1200 points. We're rich. It's known that ordinary monsters in the mansion's nightmare dungeon only grant a few dozen points of experience. This was a difference of several dozen. Moreover, judging by the introduction of the dog with a human face, it seemed able to notify other dogs with a human face. Wasn't this a gift? This is not a nightmare-level main storyline dungeon. It's clearly a paradise for farming experience. After the dog with a human face fell, the other team members did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, they looked at the gluttonous ghoul Nikos with sheer. Their heads seemed to synchronize as they blurted out, "What filthy thing is this?" Meanwhile, outside, news of Qinze entering the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon spread across the internet, instantly sparking a storm of discussions. What? Qinze entered the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon, the Dusk Plains. That dungeon is for levels 15 to 40, meaning not only could he encounter level 15 monsters, but also level 40 ones. There are no restrictions inside. The scariest part is that the level 40 boss will impose a crushing psychological pressure. Damn the Lee Corporation, they upgraded the main storyline dungeon to a nightmare level, threatening all citizens of Linhai City. Qinze, he truly is risking his life for Linhai City and for the principles in his heart. Calculating the time, it should have been an hour. Qinze's body hasn't been teleported out, yet there's still a chance. Black lightning cascaded down from the sky of Linhai City like a waterfall. The terrifying aura kept the wild monsters at bay, too afraid to approach. Li Xingong stood atop the Li Corporation building, his pupils reflecting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Behind him stood 60 professionals, all above level. Many of these professionals began to show signs of fear, clearly realizing something. You need not be afraid. The faction we have chosen this time is the Sacred Royal Family, which has always been my consistent choice. Li Xingong turned around, looking at all the professionals present. The Sacred Royal Family holds absolute advantages in the Twilight Plains and has the power to end the war, yet they do not wish to do so. They seek to seize the treasures of the Bobo people and extract their biological value through disease research. Do you understand what I mean? The professionals instantly stirred, exchanging glances with shock in their eyes. The key information about the Twilight Plains was indeed explosive. Of course, in this era of rampant refined egoism, they would not care about the suffering of the Bobo people, nor would they ponder the inhumanity of the Sacred Royal Family. As long as they faced no life-threatening danger and could benefit from clinging to the Li family's high branch, that was enough. Once you enter the dungeon, there is but one objective: bring me Qinze's death within the dungeon. Understood? Understood. Of course I will also enter. We will coordinate our actions once inside the dungeon. With these words, all the professionals' eyes lit up. Li Xingong was a level 34 professional, while Qinze was only level 15. With more than double the level, how could they possibly lose? Their entry this time was practically free pickings, especially since it was a nightmare-level main quest dungeon, yielding even more experience and equipment rewards. A risk-free deal. Who would not want to partake? Anyone wishing to withdraw, please raise your hand. Oh, Li will not force anyone. Li Xingong looked at everyone. The professionals who were initially hesitant began to sweat profusely. If they withdrew now, they would likely have to roll out of the Li family in the future. They had to hold tightly to this high branch. President, I am willing to go through fire and water for the company, no matter the cost. This Qinze is truly excessive, forcing the president to initiate the nightmare difficulty of the main quest dungeon, disregarding the dangers to Linhai City. He truly deserves to die. Rest assured, President, the moment I see Qinze, my axe will strike down without hesitation. The professionals one by one expressed their loyalty with excitement, earning satisfied nods from Li Xingong. Qinze's actions in entering the nightmare-level main quest dungeon greatly inspired the lower-tier professionals' fighting spirit. When the family from the 9 heavens arrived in 9 days, seeing this scene would surely mean his doom. It would be better to resolve this directly, shattering the hopes of these lower-tier professionals. Since they were mere cattle and horses, they should just work hard, not knowing their own weight. Li Xingong raised his hand, and a small black vortex appeared in the spacious room, surrounded by short black lightning. Since everyone agrees there is no time to waste, let's enter now. Remember, when you enter the Twilight Plains, each team's spawn point will be different, so you must try to contact other team members immediately and ultimately follow my commands. Of course, if you learn of any news regarding Qinze and have a very good opportunity to eliminate him, feel free to act. Whoever ultimately kills Qinze will be generously rewarded. After Li Xingong thoroughly briefed them, he watched as the professionals formed teams one after another, entering the Twilight Plains. Finally, he led his team into the Black Vortex. Announcement: Lee's first team has entered the Nightmare level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains team selection. Sacred Royal Family. Announcement: Lee's second team has entered the Nightmare level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains team selection. Sacred Royal Family. A total of 12 announcements left all professionals in Linhai City stunned. This was almost the pinnacle of professional power in Linhai City, collectively entering the Nightmare level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains to surround and hunt down Qinzhe. Until the last announcement sounded, instantly igniting public opinion. Announcement: Li Xingyang's team has entered the Nightmare level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains team selection. Sacred Royal Family. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The lower-tier professionals who had just been full of excitement suddenly felt like they were doused with cold water. Their lives, which had begun to thrive with hope, were abruptly crushed by the Li Corporation's move. The Manor Dungeon and the official marketplace formed a perfect trading loop, equipping those in need, while the sellers reaped substantial profits, but all of this was predicated on Qinzhe's existence. The Li Corporation is truly sinister, deliberately choosing to align with the Sacred Royal Family, opposing Qinzhe's Bobo people. Their intentions are clear. It's over, it's all over. Qinzhe is only level 15 now, and not only does he have to face high-level monsters, but he must also deal with the encirclement and targeting of level 30 for Li Xingga. Currently, none of the known geniuses have been able to cross the 20-level chasm. It's truly a disaster. Just as life began to show some hope, now it is about to be extinguished. How can we help Qinzhe? I really do not want him to die, nor do I want everything that exists to be destroyed. I remember there are some special items that could help, but those are all in the hands of super families, and we can hardly see them. Sigh. In her rented room, Lu Xiyu was walking around with a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly the noodles slipped from her hand and splattered on the ground. Lu Xiyu froze in place, trembling as she looked at her phone. The headline news that just popped up was: the elite professionals of the Li Corporation have formed a team to enter the Twilight Plains. Are they planning to hunt down the unparalleled genius? Why has it come to this? Lu Xiyu's face was filled with panic and worry. She had just helped Qinzhe secure $1 billion in installment loans to purchase 2 skill chains. Now the Li Corporation has collectively mobilized to find Qinzhe. Could it be that it was because he owed too much money, prompting the company to chase him down? At this point, she didn't know what to say. Although it was Qinzhe who actively requested the loan, did this not carry some of her responsibility? Not just some, but a significant amount. It is I who has caused Qinzhe to be hunted. If I hadn't helped him secure the loan, we wouldn't have reached this point. I truly am. Damned. The ghoul Nax was devouring a dog-headed human, each bite providing 1 point of evolution value and 1 point of intelligence. Until the announcement rang out, Qinzhe unexpectedly looked up. The elites of the Li Corporation have entered, and they have chosen the Sacred Royal Family. The ghoul Naxus was neither pleasant in appearance nor in its manner of eating. The team members kept their distance, fearing they might involuntarily vomit. Lu Yang, the ghouls I encountered before weren't like this. Foster father, I really want to know what it has been through in your hands. Catgirl, I can't hold it any longer. I'm about to throw up. Sun Yunlong, how did you manage to hold it in? I even threw up bile. Even the mysteriously originating Mu Shui couldn't help but clutch her abdomen, feeling a churn. She quickly downed a bottle of tranquilizer, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat, then looked at Qinzhe with a complex expression. If I'm not mistaken, this ghoul of yours should be a heroic unit, right? That's correct. Qinzhe admitted without hesitation. Mu Shui glanced at the Dark Ranger beside her, but said nothing more. The idea of having 2 heroic units stirred up a storm in her heart. Which superfamily did this come from? Heroic units possess growth potential and may eventually surpass other practitioners of the same, and Qinzhe actually had 2 of them. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the straw field, instantly triggering everyone's tense nerve. Lu Yang jumped up reflexively and trembled as he asked, "Who?" "It's me. Did you really kill the man-faced dog, big brother?" A young face covered in dirt peeked out from the straw. As the group recognized the face of Xiao Qiangqiang, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were grateful to be outsiders. If they had grown up in such a nightmarish village, having to outwit monsters like the man-faced dog every day, it would have been truly despairing. "Did you really kill the man-faced dog? How is that even possible? Man-faced dogs are indestructible. They are invulnerable to blades and fire. How did you manage that?" Xiao Qiangqiang walked out from the straw, her face filled with disbelief. At that moment, the ghoul Naxus suddenly raised its head, a remaining paw of the man-faced dog clamped in its mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Qiangqiang covered her mouth. "Don't be afraid, it's my little pet, and it has eaten the man-faced dog. Yes, it also has the nickname Little Dog." Qinzhe first stabilized Xiao Qiangqiang's emotions, and then called out to the ghoul Naxus. "Come give a few barks." "Woof! Woof woof." The ghoul Naxus rolled over and ran over, appearing quite affectionate. However, this act instantly sent chills down everyone's spines. "Please act normally, thank you." "Ahem, no need for the affection. I just want to confirm that while it may look ugly, its personality is quite good." Qinzhe coughed lightly. Xiao Qiangqiang looked at the blood splatters all over the ground and fell silent. "What about the others in the village? Is the Bobo Resistance Organization located here? How can we contact them? After clearing up the misunderstanding, Qin began to inquire about crucial information. The Twilight Plains is indeed a main storyline battlefield, and all rewards are distributed by both factions. His random killings here resulted in not completing any faction missions, leading to a significant reduction in experience and rewards. Everyone in the village has hidden away, the resistance organization has been found and wiped out. The village chief has been trying to contact the Bobo army. There is critical information regarding the Holy Royal family here that he wanted to send to them, but all lines of communication have been cut off. Xiao Qiangqiang said with a dark expression. Qin felt a stir in his heart, thinking the village chief should be the one issuing faction missions, so he quickly asked, "Is the village chief still alive?" "I don't know, the village chief is hiding just like everyone else. He has been evading the man-faced dog's pursuit, and I still don't know if he has been caught or not." "So where did everyone hide?" "They are all in this straw field. Oh, as long as they smear mud on themselves, the man-faced dogs won't be able to smell us. The man-faced dogs only hunt for an hour. As long as we can hold out, we will be safe." "I see." Qin turned to look at the surrounding straw field, realizing that all the villagers were hiding inside. It was like a game of hide-and-seek. Thus, if he could kill all the man-faced dogs in the straw field, the other villagers would be safe, and the faction mission could be completed smoothly, leading directly to the fortress of the Holy Royal family. Of course, he still needed to be cautious. Ideally, the enemy's levels should not exceed 10 levels higher than his. Otherwise, the risk of dying would be significantly high. "Liu Yang, are you hungry now?" "Huh?" Liu Yang was taken aback, and the others were equally confused. "Hungry? Are you suggesting set up a barbecue stall and prepare more lamb skewers? Seeing how delicious Naxus is eating, I'm starving just watching." Qin took a reclining chair from the storage and comfortably sat down. "Oh, I see now." Liu Yang felt puzzled, but he unconditionally chose to trust Qin. He would do whatever he was told without hesitation. This was the attitude of someone just tagging along. The other three were less enlightened, staring blankly at Liu Yang as he busied himself with big question marks appearing above their heads. "In such an environment, you want a barbecue? Are you serious?" Soon the scene filled with swirling smoke, and the aroma of meat confirmed their doubts. They really are having barbecue. Catgirl, what the heck? She had stopped meowing and was now asking a soul-searching question. Even the usually composed Mu Shui was wide-eyed and speechless. Instead, it was the middle-aged man Sun Yunlong who was most enlightened. He immediately started assisting Liu Yang and handed the first batch of sizzling meat skewers to Qin. Qin took a bite. The flavors of the meat and spices filled his mouth. Delicious. "Xiao Qiangqiang, would you like a bite?" Upon tasting it, Xiao Qiangqiang's eyes lit up. She had never eaten anything so delicious. "Big brother, if we do this, the man-faced dogs and the pursuers from the Holy Royal family will come after us." Xiao Qiangqiang said with a mouthful of food. "That's exactly what I want." Qin smiled slightly, then removed the Summon Naxus skill from his skill upgrades and replaced it with the Dark Ranger Summon skill. Now the level of the Thunder Skeleton had dropped to the lowest. As he expected, the barbecue smoke rose in the straw field, coupled with the information conveyed by the man-faced dog before its death. Countless man-faced dogs who were toying with villagers and the pursuers riding strange wolves all turned to look at the rising smoke. In the next moment, they came rushing in from all directions. Countless upright straw stalks fell like waves. "They're coming." Qin's eyes narrowed as he immediately raised his magic dragon staff. "Come forth, my thunder skeleton." Purple lightning flickered around as the pentagram summoning array opened amidst the thunder. One after another, densely packed, there were as many as 300. Fully armed, the thunder skeletons with tiny dragon scales all over their bodies instantly filled the surrounding space. Purple lightning flickered in the air as the thunder skeleton warriors slowly descended. A total of 300 of them formed two formations surrounding Qin and the others. An invisible magnetic field spread between the skeleton formations. Purple lightning transmitted among the skeletons, and the straw could not withstand the high temperature, quickly igniting. The soft, muddy ground beneath their feet hardened rapidly, while water vapor transformed into white mist spreading in all directions. Liu Yang and the others had their health point deduction values of 111 above their heads, which had vanished. However, they could not care about this, staring in shock at the dense crowd of Thunder Skeleton elite warriors surrounding them, unable to utter a single word. If the Ghoul Nax was a minor shock, then the Thunder Skeleton elite warriors delivered a major blow. Liu Yang exclaimed in disbelief, "Foster father, did you poke a skeleton nest? Ward off, skeletons are just skeletons, why are they electrified? My fur is standing on end, crackling with static." The catgirl also screamed along, waving her claws in the air, instantly disrupting several classics. "Well, what should I do?" Sun Yunlong, this middle-aged man, had never seen such terrifying skeletons before. "How did you summon so many skeletons?" "To my knowledge, such an exaggerated skill must at least be a forbidden technique to implement." "No, this is far beyond a forbidden technique. If this skill were made into a skill book, it would stir up a storm of bloodshed in the Dragon Kingdom." Mu Shui seemed to understand more, her voice trembling. That's why I told you to start roasting meat. This battle has nothing to do with us. We can just eat and drink while we wait for it to end. Did you bring chairs? If not, you'll have. This nightmare-level main quest will definitely take a long time to complete. After this meal, who knows when we'll have the next one. Qinze comfortably reclined in his chair, savoring fragrant lamb skewers as they went into his mouth, washing it down with a cold drink, feeling quite content. After the Thunder Skeleton elite warriors appeared from the pentagram formation, they exhibited extreme discipline. They stood side by side with two glimmers of short fragmented lightning flickering in their hollow eye sockets. The Thunder Skeleton elite warriors summoned now were no longer comparable to the previous batch of ordinary warriors. First, they were significantly larger, their straight spines coursing, with purple plasma flowing along the circular ribs and forming a heart made of pure thunder energy in their hollow chests. Each powerful pulse made the lightning spread rapidly along their bones, filling their leg bones, arm bones, toe bones, and skull. At the same time, they all wielded a long axe nearly 2 meters in length with a parallelogram blade that resembled a human fire axe, but the blade was crafted from an unknown black material. With each pulse of the thunder heart, the surface of the axe blade glowed with a web-like electric light. This was the backbone of the Thunder Skeleton tribe, capable of sweeping through numerous forces. Qinze summoned 2 formations at once. Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors Special Route Monsters Level LV. 15 Health, 53,000 Attributes, Strength, 1782. Agility, 793, Intelligence, 238. Skill 1, Thunder Heart, the special ability of the Thunder Skeleton tribe, which transforms their skeletons into thunder, granting them terrifying power far beyond living beings. It is passive, has no cost, and with the pumping and contraction of the Thunder Heart, the basic attribute boosts also change, with attack boosts ranging from 0 to 200, speed boosts from 0 to 200, defense boosts from 0 to 200, etc. And it also includes effects like Thunder Paralysis, Thunder Burn, and Thunder Acceleration. Formation activation bonus. All bonuses increase by 30, gaining the ability to deliver thunder strikes and information transmission within the formation. Skill 2, Undying Trait. Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors upon reaching 0 health will have their bones collapse to the ground. After 500 seconds, if they have not received a crushing blow, all bones will emit electric light and reconnect, reviving with 20 health with no limit on the number of revivals. Formation activation bonus. Revive time is shortened to 100 seconds. Skill 3, Thunder Infection. After killing an enemy, the thunder energy will quickly cleanse the flesh and blood from the corpse, filling the bones and transforming it into a thunder inferior skeleton for summoning, inheriting 30 of the basic attributes. Since ordinary creatures cannot withstand the power of thunder, they will permanently decay after 30 minutes. Formation activation bonus. Duration extended to 24 hours. And stronger bones can be selected for reuse, potentially permanently joining the Thunder Skeleton. Description: the skeleton calamity that strikes fear into countless forces. The more you fight, the more skeletons appear, and the stronger they become. A single Thunder Skeleton Elite Warrior is already with a formation of 300 skeletons who can stand against them. The key is that my level limits the attributes of the summoned beings. If I were level 30 now, the attributes of the Thunder Skeletons could at least triple, and the same goes for other summons. Level is the key. The beastly man, the sacred royalty, killed them all. Not a single one left. The Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors seemed to have received a divine order. The plasma hearts pumping within their chests rumbled like thunder, capable of causing internal injuries to their enemies just from the shock. At that moment, a voice filled with utmost respect suddenly rang out from outside the skeleton formation. Please wait a moment, esteemed Necromancer. I represent the sacred royalty and wish to speak with you. Oh. Qinze raised an eyebrow. He had yet to encounter the so-called sacred royalty. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This was a perfect opportunity to learn more. Let the one who speaks come forward. With a command from Qinze, the Thunder Skeleton formation parted to create a path. 2 three-metertal Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors marched in, escorting a humanoid creature followed by a whimpering, howling monster dog that had 8 legs, which was indeed rather bizarre. This humanoid creature must be the sacred royalty. It had a completely bald head shining brightly with a golden diamond-shaped mark on its forehead and wore clothes that were much more elegant and pristine than the mud-covered shell. The sacred royalty gracefully stood up, straightened their disheveled clothing, and the first words spoken made Qinze frown. Esteemed Necromancer, how could you associate with these pigs? With your strength, you could easily be a guest of honor among our sacred royalty, enjoying our offerings. He spoke with an arrogant lift of his head, as if it were the greatest honor. Qinze saw the panel of the sacred royalty, understood the basic information, and then waved to the Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors, saying, shred him to pieces. The sacred royalty was instantly thrown into a panic. No, how dare you? The sacred royal family rode monstrous dogs with 8 legs, grinning with human faces as they surrounded them. Suddenly they were caught off guard by a lightning skeleton. The Sacred Royal Family was originally just an ordinary human race until a man ascended to the throne and declared the Sacred Royal Family superior to all beings possessing unmatched blood eyes that no creature could compare to. Through cruel experiments on the Bobo people, they ultimately succeeded in developing the sacred crystal, which was engraved between their eyebrows. In battle state, damage 50 is speed 50 with the application of sacred energy. Skill 2, Whistle Summon. Experimental creatures of the Sacred Royal Family within a 5-kilometer range gather at the sound of the whistle to hunt Bobo people. Skill 3, Squad Banner. The captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team commands the entire squad, increasing all members' damage by 20 and speed by 20. If the captain dies, morale collapses, and all members lose 20 damage and speed. His duty is to turn the Bobo people's village into a pigsty for disease experiments. This thing truly deserves to be cursed. It seems that the Sacred Royal Family possesses the power to eradicate the Bobo people. Due to the need for experiments, they have kept the Bobo people alive until now, and the entire region may be under the control of the Sacred Royal Family. Then the question arises: the choice of the Bobo people's camp is a nightmare level difficulty, but where does the nightmare level difficulty of the Sacred Royal Family come from? Could it be that the Sacred Royal Family is also facing some terrifying crisis? Seeing the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team, Xiao Qianqian's first reaction was to run away, but just after taking 2 steps, she was blocked by the lightning skeleton. She tried to charge out twice, but was pushed back each time, so she could only tremble and hide behind Qinze. Her fear of the Sacred Royal Family was ingrained in her genes. Especially the grinning face of the human-faced dog whenever she saw it, her body would break out in goosebumps. From now on you need not be afraid, for I shall prove to you that they are but mere mortals. Qinze gently patted Xiao Qianqian's head and spoke softly. He then raised his head slightly and uttered a sharp command. Kill. The captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team appeared to have high attributes, but he was indeed cowardly, accustomed to bullying the weak. Once faced with someone of equal strength or a stronger existence, he would instantly lose his fighting spirit. Lying on the ground, he cried out, "Esteemed Necromancer, why do you assist these pigs? You should be as noble as us. The hunting team captain issued an invitation to you. Will you join the Sacred Royal Family? Can we even switch camps?" Qinze was somewhat surprised and waved his hand casually. Who is noble and who is lowly is not for you to decide. You Sacred Royal Family do not have that quality. The hunting team captain's expression changed instantly. He no longer cared about nobility or elegance, but instead cried out in panic, "No, don't kill me." The formation formed by the lightning skeleton sealed off the path, once more revealing countless lightning skeletons surrounding the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team. Axes shimmering with spiderweb-like electric patterns were raised overhead, followed by a barrage of strikes. 2,723, 2,801, 2,932. One skeleton's damage was insufficient to instantly kill the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team. However, when a dozen skeletons surrounded him to attack, the damage per second became considerable. The captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team fell during the second wave of attacks, screaming in agony. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team, earning 2,300 experience points. Nearby, the ghoul Nax could no longer contain himself, his sharp claws scraping eagerly against the ground, his bulbous eyes filled with a craving for flesh and blood. All of this was already noted by Qinze. Go. The Ghoul X received the order and rushed forward, swiftly biting off the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team's head. Ghoul Nax, having consumed the head of the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team, gained 10 evolution, 10 strength, and 5 sacred energy. What on earth is sacred energy? Qinze could hardly contain himself, wondering what kind of evolution Nax would undergo with such a gluttonous person. After the captain of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team died, terrified screams echoed outside the formation. All members of this hunting team experienced a 20 decrease in damage and speed. In the next moment, the lightning skeletons dismantled their defensive formation and spread out to attack the Sacred Royal Family. The Sacred Royal Family still had foundational attributes to rely on, but their resistance was limited. Faced with 10 times the number of lightning skeletons, along with the surprise attack from Ghoul Nax and the ranged strikes from Dark Rangers, they quickly could not withstand it. The human-faced dog finally stopped smiling, desperately raising its neck in an attempt to escape amidst the encirclement of the lightning skeletons. Dozens of square axes rose and fell, splattering blood everywhere. 2,891, 2,907, 2,918. After 2 rounds, the human-faced dog perished, showing almost no ability to resist. Congratulations, you have killed a human-faced dog, gained 1,200 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Sacred Royal Family's hunting team, gained 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a modified dog mount, gained 700 experience points. Just kill everything in sight. A massive influx of experience points poured in, resulting in a surprising 2-level increase. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to L 16. All attributes 1. Free attributes 4. Health 400 mana 100. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV 17. All attributes 1. Free attributes 4. Health 400 mana 100. For other professionals, leveling up mainly increases basic attributes and skill damage. But for Qinze, the most important aspect of leveling up was unlocking the strength of his summons. The one-sided battle left Xiao Qiangqiang stunned. The terrifying sacred royal family, which seemed unbeatable, was actually being slaughtered like dogs. The thought of her past life filled with fear and hiding made her tear up. In that moment, she felt no joy in revenge, but rather her nose tinged with sadness, and she cried out loud. Qinze looked at the sobbing Xiao Qiangqiang, and everything is over. The Holy Royal Family's hunting team, including the man-faced dog, consists of a total of 40 monsters. Once surrounded by the Thunder Skeleton, escape becomes nearly impossible. One of the members of the Holy Royal Family, seeing defeat imminent, threw his monstrous dog mount to the Thunder Skeleton and erupted with divine light, fleeing frantically. Whoosh! An arrow made of black energy shot forth, piercing the back of his neck. The immense inertia sent him crashing to the ground. 30,000. The Thunder Skeleton behind him stepped through lightning, grabbing his foot and dragging him back. No! Amidst the panicked screams, a square axe was raised and then fell. Congratulations, you have slain a member of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team, gaining experience 1500. The dust and mist gradually settled, and the sounds of battle faded into silence. The elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton clan, with flickering flashes of electricity in their hollow eye sockets, stood back in formation. Discipline was at its peak. As the Holy Royal Family fought back, some had already lost half their health. Dissipate my skeletons. Qinze raised his Dragon Mage staff, and the pentagram teleportation array reappeared. The Thunder Skeletons all sank into it. The grand skeletal formation vanished, leaving only the corpses of the Holy Royal Family scattered on the ground. The once invincible Holy Royal Family now lay on the ground like dead dogs. The Ghoulnax feasted heartily, taking one large bite after another. Its stomach seemed perpetually insatiable. Hell's body guide technique. With a wave of his right hand, 40 corpses immediately emitted souls. Soul 1, soul 1, soul 1, soul 1. Hell's soul capacity 455. 0000 to Qinze surprised, the monstrous dog mount, with 8 legs, had no soul. It seemed more like a forced assembly. What on earth is this Holy Royal Family doing? Thud! Xiao Qiangqiang stared at the corpses on the ground, collapsing and weeping. They're dead, all dead, haha. She never imagined that the Holy Royal Family could actually perish. Just escaping the pursuit was already a blessing. The Holy Royal Family's hunting team was completely annihilated. This was something she never dared to dream of. Once her playmate was captured right beside the mud, where she covered her mouth and nose tightly, not daring to make a sound. Those high and mighty beings lay at her feet like dead dogs. Is it really over just like this? This is a nightmare-level main quest, and the first wave of monsters was resolved in just a few minutes. How is that possible? Mo Shui, who had remained calm and silent, was the first to shout out loud at this moment. She knew more and could feel the shock of it all. The most critical point was that she had teamed up with many professionals before and had never seen such a fighting style. Ordinary professionals fought by relying on health potions and terrain advantages, grinding down monsters' health. Genius noble professionals fought by leveraging skill characteristics and mutual damage mitigation with teammates, yet how could they possibly clear 40 monsters within a month? But they resolved it all in just such combat power could solo a small map. Just get used to it. Well, just yell 666 from the sidelines. Liu Yang consoled Mo Shui instead, saying that those who were just tagging along needed to have the right mindset. He took out a large bunch of raw lamb skewers and handed them to Mo Shui. Mo Shui, what are you still dawdling for? Grill the meat. Mo Shui blankly accepted the raw lamb skewers, feeling a sense of unreality. Meow meow meow. What just happened? The cat girl stood there dazed. I don't know anything, just grill the meat. Sun Yunlong was perhaps the busiest person present, running back and forth organizing the barbecue stall, and the grilled skewers were simply exquisite. Before long, the straw field in the distance suddenly started rustling. One by one, mud-covered, emaciated villagers appeared. Upon seeing the corpses of the Holy Royal Family on the ground, they showed expressions of terror and collectively took several steps back. It's the hunting team. Run quick. They could not ascertain if they were dead or alive and turned to flee. Fear had evidently sunk deep into their bones. Xiao Qiangqiang rushed forward and shouted, they are dead, killed by the big brother. After shouting for a long time, the villagers nervously turned back. After confirming the Holy Royal Family's demise, they finally collapsed onto the ground. Thank you, outsiders. The mud-caked village chief stepped forward, looking sincerely at Qinze and the others. Toxic Fog Village favorability 500. Your courage and strength are astonishing. Having wiped out the Holy Royal Family's hunting team, you should be able to escape this place smoothly. Head north. That area has weak defenses from the Holy Royal Family. We the Bobo people have established underground defenses there. Take my token if they will accept you. As the village chief spoke, he took off a silver ring and handed it to Qinze. Do you accept the village chief's token, the silver ring? Agreeing will officially enroll you in the Bobo people's faction and grant faction quests. Village chief, you can keep the token. I will pass on it. Qinze smiled as he spoke. Liu Yang and the others immediately showed confusion on why refuse it. This is better, we can leave the Holy Royal Family's sphere of influence and live well. The village chief nodded understanding. The Holy Royal Family was indeed merciless. Not everyone was willing to confront them. Village chief, you misunderstand. Oh, I want to stay in the village and kill all the Holy Royal Family around us. This way the pace of victory will be faster. Swish. The village chief suddenly looked up incredulous as he stared at Qinze. Then he shook his head and said, I acknowledge your strength for being able to wipe out the Holy Royal Family's hunting team. But if you think you can kill all the Holy Royal Family around you just like that, then you are mistaken. Do you see that peak? At the mountain summit stood a defensive castle of the Holy Royal Family containing not only elite troops, but also the flesh and blood monsters they created, and they were researching diseases within. There are many other strongholds around. They should be on their way to encircle our village right now. You must run quickly while you still can. The village chief was sincere. He did not wish for the hero to die here. If I run away, won't you all die? The village chief replied with a bitter smile. Being here is no different from being dead. Village chief grandpa. Xiao Qiangqiang choked as she spoke. I just hope you can take her with you. She is still small and has plenty of time ahead. We will stay in the village, and after eliminating the Holy Royal Family, we will ascend to the castle. Qinze said with determination. All the Holy Royal Family here are experienced monsters. How could he possibly leave? Faction quest triggered. Defend the village. Reward experience 100000 reward. Exquisite treasure. Chest 1. The village of Poison Fog is truly a tragic sight to behold. The houses are merely patched together from broken wooden planks, and the roads are riddled with potholes, muddy and difficult to traverse. Some houses have large gaping holes with various debris thrown out from within. It must have been excavated during the hunts conducted by the human-faced dogs. Moreover, the Holy Royal Family is quite adept at depleting their resources, maintaining the population of Poison Fog Village within a certain limit. Xiao Qiangqiang always believed it was her ability to hide that allowed her to survive. In reality, whenever the human-faced dogs discovered her, they would merely toy with her before letting her go. Heroes, our village's conditions are limited. Please take some food and drink some water. The village chief and other villagers crawled out from their dilapidated homes, bringing forth the meager supplies of food and water they had. However, the yellowish muddy water and the unknown dry cakes that resembled stones were truly unappetizing for Qinze. He could only politely decline. Nevertheless, he did not take out his own food and water to share. Firstly, he was uncertain how long the main quest would take to complete, and what he brought was insufficient for his own needs. Secondly, sharing could potentially disrupt the villagers' mindset. Those who dwell in darkness may not survive if they catch a glimpse of light. Qinze understood that this was the real world. Before he knew it, 10 minutes had passed. The village remained eerily quiet, and the Holy Royal Family showed no signs of appearing. Where are they? Why is the efficiency so low? Qinze couldn't help but scoff. He was almost unable to contain his skills, Container Tentacle Summoning Technique, and Despairing Sea Battle Cemetery Skill Chain, as well as the Hell's Corpse Shell Guidance Technique Skill Chain. All these skills were eagerly waiting to be unleashed. Perhaps the Holy Royal Family is still unaware. Liu Yang analyzed. There's no communication equipment here, and with everyone dead, no one can inform them. That makes sense. Waiting here indefinitely isn't a solution. We must find a way to notify them. Mu Shui. Catgirl. They were now doubting if they were playing the same game. They feared that the Holy Royal Family would come to attack and surround them, yet still notify them. Dark Ranger. My lord, give me a head from the Holy Royal Family, and shoot it over to the castle. As you command, my lord. The Dark Ranger immediately stepped forward, drawing the bowstring. A black energy arrow tipped with the head of a ghoul next began to charge. Liu Yang. Mu Shui. Catgirl. How thrilling. How audacious. Directly shooting the head of a hunting team member at the fortress. The damage may not be high, but the insult was immense. Just as they were stunned, the Dark Ranger released the bowstring. The black energy arrow carrying the severed head disappeared into the clouds. Whether it would reach the castle was still uncertain. At that moment, the village chief approached, trembling, to share intelligence about the Poison Fog village. In fact, the Holy Royal Family's hunting team captures our villagers not solely for experiments. Most are sold into slavery. Nearby, there is a city of the Holy Royal Family inhabited by ordinary residents, and they have a high demand for slaves, which is why they buy our villagers. That city was originally ours, the Popo people, but the Holy Royal Family slaughtered us and shamelessly took residence there. The village chief recounted past events, his eyes filled with hatred. He was practically on fire with rage. Qinze's eyes lit up. A city. How much experience could be gained from there? The village chief, unaware of Qin's excitement, continued, "The Holy Royal family's noble castle is now conducting research on growth potions. They want us to grow rapidly like wheat to sell us in batches. It's a disgrace, simply disgraceful. If the growth potion is truly developed, I would rather die than give them any opportunity." Cough, cough, cough. The village chief was so furious that he started to cough violently. Liu Yang shook his head and sighed. "Ah, the Holy Royal family truly excels at inhumanity. Catgirl, it pains me to hear this, meow. The Popo people are so miserable. Who would choose the mad Holy Royal family's faction? So, does this mean the hunting team is responsible for capturing slaves, and a slave transport convoy will arrive soon?" Qinze pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Currently, he had a faction task at hand, making it difficult for him to leave the village. Moreover, if he left, the entire village would be slaughtered, which weighed heavily on his conscience. It would be better to first eliminate the surrounding Holy Royal family members before taking down the castle. Ghoul next, keep the head as before, just like hanging people on the wooden stakes, hang all these heads at the village entrance. The ghoul next was enjoying its meal, its claws already turning dark gold, a sign of imminent evolution. However, it complied with Qinze's command, carrying several wooden stakes to the village entrance adorned with the heads of the Holy Royal family. Now they awaited the enemy's approach. Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, a convoy carrying cages of prisoners slowly approached. At the front, a dog with 8 legs was pulling the cart. The leader of the Holy Royal family sat leisurely in the cart, suddenly startled by the heads displayed outside the village. "Is this our Holy Royal? How is that possible?" Once he regained his composure, he fell off the convoy in fright. "Come out, my skeleton. Let's start with an appetizer kill." The 5-point star of thunder intertwined emerged as thunder skeletons burst forth, axes in hand, ready to strike. The skeletons were not one for many words. The Holy Royal family and the slave convoy were significantly weaker, quickly dispatched in mere moments. "Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience 700. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience 700. You can't kill me. I am the nephew of General Black Sun, and he is currently at the base. If you dare to kill me, he will make your life a living hell." The leader, having fallen from the cart, shouted at the ghoul Nex. Unfortunately, Nex did not understand his words and merely tilted its head in confusion. "General Black Sun, can it be eaten?" It quickly approached and directly bit off the leader's head. "Congratulations, you have killed a leader of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience 900. This wave of experience from the convoy increased significantly. The experience provided by the Holy Royal family is somewhat different, but it's still quite rewarding. The so-called General Black Sun should be the mini-boss of this area." A bunch of riffraff, all slaughtered. Soon the convoy was annihilated, and coupled with the heads shot directly at the castle, it finally drew the attention of the Holy Royal family, who dispatched their forces in immense rage. Quickly they surrounded the poison fog village, leaving no escape. Seeing the heads hanging at the village entrance filled them with utter shame. The more the better. Wooden stakes stood at the village entrance adorned with the heads of the sacred royal family. Their lifeless eyes seemed to recount tales of former glory. As a result, the villagers of Poison Fog Village were utterly terrified. The village chief rushed over, his face full of anxiety. "This cannot be done. How could you hang the heads of the sacred royal family at the village entrance?" Qinze smiled at the village chief, saying, "Why is it acceptable for them to hang the bodies of villagers, but not for us to hang their heads? That's not the point. You've seen the cruelty and ruthlessness of the sacred royal family, as well as their utmost regard for dignity. Such an act of hanging their heads at the village entrance has never happened before. The consequences would be unimaginable." The village chief was extremely agitated. The villagers stood behind him, faces filled with worry. "Since we're going to die anyway, why not humiliate them thoroughly before we go? What do you think, village chief?" "This?" Qinze turned to look outside the village, his words revealing calmness and confidence. "I enjoy seeing them furious yet powerless." Suddenly a sharp scream erupted from outside the village, followed by countless footsteps. Heads darted through the trees. They did not reveal themselves, but spread out to completely surround the entire poison. The entire sequence, from their appearance to the encirclement, flowed seamlessly. They were clearly professionals at village slaughter. A rough estimate suggested there were possibly thousands of sacred royal family members wielding golden long spears and clad in golden armor. Their equipment was exceptionally well crafted, and instead of monstrous hounds with 8 legs, they rode on heavily armored reptilian beasts, each exhaling white mist, exuding a fierce demeanor. Moreover, a killing intent glimmered in their eyes, indicating they were no strangers to bloodshed. As they slowly emerged from the trees, their faces twisted in ferocity, preparing to kill, they suddenly saw the heads hanging at the village entrance, leaving them all stunned. The air grew eerily quiet. The village chief and villagers present dared not breathe, their hearts racing. It was over. In the midst of this strange silence, a sacred royal family member riding a crimson reptilian beast with a golden diamond crystal embedded between his brows that expanded towards his temples resembling a pair of golden wings slowly stepped out of the ranks, looking down arrogantly at Qin Zhe and the others, speaking in a deep voice. "Outsider, are you the one who hung the heads of my kin at the village entrance?" "Indeed, it was I, your grandpa," Qin Zhe replied with justified boldness. Lu Yang and the others. "Brother, take it easy, I'm scared." The sacred royal family member displayed a fierce expression with veins bulging in his neck. "You will regret everything you have done. Charge for the sacred royal family shall not be insulted. The sacred royal family shall not be insulted." With a series of deafening shouts, the sacred royal family began their charge towards the village. Their target was not Qin Zhe or the villagers, but the heads hanging at the village entrance, eager to erase this humiliation. "Since that's the case, I won't let you succeed. I'll make you furious." Qin Zhe raised the dragon magic staff, with azure light illuminating the surroundings. "Come forth, my tentacles." Due to the resonance crystal's effect, the tentacle summoning technique was upgraded once again. Container tentacle summoning technique, forbidden touch summoning technique, forbidden touch summoning technique LV. 5371 I summons forbidden touches at any time, any place, in any number, in any form, unable to move, can serve as sensory sentinels, consumes 5,000 blue energy. To summon 100 forbidden touches, can be paid in installments. Exceeding 100 touches triples the blue energy consumption for every day that passes. An additional 1,000 blue energy is consumed. As Qin Zhe pointed his staff forward, a thick tentacle emerged from the fissure in the air resembling a black sea of swirling material. A sturdy tentacle about a meter in radius emerged from the crack, stretching across the air, perfectly fitting the space it was emerging from. The surface of the forbidden touch was covered in sharp teeth capable of independent biting and would latch on tightly upon contact with enemies. "Oh, what is this thing?" The leading sacred royal family member showed a look of terror and hurriedly attempted to stop, but inertia carried them forward. The 10-meter-long forbidden touch raised slightly, smashing down on 4 sacred royal family members. The sharp teeth of the tentacle gnawed on their metal armor and heavy-scaled armor, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. 6273, Curse Spread Curse activated 3207, Gnaw damage 6321, Curse Spread Curse activated 3289, Gnaw damage 6321, Curse Spread Curse activated 3391, Gnaw damage. Terrifying damage numbers surged, causing the surrounding sacred royal family members to change their expressions. They did not rush to rescue their companions. Instead, they tried to retreat as far away as possible. "A bunch of hypocrites. But this tentacle is really convenient to use. I can summon them one by one, just like in a tower defense game. The key is they can directly emerge out of nowhere. That's incredible. Come forth, my tentacles. Come forth, my tentacles." Accompanied by Qin Zhe's specific summons, tentacles emerged one after another from the heads atop the wooden stakes, forming a square to surround the area. Let's see who can break through. Forbidden touch, unable to move, level LV. 17 attributes, strength 4217, agility 0, intelligence 0. Skill 1, a fierce whiplash. The forbidden touch strikes the target, dealing over 6,000 damage, while inflicting suppression, intimidation, and debilitating negative control effects. Each strike takes 2.5 seconds, with a certain chance of missing. Skill 2, forbidden gnaw. The surface of the forbidden touch is covered with numerous sharp teeth that can bite through armor or scales, causing permanent damage. Damage to magical elemental equipment is increased by 200, with each bite dealing over 3,000 damage. Skill 3, Curse Aura. Centered on the forbidden touch, curses all enemies within a 10-meter radius, dealing 10 damage per second, while enhancing perception. When attacking, cursed units with fierce whiplash accuracy is increased by 200, damage by 50, and negative effects like intimidation and suppression by 50. Description: where does the blood and flesh nutrients that are consumed ultimately flow to? 20 forbidden touches appeared at the village entrance, instantly toppling the sacred royal family members that had come this time. As long as they were pinned down, without help from their companions, there was no chance of getting back up. They would be gnawed to death. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the sacred royal family's execution squad, gaining experience 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the sacred royal family's execution squad, gaining experience 3,000. Intense crashing sounds echoed from other directions in the village. Qin Zhe raised the dragon magic staff, once more the azure light illuminating the area again. Tentacles emerged from all around the village in a circle. The scene was extremely horrifying. What is this thing? Father, aren't you a necromancer? When did necromancers start summoning tentacles? Shouldn't it be the bones of the tentacles? You silly cat, tentacles don't have bones. Oh, they don't. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Yang and the others set up the barbecue stand again. The middle-aged man's son Yunlong seemed to be bent over by life, revealing the hardships of a middle-aged man. He ignored the Holy Royal family attacking the village outside, focusing solely on his grilling, making sure Qinze enjoyed his meal. According to him, everyone was just living day by day. As for the villagers of Poison Fog Village, they had long been scared out of their wits, leaving them unresponsive. Xiao Qiangqiang had become quite addicted to eating, scampering over, without caring whether the Holy Royal family could hold their ground outside. She just wanted to indulge herself first. However, the rows of taboo tentacles surrounding the village, towering at 10 meters, still provided a sense of security. How do you plan to deal with my 100 taboo tentacles? On the other side, the Holy Royal family was already broken down by the heads hanging from the wooden stakes. How could the noble Holy Royal family allow such humiliating events to occur? Yet the square defense formed by 20 taboo tentacles prevented them from getting close. Unforgivable. The Holy Royal family, riding a blood-red beast, angrily stepped forward. The golden patterns on his forehead, resembling wings, began to glow and grow stronger. Qinze became interested. It seems he is about to undergo a transformation. It seems my heads were not sacrificed in vain. I forced out the opponent's ultimate move. Captain of the Holy Royal family's punishment squad, Nightmare level, Elite Monster, level LV. 20. Health 175000, Attribute Strength 2731, Speed 2061, Intelligence 2289, Skill 1. Stage 1 Transformation. The Holy Royal family, through various cruel experiments, ultimately combined special cultivated ancient diseases to prompt certain clan members to undergo transformation and metamorphosis. Each transformation grants immense power, and after 3 transformations one will ascend to a more advanced and perfect life form, not yet successful. Skill 2. Energy Beam. The captain can condense energy through the holy crystal on his forehead, firing a high-energy scorching beam effective within a 300-meter range. Damage decreases with distance, causing continuous burning damage of 3,000 to 15,000 points. After releasing it once, the captain will enter a state of exhaustion and weakness. Skill 3. Holy Light descends. The captain temporarily activates the holy cells in his body through secret methods, adding an extra 700 to strength and 500 to agility, allowing energy beams to be released 3 times, and activating 3 additional abilities: Holy Strike, Holy Transfer, and Holy Shield. This state lasts for 10 minutes, and after it ends he cannot use holy energy for 3 days. Skill 4. Punishment Squad Banner. The Holy Royal family's punishment squad can share, convert output and input holy energy, achieving resonance frequency, enhancing synergy by 200, and increasing strength, agility, and defense by 20. Information can be shared rapidly. Introduction. Where does the path of holy transformation ultimately lead? Cough, cough, cough. The path of holy transformation. The ambitions of the Holy Royal family are too grand. If we follow the pattern of the Black Abyss instance, practitioners might be able to transition into the Holy Royal family's path of holy transformation. Calculating this way, it is also a rare special occupation, but who can say whether it will lead to a good outcome in the end? The level 25 transition is very crucial. The path of holy transformation is likely to attract many practitioners, or rather, the Lee Corporation has already begun researching it. Qinze suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The negative impact of the Black Abyss instance on reality was almost devastating. Meanwhile, the captain of the punishment squad's forehead glowed with wing-like golden patterns. Both his strength and agility attributes were soaring. The holy energy felt like it was about to overflow. His golden glowing eyes fixated on the head impaled on the wooden stake, and then he charged fiercely on the blood-red beast. The Holy Royal family, their heads really are made of iron. Perhaps this could be a point of leverage by creating an item that insults the Holy Royal family. It could carry. The taboo tentacle, however, did not go easy on him, delivering a powerful strike down. The diamond crystal on the captain's forehead glowed with intense light, then suddenly released a high-energy beam the width of a finger, striking the taboo tentacle. The mouth on the surface of the taboo tentacle opened wide, then began to swallow the high-energy beam. Strangely, there was no reduction in health points. Instead, at the base of the taboo tentacle connected to an unknown deeper space, a series of golden characters appeared. 7500, the Lord of Taboo expresses great satisfaction. 7500, the Lord of Taboo expresses great satisfaction. What the hell is going on? Qinze was shocked. He had originally planned to sacrifice 1 taboo tentacle and then immediately smash down the second one. But the taboo tentacle would directly consume the holy energy beam. The blood food swallowed by the enormous mouth of the tentacle obviously leads somewhere. This was akin to a sacrifice. No way my scorching beam can even pierce through the obsidian shield. How could it be consumed? What exactly is that? The captain of the punishment squad shouted in disbelief. His mindset finally broke down. However, faced with the descending taboo tentacle and the terrifying sharp teeth, he did not hesitate. Raising his right arm, the holy energy began to spread and intertwine along the round shield, quickly forming a solid and broad holy shield. Bang! The taboo tentacle suddenly crashed into the holy shield, and it truly held strong. The sharp teeth growing on the taboo tentacle began to gnaw at the holy shield. This time it was much sturdier, leaving only a few sharp impressions from the bites, and it would take considerable time to completely gnaw it away. The captain of the punishment squad was also struggling. His body was bent as he pressed his shoulder tightly against the holy shield. The blood-red beast beneath him was even pressed down into the ground. What are you all still looking at? Come over and help. The captain of the punishment squad, seeing his teammates still dazed in the distance, immediately cursed with gritted teeth. But soon he despairingly realized that the movements of the outsider were faster than his own. What the other party said made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The test is over. It's time to put an end to all of this. Captain of the punishment squad, do they have a trump card? The forbidden touch loomed around the village like a defensive tower. Its towering frame of 10 meters rose and fell each impact, sending the Holy Royal family into disarray. The only drawback was its slow attack frequency. It took 5 seconds to rise and fall again, necessitating other tentacles to fill the gaps, preventing the Holy Royal family from breaking in. Any Holy Royal family members pinned down by the tentacles were essentially doomed. Some Holy Royal family members, sensing the danger, dared not charge in, but instead drew their crossbows, firing at the forbidden touch. Each shot pierced the razor-like tips covering the tentacles, which then quickly crushed and swallowed them. This thing's appetite was even greater than that of the flesh-eating ghoul Naxxus. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family's Judgment Squad, gaining experience 3000. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family's Judgment Squad, gaining experience 3000. Congratulations, you have killed a Linjia beast, gaining experience 700. As the kill notifications echoed, the experience points skyrocketed as if fueled by gunpowder. The experience provided by the Judgment Squad was simply irresistible. 3,000 points were unparalleled across all nightmare dungeons. Moreover, there appeared to be many more Holy Royal family members in sight, all of which were pure experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 18A, all attributes 1, free attributes 4, health 400, mana 100. All free attributes have been allocated to intelligence. At the same time, the attribute limits of all summoned creatures were further unlocked. Already summoned creatures remained unchanged. The battle came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The Holy Royal family attacking the flanks and rear of the village fell silent, with 80 already dead. The remaining Holy Royal family members with combat capability were only the captain of the Judgment Squad at the village entrance and a few subordinates. The captain of the Judgment Squad had a winged golden pattern glowing on his forehead. His entire arm braced against the holy shield, locked in a desperate stalemate with the forbidden touch. He was genuinely frightened now, so he yelled to his subordinates behind him, "Hurry, what are you waiting for? Come help me." His subordinate team members hesitated. After all, if the captain couldn't hold on, what could they do? Were they to throw away their lives? This is an order. Anyone who disobeys the order will be sent to the castle. The moment these words left his mouth, the faces of his subordinates turned pale with fear. Compared to the forbidden touch, they feared the castle more, as it was not a place for humans. Thus, the holy diamond crystals on their foreheads began to glow, transmitting power to the captain, while they stepped forward, gripping their long spears tightly, aiming to stab fiercely at the forbidden touch that was pressing down on the captain. With splattering juices 3,897, 3,902, 3919, a succession of damage numbers popped up, instantly boosting the morale of the Judgment Squad members. There's hope. The forbidden touch in pain trembled and lifted up, thus freeing the captain of the Judgment Squad. The team members wore expressions of victory. The forbidden touch was not invincible, it could be killed. In the next second, the captain of the Judgment Squad abandoned the blood-red Linjia beast beneath him, bolted away without hesitation. Golden threads of light emerged from his sides, intertwining in the air to form a rudimentary wing shape. He ran with all his might, even employing divine energy. This left the Judgment Squad members who came to rescue him dumbfounded, standing there and, "Ha ha ha, this is killing me," with laughter. Liu Yang threw his head back, laughing heartily. The Holy Royal family is truly hypocritical. The cat girl couldn't help but chime in with a critique. They have such a grand name, yet their methods are so despicable. A subordinate comes to save him, and after being successfully rescued, he just runs away, reminiscent of some leaders from Jialan. I really want to scratch them to death. Now I just want to know, is this tentacle serious? Mu Shui also joined the critique army, though her focus was somewhat peculiar. Mu Shui, something's off with you. No, I didn't. At that moment, Qin Zhe suddenly spoke up, instantly capturing everyone's attention. To put it bluntly, the Holy Royal family is bullies who prey on the weak. Seeing that the Bo people have no ability to resist, they seize the opportunity to bully them, even squeezing out the last bit of value. But when faced with tough opponents, they cower, unable to muster any fighting spirit, while their pride remains strong. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mu Shui curiously asked, "Are we just going to let the captain of the Judgment Squad escape after he evaded the tentacle attack?" "Mu Shui, you really like tentacles? Get out of here, stop talking nonsense." Mu Shui's usually cool face was rarely flushed to her ears. "Of course we can't let him run. The captain of the Judgment Squad has the most experience. But how are we going to? The group looked at Qin Ze's calm demeanor, filled with curiosity. The captain of the Judgment Squad was fleeing too quickly, almost like flying at low altitude. He was nearly disappearing from view. How were they to catch him? Qin Ze did not hold back, directly calling out Dark Ranger. My lord. The well-built Dark Ranger clad in a hooded cloak knelt on one knee, bow in hand. Yellow Spring's right hand. The world transformed in Qin Ze's eyes, allowing him to directly see and manipulate souls. A ball of azure soul floated above the Yellow Spring's right hand. Lost Newborn activate. Qin Ze harnessed this soul and slammed it onto the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul consumption 1 point. Yellow Spring's soul capacity 445,000. Death speaker triggered. Strength attribute 5 random health mana restored 1000 as the soul infused into the Dark Ranger's chest. She suddenly raised her head, the ruby-like glow in her eyes magnifying. A surge of power coursed through her body and flames erupted from the front of her bow. Soulfire 55, next shot range 100 km, damage 50,000, pierces all things, can carry piercing characteristics, ignites the soul upon hitting the enemy, dealing 3,000 soul burn damage per second along with negative effects like pain, confinement, and disability. The Dark Ranger's blood-red eyes gazed in the direction of the fleeing captain of the Judgment Squad, then aimed her bow at the sky, slowly drawing the string. A jumping soul fire extinguished and merged into her arrow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the power of the cloud-piercing arrow reached its peak, the entire arrow suddenly ignited with eerie green flames. This was a flame detested by all living beings, directly burning soul. The Dark Ranger released the bowstring, and the arrow, engulfed in eerie green flames, instantly vanished into the horizon. Seconds later, terrifying damage numbers appeared. 80,000 soul ignited, crippling strike. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. In the distance, the wails of the captain of the punitive team echoed from the jungle. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. The blood loss from the burning of his soul rendered him in unbearable agony. He could only roll on the ground, hoping the pain would lessen somewhat. Unfortunately, this damage was to his soul, which could not be shielded physically. The screams from this side shocked the team members for an entire year. Liu Yang considered himself accustomed to such sights, but upon witnessing this scene, he still couldn't help but gape. What the heck, that was incredible. What skill was that just now that instantly empowered the Dark Ranger to take out the captain of the punitive team from several kilometers away? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Mu Shui looked at Qin Ze with a complex expression. 80,000 damage from a single arrow with an additional burn effect for ongoing damage. This is beyond the word. Meow meow meow. Qin Ze, would you be interested in joining our Jialan organization? Just a nominal membership would suffice, please. The cat girl's eyes sparkled as she cozied up to Qin Ze. Your Jialan organization is a hidden black market. Once this dungeon is over, could you help me check if there are any skills for summoning the undead? Qin Ze had long wanted to ask this. Skills were of utmost importance to him, far surpassing equipment and items. Of course we have them, meow. Can it be paid in installments? Installments. The cat girl scratched her head in confusion, then nodded firm. Absolutely. Nexus, come. Qin Ze snapped his fingers. In the distance, the ghoul Nexus, who was gnawing on a leg, looked up in confusion, then glared angrily at the pile of remaining scraps of the body before bounding over to Qin Ze. It seemed to be reporting a grievance. The body had been completely devoured. Who could it be? The forbidden touch lurked nearby, its sharp beak swallowing the last morsel, pretending nothing was amiss. Go drag the captain of the punitive team over here, but don't snack on the way. I have some questions for him. You can have a treat afterward. Upon hearing this, Nexus instantly became excited, its foreclaws furiously scratching the ground as it dashed toward the captain of the punitive team. Liu Yang and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Would a ghoul like Nexus really be able to return with the captain intact? Sure enough, a few minutes later, the chilling screams of the captain of the punitive team echoed from the woods. The team members shook their heads. How could a ghoul like Nexus hold back? When a meat bun strikes a dog, can the meat bun return? However, Qin Ze had great trust in Nexus. Time passed second by second. Nexus, clutching the captain of the punitive team by the leg, emerged from the woods and placed him before Qin Ze, its expectant gaze seeming to seek praise. The captain of the punitive team was still groaning in pain, with all his fingers and toes gnawed to the bone. It was a tragic sight. Upon seeing Qin Ze approach, he immediately shuddered in fear. I'm going to ask you a few questions. As long as you can answer them, I might consider letting you go. Really. I will tell you everything. You are currently in stage 1 of your transformation, the strongest holy royal family in this area. What stage is the transformation of the Black Sun General? The Black Sun General has completed stage 2 of his transformation. Both his body and soul have transformed, and he is now seeking the characteristics of stage 3, which represents a higher state of life. Don't worry, currently only 20 holy royals can achieve stage 3 transformation, and only our king can undergo metamorphosis after the 3rd stage. Has he really completed stage 2 already? Qin Ze furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, the Holy Royal family's path of extraordinary transformation was indeed quite strong and a relatively good class choice at level 25, but unfortunately, it did not fit his class. Moreover, this thing was developed by the Holy Royal family through disease research, and what lay at the end of the transformation path was truly uncertain. If he went through all that effort only to become a monster at the end, who would he hold accountable? Is the Black Sun General the strongest in this area? Shinzei continued to inquire. He needed to clarify the upper limits of the enemy's strength, if otherwise a suddenly emerging monstrous opponent could easily eliminate him. The Black Sun General is indeed the strongest. He has 12 fierce generals under him, all at stage 2 of their transformations. One of the generals even guided me, allowing me to smoothly enter stage 1 of my transformation. As the captain of the punitive team spoke, he even sounded a bit proud. So what's the deal with the castle, eh? Shinzei inquired with a puzzled expression, maintaining an attitude of asking when unsure. Based on previous intelligence, the castle was said to be a more terrifying existence than the Black Sun General. How could its combat power be inferior? That is the Duke's castle, which can communicate directly with the royal family. It specializes in researching ancient diseases and promoting the development of the holy transformation path. The Black Sun General spent 10 years in the castle exploring the path of holy transformation with his own body, ultimately successfully entering stage 3 of his transformation. One could say that the Duke's castle created the Black Sun General. The captain of the punitive team became increasingly proud, lifting his head high. Such feats could only be accomplished by their holy royal family. I understand now. Shinzei nodded, gaining a certain understanding of the power dynamics in this area. Afterward, he waved at the ghoul Nexus. It's up to you now. Woof. Nexus excitedly crawled over, looking at the captain of the punitive team with a face twisted. You can't go back on your word. I said I'd let you go, but I never specified where you could go. How can that not count? Congratulations, you have successfully killed a captain of the punitive team and gained experience 4500 item acquired Holy Shield Platinum level. Ghoul Nexus devoured the head of the captain of the punitive team, gaining 25 evolution points, 25 strength attribute, 100 holy energy. Your Ghoul Nexus begins to evolve. Nexus suddenly stopped eating, then stood up, staring in astonishment at its dark golden claws. Then its claws blossomed like flowers, forming a terrifying reaping disc. With a thought, the blossomed claws snapped back fiercely. Reaping disc, the blossomed claws can vibrate and cut through the enemy's body, piercing armor with double the defense of the attack, while dealing 6,000 tearing damage, triggering bleeding and disabling effects with a 100 chance. Nexus has finally evolved, and it has an attack power of 6,000. Not bad, not bad. Congratulations, you have completed the faction task. Defend the village, gaining 500 faction points. Gain favor from Poison Mist Village, 3,000. Gained experience, 150000. Reward, a delicate treasure chest. Faction task triggered. Task direction options. Continue to defend Poison Mist Village. Eliminate the stronghold of the Holy Royal family. Capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Bobo people. Extremely dangerous. Note all tasks are part of a task chain, and each choice will lead to changes in subsequent tasks. The faction quest, Defend the Village, had been successfully completed. Shinzei watched as white light shimmered repeatedly over his teammates' bodies, indicating a substantial influx of experience points. Rewards in the Abyssal Dungeon were distributed proportionally based on individual contribution. Thus, they would only receive a modest share of experience. But even that far surpassed what they could earn solo by clearing monsters within the dungeon. Let's select another faction quest. I suggest choosing the third option, Seize the Invading City and Liberate the Bobo Slaves. What do you all think? After all, they were a cohesive team. Consulting everyone's opinion remained both prudent and respectful. Liu Yang, father, I'm following your lead. Whatever you choose is fine by me. Because whether the task is easy or arduous, the Sacred Royal Clan will still beat me senseless. The cat girl, whatever Brother Shinzei decides is perfectly acceptable to me. Naya, after we exit the dungeon, Brother Shinzei, could you lend me your authority for a moment? In return, I'll secure for you the skill book of Necromancer summoning. How does that sound? Shinzei gave her an approving thumbs up. As long as a skill book was involved, everything else was negotiable. Mu Shui. Sun Yunlong, fantastic. I've leveled up twice and acquired a golden tier piece of equipment. Is there anything else I can assist with? Seeing his teammates defer to him unconditionally, Shinzei said nothing further, and simply selected the third faction quest. Seize the invading city and liberate the Bobo slaves, those accursed Sacred Royal Clan. Slaughter them without mercy. Let them taste the full horror of the undead cataclysm. Faction quest accepted. Experience reward 500 equipment reward 1 starlit quality equipment chest. Additional rewards 1 perfect quality chest, 1 share in the city's economic revenue. 500,000 experience points, and a starlit quality equipment chest. It was common knowledge that starlit quality gear ranked above diamond quality, rare beyond measure, almost mythical. Any practitioner fortunate enough to acquire starlit quality equipment treated it with meticulous care, wearing it until its very last breath. A level 20 Starlit quality item rivaled a level 30 Diamond quality one in power. Its extraordinary rarity was thus self-evident. That city had to fall. This quest had to be completed. Oh, and a refined chest as well. A heavy chest materialized out of thin air and landed before Qinzhe with a resonant thud. Forged from gleaming metal, its surface bore intricate arcane engravings. As the lid slowly rose, a soft cerulean radiance spilled forth. A skill book spiraled into view. A skill book? Qinzhe's eyes lit up instantly. He seized it without hesitation. The heavy chest dissolved into wisps of black smoke and vanished. Congratulations, you have opened the refined chest and obtained the skill book Frost Armor learnable by Necromancer Summoners, Necromancers, Hydromages, and Arcane Mages. Skill description: an armor forged from absolute cold, capable of freezing nearby enemies or slowing the movement and attack speed of formidable foes. Can be cast upon oneself or allies. Grants 1000 armor, consumes 500 mana, lasts 1 hour. A rather ordinary skill, though its freezing effect held some tactical value. Yet Qinzhe remained utterly unfazed, because he possessed the Resonance Crystal. Any skill, no matter how mundane, was worth acquiring outright. Resonance Crystal activated Frost Armor undergoing Ascension, Glacial Arcane Armor. Glacial Arcane Armor LV. 8326. Learnable by Necromantic and Cryomantic Mages. Skill description: unleashes pure glacial essence, weaving it via esoteric rites into an impenetrable armor surrounding the caster. Grants 1000 armor, enhances arcane motility, increasing sprint speed by 50 milliseconds with proportional boosts to jump height and attack speed. Emits a glacial aura within a 50-meter radius. All enemies enter frozen or slowed states and suffer 100 damage per second. Mana cost 3000. Target self or ally. Duration 3 hours. Mass cast variant: consumes 1500 mana to bestow the Glacial Arcane Armor effect upon 10 designated allies. An exceptional enhancement. Wait, doesn't this mass cast variant feel suspiciously like halved mana consumption? Regardless, as a standalone defensive skill, it remains exceptionally potent. And since no size restrictions apply to allied targets, the difference between a 10-meter tall ally and a 1-meter tall one is profound. Precisely how targeting mechanics scale remains unclear. Current mana 4835750 regenerates 20 mana per second. With each skill ascension, mana reserves grew increasingly insufficient. Mana bonuses from equipment were negligible. A mere 300 mana had already consumed nearly half his pool. I must urgently acquire gear and consumables that expand my maximum mana capacity. I hope completing this quest resolves that issue. Without delay, Qinzhe sought out the village elder to inquire about the precise location of the invaded. The elder remained dazed. Calling his name several times elicited no response. The sacred royal clan, annihilated entirely. Thighs, how is that even possible? Unbelievable. Elder, forget the sacred royal clan. I shall liberate the occupied city itself. Those invaders will be forced to vacate their stolen lands, allowing your true native people, the Bobo, to reclaim their homes and rebuild their lives. Qinzhe spoke with quiet confidence, a faint smile playing upon his lips. His teammates nodded in firm agreement. His words carried weight because he delivered on every promise. The elder stood frozen for a long moment. Then sudden tears welled up, and with a muffled thud, he dropped to his knees, bowing deeply before Qinzhe. Ah, elder, please, let us speak as equals. Startled Qinzhe reacted instantly, gently but firmly steadying the elder before he could complete the prostration. The elder, though still tearful, gazed at Qinzhe and continued, "We Bobo possess our own ancient lineage, one not granting instantaneous ascension like the sacred royal clans, yet blessed with abundant, inexhaustible magical energy capable of unlocking extraordinary potential within every Bobo. Yet precisely this trait draws the sacred royal clan's covetous gaze. Should they dissect and integrate our lineage, they would perfectly compensate for their physical limitations, and perhaps finally achieve true sacred metamorphosis. Then the Bobo would face utter annihilation. Only when trust and affinity reached a certain threshold would the elder reveal such a profound secret." Qinzhe heard little beyond 2 phrases echoing in his mind: mana abundance, truly inexhaustible. Regardless of how others viewed the Bobo lineage, to him it was nothing short of an SS Steer vocation inheritance. "Elder, may I undergo this lineage inheritance and vocation transformation?" Qinzhe asked directly without preamble. "Of course, you are our savior. You hold full entitlement to our sacred inheritance." The elder replied without hesitation. "However, to prevent the sacred royal clan from seizing it, we deliberately concealed the inheritance relic. Only by obtaining it may one truly inherit our lineage." "Does the inheritance relic still exist?" "Indeed, it rests within the northern underground defense complex. Yet even my personal token may prove insufficient to grant you access. So long as it exists, all else is negotiable. If necessary, I shall exterminate the entire sacred royal clan, just to set the proper mood." The elder jolted upright, stunned. In the sacred royal family, the Grand General of the Black Sun, towering at a height of 3 meters and a width of 2 meters, sat upon a luxurious golden chair. Layers of fat hung heavily upon him, glowing with a golden light that flickered like breathing, illuminating the flesh before swiftly dimming. At the center of his forehead was a golden diamond crystal with golden stripes radiating from his skin, converging toward his eyes, transforming into a dot at the center of his pupils. The golden light radiated brilliantly, resembling sunlight. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 individuals from the sacred royal family, diligently attending to him. Compared to them, the royal family members appeared diminutive. One could only imagine how exhausting it would be to run around the Grand General of the Black Sun. At that moment, an informant from the sacred royal family hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee and exclaiming, "General, there has been a riot in the Poison Fog Village." A riot? The Grand General of the Black Sun raised an eyebrow, using his hand to push aside the person on his belly. What kind of riot? Speak up and explain. The people of the Poison Fog Village have reportedly staged a riot. The entire slave convoy has not returned. The Grand General of the Black Sun paused for a moment before sneering. These Bobo people are truly tenacious. Even at this point they dare to resist. In that case, let's send them all to the castle. At the mention of the castle, the guards of the sacred royal family stationed nearby trembled in unison, as if these words were rooted in their very bones, instilling fear. Understood. Moments later, the informant from the sacred royal family rushed in again. What's happening now? The Grand General of the Black Sun, who was in high spirits, was interrupted and immediately voiced his displeasure. The informant wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "The entire slave convoy has been killed." They even displayed the heads of the slave convoy at the village entrance. It is said that the guards surrounding the castle discovered an arrow with the head of the slave convoy leader on it. The Grand General of the Black Sun was stunned. How could a group of malnourished Bobo people possibly kill the slave convoy? Realizing that there might be outsiders in the Poison Fog Village, he abruptly changed his tone, saying, "Send a punitive team to wipe out the entire Poison Fog Village. That outsider must be captured and hung at the village entrance with the heads of our sacred royal family. If he truly has a death wish." Understood. Suddenly, the informant from the sacred royal family burst through the door, stumbling inside, and exclaimed, "The punitive team has also been completely annihilated. Mysterious giant tentacles have appeared around the Poison Fog Village, and it was these tentacles that crushed all the members of the punitive team." What? The Grand General of the Black Sun abruptly stood up, his hand instinctively tightening, causing the sound of cracking bones to echo. Instantly, his white flesh exploded, splattering fragments and blood onto those around him. Yet the others dared not even scream. Damn it, how could the outsider be so audacious? "Prepare my dragon horse beast. I shall personally go to the Poison Fog Village." The members of the sacred royal family scattered, with some preparing, while others cleaned the floor. At that moment, 5 shadows suddenly appeared outside the door, clad in armor that only professionals would wear. "General, please do not act impulsively," said the leading man, taking a deep breath and approaching with a broad smile. Lin Mashuan, an elite professional from Lee's company, was a berserker currently at level LV 24, just 1 level away from completing his promotion task. He set his sights on the sacred transformation path of the sacred royal family, a path chosen by other members of Lee's company, including Li Xingong. "Outsider, do you have anything to say?" The Grand General of the Black Sun, seeing that they were professionals, felt his anger and excitement slightly subside, and he inquired with a composed face. "This is the advantage that professionals have over the natives, as long as the Black Abyss instance confirms their entry into the faction. Individuals of any status within the faction are generally tolerant of professionals and at least allow them the opportunity to communicate." Lin Mashuan, on the other hand, needed enough faction points to gain the opportunity to inherit his promotion. At the same time, he could conveniently eliminate Qin Zhe and earn rewards from Lee's company. It was a win-win situation. "General, it is like this. I have some understanding of that outsider in the Poison Fog Village. His strength is extremely weak. You could easily crush him with just a finger," Lin Mashuan said respectfully. The Grand General of the Black Sun nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was a being of the 3rd stage of sacred transformation. Crushing the opponent with just a finger was only natural. However, hearing it from these outsiders was still very gratifying. But this person is very cunning and willing to gamble small amounts for big gains. He specializes in preparing various poisonous props or one-time killing gadgets. You know, we outsiders have all sorts of strange things, and he specifically collects these, just waiting to ambush others. The Grand General of the Black Sun furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this. His life state was currently in chaos, sometimes even beyond his control. If he were to encounter more poisonous props, he might indeed perish. Seeing that he had swayed the Grand General of the Black Sun, Lin Mashuan smiled and continued, "Please leave him to us. As fellow outsiders, we are well aware of his methods. Such a lowly life form does not require you, General, to intervene." The Grand General of the Black Sun nodded in satisfaction. He settled back into the luxurious chair and said to Lin Mashuan, You only need to deal with the outsider from the Poison Fog Village, and I can offer you 3 great treasures: money, women, equipment, and sacred power. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Upon hearing this, Lin Moshwan was overjoyed. Immediately after, a prompt appeared in front of him, asking whether to accept the faction task. Faction task: defend the colonial city. He did not show his excitement, but knelt down with his 4 teammates in unison, bowing their heads. Thank you for the general's appreciation, we will not disappoint. The Grand General of the Black Sun nodded, then waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to leave quickly. Lin Moshwan and the others exited the general's residence hastily, making their way to the colonial city. Defend the colonial city task accepted. The Holy Royal Family, a colonized city. Tall and imposing members of the royal family walked through the city built by the Bobo people, indulging in the delicacies and fine wines acquired through plunder. Their faces displayed a sense of superiority accompanied by unabashed disdain for other beings. Meanwhile, the indigenous Bobo people of this city were confined in iron cages at the slave market on the western side of the city, their necks shackled with heavy chains, being bought amidst the haggling of the holy royals, sometimes receiving lashes that left them bruised and battered. Numbness was the only emotion reflected in their eyes. At that moment, the calm space above the western city wall began to ripple, as if shedding it. Behind the veil of space, Murong Shue's cold and beautiful face appeared, followed by a swift motion of her right arm, opening a cloak-like equipment. Qinze emerged from beneath her arm, hands in his pockets, stepping to the edge of the city wall to gaze over the entire colonized city. Wow, there are quite a few people here, conservatively estimated to be around 200,000. However, the living conditions are far too shabby. The low and cramped houses resemble a shantytown, and the roads between them are muddy and worn. Most critically, the entire city lacks proper sewage systems, and residents relieve themselves right on the streets. Some of the more fastidious holy royals even use a basin to collect waste before dumping it onto the streets. Qinze silently pinched his nose, finding it a bit outrageous. Following him, several others emerged from Murong Shue's cloak of invisibility, moving in a manner reminiscent of eagles catching chicks, with Qinze wrapping his arms around Murong Shue's waist as he followed closely behind. The close contact caused a blush to appear on Murong Shue's cheeks. However, this was not the main issue. Once they officially emerged, everyone frowned and pinched their noses. Ugh, it stinks. My eyes are watering from it. As Liu Yang stepped out, his eyes squinted into slits, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Meow. The cat girl followed suit, as if struck by a heavy blow. Immediately sticking out her little tongue in disgust, she turned to retreat back into Murong Shue's arms, only to be cruelly pushed away. You. The middle-aged man Sun Yunlong, who had previously seen shattered corpses, adapted quite, while showing no signs of vomiting. Perhaps he had allocated his resistance points in peculiar ways. Murong Shue watched as everyone stepped out, then waved her arm to cover herself again. She would not come out for anything. I truly can't stand these holy royals. Their names sound so grandiose. They should at least have some decorum. Qinze raised his demon dragon staff, consuming 1,000 mana points to equip himself with an extreme cold magic armor. A pale blue, icy current swiftly intertwined around him, enveloping him from head to toe. The cold and refreshing air instantly revived him. As for the others, he couldn't care less. Spending 1,000 mana points on this was a question of whether he would even attack the city. However, the others had their methods. Liu Yang produced a stone mask and put it on, which allowed him to breathe immediately. The cat girl used a bubble skill to cover her head, resembling an astronaut. Sun Yunlong, the middle-aged man, calmly took out a mask. Looks like the barbecue stall is out of the question. Let's just stand here and enjoy the undead calamity. As for why Qinze and the others relied on Murong Shue's invisibility cloak to come to the western city wall, it was because there were holy royal strongholds everywhere. To reach this colonized city would require a bloody path, which was quite troublesome. It was better to sneak in and make a big move directly. At that moment, a wary voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Qinze turned to see 5 holy royal guards with golden diamond-shaped crystals gleamed between their brows. Qinze glanced at them and smiled slightly. Guess. He then raised his demon dragon staff and began. Arise, my Despair Sea Battle Cemetery. Despair Sea Battle Cemetery LV 12374 summons 5 super sea battle cemeteries from another world, each possessing completely different marine burial trenches: ship, graveyard trench, sea monster, graveyard trench, piranha, graveyard trench, ocean, serpent, graveyard trench, abyss, fishman, graveyard trench, all skeletal types. Each trench spawns 30 different kinds of marine skeletons every 10 seconds. Summon quantity: unlimited, skill duration unlimited, mana cost 5,000 points, mana deduction doubles every hour. Chanting required time 30 seconds. This summoning skill, Chain of the Skeletal Burial Ground, is currently one of Qinze's ultimate trump cards. The level up every second during this time made it impossible to predict its terror. The only downside was the additional 30 seconds of chanting. Qinze understood this, as such a destructive skill required time to unfold its domain. The 5 holy royal guards also sensed something was off and recognized Qinze's power. According to their racial characteristics, they would not take risks, but would immediately scatter to inform others. Quick, there's an enemy attack. Notify the city defense guards. He'll inform the city lord. The enemy is fierce, we must take this seriously. Yes, I'll go find some people first. The holy royal guards spoke with righteous fervor, then hurriedly fled. However, they had barely taken a few steps when a massive object appeared in the sky, blocking the light above their heads. The shadow rapidly spread, threatening to engulf the entire city. The 5 holy royal guards. They halted in their tracks, staring in shock at the sky. To their astonishment, the sky bore ripples akin to the ocean. No, it should be described as transforming into a profound sea. The unfathomable darkness of the trench made them tremble, and it appeared to be inverted, as if the entire ocean was about to pour out. Yet these were merely their assumptions. The dark trench remained inverted in the air, maintaining tranquility with not a single drop of seawater falling. Accompanied by Qin Zez chanting, the trench cemetery slowly unfolded, revealing some indistinct forms within. In the next moment, the central sea battle trench emitted the creaking sounds of ships. A large ship reduced to nothing but bone vaguely emerged from the dark trench cemetery, and then broke through the critical point, crashing down upon the colonized city, the 20-meter-long broken hull smashing into the city wall. Boom. The city wall collapsed, the shattered hull sliding towards the center of the colonized city. On the dark mast and the broken deck stood a throng of pirate skeletons wielding curved blades. They believed they were robbing and plundering the city, and thus their jaws excitedly opened and closed, celebrating with rattling cheers. At this moment, whether allies or holy royals, or even the professional team from the Li family company, they all looked at the 5 trenches that had suddenly appeared. Their minds were filled with a single character. In the colonial city of the Shunsheng Wangzhou, within the city lord's manor, Lin Mashuan strode in with 4 companions. Upon seeing the colonial city lord, he first cupped his hands in salute. My lord, the city lord, we have received orders from Ari Dajiangjian to come and guard this city, Lin Mashuan announced. The city lord replied coldly, my city does not require your guardianship. The gaunt Shunsheng Wangzhou city lord stood with his hands behind his back at the window, pride etched into every line of his face. Lin Mashuan and his comrades exchanged a glance, and his expression shifted. Lin Mashuan produced 5 gold ingots exchanged at the bank from the storeroom, stacking them, so they gleamed with an alluring golden luster. A small tray supported them beneath, and he set them at the city lord's side. The Shunsheng Wangzhou cast a sidelong look and immediately betrayed delight, yet forced himself to appear composed. His mouth twitched wildly, but he somehow suppressed. My lord, we do not doubt your prowess, nor seek to display ourselves, Lin Mashuan said, cradling the gold as he continued. Rather, the outsider who threatens this city is our mortal enemy. We require your aid to encircle and eliminate him, thereby ridding the city of this menace. These 5 gold bars are our token of greeting. Please accept them. The city lord asked an outsider. Is he worthy of such effort? As far as I know, he is, but one of the Zhuluo Bobo people. What storm could such a man possibly stir? He turned, and with practiced calm accepted the 5 ingots, fingers trembling as they traced their surfaces. Such hue, such uniformity. He had never seen their like. My lord, you are not mistaken. This outsider's strength is far beneath ours. To be frank, should we face him, I could see him beaten senseless at once, Lin Mashuan declared. Lin Mashuan nodded in agreement. The city lord, somewhat surprised, handed the ingots to a servant and flexed his arms, saying, by your account, I could dispatch this outsider with equal ease. Of course, my lord surpasses us all, he may toy with him at will. But this outsider is notorious for his treachery. This city reportedly has but a single water source. I am certain he will poison that river with a virulent contagion. Half the city's population would perish at once. The city lord started, eyes wide. Indeed, besides that he can unleash wind magics to disperse poisonous dust into the city, the outcome would be the same. Then what do you propose we do now? My lord, first recall every Shunsheng Wangzhou soldier from the outposts and mass them around the city in an impenetrable ring. Let nothing pass. Our squad will capture and slay this cunning outsider. Lin Mashuan's lips curved. Already he indulged in fantasies of how after killing Qin Zhe he and his comrades would divide the rewards. He was currently LV 24 and had the entire city's might at his back. How could he possibly lose? Defeat, even while resting, seemed impossible. Thereafter the 2 parties conducted a frank, detailed exchange about how to kill Qin Zhe. They might as well write a book titled 100 Ways for Qin Zhe to Die, they joked, until a dark shadow appeared outside the window, like a vertical eye slope. What is that? The gaunt city lord was the first to sense alarm. He peered out in puzzlement. At first he thought it some experiment from the castle, but the more he looked the more wrong it felt. This is wrong, he thought. As seconds slipped by, the vertical slit widened, revealing a black water-filled abyss within, littered with countless white bones and grotesque shapes. The Shunsheng Wangzhou, being inland folk, had never seen the sea nor understood the depths of a trench. At the sight, the smiles of Lin Mashuan and the others froze. The next moment someone sprang up, crying out, enemy attack. The outsider is here. The outsider. Did you not say he only poisons rivers? The city lord stammered. The city lord grew more bewildered. How did he summon rivers into the sky, 5 of them no less? How is that possible? Does a skill of such magnitude truly exist in this world? My heavens! The deep sea hung inverted in the sky, strewn with wrecks and sea monsters. No, according to our intelligence, Chinze is only a level 15 professional. Even if he were an undead summoner summoning skeletons, I could understand, but how does one summon an entire trench of sea? Lin Moshuan and the 4 others could no longer attend to the city lord. All of them sank into an unparalleled shock. They could not fathom what was unfolding. Yet the slender trench suspended in the sky seemed divorced from reality. Its terrible waters did not spill. It's a mere illusion, a trick to frighten us, someone scoffed. Lin Moshuan felt a stir, the doubts in his mind cleared, and he allowed himself a breath of relief. Before his words had finished, the central trench disgorged a black tattered hull skeleton bearing a skull-like pirate sigil. Countless skeletal figures clung to the ship, brandishing curved cutlasses. The heavy hull struck and shattered the city's defensive wall. The onlookers were stunned. Is he for real? The ship indeed teemed with skeletons, precisely the work of an undead summoner. One ship alone would be bad enough, but the 4 neighboring trenches poured forth sea monster skeletons without cease. Skeletal merfolk, their fishtails writhing, burst forth as if a rain of them poured down. Seaweed-clad titanic armor sprang open to reveal the dead head of an oceanic titan emerging from the trench grave. Piranha-like bones writhed, mouths bristling with razor teeth, snapping at whatever they encountered. Vast swathes of white skeletons cascaded down from the 5 trench graves like 5 pale waterfalls. This cannot be a jest, can it? Absurd, they all cried. The 5 stood dazed, minds reeling. The city lord, now urgent, demanded, "Is this the outsider you spoke of? Did you not say he was weak? Do not rush. Muster all Shunshin Wangzhou soldiers to confront these skeletons. Fear not. They are rotten and brittle. A single strike will shatter them," Lin Moshuan urged. "The undead summoner's true form is weak. We will take our best and assassinate the source," Lin Moshuan said, rapidly, cajoling and deceiving with no hesitation. The city lord nodded at once. "Very well. I will personally lead troops to repel these skeletons. Take my confidence, they are the strongest of the Shunshin Wangzhou here. Kill this so-called undead summoner at once." Agreed, let it be so. Both parties quickly dispersed within the manor and moved to confront the sea of skeletons in the sky. However, sadly, the undead calamity had already begun. A torrent of experience flowed into Qin Ze's body. "Congratulations, you have slain a Shunshin Wangzhou guard and gained 2,100 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a Shunshin Wangzhou archer and gained 1,800 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a Shunshin Wangzhou commoner and gained 100 experience. Enemy attack." The guards of the Holy Royal Family were huddled in the shade of the city wall, playing cards and gambling. Suddenly, a massive chasm slowly opened in the sky above them. They stared blankly until the chasm fully opened. When a large dark ship's hull charged out from the chasm above, they finally realized that terror had arrived. As the dark ship's hull loomed larger before them, the guards suddenly jumped up from the ground and hurriedly fled in all directions, fearing they would be attacked. However, only a few managed to escape successfully. Most were directly crushed into the city wall by the dark ship's hull, turning into splatters of flesh and blood. 85,000, who triggered fatal crushing damage. 85,000, who triggered fatal crushing damage. 85,000, who triggered fatal crushing damage. Damage values popped up in bursts, instantly killing without any unexpected outcomes. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience 2,000. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience 2,100. Congratulations, you have killed an archer of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience 1,800. As the dark ship's hull rolled on, 123 guards of the Holy Royal Family perished. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV 19. AO all attributes 1/0 free attributes 4 health 400 mana 100 fearless number ships hull special monster route. Level LV 19 cannot exceed the summoner health 350000 attributes strength 5000 agility 0 intelligence 0 skill 1 set sail. Set sail? The soul of the fearless number longs to embark on ocean adventures, yet it has been sunk by cannonballs, forever submerged beneath the sea. However, its obsession with sailing forward remains strong, sliding forward using any advantageous terrain. The ship's hull can break through terrain, moving at a speed of 0-20 knots and dealing 0-10-0000 points of damage to enemies along the way. It requires the assistance of terrain. Without terrain, it can command skeleton crew members to carve out a path. Skill 2, Skeleton Crew. If recognized by the soul of the fearless number 1, can become a skeleton crew member, sharing 50 of the ship's power attributes, and gaining agility 300, retaining original intelligence. After defeating enemies, they can be transformed into skeleton crew members or absorb their life force to become stronger. Current number of skeleton crew members 100,100. Skill 3, Ship activation. Once the fearless number generates a ship soul, the ship gains a certain degree of mobility. Rope anchors can be launched wrapped or redirected, and the deck can open and close. Abandoned cannons can autonomously turn and load, and if they can still fire, they can bombard enemies. Description: it was an extremely brutal naval battle. Boom. After the hull of the fearless number smashed against the city wall, it began to slide into the city. The skeleton crew members jumped down from the ship, brandishing their curved blades, their teeth clattering. Countless sparks flew up as a heavy blow struck against the guard's long spear of the Holy Royal Family. The guard screamed in agony, blood pouring from his mouth due to the immense force. Tat tat tat. The pirate skeletons were ferocious, showing no mercy. A few quickly hacked him into a pulp, even breaking his bones. 4789 4801 4823. The green breath, representing life force, burst forth from the lifeless guard of the Holy Royal Family. Then it was split among the pirate skeletons who had killed him. In the next moment, their surfaces became shinier, and even the seaweed growing on them turned a more vibrant green. After the fearless number's hull crashed into the city wall, it was immediately surrounded by the arriving guards of the Holy Royal Family. A brutal battle ensued between the two sides. The brutality here specifically refers to the guards of the Holy Royal Family. Meanwhile, inside the city, the slave master of the Holy Royal Family was raising his whip, ruthlessly beating the nearby Bobo people until the cages surrounding them were filled with Bobo people as well. I told you to be more spirited, don't you understand? If I can't sell you for a good price, I'll beat you. I still have to feed you every day. I'm losing money. Even pigs are more useful than you. The curses and venomous insults came one after another, each more unpleasant than the last. This particular Bobo person was hanging with both hands bound, his head drooping. In the face of the vicious whip, his body only swayed. He was too weak to speak, only letting out faint groans. Since his birth, his homeland had already been conquered and occupied. Every day, he had to hide with his mother until one day several guards of the Holy Royal Family lewdly reached for his mother. He fought desperately, but ended up, since then he had never seen his mother again. He only saw a pile of unrecognizable flesh. How unwilling he felt. He thought to himself. Before dying, he wished to take someone down with him. Even if he could just bite off a piece of flesh, he would be willing. Now being tied up here and whipped to death, it was truly too suffocating. Suddenly the continuous pain abruptly stopped. This Bobo person trembled and opened his eyes, looking over in confusion. It turned out that guests had arrived, 3 elegantly dressed members of the Holy Royal Family. He recognized them. They came frequently to select female Bobo slaves. What they would take them back for was obvious. Their frequent purchases made the fate of these female Bobo people quite clear. Dead. The slave master rubbed his hands with a smile, walking over to select female slaves from the cages. Soon the screams and wails of the women erupted. They knew that once bought, they would face a fate worse than death. But all of this was beyond their control. The suspended Bobo person closed his eyes, tears streaming from the core. Even with hearts full of humiliation, anger, and unwillingness, what could they do? They could do nothing, change nothing. The only fate awaiting him was to be whipped to death. A humiliating death. Not far away, they had already selected a female slave, lewdly dragging her out of the iron cage. Suddenly a crisp sound echoed. It sounded as if something had fallen from the sky. Immediately after the terrified screams of the slave master and the other 3, "Oh, what is this thing? Skeletons, why do they have fish tails? They're moving, someone help me get them off me. It bit me, it bit me. My ear is gone." This Bobo person suddenly opened his eyes in shock, and then he saw a scene he would never forget. Skeletons with human bodies and fish tails fell like raindrops from the sky. Upon landing, they began to bite at the people around. "Ha ha ha, serves you right. Die, all of you, die." This Bobo person laughed maniacally until a mermaid skeleton slowly crawled towards him, its terrifying face sending chills down his spine. "Come eat me, and eat them too." This Bobo person exclaimed excitedly, tears of joy flowing from his eyes. But in the next moment, the rope binding him was suddenly bitten off by the mermaid skeleton. At the slave market, white skeletons rained down like hail, crashing into the muddy earth, raising plumes of dust, striking rooftops with thunderous thuds. Some fell directly upon the sacred royal clan, flattening them instantly to the ground. Upon spotting flesh as food, the mare skeletons bared their jagged, glistening fangs and sank them deep, blood exploding outward like bursting fruit. Sacred royal clan. Oh, sacred royal clan. You have finally fallen to this day. Countless Bobo slaves witnessing this apocalyptic spectacle felt no fear, only fierce, trembling exhilaration. Who among us has known the agony of being sold as chattel in one's own homeland, to the very invaders who seized it? Such humiliation shatters the soul of any sane mind. Now at last it has ended. Evil reaps its due. To witness the sacred royal clan meet their grisly ends. This alone is ecstasy. Yet, what none of the enslaved Bobo people anticipated was that the terrifying skeletons descending from the sky did not devour them. Instead, they severed the ropes binding them and shattered their iron cages with savage precision. Those razor-sharp claws would surely pierce flesh and carve gaping wounds. Yet not a single Bobo slave bore even the faintest scratch. Freed from ropes and cages, the Bobo slaves collapsed where they stood, stunned and speechless, watching as the sacred royal clan screamed and died. Those once arrogant nobles who had casually selected them like livestock now wet themselves in terror, offering not even a shred of resistance. Suddenly, in sheer panic, one member of the sacred royal clan spotted the unharmed Bobo slaves and bolted toward them, seeking refuge at their side. Sure enough, a mere skeleton lunging nearby instantly veered away. The sacred royal clan, inept at all else, excelled only in more and more members of the sacred royal clan noticed the pattern and rushed headlong toward the Bobo slaves, jostling and shoving. Among them, the obese slave master. What are you staring at? Blink again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. You worthless slaves, don't you see the skeletal monsters outside? Move aside for me now. Humph, still frozen. Then I'll kick you. If you can't fetch a good price, you'd better serve some purpose. Though muttering curses under his breath, the slave master trembled visibly, pushing desperately toward the center. The Bobo slaves exchanged glances, eyes blazing with incandescent hatred. Clenching fistfuls of broken brick, they raised their arms toward the slave master's skull. F! A shriek tore from the slave master's throat as blood gushed forth. He twisted his head, snarling, "How dare you, slaves!" Tears streaked crimson down the Bobo's cheeks, their fury coalescing into something thick, visceral, unbearable. They had waited for this day far, far too long. Thud, 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 thud. Stone after stone crashed into the slave master's body, pounding him relentlessly until he dissolved into an unrecognizable mass of pulped flesh and gore. Congratulations. You have slain an ordinary member of the sacred royal clan. Experience 50 faction points 10. Congratulations. You have slain a slave master of the sacred royal clan. Experience 200 faction points 2000. Congratulations. You have slain an ordinary member of the sacred royal clan. Experience 50 faction points 10. Chinze stood at the city wall's edge, encased in armor forged from frigid demonic energy. The devastation wrought upon the colonial city by the undead cataclysm was truly awe-inspiring. Captain, may I snap a photo for WeChat moments? Mew. The cat girl approached hesitantly, eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation. Phones could enter the dungeon, but carried no signal. Of course you may. Chinze smiled faintly, then summoned the others. Lu Yong masked Sun Yunlong, wearing an N95 respirator, and Mu Shui half hidden beneath a cloak of invisibility, her face barely visible. The catgirl posed at the forefront, framing the ruined colonial city behind her with a delicate heart gesture. As her finger pressed the shutter, the colossal skeleton of a deep-sea titan loomed overhead, raising a gargantuan ship's anchor high. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Wow, the composition is absolutely stunning. I'll just edit my face to look smaller when I get home, she murmured, nodding approvingly at the captured image. Shall I send you the raw file or the edited version? Chinze, raw is fine. Thank you. Lu Yong, same here. Please send me the edited one. A synchronized glance swept across her. Asian face-swapping artistry, truly legendary. Lu Yong stepped beside Chinze and gazed beyond the city walls. It seems the sacred royal clan has mobilized. Soldiers from surrounding outposts are converging here at full speed. Indeed, we anticipated this. Still, the sacred royal clan's hidden reserves proved surprisingly deep. Chinze watched massive figures emerge from the surrounding forest, trees snapping beneath their colossal feet. These must be the sacred royal clan's war machines. Yet in the end they exist only to feed my gains. Yellow Spring's soul guidance technique. Chinze's expression hardened. The world before him shimmered and shifted. Countless souls of the sacred royal clan wailed in midair, still refusing to accept their own demise. Chinze showed them no mercy. He drew them all in at once. In the next instant, torrents of ghostly azure souls surged toward him, faces twisted in the final contortions of life. The sight was deeply unsettling. Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1. Soul count skyrocketed. Yellow Springs soul storage 27389-500, half the capacity, filled within seconds. Such abundance, wasted if left unused. And it would perfectly replenish his depleted mana reserves. Chinze seized a handful of sacred royal clan souls and hurled them toward the undefeated vessel Shipbone. Lost Rebirth, activated. The vessel's crooked mast snapped upright with sudden rigidity. Simultaneously, the few remaining strands of rope thickened dramatically, growing to the girth of an adult's wrist. Dozens of obsidian cables writhed powerfully in the air, coiling and thrashing like serpents unleashed from chaos itself. Even the ship's anchor hardened, striking with such force that each blow could cleave a child in two. Most crucially, with renewed strength in anchor and cables, the undefeated vessel Shipbone no longer relied on skeletal crew to propel it forward. Instead, it anchored ahead, then hauled itself forward with brutal mechanical precision. Its maneuverability soared, and it began hunting down sacred royal clan soldiers. Last words, triggered. Agility 5 random, HPMP restored by 1000. Last words, triggered. 5 souls consumed, Without hesitation, Qinze summoned the Ghoulnecks and the Dark Ranger. A foreboding chill prickled his spine. He needed their protection close and unwavering. The Ghoulnecks materialized, and his eyes gleamed hungrily at the carnage flooding the city. Wait, feed only after this ends. At that moment, slow mocking applause echoed from the side of the wall. Lin Mahuan strode forward, flanked by 4 other cultivators, lips curled in a cruel grin. Qinze, you've grown remarkably bold, daring to stand openly upon the city wall. The colonial city fell into one-sided slaughter. White skeletons descended from the sky, leaving the ordinary citizens of the Holy Royal Family without any means of resistance. They could only scream and flee in all directions. The 15-meter-high remains of the deep-sea titan raised the gigantic anchor it held aloft, targeting the more defensively fortified structures. With each strike, there was no sound. Due to being ordinary humans, their combat power might not even match that of the ghouls in the manor instance, resulting in low experience points. However, when accumulated, the experience was still considerable. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 20, gaining 2 to all attributes, 6 to free attributes, 1000 health, and 500 mana. Attribute bonuses will increase as your level rises. The situation within the city soon became clear, but the real challenge came from outside the city. Soldiers from the surrounding strongholds of the Holy Royal Family swarmed in, along with bizarre experimental creatures resembling human-faced dogs and specially crafted war machines, showcasing significant strength. 5 summoned sea tombs, with the mermaid skeleton sea tomb used to deal with the internal threats, while the remaining 4 were designated to counter the external army. Lin Mahuan appeared slowly, accompanied by 4 teammates and a large group of the city lord's elite guards, all in the first stage of transformation, his expression grim. You, a summoner, not only fail to hide, but boldly stand on the city wall. Isn't this seeking death? Lin Mahuan's face twisted into a malicious grin, appearing quite excited. Summoners are universally recognized as weak. He did not believe that Qinze could unleash a city-destroying calamity and still possess combat abilities. He must rely on his teammates for protection. However, one is weaker than the other. The only strong one seems to be that cat girl. Oh, that female assassin is not bad either. Her level information is hidden, indicating she must possess some rare item. Surely she comes from a wealthy background. I must spare her life or avoid making enemies. For a professional to succeed, it's all about interpersonal relationships. As for Qinze, he must die, or it would be best to take his head, and boss Li Xingong would surely be pleased. Acquiring S-level resources won't be a dream anymore. They lined up malice, almost palpable. Qinze squinted at them, feeling a strange sensation in battling a summoner akin to encountering a fellow countryman abroad. However, expatriates abroad tend to exploit their own kind the worst. The kind that makes you want to peel off a layer of skin. Lin Mahuan, level LV 24, health 13200, profession Berserker. Li Dazhuang, level LV 22, health 15800, profession Shield Warrior. Qin Yang, level LV 24, health 7500, profession Ice Ranger. Lu Yin, level LV 24, health 6300, profession Electric Mage. Wang Chunyang, level LV 19, health 4800, profession Holy Light Priest. A standard team of professionals capable of tanking, dealing damage, and providing healing. Their levels generally exceeded his by 2 to 4 levels, with one even being a level lower than him. The difficulty was not very high. Qinze felt quite novel facing a team of professionals for the first time. Qinze, what's the difference between you slaughtering ordinary people in the city and a butcher? I kill you to uphold justice. Lin Mahuan spoke with a sense of righteousness, drawing 2 large blades and crossing them before him. His entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang and the others could no longer tolerate it. Liu Yang looked clearly. This is the city of the Bobo people. The natives have been sold to the slave market. Are you blind? Sun Yunlong, I may not have much education, but I know that the oppression and humiliation faced by the Bobo people are 100 times greater than what I have endured. Those are all matters of the past, but now you have slaughtered the city of the Holy Royal Family. You are the evil one while I am the just. Lin Mahuan crossed his blades, his body radiating a red glow. He was evidently activating the core skill of the Berserker. At that moment, a panic shout from the Holy Light Priest Wang Chunyang suddenly echoed from behind. No. As Lin Mahuan activated his Berserker skill, his heart trembled, and he quickly turned to look. He saw a female assassin named Mu Shui had stealthily approached the Holy Light Priest from behind and directly slit his throat with a dagger. 1783, bleeding status, triggered 73. Lin Mahuan's pupils constricted sharply. What devastating damage. He quickly turned back, crossing his blades before him, desperately continuing to activate the Berserker skill. It required a total of 30 seconds for activation, so he started activating it while standing there. Once successful, speed would increase by 30, damage by 30, and it would also have life-stealing effects. Very strong. With Li Dazhuang, the shield warrior, beside him, he should be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were 12 elite guards of the city lord, all at the first stage of transformation, they were the true main force. In the next second, a blood-curdling scream from Li Dazhuang suddenly rang out nearby. A terrifying ghoul that had emerged from nowhere tore open his Tumterhai shield. Then it bit off his right arm and devoured it, the sound of gnawing muscle, making his scalp tingle. 7321, maiming triggered toxin, triggered 500. Lin Moxuan's eyes widened. Oh, what kind of damage is this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows imbued with a faint blue chill shot towards Qin Zhe in succession. Lin Moxuan let out a sigh of relief. Now it was my turn. 173,188,209. Damage values continuously floated up, all in white. This is impossible. The ice archer Qin Yang raised her longbow, her Dao heart collapsing in an instant. Her attack couldn't even break the enemy's shield. Haha, it's my turn now. Lu Yang, now at level 17, thrust his spear directly at Qin Yang's face. The latter stumbled back in disarray, but her backside collided with the lurking Nax, who was gnawing on something. Nax slowly turned his head, still holding an eyeball in his mouth. Thud. Qin Yang's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. However, Nax showed no mercy, yanking her delicate calf into his embrace, then opened his fearsome jaws, and took a bite, accompanied by Qin Yang's shrieks. The crisp sound of crunching bones echoed. The professional Li Dazhuang has died, dropping experience 15,000, dropping equipment Earth Shield Platinum. Level professional Qin Yang has died, dropping experience 17,000, dropping equipment Ice Longbow Platinum. Level 2 team members fell in a single encounter. Moreover, the priest was slaughtered, unable to speak or chant. Lin Moxuan trembled all over, while his core skill Berserker's Fury was still not fully activated. 10 seconds remain until the activation of Berserker's Fury is successful. Lin Moxian gritted his teeth, feeling the hair on his body stand on end. He never expected that 2 teammates would die in an instant. Where was the promised? However, Qin Zhe still adhered to martial ethics and did not ambush him at this moment. Once he successfully activated Berserker's Fury, he would be immune to all negative effects and control effects. If he really couldn't win, he could still escape, right? Most crucially, the Lord's 12 personal guards were right here, each having reached the first stage of Metamorphosis LV. 25. With health of 1500, they would be considered boss-level beings in other dungeons. Now, they were his greatest reliance. Kill for me. Lin Moxian shouted loudly as he crossed his dual blades. His command did not provoke the 12 personal guards into action. Instead, they revealed looks of disdain. As noble members of the Holy Royal Clan, they were quite displeased with this outsider giving orders. Seeing these outsiders perish one after another brought them a sense. Instead, the only remaining lightning mage Lu Yin found it hard to cope. In a panic, she turned and ran, tossing out 2 lightning balls that struck Nax's face, the electricity dancing chaotically among his terrifying features, but causing no harm. Magic immunity. Magic immunity. Huh. Lu Yin, upon seeing this, was so scared, she nearly wet herself. Magic immunity. Nax extended his claw to wipe his face, then bared his teeth and lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning Lu Yin to the ground, with his claws gripping her hands and feet tightly. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at Nax's horrifying face, her heart filled with extreme dread. Nax opened his mouth wide and bit down on her exposed chest, tearing flesh as he pulled upwards. 7389, bleeding effect triggered, toxin spreading. What the hell? All the women present instinctively touched their chests, feeling a phantom pain. The professional Lu Yin has died, experience dropped 1800, equipment dropped lightning staff platinum grade. One must say the experience dropped by professionals is quite enticing. 5 seconds left, just hold on for 5 more seconds, just 5 seconds. Lin Moxian crossed his dual blades, his skin already flushed to the extreme, steam rising from his pores. Power was surging within him. With 12 personal guards, he should be able to hold out. An exciting battle, it's our turn now. The captain of the Lord's personal guard spoke leisurely. He had witnessed the intensity of the previous battle and knew it was far below their level. The only one to watch out for was that woman in the hooded cloak, whose charged black arrows ignited with a ghostly green flame posed a significant threat. Eliminate the threat first. The captain of the Lord's personal guards led his men straight towards the Dark Ranger. Yellow Spring's right hand. The world changed before Qin Zhe's eyes, souls visible to the naked eye. He casually grabbed a soul from the Holy Royal Clan and slammed it onto the chest of the Dark Ranger. Soul 1, soul 1, soul 1, soul 1. Consumed a total of 100 souls. Yellow Spring's soul storage 498-735-0000. If not used, it would overflow. Wayward Rebirth activated. The charged arrow, already burning with soul flames, underwent another transformation. The soul flames unexpectedly began to crystallize, ultimately enveloping the entire arrow. Countless twisted, agonized faces were eternally etched within the crystal. Soul crystal, a sufficient number of soul flames condensed together to form an eternal soul crystal. Range 1,000 kilometers. Requires prior sensing of the target unit. Damage 100,000. Can penetrate defenses to directly attack souls, inflicting an additional soul damage of 5,000. and creating a soul crystallization effect rendering the enemy's body rigid and their consciousness unable to control their body for 3 seconds, usage count 11. Requiem activated consume 1 soul power, 5 random restore 1000 health mana. A full 100 souls. The qualitative change from quantitative change Qin's attribute enhancement was also quite exaggerated. Power 175, agility 225, intelligence 100 whoosh. The crystallized soul, charged arrow shot out violently. Its tremors in the air seemed to affect the soul, making it extremely uncomfortable. The captain of the Lord's personal guards changed dramatically, the danger alarm ringing in his mind. He fearfully attempted to dodge, but the charged arrow pierced through his chest, creating a large hole. 130000 with additional soul damage, soul crystallization, 5000. The captain of the Lord's personal guards widened his eyes, his pupils gradually losing their focus, then he fell straight back. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Clan Lord's personal guard captain, gaining experience, 55,000. The charged arrow did not stop, but continued to pierce through 3 personal guard members, ultimately embedding itself into the 12203 with additional soul damage, soul crystallization, 5000. 11832 with additional soul damage, soul crystallization, 5000. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Clan Lord's personal guard member, gaining experience, 30,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Clan Lord's personal guard captain, gaining experience, 31,000. 3 personal guard members fell as a result. Lin Mo Xian caught a glimpse of the fallen Lord's personal guard out of the corner of his eye. I still have 3 seconds. At the same time, Nax was still gnawing on Lu Yan's body, taking a bite from her arm, then a bite from her thigh. Ghoul Nax devouring the right leg of professional Lu Yan, gaining evolution degree, 100 agility attribute, 100 bow proficiency, 300. Ghoul Nax devouring the right shoulder of professional Lu Yan, gaining evolution degree, 100 agility attribute, 100 bow proficiency, 300. So many attribute increases. Qinze was somewhat surprised, but he still needed to deal with the enemies before him. The Yellow Spring's right hand once again pulled out a handful of souls, around 100, then pointed them at Nax. Due to it being a long-range injection, 6 souls dissipated during the process. Wayward Rebirth activated. Nax looked up and howled, his claws and fangs crystallizing with soul. The Dark Ranger was used per instance. While this had a time limit of 20 minutes, damage bonus reduced to 50,000. His soul damage remained at 5,000, but movement speed and attack speed increased by 300. Requiem activated. Power 325, agility 55, intelligence 120. Nax turned to look at the remaining personal guard's rainbow-colored soul light flowing in his eyes. The personal guard members instinctively took a step back. My core skill has finally been activated. Lin Mo Xian was radiating with blood energy, appearing majestic. But he did not dare to shout loudly. The core skill, Rage of the Berserker, has finally been successfully activated. Lin Ma Xuan was bursting with blood energy, his muscles swelling and veins bulging. He felt the power surging within his body, an insatiable urge for slaughter occupying his mind. The overwhelming strength that broke through the critical point felt quite exhilarating, as if he could crush any enemy. It could be said that this skill sacrificed reason for immense combat power. A series of subsequent secondary skills were also built upon this mechanism. In a typical battle, he would have charged fiercely into the midst of his enemies. But at this moment he stood upon the ground littered with flesh, falling silent, and behaving exceptionally well. Suddenly a scream from the Holy Royal Guard nearby broke the silence. Lin Ma Xuan turned to look, his breath catching abruptly, and his legs trembled uncontrollably, causing him to fall to his knees. Brother Qin, it was my fault. We are all human, and we are both from Linhai City. Spare my life, and I will surely repay your kindness in the future. I was blind to your strength, but if I had known you were so powerful, I wouldn't dare approach, even with 100 lives. How about you give me a beating to vent your anger, and spare my life? I beg you. The so-called berserker, known for having half his wits, was now exhibiting such reason. Who just called me the butcher? Qinze smiled as he stepped forward, having intentionally spared Lin Ma Xuan. After all, there was much intelligence he was unaware of, and he could only ask someone from the enemy camp. I am big brother, I am the butcher. The Bobos are so pitiful. They were merely living diligently in their homeland when the damned Holy Royal family barged in, burned, killed, and plundered, almost committing every atrocity. In the end, they even occupied their city, brazenly taking residence and treating the people like slaves. How wicked, how wicked. These Holy Royals deserve to be wiped out, Lin Ma Xuan said indignantly, as if he had witnessed the entire process firsthand. Qinze was taken aback for a moment, and then remarked, your moral standards are quite flexible, aren't they? Oh, not at all. Lin Ma Xuan actually responded modestly. How about this? I will ask you a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, I might consider granting you a way out. Sure. Ask away, even if it's 100 questions I will answer sincerely. First is a question about General Black Sun. Tell me everything you know about him. General Black Sun is the strongest boss in this region, so one must be well prepared. I know this. My faction's mission is to gather information at General Blacksun's location so I know a thing or two about him. Lin Moshwan exclaimed excitedly. Good, go ahead and tell me. General Blacksun is afflicted with a strange serious illness causing his body to deform, layers of fat piling up, and he has even lost his excretory out. Qin Zhe raised an eyebrow. Is it as I think? No, how do you know about this? I had been on a mission at General Blacksun's residence for a period and participated in the Li Corporation's research meeting on the Holy Transformation Path. We unanimously agreed that General Blacksun is a failed specimen, which is why he left the castle. If he had succeeded, he would have transformed into a cocoon like a holy royal awaiting his metamorphosis into a higher life form. Oh, I see. But what does this have to do with me? General Blacksun possesses overwhelming power, strong to the point of despair, nearly immortal. Moreover, since we are currently in nightmare difficulty, his strength has reached an unfathomable level. To put it bluntly, with your current combat power, you'd just be delivering yourself to death. Lin Moshwan shouted excitedly. The Li Corporation once held a meeting to discuss ways to deal with General Blacksun, ultimately concluding that he cannot be killed. After hearing this, Qin Zhe slowly furrowed his brow. If what he said is true, wouldn't it be disastrous to encounter General Blacksun? Even if you pierce through General Blacksun's body, he can quickly recover. The Li Corporation ultimately found a method, which is to exploit General Blacksun's bodily flaws, causing him to collapse from the inside out. He has no excretory outlet, and the layers of fat covering his body are airtight. If we block the last remaining outlet, he will explode. That seems somewhat reasonable. Qin Zhe displayed a thoughtful expression. The relationship between General Blacksun and the castle as the ultimate boss of this region truly is very peculiar. Now that you have the method to kill General Blacksun, can you let me go? Lin Moshwan immediately asked with great anticipation. Wait, I have one last question. Since the Li Corporation has researched a way to kill General Blacksun, they wouldn't just leave such a good reward untouched. So why didn't they ultimately kill him? Not enough strength. With some peculiar items, it shouldn't be difficult to block a boss mouth, right? Lin Moshwan's expression instantly stiffened. At this point, you still dare to lie to me. I am not lying, what I said is the truth. If there are lie detection items or skills, you can use them on me. You indeed did not lie, but you overlooked a critical point, which is the ancient disease studied by the castle. Qin Zhe sneered. A flicker of fear flashed in Lin Moshwan's eyes, and he hurriedly shook his head, saying, I don't know what ancient disease. This kind of thing is generally only known after changing jobs and embarking on the holy transformation path. I'm not qualified yet. Will you tell me or not? I truly don't know. Nexus, it's up to you. The careerist Lin Moshwan has died. Experience dropped to his hero equipment, dropped bloodthirsty twin blades platinum. Great announcement. Li Corporation's 7th careerist team has been completely wiped out in the nightmare level mainline dungeon. Dusk Plains announcement. Li Corporation's 7th careerist team has been completely wiped out in the nightmare level mainline dungeon. Dusk Plains. The troublesome careerist team has finally perished. Qin Zhe's expression remained heavy. What exactly is this so-called ancient disease? If this is not clarified, how can they defeat the super boss General Blacksun? Moreover, just now seeing Lin Moshwan's eyes, he clearly knew some key information about the ancient disease, yet he refused to speak no matter what. Qin Zhe does not believe he has such integrity. This proves that the punishment for leaking the secret of the ancient disease is even more terrifying than being eaten by a ghoul. The water here is a bit deep. I can't take it anymore. I need to gather some powerful skills to calm my nerves. Half an hour later, the Holy Royal Army outside was completely annihilated. Faction task: capture the invading city and liberate the Bobos. Successfully completed. Experience reward 5 Agro equipment reward starry quality equipment chest 1 other rewards perfect quality chest 1 entitlement to city economic shares 1. Mainline dungeon Dusk Plains first phase completed. Free to enter and exit without penalties. Announcement: Qin Zhe's team completed the mainline task. First phase world line altered by 5 reward world line chest 1. The continuous notification sounds left Qin Zhe momentarily stunned. Is the formation task already completed? My Ocean Skeleton Legion hasn't even had its fill of slaughter yet. Wait a minute, this amount of experience doesn't seem right. Logically, the experience from the Holy Royal Army should be 100 times that of ordinary people. After slaying them all, I should have enough to level up 3 or 4 times. He then turned to look at the colonial city. The once bustling streets filled with Holy Royal people had transformed into a scene of scattered flesh. The few remaining Holy Royal individuals were huddled inside their houses, trembling in fear, waiting for the mermaid skeleton to open boxes for them. Hundreds of Bobo people in the slave market knelt on the ground, weeping and watching the bloody scene around them. They loudly expressed their gratitude towards the mermaid skeleton, their eyes filled with awe and appreciation as if it were tangible. If they were to regain control of the city, they would surely erect a skeleton stone statue and even worship the skeleton as a deity. At the same time, some slave Bobo people from the Holy Royal households ventured outside, arriving on the streets, seemingly bewildered by the sudden disaster that had befallen. In total, there were thousands of Bobo people, which should be enough to repopulate and regain control in the future. As for the forces of the Holy Royal Army outside, they retreated like a tide. It seemed they had realized that forcibly attacking the Ocean Skeleton Legion would yield very low odds of success, so they chose to withdraw. Among them, the bamboo pole-shaped city lord ran the fastest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What a pity, my experience. Calculating the time, we've spent 3 days in the dungeon. The first stage is completed. I plan to step out for a bit to rest. What do you all think? Qinze turned to look at the others. In truth, he was in good shape, but he was quite eager about the special skills mentioned by the cat girl, and with so many rewards from the recent settlement, he needed to sort through them. He had to study the dazzling great equipment treasure chest and the so-called world-line treasure chest. Liu Yang said, well, follow whatever Father Yi says. As mere bystanders, we must maintain our awareness of being bystanders. If you don't mind, I could try to contact someone higher up to request the skills stored by the Jelon organization. They have special skills, meow. Qinze nodded immediately, having been waiting for this. Previously, the skills he bought from the Li Company were all the most useless ones, and the prices were. If they were inherently powerful skills coupled with a skill upgrade system, the final results would be unimaginable. Mu Shui hesitated and said, actually, I can also help. Forget it. You go ahead and get the skills from the cat girl. If I come across any good skills later, I'll contact you. I can still access some upper tier resources. Consider it my return for your favor. Okay, no problem. Let's add each other on V after we step out. Qinze gestured to her. Regardless, the first stage of capturing the colonial city had come to a successful conclusion. He would go back to acquire some powerful skills in return. Who knows, he might just be able to take down the Black Sun General then. Qinze and the others did not leave immediately, but waited for the village chief of the Poison Mist village to arrive to hand over the entire city. This is our city, oh, we finally got it back. The village chief looked at the ravaged city, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa village chief, do we no longer have to hide anymore? And we have houses to live in. Little Qiong's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. No more hiding, no more hiding. We'll move back into our own houses. Exiting the Black Abyss dungeon, please wait. Calculating experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 21. All attributes 10. Free attribute 4. Health 1000. Mana 500. Your Despair Sea Battle Cemetery has not been recalled. Would you like to recall it? No, cannot be recalled outside the dungeon. Not recalling. The Despair Sea Battle Cemetery has no time limit. Just like a hero level summon, it remains the same, and with its special form, the Holy Royal people find it hard to threaten it. Thus, it temporarily stays above the colonial city to protect the entire city until the new colonial city is established. Before him, a distortion occurred, revealing the familiar connection point of the Black Abyss. An inexplicable sense of intimacy comes rushing in. After experiencing the terrible environment of the Bobo people and the Holy Royal family, returning to Blue Star felt extraordinarily pleasant. Frankly speaking, their productivity was far too low, similar to that of medieval Blue Star. They couldn't even handle their waste. At this moment, the notification box appeared again. During your time in the main storyline dungeon, the Manor dungeon generated a total of 1.27 million experience points. As the dungeon's ruler, you will receive an additional 5 experience, totaling 6,000 experience points. Oh, I almost forgot about this. A massive wave of experience flooded in, causing the experience bar to jump straight to LV 2141. Everyone is tired. Oh, let's head home to rest for now. Oh right, let's add each other on V. Qinze took out his phone and exchanged V numbers with the team members, as they would need to acquire some powerful skills later. Brother Qinze will be waiting for your news, meow. On standby 247. The cat girl waved her phone at Qinze, then took a couple of running steps before climbing the wall to leave. Liu Yang asked, does she have a crush on you? What nonsense, it's just a trade for some skills. Mu Shui glanced at Qinze, and then said, I owe you a favor, I will repay you in the future. Then her invisibility technique activated, disappearing into the air. Hey, why do I feel like Mu Shui is also interested in you? How can you tell me? It's a man's intuition. Qinze. Meanwhile, as the announcement appeared, a huge uproar erupted online. All major media outlets in Linhai City featured Qinze on their front pages. That man has accomplished another feat. Qinze has cleared the first stage of the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon. Miracles have occurred again. Everyone thought he was doomed, yet he entered the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon and emerged unscathed. According to polls, Qinze's fame has reached 99 in Linhai City, with a 97 approval rating. With the announcement of the Li Company's adventurer team deaths, the discussions online became even more heated. The Li Company has finally hit a snag. The death announcement of Li Company's adventurer team and the announcement of Qinze's first stage clearance echoed one after the other. Something must be up with this. What else could it be? It must be that Li Company's adventurer team targeted Qinze only to be counter-killed. Those from Li Company are so hypocritical. Their time of tyranny is coming to an end. Have you noticed that the black lightning above the city seems to have lessened? This indicates that the control of the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon is changing hands. In the Li Corporation building, a black twisted vortex appeared in the space. Li Xingong and others stumbled out, looking rather disheveled. Many of them had golden diamond crystals appearing between their brows. Among them, Li Xinggang's was the most powerful, with golden stripes extending from the diamond crystal, in his eyes resembling the radiance of sunlight. This was a precursor to entering the second stage of the sacred transformation. Just as I thought. This nightmare-level main quest was not a waste. Li Xinggong, though looking fatigued, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. To inherit some special powers or professions from the quest, only the nightmare level could fully pass them on. In other words, the nightmare level was the closest to the true state of the Black Abyss world. Every time I undergo a transformation, my base attributes double. For the second transformation, my base attributes might exceed 2,000, and with a special profession, I could even venture into the central. Li Xinggang's face showed a yearning expression, as if that was the true stage of excitement. Entering the central district required a ticket, and the control over the main quest in Linhai City was the pass he already held. Hubby, congratulations. Our son is still stuck in prison. I went to see him a couple of days ago. He has lost weight, and his eyes have dimmed considerably. A beautiful woman walked over, wiping away her tears. This unfilial son needs to learn a lesson, otherwise he will struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Li Xinggong recalled his son's cowardly demeanor in prison and felt a surge of anger. That's your son. No need to say more. Our family members will arrive in 5 days. I have already been notified in advance. If I can make some progress in the nightmare level quest, I can also get through this difficult time. And then there's this Qin Zhe who even killed one of my professional teams. Once I go in, I will kill him, Li Xinggong said with a hint of brutality in his tone, his gaze filled with ruthlessness. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I might kill you too, Li Xinggong said without lifting his head. The beautiful woman took a step back, not daring to. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I might kill you too, Li Xinggong said without lifting his head. The beautiful woman took a step back, not daring to breathe. She didn't know what had happened to her husband in the quest. After all these years in the Twilight Plains, nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Tang Zhu was in the mayor's office approving documents. The practitioner's shop had been initially established. Although it only had equipment and items from level 1 to 15, it could meet the needs of most low-level practitioners. Then, built upon the manor quest, everything thrived. At this moment, the announcement of Qin Zhe's team completing the first phase rang out, instantly bringing a smile to her face. I knew it. Even in the nightmare level main quest, Qin Zhe would surely find his own path. The black lightning over the city is weakening, which means Qin Zhe is beginning to seize control from Li Xinggong. Should I go over to celebrate in person? Would that be inappropriate? He just came out of the quest, and still has to socialize with someone like me. Or should I just give him a call? Would that seem too informal? Tang Zhu fell into deep thought. At that moment, a mature voice suddenly sounded. What are you thinking about? Tang Zhu was startled, realizing that someone had entered the office without her noticing. Her skills instinctively activated. However, when she saw the visitor, she immediately exclaimed in panic, Your Excellency, White Emperor, how did you come from the central district to our little... Dressed in white knee-high boots, a woman with an authoritative face sat on the desk smiling at her. Of course there's someone worth my visit. Unfortunately, my level is no longer sufficient to enter the main quest. Otherwise, I would directly help him clear it and take him to the central district. Tang Zhu noticed the other party was LV 45 and silently acknowledged it. So you are here this time? That's right, I came for Qin Zhe. The Li family may be secretly plotting against him, and no one here can withstand it. I came here for safety. The woman named White Emperor said with a smile. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe had already returned home. Tang Zhu had previously suggested getting him a new villa funded by the government, but he had never gotten around to it. Moving was quite troublesome. Just as he sat down and hadn't even caught his breath, a prompt box popped up in front of him. Dark Ranger Summoning Technique, Dark Queen Summoning Technique, Qin Zhe. In just this short while, the Ranger had transformed into a queen. Was the Dark Ranger originally a queen? No matter how you put it, nobility was all that mattered. The mana cost for the Dark Queen Summoning Technique had also reached 5,000 points. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and decided to raise the Dragon Mage staff to behold the queen's beauty. Come forth, my Dark Queen. At once a resounding chant echoed from all directions, as if countless priests were surrounding him. The neighboring residents couldn't take it anymore and yelled in agitation. Fortunately, the chanting soon ended and a dark figure materialized, a woman in a splendid gown, slowly descending. With scarlet eyes and prominent cheekbones, this was indeed the Dark Ranger. But now she was no longer dressed in scanty clothing. Instead, she wore an elegant dark gown adorned with gilded patterns. A golden crown adorned her head. She was no longer just sexy, she had transformed into a noble and intelligent figure. My lord. The Dark Queen appeared, not kneeling as she used to. Instead, she performed a noble courtesy, lifting her gown and gracefully curtsying. Dark Ranger, I am very curious about what you have experienced. Qin Zhe couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Dark Queen Heroic Level Summoning Unit Level LV 21 cannot exceed the summoner. Health 75,000, Attributes Strength 3721, Agility 5783, Intelligence 5890, Skill 1 I. Dark Solitude. The Dark Queen possesses control over darkness, with the chanting time extending from 1 to 10 seconds, the area of darkness will expand from 1 to 10 kilometers. Enemies within the darkness will suffer from a series of negative effects such as blindness, magic, prohibition, silence, and deafness, and will experience absolute solitude. Note: releasing requires continuous chanting, cannot move, and can be interrupted. Skill 2. Dark Arrow. The Dark Queen takes out her exclusive weapon, the Queen's Longbow, using dark power to envelop the arrows, charging for 1 to 10 seconds to inflict damage between 3:0 to 1:0, or releasing a split arrow to create a rain of dark arrows, damage reduced to 70. Enemies hit by the arrows will enter a state of dark solitude, and upon death, will turn into dark skeleton archers. Skill 3. Death Knight Legion. Summon a legion of Death Knights to protect the Queen. Skill 4. Dark Resurrection Cross. After an ally dies within 5 minutes, the Dark Queen can command their resurrection, restoring them to 50 health and 50 mana, while also granting a random dark skill with a cooldown of 1 day. Description: your queen has returned. The Dark Queen possesses striking beauty, exuding a mature woman's charm. If a photo were taken and posted online, the keyboard warriors would undoubtedly praise her as having a high-class visage. As the Dark Ranger, her face retained a certain youthful innocence. However, as the Dark Queen, her features fully matured, with the corners of her eyes carrying a hint of allure, and her crimson eyes adding an element of wickedness, imbued with a gaze that seemed otherworldly. A temporal gap exists between the two, suggesting that the Dark Ranger must have experienced many stories before ascending to the throne and becoming the queen. Shinzei did not retract his skills, choosing instead to keep the Dark Queen by his side for mutual familiarity. As for Naxos, he decided to let that. The more times a skill is upgraded, the higher the intermediate levels that can be attained. The Dark Queen has already leveled up several thousand skill levels, and plans to switch them to the elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton tribe. He has a premonition that the upgrade of the skeleton summoning technique will bring him considerable surprises. Even without upgrades, the skill levels significantly enhance the summoned beings. The Dark Queen gracefully walked around the room, seemingly reminiscing about past memories. For Shinzei, it was merely a fleeting moment. The transition from Dark Ranger to Dark Queen was all that. However, for the Dark Queen, it must have been an eternity. Subsequently, she pointed her toes and sat within a swirl of dark mist, her crimson eyes glowing as she awaited Shinzei's next command. Why do I feel a sense of change? Shinzei tilted his head and then began to claim his reward. Faction mission: capture the invasion city, save the Bobo people. Claim reward. Yes. Faction mission reward: experience reward 500, equipment reward star quality equipment, chest 1, other rewards perfect quality, chest 1, share in city economy 1, faction points 1000. A total of 500,000 experience surged into him. Shinzei felt a flash of white light around him, and his body underwent slight changes. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 22, all attributes 2, free attributes 6, health 1000, mana 500. The free attributes remain the same, all allocated to intelligence. However, the skill points gained from level increases are not as numerous as those from the Soul Manipulator's Necromancer, which grants 5 points for every soul consumed. If he consumes 100 souls, that amounts to 500 points of experience. Terrifying indeed. Shinzei Title Manor Dungeon, Overlord, level LV 22, health 2530, mana 1650, attributes strength 432, agility 270, intelligence 417, skills: Dark Queen summoning technique, Thunder Skeleton tribe summoning technique, Ghoul Naxos summoning technique, Forbidden Touch summoning technique, extreme cold magic armor, despair, Sea Battle Tomb summoning technique. Click to expand view secondary skills, Netherworld Body Guide technique. Click to expand view secondary skills, equipment, Dragon Staff, Nightmare Ring, Crimson Battle Armor, Crimson Boots, Crimson Cloak. If it weren't for the random 5 attribute from the Necromancer, I probably wouldn't even break 200 now. Due to the random attribute increase, my strength attribute ended up surpassing my intelligence attribute. To increase attribute points, I still need to rely on additional gains. It's far too difficult to rely on the meager attributes gained from leveling up to become stronger. Moreover, I have far too few skills. For summoning techniques, 1 defensive magic and 2 core skill chains. I need to acquire hundreds of skills to bombard enemies during battles. Additionally, each of these skills consumes a lot of mana. By the time I reach level 25 and change professions, inheriting the legacy of the Bobo people should solve the mana consumption issue. After all, the village chief referred to them as the source of magic. And the equipment is all level 15, needing a complete overhaul. Shinzei examined his panel, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. In summary, the main point is this: acquire more skills and resolve mana consumption. When it comes to equipment, it must be the star quality equipment chest. With great anticipation, Shinzei retrieved the chest and slammed it onto the ground with a loud bang. The chest was adorned with swirling nebulae, incredibly beautiful. Would you like to open the star quality equipment chest? Shinzei looked at this prompt, hesitating immediately. He is currently level 22, what he would get is level 20 equipment. Why not wait until level 25 to open it? That way he would receive level 25 star equipment, saving himself years of trouble. The same reasoning applies to the other chests. Forget it, it'll hold off for now. World line reward, would you like to claim? Yes. Acquired world line chest 1. This world line is quite interesting. Does this imply that the Abyss Dungeon is an entire expansive world with the Bobo people and the Holy Royal Clan as the mainline dungeons of Coastal City, holding significant weight in the world line? Could the ultimate goal of entering the Abyss Dungeon be to alter the world line? What changes might occur in the mainline dungeon of the Central District? Shinzei suddenly felt that the Abyss Dungeon was not merely a straightforward upgrade and monster slaying, it was shrouded in countless mysteries. However, regardless of the circumstances, he could simply crush through with his upgraded skills. Even the fog could be shattered directly by him. Afterwards, Shinzei sent a message to the cat girl. Shinzei, what are you doing now? Cat girl, I'm selling potions at the Abyss Connection, meow. Shinzei was somewhat surprised and typed back, didn't you receive a reward for clearing the dungeon? Cat girl, platinum level equipment, but it was taken by the higher-ups. Shinzei, why did they take your equipment? Cat girl, any equipment we obtain must be submitted, meow. Shinzei, that's no different from being a slave. Just finished a nightmare dungeon and still have to work. Cat girl, sigh, there's no way around it, meow. Every organization is like this now. Oh, if you don't do it, someone else will. Shinzei, tomorrow I'll go get the skills first and then eliminate everyone. Cat girl, okay. Huh. Shinzei locked his phone and exhaustion washed over him like a tide. With the Dark Queen by his side, he felt incredibly at ease. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a sweet slumber. Awakening naturally after a good night's sleep, Shinzei slowly opened his eyes. When he said he would eliminate the Jalon organization, it was not a baseless claim. Firstly, it is an underground illegal organization with the bizarre stipulation that one must undergo body modification to join. The cat girl had undoubtedly been a perfectly normal girl before transformed into her current state due to her acceptance of beastification. The most crucial point is that body modification is strictly prohibited by the Dragon Kingdom. Just based on that, Shinzei felt that the Jalon organization was not a good in it. Specific situations require specific analyses. He would need to take a good look at it later. Of course, he certainly wasn't doing this for some skills or money. When great power is concentrated on an individual, it becomes difficult for the authorities to manage. Shinzei had arranged to meet the cat girl in front of a shopping plaza. This place was bustling with people filled with handsome men and beautiful women. When Shinzei spotted the cat girl, she was sitting on a wooden bench lost in thought. Her denim shorts and long straight legs radiated a beautiful charm. Youthful and radiant. Upon seeing Shinzei, her face immediately broke into a delighted smile. She jumped off the wooden bench and waved at Shinzei, bouncing with excitement, drawing the attention of passers-by. Here. You arrived quite early. Shinzei chuckled as he approached, then turned to glance around. Is the Jalon organization located in this mall? No, meow, the Jalon organization doesn't exist in reality. Huh, it doesn't exist in reality. That's right, meow, the Jalon organization is an underground trading group explicitly prohibited by the authorities. The Lee Corporation will also do everything to hunt it down, leaving no place for it in Linhai City. Therefore, it can only create a new space using tools with all members hiding inside. The Jalon organization is quite extravagant. Let's go, I want to see what good skills they have. Please follow me. The cat girl didn't seem to harbor any resentment towards the Jalon organization. Everything felt natural, or rather it had become a habit. Whether it was handing over equipment or coming out of a dungeon while carrying a case to work illegally, there was not a hint of complaint. In the end, there was not even any salary. If this were an ordinary person, they would have jumped 3 feet high by now. Strange, it was all too strange. Shinzei recalled the time in the Twilight Plains when the cat girl's emotional reactions were quite normal, such as her fear upon arriving at Toxic Fog Village and being overwhelmed by the pungent smell in the colonial city. This was consistent with others' reactions. However, in the face of the Jalon organization, she became submissive, or rather numb. Could it be? Shinzei looked at the cat girl's slender back, feeling a stir in his heart. Is the Jalon organization using mind control on the cat girl? In the ordinary real world of the last life, there were many cases of mind control. And in this world with extraordinary powers, mind control is even simpler. It's done with just one skill. The location of the Jalon organization was very mysterious. The cat girl led him through twists and turns in the mall until they finally arrived at a stairway. She first looked around to ensure no one was watching, then took out a blue crystal. A glow emanated from the crystal, and the space in front began to distort. Going in is the Jalon organization, meow. Oh, they already know you're coming. Okay, I'm going in now, the cat girl said as she stepped into the distorted space and vanished into the stairwell. Shinzei followed closely, stepping inside. The entire process felt similar to entering the Abyss Dungeon. Everything blurred before his eyes, and he found himself in another place. However, the Jalon organization required continuous forward movement. The dim corridor extended endlessly into the darkness. On either side were doors, and beside each door stood modified individuals, all dressed in loose blue tops and white pants, their heads bowed, hands clasped together. Anyone unaware would think they were praying for him. Underfoot was a woolen carpet adorned with vaguely meaningful creatures. Is this inside some building? Or is it underground? Shinzei couldn't discern as there were no windows or anything of the sort. At that moment, a gentle male voice sounded nearby. Shinzei, welcome. I've long admired your name. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable, worthy of being the man who can stand against the entire Lee Corporation on his own. We wish to fight alongside you against the Lee Corporation to save the oppressed, but unfortunately our power is too weak, and we can only survive in such a place. Shinzei turned to see a man dressed in blue smiling at him with his eyes narrowed into a straight line. The cat girl stood behind him, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Surprisingly, his nose resembled that of a lion, quite large. Su Liang, Beastman, level LV. 23. I see your information panel says Su Liang, may I call you that? Of course, I've heard from the cat girl that you wish to purchase some special skills. Please allow me to take you there. Su Liang said with a cheerful smile. Also bring the cat girl along. I'm somewhat shy around strangers. Shinzei felt something was off. The members of the Jilan organization exhibited too much obedience. So much so that it resembled a pyramid scheme or cult. Su Liang seemed a bit hesitant. In principle she can't come along, but since you insist, of course she can. Su Liang gestured for him to proceed, and then led the way. Shinzei nodded, following closely behind, while the Jilan members silently turned their heads to watch him leave. After walking for about 5 minutes, they traversed a narrow passageway with closed doors on either side. Occasionally strange noises or beast-like roars could be heard from within, which was quite unsettling. Our Jilan organization advocates self-transformation to gain power. Just like you see me, I have gained lion-like explosive strength capable of pouncing on enemies and killing them instantly. Su Liang seemed afraid Shinzei would misunderstand and explained further. If we were to rely on conventional upgrades, ordinary people like us would never have a chance to rise. I can understand that. That's good. Until they reached a massive golden door that appeared before them. Please come in. Su Liang smiled slightly and pushed open the golden door. Shinzei was surprised. He hadn't expected this small place to have such a hidden world. Thus, filled with anticipation, he stepped inside only to find nothing there. There was even no decoration, just a broken cave. In the shadows at the back, a massive statue could be faintly seen. In front of the giant statue there was a stone table. A ghostly blue light circled around the stone table, and he could vaguely see the shape of a skill. This is the necromantic skill book that our Jilan organization specially offers you. It is extremely rare and precious. I hope you will like it. As for the price, we can discuss it, or you may exchange it for other items. Su Liang smiled confidently. The skill book floated in midair above the stone table, rotating amidst a ghostly blue glow. It emanated an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing it was a skill book, Shinzei's eyes sparkled with excitement. An ordinary skill book is merely made of thicker material. It would not have the privilege of floating on its own, surrounded by unknown radiance. Perhaps some device is protecting the skill book, but specific details cannot be viewed. Shinzei was eager to investigate further, but Su Liang kept talking incessantly beside him. This skill book was acquired by our Jialan organization at great cost. It is of immense value, and we are very impressed by your personal actions, brother Shinzei. Not only did you clear the Nightmare Level Manor dungeon, but you also openly challenged the Lee Corporation. We cannot help but admire you. As for the price, you must understand that this ultra-rare necromancy skill book is extremely hard to come by. Even super families have to spend a fortune to acquire it. In light of your contributions, our Jialan organization has decided to sell it to you at 98 of the auction price. How about that? Isn't it very loyal of us? Additionally, we hope you can affiliate with our organization. That way we won't have to hide in these corners. Of course, we will steadfastly support you openly confronting the Lee Corporation and liberating all oppressed professionals. Shinzei thought to himself, what a generous discount. And they want me to affiliate with them too. Do they take me for a fool? Despite his internal complaints, Shinzei smiled and said, we can discuss the price later. Can I take a look at the skill book first? Also, does this skill book have any restrictions? Why can't I see the information? Please let me finish speaking, thank you. Su Liang frowned slightly. This skill book is very precious and we need to handle it with care. MHM. Shinzei nodded like a chick. You are too impatient. We still want to sit down and have a meal to discuss things properly, Su Liang sighed. Do you see the statue in the darkness ahead? That is actually the occupational skill of our Jialan founder. By erecting the statue, one can absorb special abilities. This skill book is under the protection of that ability. If we successfully complete the transaction, the protection will be lifted. I see now. I will lift the restrictions so you can observe it closely. I have something to attend to. I'll step outside for a moment. Alright, go ahead. I promise I won't touch anything recklessly. Su Liang smiled and turned around, but his expression changed instantly. This Shinzei is not easily fooled. He pondered as he walked towards the door. Shinzei approached the skill book and the statue behind seemed to be watching him. With the restrictions lifted, the information about the skill book revealed itself. Shinzei's smile froze, then turned into confusion. Necromancy skill book, bone technique. Is this thing really considered ultra-rare? He could summon a whole bunch of skeletons effortlessly. As he finished browsing through the skill book information, he suddenly realized. This isn't a summoning skill, but a necromancy spell. Bone technique call upon the power of the undead to construct 3 burning skulls, 5 powerful thigh bones, 16 underground rib bones, causing burning damage, kick damage, and piercing damage to the enemy, consuming 1,000 mana points. Note: can arrange the placement of bones with one's own will. Restrictions in effect: unable to learn. This skill is somewhat similar to the Forbidden Touch summoning technique, allowing for free arrangement of release points. However, it's not as powerful as the Forbidden Touch, which can be released from thin air. For example, summoning burning skulls that chase after people to bite them. The thigh bones would suddenly appear to deliver a fierce kick while performing some intercepting actions. The rib bones buried in the ground serve as traps. Any creature that steps on them will immediately constrict and pierce into their flesh. This summoning does not create a whole skeleton, but rather specific bone parts, achieving some magical damage effects. This is truly a proper high-tier necromancy skill. If this skill is cultivated further or combined with a few secondary skills, its power can be quite formidable. This skill is indeed interesting. Qinze nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But where is Su Liang? What is this guy up to? Qinze frowned, looking around, and this guy seemed reluctant to finalize the price, which undoubtedly meant he wanted to squeeze out more money. Where did that Su Liang go? Qinze looked at the cat girl. I don't know, meow, the cat girl said, swaying her tail. I think he might want you to join us or support us, so he went to discuss prices with some higher-ups. And the 98 discount you heard earlier clearly showed your disdain. Did I? Qinze touched his face and then frowned at the sealed skill book. He thought for a moment and raised the magic dragon staff in his hand. Come forth, my dark queen. The incantation of the ritual sounded from all directions. The dark queen with her magnificent figure slowly emerged from the darkness. My lord. Qinze pointed at the skill book and said, can you please allow me to try, the dark queen said as her head slowly lifted, her crimson eyes growing brighter. A sphere that could block out all darkness began to descend, until it completely enveloped the skill book. Immediately the statue behind the stone table began to tremble, cracks appeared with a crunching sound, and ultimately it shattered. Qinze was quite surprised the Dark Queen's power had such an effect. If he could acquire some skill equipment in the future, wouldn't that be incredibly convenient? The Dark Queen gracefully stepped forward, her fair right hand reaching into the darkness, and when she pulled it out, a skill book appeared. The ghostly blue glow swirled. Bone technique can be learned. Qinze's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to learn it. Countless white bones appeared in his mind. Congratulations, learning successful. Resonance crystal activated. Bone technique continuing to upgrade. Bone Kingdom awaken the power of the undead to construct a realm made of bones with arm, bone towers, spine, walls, skull, spires, etc. Everything can be constructed from bones, continuously suppressing enemies with necromantic power while dealing functional damage through bone structures. Mana consumption 8,000, a duration permanent. Awesome. Qinze looked at the description of the Bone Kingdom skill in delight. At this moment, he finally felt like a necromancer. He casually summoned a spine wall, feeling invigorated. The darkness dissipated, and the statue behind the stone table collapsed. Hey, what are you doing? We haven't finalized the price, yet how did you learn the skill? The statue, he shattered the statue. He directly snatched the skill book. Quick, keep an eye on him, I'll report to the higher-ups. Suddenly, several people dressed in blue clothing emerged from the surrounding. Upon seeing the collapsed statue, they immediately pointed at Qinze and shouted. Whoosh! A dark arrow struck one of them in the forehead. 137890, infected with dark energy. In the next second, the sound of rattling teeth echoed. A skeleton crawled out from his corpse. The distinctive sound of clattering bones echoed. A skeletal hand glistening with a pitch-black sheen suddenly emerged from the flesh. The dark skeletal hand pressed against the ground, and the entire black skeleton crawled out. The bones of the thunder skeleton shimmered with a violet light, while its eye sockets crackled with tiny arcs of electricity, exhibiting self-awareness. In contrast, the skeleton that had crawled out from the corpse was entirely black, its eye sockets hollow and vacant, appearing even more chilling, devoid of self-awareness, and only capable of following commands, resulting in its clumsy movements. What is this? A skeleton? A necromancer? Oh my, it's a necromancer. Run for your lives. Damn it, I haven't spent all my money yet, I don't want to turn into a skeleton. The members of the organization surrounding them immediately turned to flee. But just a few steps away, a green glow suddenly flickered in their eyes. An ear-piercing whistle followed, causing all fleeing members to halt in their tracks. What is this dog training? One whistle, and they all stop, or are they going to bite me later? Before the words had left his mouth, all the members of the organization abruptly turned to look at Qinze, their expressions fierce, baring their teeth. They revealed two fangs that clearly did not belong to a human, with saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, forming long strands in the air. Qinze rabies. These members of the organization were clearly starting to lose their sanity, their bodies undergoing varying degrees of beastification. Some had grown exaggerated horns like goats, their eyes turning to slits. Others had protruding jaws, fangs pushing out their original teeth, transforming into bizarre tigers. Even more extreme were those with scales appearing on their skin lying on the ground and hissing like lizards. Even the cat girl was not spared. She lay in agony, her once beautiful straight legs now covered in fur. She was likely resisting with her will, which was why she did not bare her teeth at Qinzhe. Amidst the countless fierce gazes, Qinzhe spoke calmly, "At your command, my lord." The Dark Empress replied softly, raising her royal longbow marked with a crown insignia that only royalty possessed. Immediately after, dark arrows shot forth like a machine gun. Swish, 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 they were fired in rapid succession. Due to the pursuit of speed, the damage was somewhat reduced. The beastified humans let out a roar and charged at Qinzhe. The goat-like one rushed in the fastest, but met an unexpected end. Its head suddenly tilted back, collapsing to the ground motionless. 78,230. Congratulations, you have killed a goat-like creature, earning experience 100. The black skeletal monster emerged from its flesh, extending its skeletal hand, and crawled. Dark Skeleton 1. Other beastified humans fell one after another, motionless, never to rise again. 78,629. 79,042. 80,453. Congratulations, you have killed a cow-like creature, earning experience 100. Congratulations, you have killed a dog-like creature, earning experience 100. Congratulations, you have killed a snake-like creature, earning experience 100. Dark skeletons crawled out from their bodies, their hollow eye sockets devoid of any emotion. Dark Skeleton 1, Dark Skeleton 1, Dark Skeleton 1, Dark Skeleton 1, Dark Skeleton 1. The entire hall quickly fell silent, no longer disturbed by the beastified humans. A total of 25 Dark Skeletons stood awkwardly in front of Qinzhe. Dark Skeleton Common Summon, Level LV. 22 cannot exceed the Summoner Health, 27,000 Attributes, Strength, 1079, Agility 672, Intelligence 137. Skill 1, A Living Seek. Dark skeletons can sense individuals with abundant life force driven by hunger to consume flesh and blood, gaining vitality. After consuming a certain number of individuals, they can evolve into the next stage of large skeletons. Skill 2, Dark Spread. Enemies killed by dark skeletons will be infected by dark energy, producing a dark skeleton with the same attributes. Skill 3, Pursuit Strike. Dark skeletons double their speed when running towards enemies, and their strike damage also doubles, causing a stunning effect. Description: skeletons under the command of the Dark Empress, adept at expanding territories. Within a year, these creatures will be everywhere. Wait, you little skeletons can evolve too. What will next think of this? At this moment, the 25 dark skeletons were all staring blankly at the Dark Empress. The Dark Empress gazed back at him. Spread out, kill, and devour to your heart's content. Qinzhe declared, arms wide open. After all, this area was independent of reality. Having a multitude of skeletons wasn't an issue. Moreover, these dark skeletons were akin to treasure-hunting minions. Should they discover equipment or the like, they could remotely notify the Dark Empress, which was quite delightful. The dark skeletons, having received their orders, made their way out following the scent of humans. Meanwhile, Su Liang was approaching the beastification hall with a serious expression. He had just finished a meeting with the higher-ups of the organization discussing the pricing of skills, but they unanimously believed that this skill must be used to bind Qinzhe and the organization together. This left him in a difficult position. How could someone who had cleared the Nightmare Dungeon possibly cooperate with the organization? As long as he wished, the 5 major superfamilies and the official sector of the Central District could enter, acquiring more and better resources. However, the higher-ups of the organization ordered him that even if talks fell through, they must resort to underhanded tactics. Su Liang glanced down at the crystal ball in his hand, whose effect was to subtly alter and confuse specific units, implanting some simple, yet useful information. Coupled with the transformation functions of the beastification hall, the success rate was actually quite high. But he worried that Qinzhe's vigilance was too high, potentially seeing through everything. This was a player who had cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. Even if their levels were similar, he feared he might not be able to handle it. Su Liang stood before the golden gates, his heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to push open the golden doors. At that moment, an odd sound of clattering echoed. Hollow-eyed dark skeletons rushed out eagerly from the gap in the door, extending their skeletal hands, eager to turn towards him. Su Liang's face turned pale, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Wait, where did these skeletons come from? Wait, is there a necromancer inside who has cleared the nightmare-level dungeon? Could it be? In a flash, Su Liang shouted towards inside the door, don't you want to learn the skill book? Or are you not interested? I can exchange it for another one. Swish. Qinzhe suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. There are more. The moment the golden door swung open, dark skeletons rushed out in a frenzy. Su Liang's face turned pale with fear, and he wet his pants. You said there's another skill book. Where? A voice full of interest came from behind the dark skeletons belonging to Qinzhe. I don't know where it is. Su Liang was terrified. He wanted to make up a place, but if Qinzhe dragged him to find it, he would undoubtedly die. So he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. With a roar, he demonstrated explosive power akin to that of a tiger. His speed of escape was incredibly fast. Qinzhe raised his hand, and a wall made of vertebrae rose before Su Liang. Countless skeletal arms stretched out from it like a multitude of vengeful souls crazily reaching for Su Liang. Su Liang was dumbfounded, crashing headfirst into the vertebral wall, causing his head to buzz. Countless skeletal arms seized his body, some digging directly into his flesh, while others grabbed his wrists and ankles, pinning him in a big character position against the vertebral wall. Su Liang struggled frantically, but it was utterly futile. His fists could not contend with their many hands, and there were simply too many skeletal hands on this wall of bones. Shredded flesh rained down like snowflakes. In the midst of his screams, Su Liang was reduced to bones, and then merged into the wall of bones. Congratulations, you have killed a practitioner. Tiger transformation, gaining experience 2000. Vertebral wall necromancy health 500000. Description: a wall constructed from bones and vertebrae equipped with a corresponding number of skeletal arms blocks all enemies that pass by, captures surrounding beings, inflicting binding, restraining, and anti-magic effects, while dealing 1000 points of tearing damage per second. The flesh of enemies restores the health of the vertebral wall, and their bones strengthen its defense. Duration: permanent natural decay. Mana cost 8000. How tragic. Qin Zhe, as the instigator, felt quite tragic himself. The dark skeletons scattered, clattering away. Qin Zhe stepped forward, shaking his head as he looked at the bloodied vertebral wall. The Necromancer, a profession existing between life and death, can communicate with the world of the deceased and utilize their powers, is scorned by all living beings. Qin Zhe gradually began to understand these things. He was delving deeper into this profession's surface. Death is inherently a cruel matter, and I do not mind spreading death. The skeletal crows of death circled in the air and vanished. Qin Zhe strode forward, the Dark Empress following closely behind. Simultaneously, a dark skeleton followed its shoulder, bearing a catgirl. Due to her severe beastification, she barely resembled a human. There were many tightly closed doors on either side of the corridor, with roars and the sounds of heavy objects colliding occasionally coming from within. As they passed by, Qin Zhe was curious about what was inside. Now he could finally take a look. He stopped in front of a closed door and knocked. Who is it? Looks quite unique. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back, wondering if there were options for anal specialists. Or was the beastification within the Jialan creek? The door opened. A man resembling a lion appeared. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Zhe and the Dark Empress. Looks quite unique. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back, wondering if there were options for anal specialists. Or was the beastification within the Jialan organization random? The Dark Empress raised her bow and shot an arrow. The lion man leaned back and then collapsed onto the ground. Congratulations, you have killed a lion beastman, gaining experience 300. The dark skeleton crawled out, and then left, drawn by the scent of humans. Dark Skeleton 1. So these closed doors are simply dormitories. I thought they were something else. Qin Zhe knocked a few more times, giving a bit of warmth to the Jialan organization. Upon seeing the dark skeletons running all over the corridor, he ceased knocking. The dark skeletons barging in had the same effect. I just heard that the upper echelons of the Jialan organization were here. Maybe I should meet them. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, one must catch the leader first. Once the higher-ups are all taken care of, the Jialan organization won't cause any more trouble. Such a massive commotion naturally alerted everyone. Stop, or you will regret it. A muscular man, as sturdy as an iron tower, slowly walked out, his long arms dragging on the ground. A gorilla. Is this Jialan organization running a human zoo? The muscular man roared angrily when he saw that Qin Zhe ignored him. He leaped into the air, hands coming together before crashing down. The Dark Empress leisurely raised her bow, pulled back the string, charged for a second, and shot. 129483, infected by dark power. The muscular man let out a muffled grunt, and then fell hard to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed a practitioner. Gorilla transformation, gaining experience 3000. Immediately after, a robust skeletal figure crawled out, disappearing into the darkness. Dark Skeleton 1. 3000 experience, a bit stronger than Su Liang. Where did the higher-ups of the Jialan organization go? Are they running away without getting any news? That doesn't make sense. The dark skeletons haven't provided any relevant feedback. Where did the higher-ups hide? Qin Zhe frowned slightly and turned to look at the corridor filled with dark skeletons. It had already been completely filled by the dark skeletons. Various corners had been searched as well. Not only were there no so-called higher-ups, but not a single piece of equipment or item was found. To be fair, the Jialan organization is an underground trading organization, also known as the black market. The absence of any equipment or items is simply unacceptable. Unless this is just a branch. The Jialan organization is quite cautious, not conducting transactions at their headquarters, but establishing a harmless branch. However, obtaining this powerful skill is not a loss. Suddenly, feedback from the dark skeleton came through. There is a room that is quite strange. Qin Zhe's heart stirred, and he immediately led the Dark Empress over. Pushing open the door, 3 holographic figures stood in the 3 directions of the room. Qin Zhe, they even have this kind of high technology. Necromancer, you have inherited the true necromancy system. I hope our matters can end here. A holographic figure with a black bear's face gazed at him with complex eyes. The other two Jelon higher-ups remained silent. Alright, I have the same intention. Qinze nodded. If I want to continue trading with you, where should I go? The Jelon higher-ups. They glanced at Qinze and then shut down their holographic images. How rude. He just logged off directly. The entire communication room had become empty. The holographic device began to spark and smoke, ultimately breaking with a loud bang. Nothing left behind. The stinginess was beyond imagination. Forget it, let's go get a set of level 20 equipment and slay General Black Sun in the Twilight Plains. If I could obtain a disease-related skill book, that would be even better, perfectly capable of countering the ancient diseases of the Holy Royal Family. When it comes to the mastery of disease curses, the Necromancer class is truly unparalleled, a perfect match for the task. And skill books are equivalent to knowledge. Let's head out, there's nothing left here. As you command, my lord. The Dark Empress stepped out of the room, first her long claw-like fingers extending as she pointed into the darkness. The space began to twist, and the passage was completed as a result. Qinze stepped into the distorted darkness, and soon saw the familiar stair. And there was Mayor Tang Zhu along with a beautiful woman dressed in knee-high boots exuding a mature and elegant aura. By D profession Gale, swordsman, level LV. 45, level 45. Gale swordsman. No wonder she feels so ethereal. However, the fact that she stood alongside Tang Zhu meant she was an official. Moreover, she was from the Central District. After a brief moment of surprise, Qinze smiled at Tang Zhu and said, Mayor, why are you waiting here for me? You could have just called me directly. I tried to call you, but your phone was off. Also, the Jalon organization is officially recognized as a terrorist organization. The risks of trading with them are extremely high. We've received numerous reports of people being deceived by Jalon members at the Black Abyss connection, resulting in their money being stolen and even body parts being taken. Tang Zhu spoke with agitation. It's indeed quite dangerous. Qinze nodded in agreement. At this moment, the woman named by D looked Qinze up and down, expressing curiosity as she said, to come out of the Jalon organization and scathe at level 22, your strength is truly impressive. Let me formally introduce myself. I am by D, a special envoy from the Central District. I came to the city to handle the main storyline quest issues. Passing through Linhai City and seeing the ominous black lightning, I sensed something was amiss. Don't worry with me here, those from the Li clan won't do anything to you, she said, extending her right hand. Qinze shook her hand, and then gave a brief self-introduction. I am about to enter the Nightmare level main storyline quest. I currently need a Necromancy skill book and a level 20 mage set. As you know, the Li clan loathes me, and it's basically impossible to purchase equipment and skills from them, and there are no other channels in Linhai City. By D, do you have any connections? Of course I will buy it with money. When Qinze spoke the last sentence, he was very certain and natural. This level of assistance is something we should provide officially. Tang Zhu nodded in agreement. Even if Bai Di didn't help, she could still apply to the Central District. It would definitely be approved, but the process would take months. Qinze, you don't have a mentor yet, do you? What do you think of me? Bai Di smiled as she looked at Qinze. Level 45, I can elevate my level in an instant. Well, it is indeed quite difficult to level up. As long as I reach level 40, I will be a pillar of the Long Kingdom. The key point is that Bai Di is equivalent to a direct route to the Central District. Once he qualifies for entry to the Central District, he can go directly. Without this connection, he would have to go through the application process. It would take months to get through. Mentor, please allow me to bow to you. This left Bai Di momentarily speechless. How could Qinze be so decisive? Suddenly the darkness behind them began to twist. The elegantly styled Dark Empress stepped out, and upon seeing so many people outside, her crimson eyes widened in surprise. Heroic level summon. Bai Di's expression turned to one of shock, then to realization. No wonder you can clear the Nightmare level quest. A Necromancer's heroic level summon is stronger than other summoning professions. If combined with secondary skills for auxiliary enhancement, the power would be unimaginable. Accept the mentor application, and I will occasionally issue some mentor tasks with generous rewards, including the Necromancy skill book you mentioned, and a set of diamond level 20 equipment, which I will also help you acquire. Bai Di has applied to become your mentor. Do you accept? Yes, no. Just as Qinze was about to click yes, he suddenly stopped and asked, is there a fee? Of course it is. Free. It's only right for mentors to provide students with some resources. Bai Di laughed heartily, giving Qinze a hearty pat on the shoulder. Go for it, young man. Qinze then asked, if someone provokes me, can I take action? Of course, mentors also have the responsibility to protect their students. As long as they are around level 45, I can help you fend them off. If the opponents are higher level professionals, I will apply for protection on an official level from the Central District. So young man, do not hold back. Go ahead and do it. A brighter future awaits you. Bai Di crossed her arms full of enthusiasm. Qinze nodded without hesitation. Congratulations, you have become Bai Di's student mentor. Task: handle the main storyline quest crisis in the city. Thank you, mentor. I generally don't cause trouble and am very obedient in grinding quests. That's settled then. With this connection, I wonder who would dare to touch you. This means I can go to the city to handle the crisis. The main storyline quests there are at a higher level between 30 and 55. If you finish quickly here, you can come over to take a look. I will guide you through some main storyline quests which will benefit your future access to the Central District. By D nodded, already planning Chinze's future route. Alright, mentor. At this moment the sound of bones clattering echoed. A dark skeleton carrying a cat girl emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing countless gazes directed at it, it froze in place. A little skeleton still socially anxious. After Chinze left, by D was full of admiration for him. Not only did he have a heroic level summon, but he also considered his teammate possessing both strength. Chinze pointed at the cat girl. No problem. Tangzhu readily agreed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After Chinze left, by D was full of admiration for him. Not only did he have a heroic level summon, but he also considered his teammate possessing both strength and good character. He truly is an excellent prospect. His future achievements are limitless. By D, this time the extermination of the Jialan organization will be left to you. No problem. By D smiled and nodded, then strode into the spatial vortex. The pathway was filled with densely packed dark skeletons, their hollow eye sockets, all turning to look at her. As Chinze just arrived home, his mentor by D followed closely behind. The latter looked at him, hesitating to speak. What's wrong, mentor? Chinze asked in confusion. It's nothing. By D thought for a moment and decided not to press further. A level 22 professional could theoretically eliminate a branch of the Jialan organization. However, the corridor was filled with densely packed skeletons, which truly shocked her. This new disciple of hers was quite unusual. The stronger the disciple, the greater the benefits for herself, and isn't that what all necromancers seek? I have already applied for the skill book and a set of diamond grade level 20 equipment through special channels. They should arrive by noon tomorrow at the latest, so remember to check then. Also, people from the Lee family headquarters will arrive in 3 days. They might cause you some trouble. You are now an official member of the Central District, so they wouldn't dare to touch you. The official authority is relatively weak in local forces, but talents are concentrated in the Central District, making the official presence there quite strong, able to suppress other super families easily. However, if 2 super families join forces, the official presence in the Central District would be in trouble. Currently, the Central District is still in a state of mutual checks and balances. Before leaving, by D carefully instructed Chinze. The Dragon Country has billions of people, and occasionally commoners can show potential in clearing nightmare-level dungeons. These mentors are responsible for uncovering these talents and nurturing them with care. Super families, on the other hand, prefer to extend their bloodline by utilizing vast resources to cultivate talents capable of clearing nightmare-level dungeons. The paths of both sides are different, resulting in distinct types of geniuses. Which is superior remains unclear. The official represents the interests of the commoners, while the super families represent the interests of the noble bloodlines. Sometimes these interests intertwine, becoming extremely complex. By D left seemingly a bit uneasy as he departed. She wasn't worried that anyone could threaten Chinze. Rather, she feared that Chinze might cause some trouble. Just like the dark skeletons crowding the corridor. With half a day remaining until the delivery of the skills and equipment, Chinze rested for a while under the company of the Dark Queen before contacting Tangzhu to head to the estate dungeon connection. The main issue was that the chaotic equipment in the warehouse made it difficult to find crucial items. Moreover, it would be better to sell everything rather than keep them on hand. Tangzhu set up a private account for him, allowing him to experience the satisfaction of rising deposits. Soon an official vehicle parked downstairs at his residence. This drew the attention of the surrounding residents. After Chinze got into the car, Tangzhu smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have become by DIS student. Your future is limitless. I heard that the Central District is the true stage, so I want to go see what makes it special compared to the local areas," Chinze said. This was one of his long-held dreams. People strive for higher places, and he was eager to witness the vistas at greater heights. Yes, all the mainline dungeons of the Black Abyss from various regions will converge in the Central District. As a peerless talent, you truly need to see it for yourself, Tangzhu remarked. How is the mall established in the estate dungeon progressing now? It has already stabilized, but the quality of the equipment and items it can provide is not very high, and there are hardly any golden grade items. However, once the lower-tier professionals are allowed to farm monsters, their levels will increase rapidly, leading to higher demands for equipment. Over time, the mall might struggle. Tangzhu sighed. She was nearly worried to death these days. She originally thought about going to the neighboring city to procure 100 pieces of silver-grade equipment and 50 pieces of golden-grade equipment. To her surprise, those guys were all hiding them. Even if she offered to buy, they wouldn't sell. I have a batch of high-quality equipment that can be added to the mall. You can set the price, Chinze said casually. The estate dungeon is currently under his management, and he receives a commission from experience reward. Therefore, he also has the responsibility to maintain the cycle between the dungeon professionals and the mall. The demand for high-quality equipment is very high right now. It's just. As Tangzhu was about to say something, she suddenly saw the warehouse information Chinze sent and froze, her body trembling. 3,218 pieces of silver-grade equipment, 342 pieces of golden-grade equipment, 73 pieces of platinum-grade equipment, 27 pieces of diamond-grade equipment. Isn't this enough? Qinze frowned slightly, pondering whether he should visit the Li family trading post. After all, with Bai Di as his mentor backing him, if any Li family professionals tried to stop him, he would just eliminate them. No installments, no repayment, just seize the equipment. That's enough, definitely enough. Tang Zhu exclaimed in a trembling voice. What a terrifying amount of equipment. This could drive the neighboring city crazy. Moreover, since Qinze cleared a nightmare dungeon, these equipment attributes are significantly better than those of the same grade. If handed to lower-tier professionals, their farming efficiency would greatly improve. She had already considered the trading method, which would be equipment leasing. These pieces of equipment are too expensive for ordinary professionals to purchase. Silver-grade equipment will be 5,000 per piece. Golden-grade equipment will be 5 million per piece. Platinum-grade equipment will be 10 million per piece. Diamond-grade equipment will be 50 million per piece. What do you think of these prices? Tang Zhu suppressed her excitement and asked. Such a large sum of money would surely strain the finances of Lehigh City, but they could apply for it from. She believed that once the higher-ups saw the attributes of these equipment, they would immediately approve the purchase. Because when calculated, the prices are already quite cheap. If sold individually at the auction house, the prices would likely double, although it would take more time. Of course, that's acceptable. Qinze's eyes lit up. The vault would soon be filled. Qinze, my young brother, I actually suggest that you convert all the money from golden-grade equipment and above into contribution points for the Central District. The higher your contribution points, the more benefits you can enjoy in the Central District, and you can purchase some ultra-rare items in the internal mall or exchange for level resource packs. Do you have any Necromancer skill books? Of course. There are skill chains for the noble route or unique single skills, anything you need, as long as you can provide enough contribution points. Alright, I will follow your advice. I will exchange all silver-grade equipment for money, and the rest will be converted into contribution points for the Central District. Qinze nodded. He would eventually go to the Central District, so it was better to lay a foundation first. That's great. I will get started on it right away. Due to some procedural issues, it might take a little longer. No worries, I won't be able to reach the Central District anytime soon. Qinze said casually. I should first resolve the mainline dungeon of Lehigh City. If Lehigh City falls into a life-free zone, all effort. Qinze, my young brother, I don't know if you felt it, but when you passed the first stage, the black lightning in Lehigh City decreased. This indicates that you are seizing control of the mainline dungeon from Li Shingang. The opponent might retaliate because of this, so be careful. Understood. After handling the miscellaneous equipment on him, a military truck slowly drove into the neighborhood. There were also military professionals escorting it. What a grand display. Everyone in the neighborhood is trembling. After Qinze completed the handover with the military professionals, he opened the back door of the military truck. Rows of ornate safes were placed inside. In the middle, there was a card table familiar to Qinze, designed to hold multiple skill books. Is this a Necromancer skill chain for diseases? Mentor YYDS. An exaggerated military truck slowly drove into the residential area. The truck's armor possessed magical resistance crafted by giant granite beings that inherently bore magical resistance. It could withstand high-level firefall techniques, perfectly protecting the goods inside. Military professionals closely followed, providing comprehensive security. Ordinary people had never witnessed such a scene. Neighbors peered out their windows, curiously watching. Mr. Qinze, please sign your delivery slip. A powerful voice rang out instantly, causing Qinze to feel socially awkward. The Necromancer who governed life and death felt a bit socially anxious. But was that not normal? After quickly signing, the back of the truck opened, and a rush of cold, white air escaped. On both sides were military green equipment safes, while the center contained skills related to diseases. Black mist enveloped the surroundings, creating a sense of unease. Do you offer door-to-door service? Qinze asked, looking at the large boxes. The person in charge froze momentarily, then shook his head repeatedly. They wouldn't dare touch the belongings of a Necromancer, even if they had 100 guts. A careless touch could lead to a tragic end. Alright then, since that's the case, can I summon a few skeletons? Skeletons? That can be arranged. The person in charge nodded slightly. Although skeletons looked somewhat terrifying, they were actually manageable. But soon his body froze, trembling uncontrollably. His head lifted, revealing fear in his eyes. This skeleton was not what he had expected. Kingdom of Bones. Qinze snapped his fingers. Countless arm bones and thigh bones intertwined, eventually forming a staircase-like, white bone structure with numerous skeletal hands reaching out, frantically grasping at the air, seemingly trying to catch some flesh. The surrounding military professionals stepped back in terror, distancing themselves. Don't be afraid, they are very friendly and won't harm anyone casually. The person in charge, silently retreating, thought to himself, do you think I would believe that? He regretted not just giving them some blood vials to carry inside. But this confirmed his stereotype. Any Necromancer capable of flight was bound to be quite bizarre. Soon skeleton arms grasped the equipment boxes from the truck, relaying them towards Qinze's window, where several slender arms carefully placed them inside and closed the window. The efficiency of the skeleton delivery was astonishing. Within a minute all the equipment was transported. The service was exceptional. You should really be working in construction instead. This is such a waste of talent. The military truck that delivered the equipment hastily left the community. Shinzei retrieved the skeletal delivery platform and went home to begin opening the treasure chests. First was the equipment safe containing 5 items: upper garment, lower garment, weapon, cloak, and ring. Shinzei's entire equipment was outdated and needed to be replaced. Let me see what equipment the Central District has provided for me. Upon opening the equipment safe, the words exclusive to Necromancers appeared, leaving him utterly stunned. The Central District is being too generous. They just handed me a level 20 exclusive Necromancer set, and it's diamond grade. As he carefully lifted out a skeletal staff made of bones from the open safe, it was nearly a meter long, pointed at the bottom, and topped with a skull the size of a fist. Skeleton staff exclusive to Soul Summoners, level LV 20. Quality diamond level, basic attributes: intelligence 80, strength 15, mana 3500, all necromantic skills instant cast, no chant required. Skill 1. Perfect Bones, a passive skill that bestows perfect affixes to all skeletal necromantic skills, increasing bone durability by 150, a bone damage by 150, and bone agility by 200. Elemental magic resistance 25, physical resistance 25. Skill 2, Wings of Bones, communicates with the power of the undead, unfolding bony wings behind specific units, granting the ability to fly freely with a maximum altitude of 3,000 meters, a maximum speed of 10 meters second, and a shield of 5,000 points. When attacked, it can use the intent of bones to block damage. When the shield is exhausted, the Wings of Bones automatically disintegrate. Mana cost 1,500 points, duration until destroyed, retracted. Skill 3, Life Drain. The tip of the skeletal staff is equipped with a siphon needle capable of penetrating enemies up close or hitting them from afar, draining 100 health points per second, while restoring 100 health points per second to itself, with a maximum drain of 3 units and effects of binding and paralysis. This skill is interrupted by attacks or movement. Mana cost 50 points. Second set effect, Skeleton Staff, intelligence 10, health 5,000, mana 2,000. Description: you'll never guess whose bones this is made from. This is incredible. All bones receive bonuses. The strength of the Kingdom of Bones has risen another level. And there's a whopping 5,500 mana bonus, which alleviates my current mana cap issue. The Central District is indeed generous. They give real equipment. Of course, it could also be that no one wanted to choose a Necromancer. Shinzei opened the remaining Necromancer set, and the effects were genuinely impressive. Skeleton Armor, intelligence 50, strength 50, health 3,500. The first skill is an automatic shield, refreshing once an hour, providing a maximum of 8,000 points of shield. The second skill is Shield Detonation, which includes bone entanglement. The third skill is Stun Beam, emitting a piercing white light from the chest that stuns enemies for 3 seconds. Set effect, intelligence 10, strength 10, health 2,000. Skeleton Cloak, intelligence 45, agility 20, strength 10, health, mana 1,000. The first skill is Swamp Aura, which slows down surrounding enemies. The second skill is Speed Boost while running. The third skill is Bone Assistance, which grants 2 complete skeletal legs to aid in running, increasing speed by 35. Set effect, agility 10, running speed 50. Skeleton Necklace, intelligence 75, mana 4,000. The first skill is Destructive Light, consuming 1,000 mana to severely injure enemies. The second skill is Scapegoat, summoning a skeleton to take the hit when attacked and releasing a cloud of obstructive mist. The third skill is Hidden Detection, which reveals hidden professionals monsters nearby. Set effect, intelligence 20, mana 1,000. Skeleton Boots, intelligence 40, agility 40. The first skill is Bone Binding, where a skeletal arm reaches up from the ground, grasping the enemy's ankle. The second skill is Jumping Ascendance, allowing a jump of 10 meters in height. The third skill is Skeleton Heavy Kick, where 5 skeletal feet extend out for a series of stomps on the enemy, dealing damage 5 times. Set effect, intelligence 10, agility 10, speed 20. The Battle Boots don't even have a speed increase skill. If you grab the enemy, isn't it like accelerating yourself? That makes some sense. The effect of the skeletal armor activated. Why do I look so much like a villainous final boss? Speechless, Shinzei stood in front of a mirror taller than himself, examining his reflection back and forth. The cloak was made of white ribs with the spine in the middle and 2 rows of ribs on either side. The spine did not appear to be human, with each bone separated by cartilage that allowed for movement. The white bone armor was even more unique, composed of countless hands gripping each other's bones, forming the armor. With a bit of force, one could even bend the fingers. To be honest, it was a bit unsettling at first, but once accustomed it felt quite comfortable. It was windproof and fireproof, keeping warm while allowing ventilation, with a kind of fluffy, squishy feeling underfoot. Shinzei thought for a moment, and then took a selfie with his phone to send to his mentor by D. Shinzei, thank you, mentor. I really like the new suit, and I've already put it on. Once I clear the main storyline dungeon in Linhai City, I will follow in your footsteps. A few seconds later. By D, what the hell is that? Shinzei. Dear Minter, does this look appropriate for your student? Then Qin sent a selfie to the team group chat. In just a few seconds it caused an uproar. Luyang, father, are you visiting a grave? Why all in white? Luyang, no, wait, is that bone? Dude, what have you been through in 2 days? I just took a nap and you look like this now? You haven't been possessed by that undead, have you? Bring my father back. Luyang, angry. JPG. Sun Yunlong, I just got the kid to sleep, and the moment I opened my phone, I was instantly scared to tears. Mu Shui, just give the kid a beating, and he won't cry anymore. Sun Yunlong, I was talking about myself. Captain, your appearance scared the hell out of me. Mu Shui. Luyang, dude, say something. You haven't really been possessed by the undead, have you? Do you need me to help you call the police? Or are you posting this picture so that we help you report it? Qin, sorry, this is my new suit exclusive to undead summoners. Wearing it makes me look like this. Luyang, oh my god, wearing a bunch of bones. You might as well not be an undead summoner. Mu Shui 1. Sun Yunlong 11. Qin, I found a way to break the main storyline dungeon. Let's gather at the Black Abyss connection tomorrow morning. If anyone doesn't want to go, please inform me in advance. Mu Shui, a way to crack the main storyline dungeon. Have you discovered the characteristics of the disease? Or is it some special potion to endure it through taking drugs? I personally think a sealed mask could effectively combat diseases, but during combat it might be hit and leak. Qin, just think about what profession I am. Luyang, undead summoner, what's wrong? Wait a minute, oh my god, I remember there's a virus type in undead magic. You can't be. Mu Shui, don't tell me you have mastered the progression of the disease. Sun Yunlong, I don't understand, but it sounds quite frightening. Qin, about right. The chat group immediately fell into silence. No one responded for a long time. Qin still had important matters to address, so he continued typing. Qin, Luyang cat girl is currently in the hospital. Please communicate with her. If she wants to continue participating in the main storyline dungeon, he'll keep a spot for her. Luyang, okay bro, but what happened to cat girl? Qin, didn't she say that the Jialan organization had skills? I went with her to obtain the skills, but the Jialan organization wouldn't let go for a long time. So I took it myself, and they charged at me beastly, which ended up with all of them being wiped out. Luyang. Mu Shui. Sun Yunlong, huh? Sun Yunlong, so you wiped out an organization while I was putting the kid to sleep. Qin, yep. Sun Yunlong. After arranging everything, I even built some rapport with my mentor. Perfect. However, for mentor by dis retort, it seems my rapport isn't very strong. Qin solemnly approached the skill placement box, which was enveloped in black mist. He pressed the activation button, and the green operation light lit up, followed by a hissing sound as white gas emerged. The dense black mist spread out, carrying a sickly aura. Cough, cough, cough. Qin instantly felt an itch in his throat, as if he had begun to show initial symptoms of swallowing razor blades. What the hell is this terrifying? No wonder the person in charge was unwilling to move these boxes up. If I inhaled a mouthful of this black gas, I would have to lie down at home. A weak feeling surged up from deep within his body. The name of the skill book made his vision go dark. Black Death Spread Technique description implants the core of the Black Death within the body, allowing one to sense how the Black Death erupts and how it destroys the body, fixing oneself at the boundary between life and death, while mastering all mechanisms of the Black Death and establishing a connection with it. This ability affects other diseases by 50. Those infected, regardless of whether they are normal monster-solites boss, will die within 3 days without any means of treatment. Note the Black Death is ineffective against non-biological units. Qin. So you're saying I will die in 3 days? No wonder all the undead mages look sickly and on the verge of death. Black Death Spread Technique, learning the feeling of disease entering the body was intense. First he couldn't catch his breath, then he felt feverish all over, and his throat was dry and itchy. Qin held back, silently waiting for the upgrade of Black Death Diffusion Technique. Black Death Diffusion Technique, continuous upgrading Black Death Forbidden Technique. Black Death Forbidden Technique description, through continuous struggle and research against the Black Death, you have completely digested the Black Death core, mastering and understanding all principles of the Black Death. You can freely control any viral particles and easily cure any infected individuals. They are as harmless as little sheep to you. When you give orders, they become deadly killers, and it affects other diseases by 75. Under normal circumstances, if no treatment is taken after infection, death occurs in 3 days. You can command the disease to erupt early, claiming lives in just 1 day. Qin. He remained silent for a long time. It felt very evil, yet also had a sense of justice. After all, harming and saving lives is just a matter of thought. Like evil. To put it bluntly, this skill is more of knowledge than an ability. It encompasses all pathologies and studies of the Black Death. He had 100 mastery over the Black Death. No one could compete with him in this disease. As for other diseases, he could control them at 75, meaning he could dominate the opponent within that limit. Would the Holy Royal Family surpass 75 in dealing with so-called ancient diseases? If they could exceed it, General Black Sun's path to divine transformation wouldn't have failed. Holy Royal Family, ancient diseases. It's time to give them a little shock. That was close. I almost got killed by the Black Death. From what it looks like, necromancers don't live long. No wonder in the videos those in their 30s already have corpse spots on their faces, and by their 40s they look like they've just crawled out of a grave. Are there any necromancers alive at 50? Shinzei tilted his head in thought, apparently none. He looked at his face in the mirror, his pale complexion was gradually regaining color, and his sunken eye sockets were also starting to recover. The vigorous young man from a few minutes ago returned once again. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his beauty was striking. Very good indeed. Shinzei raised his right hand, and the black particles forming a mist swayed and moved in his palm. This is the Black Death, and this amount in his hand could wipe out an entire city. Just a few particles scattered, and the entire community would be doomed. They would definitely perish within 3 days. I'm evil, I'm so wicked. Shinzei immediately closed his right hand, collecting all the black particles without losing a single one. A thought of let's give it a try unexpectedly popped into his mind. As everyone knows, the more you don't want something, the more your brain emphasizes you want it. There are still 4 skills left, all of which are auxiliary to the Black Death spread technique. Black Death Crow. Description: summons crows infected with the Black Death, which will attack the enemy in a suicidal manner and cause the spread of the Black Death. Black Death Crow upgrading: Infected Black Crow Swarm. Infected Black Crow Swarm summons thousands of crows fused with the Black Death. The bodies of the crows achieve a perfect symbiosis with the Black Death, gaining power from it. The higher the concentration, the stronger the swarm becomes. A swarm of 1,000 crows grants 1,000 strength, 10,000 agility, and includes a sprint ability with a Black Death outbreak. Pathogen Perception upgrading: Deconstruct and Reorganize. Deconstruct and Reorganize perceives all Black Death pathogens and can disassemble them with the host into microscopic elements, reorganizing according to the will of the master of the Black Death. Successful if it conforms to biological characteristics, otherwise reorganization fails. Black Death Assault upgrading: Black Death Condensed Explosion Spear. Black. So strong, why do I feel a chill in my heart? There's still one last skill. Black Death Eruption upgrading: Black Death Destruction Bomb. Black Death Destruction Bomb triggers a riot of the Black Death within the enemy's body, causing a joint reaction with the target's flesh, exploding all remaining health, resulting in a large explosion in a 3x3 area. Explosion damage 75,000, capable of collapsing a fortress and causing persistent large-scale infection. Shinzei, even a master like him, felt afraid. That was close. Thankfully he had the ability to upgrade skills, otherwise it could have backfired. With this, there's a greater chance for the nightmare level main quest. The black lightning above Lehigh City still twisted and turned. Shinzei sat in the car feeling that the black lightning wasn't so terrifying anymore. After all, with just a wave of his hand, he could turn this city into a no man's land. Just as he was lost in thought, a 20-meter-high vortex of the black abyss appeared before him. Due to Shinzei successfully passing the first phase, there were many more professionals here, possibly hoping for a stroke of luck. As soon as they saw Shinzei, they became excited. Look, it's the great Shinzei. Yeah, I'm so excited, sob sob sob. Can I ask him for an autograph? Shinzei's ears perked up. Fortunately, that woman didn't come over to ask for an autograph. His handwriting looked like a chicken pecking at the ground. If she insisted on getting an autograph, he could only give her a bone as a keepsake. Hey, over here. Liu Yang saw Shinzei and excitedly waved. Shinzei smiled slightly and walked over briskly. Familiar faces were all present. Sun Yunlong, hello Captain, I brought you some local specialties. Mu Shui also smiled. Captain, you're here. At this moment the cat girl was also there. Most of her fur had shed and her long legs were smooth and straight again. She looked at Shinzei and weakly said, Captain, I didn't expect it to be like this. Meow. Like what? Shinzei was taken aback. It's just that they used skills to plot against you, trying to keep you here. Meow. Shinzei waved his hand somewhat sheepishly. Hey, that's all in the past, and let's not bring up old stories. Let's go into the quest. A skill for speaking to people and ghosts. He hadn't perfected it yet. Do you want to enter the nightmare level main quest, Dusk Plains? Yes, no. Yes. Entering, please wait. Liu Yang, charge. Cat girl, meow meow meow. Sun Yunlong, my local specialties are left outside. Mu Shui. As a twist appeared before them, the noise of the bustling market filled their ears. The aroma of steaming food lingered at the tip of his nose. Where are we now? The feeling of spatial distortion around disappeared, and Shinzei saw that the surroundings were filled with people coming and going. They wore loose robes, and most faces were beaming with happy smiles. Bobo people. Shinzei was taken aback, then recognized them. At that moment, Liu Yang's voice suddenly came from beside him. Shinzei, you quickly look over there. The Bobo people made a statue of you, ha ha ha, it's so funny, I have to take a picture and post it on my moments. What? Shinzei stared blankly, then looked over and saw a 20-meter turtle statue in the distance. And that face, who could it be if not his? The entire statue was raised high with a sword, looking passionate, as if leading the Bobo people into battle. Shinzei. Suddenly the sound of cameras clicking was heard beside him. Why are you all taking pictures? Mu Shui, are you also going to post it to your moments? Mu Shui chuckled while putting away her phone. No, I'm going to post it in the Meanwhile, the Despair Sea War grave was still scattered in the sky, but there were no skeletons emerging. 050000. Qinze waved his hand and retracted this skill. The 5 deep-sea trenches that blotted out the sun vanished, and sunlight poured down into the city. The Bobo people knelt fearfully on the ground at a loss. All along they believed that it was something in the sky protecting them. You protect yourselves. This skill of mine needs to be held back. Qinze remained unmoved by the reaction of the Bobo people. At that moment, a beautiful woman ran towards Qinze holding up her skirt. Her face was full of disbelief and extreme joy. Seeing her, Qinze was also taken aback and murmured, "Xiao Qiong, how long has it been since we left?" Faction mission triggered break through the Holy Royal Line. Experience reward 100000. Reward Shining Level Equipment, Chest 1. Special reward Perfect, Chest 1, Bobo People Class Inheritance, Satisfying Faction Score Condition. Bobo City. The colossal sea tomb that had cloaked the horizon vanished. Countless Bobo people were seized by terror and kneeling in prayer, as if the gods had forsaken them. A few kilometers away, the Shunsheng royal family watched and displayed savage, eager smiles. For years the vast sky ravine had loomed over them, leaving a deep, lingering shadow in their hearts. At last the sky ravine was gone. Now it was their turn. A pretty woman of about 20 came running, lifting her skirt in excitement. At first she looked uncertain, then glanced left and right and thrilled through her arms around Qinze's neck. "Big brother, I thought you weren't coming back." Qinze stared in astonishment. The little girl he could have lifted with one hand days ago had become a full one. 7 meters tall, her curves unmistakably womanly. The other companions looked as if they had seen ghosts. The passage of time was staggering. "Come, I'll show you around our city." All right. The colonial city, once all but ruined, had been rebuilt by the Bobo people. The streets were tidy and a sewage system had been installed, so it was far less foul. They had been gone for 10 years. The colonial city had become a Bobo city, generating several thousand gold coins a year. Qinze received a 10% share, roughly 100 gold coins annually. Some dungeons even hosted native marketplaces where such coins could buy goods or grease palms. System notification: shared city, economic distribution. You received 10% of the gold. You gained 1027 gold coins. A cascade of amber coins jingled into the warehouse. Since Big Brother left, we entered a standoff with the Shunsheng royal family. After probing us several times without result, they withdrew to the mountain's foot, apparently afraid of an assault on their mountaintop castle. That bought us time to develop, and we contacted the northern rebel Bobo people. They taught us to train troops and devise defensive plans. What strength do we Bobo people have to attack them? Xiao Qiang snorted with laughter, shaking her head in self-mockery. "So you now govern this city?" "Govern? No. I'm merely the city's chief administrator. Grandfather, the village elder, was the previous chief administrator. After he left, I took his place. Fortunately, the city did not decline under me. It has flourished." Xiao Qiang lifted her head like a child waiting for praise. "Well done," Qinze said with a smile habitually ruffling her hair. Hee. Xiao Qiang smiled in satisfaction. "I've come to help you clear the fortress on the mountain and restore peace to this region. If you want a better life, you must work for it yourselves, understand?" "Clear the fortress?" Xiao Qiang's eyes brightened instantly. She had no doubt if Big Brother said it could be done, it would be done. Excited, she stepped forward and lightly pecked Qinze's cheek. "Big Brother, will you marry? Ah, it's so cold." Her words failed as the kiss left her lips numb with. Qinze smiled bitterly and touched his cheek, thinking this was the drawback of a Necromancer class. Xiao Qiang had been struck by undead paralysis, more terrifying than extreme cold. After their reunion, Xiao Qiang covered her mouth and could not speak for a long while. She produced a chest and handed it to Qinze. When he opened it, a system prompt chimed. System acquired. Map of the Shunsheng royal family's defensive lines. Acquired. 5 antidote elixirs temporarily prevent infection by the ancient disease. Acquired. Mana entity inheritance qualification can change class at level 25 to obtain a new profession or inherit directly to increase base attributes. Acquired. Castle blueprints. They were surprisingly well prepared. "Thanks, let's go." Qinze waved at Xiao Qiang and nodded slightly to his other teammates. Suddenly Xiao Qiang stepped forward and spoke indistinctly. "According to frontline intelligence, someone claiming to be a professional from the same place as you has set a web of traps targeting you. Professionals from Li Company. We will have to settle our accounts carefully." Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Li building, a stunning woman lay motionless on the floor as blood spread beneath her. Li Xinggang's face was streaked with golden veins as the gold light pulsed like breath. Luminous bands ran from his eye sockets into the depths. "Black Sun General, at your command. I will extract you. Our advanced medical facilities can resolve your condition. I will get you out, I promise, but before that I will kill Qinze." Li Xinggang glared, golden veins fanned across his eyeballs, converging on his pupils. Though no one stood nearby, he muttered on. "You lowest scum should be forever trampled beneath my feet. How dare you resist? I will make you watch as your hopes are ground to dust. I will trample you underfoot once more." System wager: I, Li Xinggang, have set a fatal trap. Qinze will surely die within 3 days. Options will not. He staked his entire fortune on will. An uncountable string of zeros flashed across the sum. Having done it, he rose unsteadily. Black Sun General, I am eternally loyal. A twisted vortex opened before him, and his figure gradually vanished into it, leaving only the beautiful woman collapsed on the floor, already lifeless. Blood continued to seep outward. The life or death wager was pinned atop the company's official site, instantly bewildering its staff. Damn, can we even keep working? The boss has lost his mind, betting the whole company on Qinzhe. I don't want to be unemployed and my loans aren't paid off. I just put 1,000 on Qinzhe. Those Nerdhausen fold odds are irresistible. My god, the boss is going head-to-head with Qinzhe. Is that really necessary? Inside the company, employees buzzed like a hive. The two receptionists were positively ecstatic. Something big was arriving. Suddenly a shadow cut off the light before them. Huh. The two froze, then looked up to see a middle-aged man in a pristine suit standing at the counter wearing a kindly smile. He exuded an unflappable, quiet masculinity. Hello, I'm from the Lee family headquarters here to inspect the company, the man said with courtesy. Off. The two receptionists exchanged bewildered looks and could not reply. What's the matter? You don't go online. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Our boss has just gambled the company away. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. In the Lee building, the glass elevator ascends. Those inside feel as though they are stepping over the entire city. Two receptionists stand ahead, whispering to each other. They occasionally steal glances at the back. A middle-aged man stands there meticulously, his expression serious, exuding the dullness of adulthood. His eyes reveal little emotion or desire. Ding! The elevator doors slowly open. The two receptionists approach the office door on the top floor together, then turn politely to say, Sir, this is our boss' office. He should be in the main storyline instance right now. They'll try to contact him. You can open the door first, and he'll wait for him inside. The middle-aged man glanced at his watch and spoke in an irrefutable tone. Oh. The two receptionists dared not question him, and quickly nodded to open the door. In the next moment, a crimson liquid came into view, startling them into a scream as they clung to each other. My. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and strode forward. Is someone dead? Did a lady kill herself in the midst of pleasure? The body is already cold. It appears to be a middle-aged woman, not a lady, which only leaves one possibility. This person is Li Xingyang's wife. Someone was assassinated, or he killed his own wife. Do you recognize the identity of this corpse? The middle-aged man examined the body, and then turned to the two receptionists who were huddled together. In the next moment, he flipped the body over. The face was already crushed, and there were large holes in the abdomen and chest with entrails spilling out. The two receptionists dropped to their knees, vomiting uncontrollably. Li Xingyang's wife, the middle-aged man continued to ask. The receptionist kept retching. However, one of them nodded. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed deeply, slowly stood up, and took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from it. As a member of the Li family, to let things come to this point is truly shameful. If other families find out, they will surely mock us. The resources of Lehigh City are still very important. We cannot let them be ceded to the authorities. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking. It seems it will have to be taken over by the headquarters. First call Li Xingang out. This farce ends here. In the city hall, Bai Di lay bored on the conference table, with turbulent waves directly placed on the table. In front of her was a group of high-ranking officials in suits reporting various tasks while pointing at the PPT. One after another, they took turns. The vocabulary consisted of GDP, people's livelihood, economy, real estate, and the like, making her drowsy. After half an hour, she could no longer hold back. I'm just here to play the main storyline instance. Why do I need to listen to this nonsense? The high-ranking officials stared at her in astonishment. The mayor of the city was a bespectacled man dressed in LV. Sir, Bai Di, the main storyline instance is highly relevant to our city's economy. It's not just a simple matter of clearing it. Please be patient, and we hope to discuss countermeasures together. You've come all this way, you wouldn't want to return empty-handed, would you? Bai Di let out a desperate sound. She had already been sitting in this meeting for 3 hours. She wanted to go to the famous bar in Lehigh City for a drink. Just then her phone chimed. Bai Di opened it, and her eyes widened in shock, followed by a hearty laugh. Interesting. My student is truly amusing. He actually forced the Li family to bet the entire company. I can already imagine the splendid expressions of those old fossils at the Li headquarters. My good student, just go ahead and Bill will be here to back you up. The executives in the meeting glanced at Bai Di with helpless expressions. Oh, the odds are 8791. My student is at 879 times. This won't do. As a mentor, I must support my student. Let's invest $1 billion first. Bai Di propped her chin thoughtfully, then opened the payment page. Since the amounts involved with professionals are generally substantial, the limits had long been lifted. Once the investment was made, countless zeros jumped up. Instantly, the whole amount was elevated by 1 digit. Why, you invested $1 billion? The mayor of the city looked shocked at Bai Di's actions. He was somewhat aware of the events happening in Lehigh City. Tang Zhu had specifically sought him to buy equipment which he had rejected. Now he didn't expect things to escalate to this point where the Li company and the authorities had completely torn off their masks and were at odds, now even betting the company. Do you think Qinze can break through the deadly traps laid by the Li company? The Li company has occupied Lehigh City for decades with many hidden methods and lethal traps. He can't win, can't he, Ron? Baidu looked at him in surprise. Don't underestimate my student, he's quite crafty. My billion is purely to support my student, who I never intended to get it back. Oh right, I'll help you solve the main storyline instance issue. Can't you help support my student? Hurry up, throw in $1 billion. I'm about to fall asleep sitting here. The mayor of the city. Sorry, our treasury funds are all planned. They cannot be used for personal purposes. As for purely supporting such matters, that's even less likely. TCH, if you can't even help with this little matter, then I won't listen anymore. Let's go have a drink. Baidu seemed to have unleashed herself, directly jumping out of the open window. Hey, wait. The mayor and others hurried to the window. A height of over 10 stories was nothing for Baidu. She was already walking on the sidewalk, turning back to give the middle finger. The high-ranking officials of the city. Once the death betting game is initiated, it can only be closed by the initiator. Unfortunately, Li Xingong had already disappeared into the main storyline instance, leaving no trace. The Li company was thrown into chaos, and even the super family, the Li headquarters, was furious. After struggling for decades in Lehigh City, now everything is at stake. Isn't this a joke? Other super families watched the spectacle from the sidelines, and the entertainment media they controlled added fuel to the fire. Shock. Significant chaos erupted within the Li family, and they completely blocked the Li company in Lehigh City. The Li family's dominance is on the verge of collapse, and the lower-tier professionals are resisting. They panicked, losing control of the company. The death betting game begins. The Li company launches a full-scale assault on Qinze, but is easily defeated, becoming a joke. The rocky shore was littered with crooked boulders, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall. The sentinels of the Holy Royal family rode upon crawling beasts, swaying back and forth among the stones. Moreover, there was a large grotesque creature resembling a fleshy ball, which upon nearing the ground revealed numerous legs and arms reaching out, pulling itself forward. Its skin was gray, exuding an aura of sickness. This used to be a grand canyon with a river flowing through its center, but it seems to have dried up now, Lu Yang said, gazing into the distance with a solemn. It's not just that, Mu Shui remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. There used to be lush trees on both sides of the river, but they are all gone now. When I checked the strategy guide before returning, it noted that this canyon had an excellent ecosystem where many professionals once gathered rare herbs and beasts roamed freely for experience points. But now everything is lost. It seems that over the past decade, the Holy Royal family's research into ancient diseases has become increasingly depraved, exterminating all life on the mountain. Qinze supported his chin, lost in thought. I wonder if their research progress has improved. Upon hearing this, the other four instinctively touched the antidotes in their pocket. These could barely help them resist the ancient disease or alleviate its effects, lasting only 5 minutes. This was their lifeline. Cough, foster father, how do you plan to deal with the ancient disease? Lu Yang asked nervously, wanting to have some assurance. It's quite simple, we will use poison to counter poison. The ancient disease is formidable, but mine is not to be underestimated. The other four exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe. While speaking, Qinze, donning a white skeletal cloak, had already begun moving towards the defense line of the Holy Royal family. Hey wait, come back first. Shouldn't we be cautious of the traps set by Li's company? The four stared in shock as Qinze boldly stepped out. What happened to taking it easy? Lu Yang hesitated for a moment, then charged forward without reservation. Let's go, charge. If Qinze is not trustworthy, then there is no one in the world to trust. What was I doubting? He is indeed Qinze. Mu Shui shook her head with a smile, and quickly followed. The cat girl exclaimed, meow. Sun Yunlong said, wait for me. But soon they realized a problem. Qinze had not summoned any creatures, and just charged forward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sentinels of the Holy Royal family shouted in alarm upon seeing the approaching figures. The sacred crystals on their foreheads had begun to display golden stripes spreading across their foreheads. This indicated they had entered the second stage of sacred transformation, with all attributes doubled, averaging around 4,000, and their health reaching as high as 15,000. Truly a nightmare for professionals. Meanwhile, Qinze noticed a small squad bringing along a large fleshy ball. The information about this creature was shockingly staggering. Plague flesh ball, nightmare level, disease monster level LV. 25 health, 550 attributes, strength 532. Agility 671, Intelligence 594, Skill 1 I. Core of disease. The Holy Royal family, after a series of horrifying experiments, successfully created the core of the ancient disease, sealing it within layers of flesh capable of consciously spreading the ancient disease. After 7 days, the core of the disease will perfectly merge with the flesh, and if consumed in slices, it will bring the Holy Royal family one step closer on the path of sacred transformation. Skill 2 Self-Destruct. The core of disease inside the plague flesh ball erupts, generating a tremendous shockwave that splatters its mushy body against everything around it, maximally spreading the disease with a 100 infection rate for all direct contacts. Those who inhale the gas have an 80 chance of infection. Anyone who witnesses the event has a 50 probability of infection. Description: a hybrid of human, cow, sheep, and dog. How did they achieve this? Upon reading the description of the large fleshy ball, Qin Zhe immediately halted his steps. Even if he could control the disease, he didn't want to end up splattered with flesh mush. Outsiders, what are you doing here? The sentinels of the Holy Royal Family surrounded Qin Zhe and his group, with the sentinel captain demanding stern. It seems too much time has passed. Qin Zhe smiled as he picked up his skeletal staff. You don't even remember me anymore. You are. The sentinel captain squinted at Qin Zhe, scratching his head. In the next moment, he suddenly seemed to recall something and leaned back in fright, pulling the reins of the crawling beast, toppling it over. Wait, he is the Dark Destroyer. Oh my heavens, run, run. No, quickly report this to General Airy. The Dark Destroyer has reappeared. Damn it, why does this have to happen while I'm on patrol? Before Qin Zhe could make a move, the sentinels of the Holy Royal Family surrounding him were already in disarray. Once he single-handedly annihilated the entire sacred city and summoned countless undead skeletons, becoming the most dreaded terror in the hearts of the Holy Royal Family. Simply put, they were scared of him. Qin Zhe felt a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. The Dark Destroyer. Is that the nickname? The Holy Royal Family? Quite impressive indeed. The sentinels of the Holy Royal Family retreated 5 meters, as if swept back by a wave. The other 4 teammates stood dumbfounded. Mu Shui exclaimed, huh? Lu Yang laughed. Ha ha, they are scared, they are scared. The cat girl remarked. I am surprisingly not the least bit surprised, meow. Hey, how did the monster know I got stronger? Qin Zhe naturally would not let them escape. The skeletal staff was slightly raised. White Bone Kingdom. The aura of the undead instantly filled the entire space, darkening the sky. Countless skeletal hands emerged from the ground, accurately grasping the limbs of the crawling beasts and forcibly pulling them underground. 7732877623 78,392. Congratulations, you have killed a crawling beast, gaining experience 700. Congratulations, you have killed a crawling beast, gaining experience 700. The wails and cries echoed like a purgatory. The sentinels of the Holy Royal Family tumbled down helplessly while the skeletal hands began to manipulate them. With their high defense and golden long spears in hand, they frantically swept at the skeletal hands, creating a metallic clanging sound and sparking countless sparks. But these skeletal hands were merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. In the terrified and desperate gaze of the sentinels of the Holy Royal Family, flaming skulls appeared in the air, strung together by their spines. Haunting laughter echoed from all directions. In the rocky gorge, countless white bones intertwined with the cold wind howling. The sacred royal sentinels within wailed in agony, resembling a hellish purgatory. 2 kilometers away atop a protruding giant rock, shadows twisted wildly, revealing 5 figures that flickered in and out of view. Their movements had become so frantic that they were almost distorted. One of them could not help but curse under his breath. Su Laosan, you incompetent assassin, can't even master your concealment skill. With all that swaying, you're just exposing your backside. Su Laosan, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, I'm scared. Isn't it normal to be afraid of a persistent skill going out of control? Nonsense, another female voice retorted with resentment. If they consumed 100 mana, you should too. What makes you so different that you can't even master the concealment skill? I've really hit rock bottom teaming up with a useless ally like you. I can't see any rewards, and I have to deal with all this nonsense with you guys. The assassin replied, damn it, you're right. Didn't expect it, huh? I chose the assassin just to be useless, and if I could make a profit, that would be great. If not, at least I have my concealment skill. What can you, a ranger, even do? Shooting is like scratching an itch. You don't even scratch as well as that. Are you providing a scrubbing service? You? The female archer's face suddenly flushed crimson, and small pearls of sweat rolled down. Wiping her hand, she got another layer of powder on her sleeve. All right, the company has pulled out all the stops to eliminate Qin Zhe this time. Moreover, the successful killer will receive a bounty of 1 billion. The opportunity to become a billionaire lies right before you, and you're arguing with me. A slender young woman interrupted the bickering of the team. Her name was Chao Lily LV. 27. She had already transitioned to an arcane mage, hence, she didn't engage in the path of sacred transformation, coming in solely for money and experience equipment rewards. Possessing an grade talent Wild Growth, all her release spells had incredibly exaggerated enhancements. Moreover, she was a key practitioner cultivated by the Lee Corporation, one of the top mages in Lin. Chao Lily's authority was still high, and the team fell silent immediately. The assassin's concealment skill also stabilized significantly. I have already notified other practitioners from the company. They are on their way here, and are bringing the sacred royal army with them. Chao Lily gazed at the rows of skulls emerging in the sky, her eyes filled not with fear, but with excitement at the prospect of battle. In her understanding, battles between mages consisted of exchanging spells and striking during skill intervals. She could tell that the countless white skeletons were like summoned creatures, but were actually created by spells. As long as they were spells, she was confident in countering them with magic, thus suppressing Qin Zhe with her sorcery. Why hasn't the summoning started yet? Qiao Lili impatiently awaited a duel with Qin Zhe. However, the opponent's summoned creatures were very strong. She had watched a video where a single hit could deal tens of thousands of damage, while her fragile frame only had over 1-0 health, which she could not withstand. The company had taken out all their hidden equipment items targeting Qin Zhe's undead summons, such as Refresh Charm Stone, which could erase the enemy's summoning mark and turn it into one's own summon. If the summon was too strong, the charm would explode. Absolute Exile banishes enemy summons to the void. Shattered Zone directly kills enemy summons and permanently plunders their attributes. Exceeding the limit will rebound. With so many summons, almost everyone had one specifically to deal with Qin Zhe. Without summons, wouldn't the Necromancer be useless? She was hiding here waiting for Qin Zhe to summon undead. Then she could use Shattered Zone to percentage plunder attributes. Gaining dozens of points would be incredibly satisfying. But the opponent had not summoned anything, instead opting to use undead spells. Calculating the time, other practitioners should be arriving soon. Even if he summons later, Shattered Zone can still be used. Qin Zhe, let me see your strength. Qiao Lili, unable to wait any longer, drew her high-level staff and rushed towards the Sea of Bones. Captain! The others were stunned. Arcane magic reversal. Qiao Lili, clad in a blue spell robe, dashed to the edge of the skull formation and suddenly raised her staff high. Magical waves spread out from her, radiating in all directions. The floating fiery skulls and interconnected vertebrae, as if played in reverse, first extinguished the flames in their eye sockets, then the skulls shrank back, and the vertebrae trembled and vanished. A gap appeared in the realm of bones. Moi. Qin Zhe glanced over in surprise, not expecting someone could break his realm, until he saw a woman holding her staff aloft, a shining blue gem floating above her head. The opponent's practitioner information also appeared. Arcane Mage. Seems a bit interesting. The two locked eyes from afar, and Qiao Lili suddenly smirked. Arcane Missile. She swung her magic staff forward and 5 blue orbs of light shot forth like meteors, trailing long tails as they rushed towards Qin Zhe. In that case, I'll play with you for a bit. Qin Zhe pointed a finger in the air, and several skeletal arms burst forth from the ground, forming a bone shield. Just as the arcane missiles were about to collide with the bone shield, they suddenly veered to the side and bypassed it. Countless skeletal hands flailed in the air, but all missed. Auto-navigation. Qin Zhe scoffed, and the 5 arcane missiles struck the 5 individuals. Boom! A white puff erupted, causing no damage, but all 5 transformed into palm-sized frogs and snakes that fell to the ground, crawling slowly. Half a second later, there were 2 more booms, and Qin Zhe and Mu Shui returned to their original forms. They exchanged glances and looked down at the chaotic frogs and snakes, one of which even had cat ears. Qiao Lili, seeing Qin Zhe return, felt her pupils constrict sharply. She then waved her staff, setting up an arcane trap. When the enemy summons the first creature, the arcane will take effect, and ownership will transfer to her. Is this the power after class transition? So many tricks. But then again, mages rely on skill diversity. If they only had simple and straightforward attack and defense, mages would have no advantages. Qin Zhe raised his head joyfully. Qiao Lili's combat style seemed to open a new door for him. Qiao Lili was crazily stacking arcane traps to counter the first spell released by the enemy. Yet upon seeing Qin Zhe's gaze, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. He was excited. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. If you take another step, you'll regret it dearly. See the azure crystals atop my head. Each one represents a dormant arcane sigil. I guarantee, trigger even one by accident, and you'll bitterly regret it. Qiao Lili's slender frame trembled uncontrollably, yet her voice remained defiantly threatening. Simultaneously, she frantically gestured to her teammates behind her. Moments later, the 4 concealed figures sighed in unison, dispelling their invisibility before stepping forward to stand behind Qiao Lili. Their team leader, Qiao Lili, ranked among the top 3 arcane mages in Linhai City. Not the fastest at clearing dungeons, but peerless in unknown combat, her arsenal of versatile arcane arts rendering her unpredictable and perilous. Most crucially, they had just witnessed Qiao Lili dismantle an overwhelming barrage of skeletal phantoms. A clear testament to her remaining combat prowess, which is precisely why they now stood steadfast behind her. The 5 stared tensely at Qin Zhe, a mere level 22 necromancer, yet felt as though confronting a nightmare-tier final boss. Team leader Qiao Lili, level 27, arcane Megan. Team member Yang Qing, level 26, Elven Archer. Team member En Yi, level 26, Phantom Assassin. Team member Wang Daqiang, level 25, Heavy Infantry Warrior. And team member Mu Gu, level 24, Bard. I thought you'd challenge me alone. Tsk, how utterly dull. Qin Zhe exhaled deeply, his enthusiasm waning considerably. To him, their defiance was merely the futile resistance of the weak. In Chao Lily. Nah solo duel. Who in the world duels a colossal boss alone? Then let us end this swiftly. In Qinze gazed upon them with quiet indifference as twin wings, woven entirely from bleached bone, unfolded slowly behind him. These were not wings of any known creature, layered crescent-shaped bones fanned outward, sharp, elegant, and unervingly beautiful. With a powerful beat, the skeletal wings launched him skyward, blotting out the sun above them. His eyes, pale, distant, utterly devoid of mercy, regarded them as if already gazing upon corpses. None of my arcane sigils have triggered. In Chao Lily's face instantly drained of color. 10 spectral essences surged forth from Qinze, coiling around the 5 below like vengeful wraiths. In elemental shield, In Chao Lily hastily raised her staff, the air around her shimmering into a gaseous barrier. The wraiths chuckled darkly as they closed in, not striking the magical defense hidden, but instead playfully seizing Chao Lily's staff. Chao Lily, in before she could tighten her grip, the staff was snatched upward, spiraling high into the sky, growing ever more distant. Piercing, mocking laughter filled the air. My staff. In Chao Lily froze in disbelief. Her arcane trap still untriggered, yet her staff already gone. She hurriedly retrieved another staff from her inventory, but its attributes paled in comparison, offering far weaker arcane amplification. The others suffered similarly, and Ye's cloak remained, but his illusion cloak was torn away. The heavy infantry warrior's great shield proved too cumbersome to lift, so instead his helmet was forcibly ripped off. Beside them, Yang Qing shrieked. Her delicate leather corset resembling delicate straps had been stripped away. She clutched her chest and screamed wildly. Wraith binding. Successfully activated and acquired arcane staff, diamond tier illusion, cloak, diamond tier granite, helm, diamond tier bardic instrument, diamond tier elven leather armor, diamond tier, and each diamond tier artifact commands 50 million. 5 together total 250 million. A modest windfall. Yet Qinze's primary intent in unleashing Wraith binding was not theft, but to replenish his mana reserves. Whisper of the Dead. Triggered 10 in strength, 237, agility 109, intelligence 174 in weight. In Qinze suddenly paused. Though he had slain countless sacred royal sentinels on the battlefield, the soul reservoir of his Yellow Springs right hand had already reached capacity. What else remained but to begin creation? In Legion of the Damned, advance. In hovering midair, Qinze spread his bone wings wide. 3,000 undead surged forth in dense, relentless waves. Stripped of their gear, Chao Lily and her 4 comrades burned with fury. These were hard-won treasures uniquely attuned to their classes, nearly impossible to acquire elsewhere. You may strike them, but never dare touch their equipment. And then, as the sky darkened beneath the tide of wraiths, their faces turned ashen. Run now. And if surrounded, wouldn't every last piece of armor be stripped from their bodies? And that humiliation cut deeper than death. Thus the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each revealing their unique mastery. And now only speed would decide survival. In Chao Lily, an arcane mage with slender legs, sprinted desperately, yet her efforts proved futile. She quickly fell behind the other 4, and Yi, activating his phantasmal dash, vanished in a blur, gone in an instant. You, wait. And she tried calling for aid, but before the words fully left her lips, a chilling, playful giggle echoed from behind, and something seized her ankle. Her balance shattered, she crashed hard onto the ground. The grip tightened, dragging her upward helplessly into the air. In arcane bolt, in fireball, in recall summoning stone. Why isn't anything working? In Chao Lily panicked. Swarms of wraiths descended upon her like vultures converging on carrion. These souls were freshly captured. I haven't bound them yet. Of course your spells fail. In Qinze observed the spectacle with detached fascination, and courteously clarified her confusion. In freshly captured. In for a fleeting moment, Chao Lily's mind went blank. Then her gaze fell upon the scattered corpses of the sacred royal sentinels, and a dreadful premonition seized her. Could it be? Were those very sentinels' souls now swirling before her? In arcane right. Neen terror, Chao Lily unleashed her ultimate technique. Her eyes blazed with emerald light, arcane energy roiled violently around her. Her long black hair whipped upward as she clenched a pulsating orb of raw magic, then slammed it directly into the nearest wraith. Boom. And the wraith dissolved instantly. In Whisperer of the Dead, activated. Thereafter Chao Lily surged with unnatural vigor, her hands hurling volatile energy spheres in rapid succession. When the wraiths refused to disperse, she erupted, radiating a shockwave that obliterated every wraith within 10 meters. In Whisperer of the Dead, activated agility 5, health mana restored by 100. In Whisper of the Dead, activated intelligence 5, health mana restored by 1000. Impressive. You've destroyed 1,000 of my wraiths. And now, try 5,000 more. In with a subtle gesture, Qinze summoned yet more wraiths, swarming thick and dense as storm clouds. Chao Lily hovered midair, her eyes flickering with jade luminescence. In she gasped heavily, yet a faint proud smile curved her lips. Then she turned. only to find the wraiths already surging inches from her face. Chow Lily, in Ryup, in armor stripped. Chow Lily stared wide-eyed, terrified as she looked at the vengeful spirit right in front of her. On the twisted, pained face, there was an ethereal golden crystal engraved on its brow. This is the soul of the sacred royal family. At this moment, she finally understood what Qinze meant by catching in the act. And her own soul, could it be? No. A tremor emanated from the depths of her soul, piercing through to her very core. She finally comprehended the terrifying nature of a necromancer. A deep sense of regret surged within her to the point where she wished she could slap herself twice. Why did you provoke him when you had nothing to do? You should have run at the first sight. Countless vengeful spirits clung to her body, their chilling laughter nearly overwhelming her. These vengeful spirits did not bite her or launch any attacks, but instead stretched out their cold spectral hands, gliding over her skin, leaving no inch untouched, making her feel as though her privacy was being violated. But she couldn't care less, frantically gulping down blue potions, pouring them down her throat. Blue numbers kept popping up: 100 trillion, 100 billion, 100 million, 100,000, 100. Releasing the previous ultimate move, Arcane Impact, required a full 3,000 blue mana, and hers was nearly depleted. After downing the first blue potion, she regained 1,000 blue mana. She hurriedly took out a second blue potion, but as soon as she opened the bottle, her right ankle was grabbed, and without any defense, she was hung upside down in midair. The blue potion bottle fell from her panicked grasp and shattered on the ground, splattering a large spray of shimmering blue liquid. Countless vengeful spirits swirled around her crazily, forming a small black whirlwind. Chow Lily was completely engulfed, as she couldn't see anything at all, only her equipment continuously being expelled. First came the white knee-high boots brought over by 5 vengeful spirits. Elemental mage boots, diamond grade, nice equipment, but why does it smell so sour? How long has this thing been worn? Qinze said, disdainfully pinching a corner of the boots before tossing them into the warehouse. Regardless, the little treasury gained 50 million. Then various pieces of equipment were continuously sent out: arcane pants, mage leather armor, spellburst cloak. Oh my cup. Did you guys? Qinze's mouth twitched slightly, then he casually tossed it behind him. It wouldn't sell for much anyway, and was of no use. Once Chow Lily was sorted out, the other 4 team members could not be overlooked. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the flying vengeful spirits. 5,000, each a total of 20,000, deserving ample respect. Soon the slowest Bard Mugu let out a scream as a vengeful spirit grabbed his ankle, lifting him upside down into the air. Countless vengeful spirits rushed up, crazily stripping off his armor, delivering each piece of warm diamond-grade equipment to Qinze. Is it because of the healer? The other 2 were also swept into the air, frantically shedding their gear. Before long, Qinze received a large pile of diamond-grade equipment. Although it was second-hand, it was still quite valuable. Is being haunted by vengeful spirits just about collecting stuff like this? I thought it would deal continuous damage. Qinze looked at the armor being stripped down in the warehouse, feeling extremely emotional. Wait. Qinze's expression suddenly turned strange. Could it be that these vengeful spirits were influenced by me? Originally intended to be a vicious assault, but instead they stole the equipment and ran. If I think about it this way, if I were to become a vengeful spirit, I definitely wouldn't go around biting you. Instead, I would first strip armor. This raised a new question: how significant is an individual's influence on skills? With billions of mages worldwide, could it be that every fireball spell cast would be the same? No, it definitely wouldn't be the same. Qinze's eyes widened, suddenly feeling as if he had touched upon something, yet it remained elusive. It felt like 100 ants crawling restlessly on his heart, causing an itch. At that moment, the first black whirlwind composed of vengeful spirits suddenly dispersed. Chow Lily, stripped of her clothing, fell heavily to the ground. The vengeful spirits returned to the right hand of the yellow springs, transforming back into soul reserves. Didn't kill her. No. Qinze pointed with his skeleton staff, and several circular ribs immediately emerged from the ground, piercing through Chow Lily's body and splattering countless droplets of blood. No matter how you look at it, experience must be gained. Congratulations, you have killed the arcane mage Chow Lily, gaining experience. 300. Dropped item: Summon Refresh Stone. The experience provided by professionals is still substantial. A Summon Refresh Stone. Qinze paused at this, and after checking the item description, he suddenly smiled. No wonder Chow Lily was always on the defense. She must have been waiting for this. This thing is of little use to me, so I'll just sell it after taking it out. After all, he could utilize the soul and bones of the enemies he killed, and even they were stronger than his original summons. Right hand of the Yellow Springs. He routinely extracted Chow Lily's soul, tossing it into the soul reserve. But when he saw Chow Lily's soul sit up from her shattered body, her confused and numb expression shook him to the core. The earlier realization suddenly surged back, stronger than before. 100 people, 100 hamlets. No 2 leaves in the world are the same. Right hand of the Yellow Springs. He routinely extracted Chow Lily's soul, tossing it into the soul reserve. But when he saw Chow Lily's soul sit up from her shattered body, her Perhaps I can walk a path entirely my own. Shinzei gained some insight. Even if the necromantic world and the realm of bones exist, they would not inhabit the same dimension as the human world. No one could witness their full form. Even a necromancer could only glimpse a corner. If there isn't one, then I shall create a realm of bones. Become the only one in this world. This is a path that no one has walked before, or rather all necromancers are walking this path. But they die too quickly. A 30-year-old necromancer can already be called an elderly mage, while a 40-year-old necromancer is nearly a centenarian. They have barely explored the icy corner of the necromantic world before they perish. Then I shall go see the true world myself. He stretched out his skeleton staff towards Chow Lily's soul, and countless bones surged from all directions, filling her soul. The ribs alone numbered in the hundreds, densely packed from top to bottom, while arcane crystals were formed on her skull, and the arcane staff was thrown back to her. What is this? Chow Lily gaped her bony mouth agape as her hollow eye sockets displayed a look of shock. Death or loyalty to me? Shinzei looked down at her, his eyes seemingly carrying boundless majesty. The skeleton that Chow Lily transformed into trembled, thinking she had seen a god. She suddenly knelt on the ground, her teeth chattering. I am willing to pledge my loyalty. Shinzei nodded slightly. He didn't expect Chow Lily, after transforming into a skeleton, to bring him much combat power. However, this was the first human being he had converted in the realm of bones. This would become the anchor point of his creation. The former realm of bones was merely a skill. If someone used a forgetting skill on him, he would lose the right to use the realm of bones. But he would create a realm of bones that would belong only to him. The true realm of the undead is far too mysterious for humanity. It is the land of the deceased, a dimension higher than that of the human world. Just thinking about it sends chills down people's spines. The sole aim of all necromancers is to draw closer to the realm of the undead, to see more of this enigmatic dimension, and to explore the deepest secrets that hover over the heads of the living. Yet within this pursuit lies a clear boundary. Crossing it grants the frail body the vitality of youth, restoring peace and confidence to a heart filled with dread, while allowing one to touch the true realm of the undead, a place that terrifies the world. This is no longer a matter of skill intensity, but rather a dimensional crushing. For superfamilies, this is both a temptation and a poison. As long as they cultivate family members who can cross this boundary, the superfamily can easily crush other forces. Even the entire Blue Star, the Eagle Sauce Federation, Dying Nation, and Little Japan Nation are mere small fries. Disobedience results in a fierce slap. One hit, and they fall silent. Shinzei is quite curious about his impending journey into the realm of the undead. While at home, he extensively searched for relevant information, discovering that one of necromancers perished by the age of 40, most of whom are groomed by superfamilies, while the remaining 99 are unable to last past 20, some exhausted, others dead in gruesome ways. He realized something was amiss, and none of those who chose the path of necromancy ended well. Compared to warriors still vigorous at 100 years old, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. Moreover, natural mages who specialize in life force studies are far behind. However, after careful searching, he finally found relevant content on a forum. There was indeed a necromancer who successfully crossed the boundary, named Inju Gyo 60. This stirred a great uproar in the Dragon Country, sparking a nationwide debate. Some feared the onset of a necromantic calamity that could lead to national destruction. Others were exceedingly excited as he easily obliterated the Eagle Sauce Alliance, Little Japan Nation, and other exuberant factions with a mere wave of his hand, turning them into wastelands of the undead. He was originally a member of the superfamily, the Wong clan, which was thrilled at the time, issuing announcements demanding the other 4 superfamilies and the authorities to yield. Then Inju Gyo disappeared without a trace, leaving no one to know his whereabouts. It was precisely because of this incident that the Wong clan fell from grace, becoming a laughingstock, while their strength plummeted from first to last. Even now, the whereabouts of Inju Gyo remain a mystery. Some say he entered the deepest part of the Abyss dungeon, while others claim that such an existence is not allowed in the mortal realm, and thus he was taken away. Everyone has their own theories, each with its own reasoning. Some high-ranking individuals must know the truth. I am willing to submit. I don't want to die. Chow Lily knelt on the ground, her long body composed of a dense array of white ring-like ribs. Very well, you shall remain in my realm of bones. I hope to use this as a foundation to construct my own path. Currently, the realm of bones only provides introductions to skills. Perhaps by utilizing the consciousness of people like Chow Lily, I can construct a fixed domain that belongs to me. At the same time, several black storms around began to disperse. Shinzei extended his hand, reaching into the void. Countless white ribs shot forth, enveloping them, then suddenly contracting. Blood and flesh splattered like explosive bursts. Without armor, humans are truly fragile. Congratulations, you have killed the Elven Archer Yangqing experience, gained 27,000, item dropped agility, stone. Congratulations, you have killed the Phantom Stabber Dark Knight experience, gained 28,000, item dropped invisibility scroll. Congratulations, you have killed the Heavy Armored Warrior Wang Daqiang experience, gained 26,500, item dropped reincarnation abyss. Congratulations, you have killed the Bard Mugu experience, gained 25,000, item dropped shattered region. You have leveled up to LV 23, all attributes 2, free attributes 6. Health 1000, mana 500. The experience dropped by the professionals is indeed substantial. Annihilating a small squad yields over 100,000 experience points. Such professionals are always welcome, thank you. You can change jobs at level 25 and accept the inheritance. This time it will be the magical energy inheritance of the bubble people addressing the issue of mana limits. I hope it can reach a point where it never runs out. Changing jobs once at level 25 and again at level 40 can be seen as elevating one's dimensionality, bringing one closer to the realm of the undead while uncovering more secrets. The so-called boundary of necromancers is at the second job change at level 40. If one can cross it, a new world awaits. If one cannot cross it, they can only watch themselves live and die painfully. Of course, even without crossing that boundary, Qin Ze's skills can infinitely upgrade, helping him avoid diseases and the backlash of the undead. In essence, skills are knowledge about the depth of professional exploration. Any skill elevated to its peak allows one to glimpse a fraction of the true knowledge of the profession. At that moment, a terrifying scream suddenly echoed nearby. The Dark Destroyer, he has killed all the sentinels. Even the outsiders from the same place were not spared. Oh my, he is a devil. What kind of purgatory is this where bones and flesh are mixed? I will have nightmares for a whole week. Retreat, quickly retreat, The Dark Destroyer is looking this way. The bone wings spread behind Qin Ze as he gazed at the rushing forces of the Holy Royal family. With just a glance, the opposing side dropped their weapons and fled. Even the not-so-intelligent crawling beasts were scared to the point of losing control. Some were even trampled to death. Qin Ze, is this a nightmare-level main quest? Is it alright to run upon seeing me? This is absurd. However, with the mountain being this small, where can they run to? Qin Ze slowly descended from the sky, and Mu Shui instinctively took a step back, nervously swallowing. To be honest, the moment the bone wings unfolded behind Qin Ze, her instincts urged her to flee. For a fleeting moment, she felt that Qin Ze was no longer human, but rather a grim reaper come to harvest lives. Are you afraid of me too? Qin Ze was quite surprised. My rational mind tells me you are very safe, but physiologically, I am terrified, Mu Shui said with a bitter smile. To be honest, I almost wet myself just now. Qin Ze, is this still the cold and taciturn Mu Shui? It seems some seal has been lifted. What left him speechless even more was that Lu Yang Cat Girl and Sun Yunlong were still maintaining their little frog and little snake states, hopping around on the ground, their eyes expressing a clear and foolish innocence. Chao Lily helped them revert. Okay. The now bizarre skeletal person Chao Lily began to wave the staff in her hand. Bang bang bang. 3 white vapors emerged, and the 3 returned to their original forms. Lu Yang sat on the ground in a daze. What just happened? The other 2 exchanged puzzled glances. Mu Shui, I don't know, the ignorant are fearless. In truth, she lied about one thing. That is, she really has a stomachache. The undead dispersed, and the white bones withdrew. Sunlight long absent fell upon the rubble-strewn shore, yet could not banish the pervasive gloom. Lu Yang murmured, "Ah, have I leveled up already?" In the end, a party of professionals seemed to have rushed in and struck me, and after that I remembered nothing, he continued. I recall the women inside were all quite attractive. Where are they, Here, where are they, Qin Ze pointed to a pool of blood and flesh on the ground devoid of bones like a shed husk. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, she will ultimately exit in an ugly manner. Such is life. Everyone dies and all depart in ugliness. Lu Yang sighed, tilting his head in a mock epiphany, as if he had gained a philosophical insight. Sadly, it changed nothing. Sun Yunlong scratched his head and stood. My local specialties are still outside. I wonder if we'll find them when we leave. The cat girl replied with a plaintive mew. I slept so comfortably. Mu Shui watched the 2 of them, dark lines of annoyance appearing in her thoughts. For a moment, she envied the weaker teammates who at the slightest provocation would simply faint and wake up with everything solved. Compared to the nightmare-grade monsters, Qin Ze's posture as he unfurled his bone wings was far more terrifying. Qin Ze walked over holding a map of the Holy Royalty's defensive line and pointed. There is a vital pass ahead, easy to defend, hard to assault. The main force of the Holy Royalty that charged out earlier seems to have retreated in there. See if there are any other routes. When he approached, Mu Shui's breath caught, and her body trembled involuntarily. Bad memories assailed her again. Are you all right? Qin Ze looked at her in puzzlement. Nothing. She lied, forcing calm, and trying to preserve her usual composure. Oh. Qin Ze nodded without further question. Mu Shui was the reserved, cool kind of beauty, one who kept her strength concealed. Lu Yang said, let me have a look. I'm pretty good with maps. There are 2 side paths. They seem to bypass to the rear of the castle, likely used for deliveries. I'm not entirely sure. If we take the side paths, it should still count as completing the faction objective. The task only said to break through the defenses. But it's unnecessary. Killing more monsters means more experience. What do you think? Lu Yang declared, it's all up to our foster father. The catgirl mewed. Sun Yunlong chimed, same here. Mu Shui answered quietly, very well. They passed the rubble-strewn shore and saw the hillside ahead shrouded in a thin black mist. It imparted a sickly sensation, as if the air itself were ill. Disease. Lu Yang and the others tensed and clutched the sole antidote in their hands. Even before they neared it, their heads began to ache and their throats grew dry and itchy. A negative status appeared. Ancient disease. The pathogen enters through the respiratory tract and can spread throughout the body within 10 minutes, dissolving into the blood and ultimately converging at a specific point between the brows. It concentrates the host's nutrients and energy there. After 1 day, a parasitic state manifests, and after 10 days the brow's energy condenses into a sacred larva that devours all cerebrospinal fluid and crawls out of the host's skull. Host deceased transmission range within 1 meter of the pathogen, beyond that death. The moment this disease type debuff appeared, Lu Yang and the others turned pale. They were literally cultivating a larva inside their own bodies. So the so-called path of holy transcendence meant raising a parasite at the brow. In the end, would it be the person who ascended or the creature? No one could fathom why any professional would choose such a legacy. Questions filled every mind. In any case, the path of holy transcendence was profoundly strange. Lu Yang read the antidote's description aloud. It can purge the disease entirely, so to maximize the cure, let's use it on day 4 or 5. The catgirl groaned. Ugh, my head hurts. Something seems to be crawling inside. The others staggered as well, barely able to stand. Mu Shui, stronger than the rest, radiated a white light from her skin that temporarily repelled the disease's assault. As everyone writhed in agony, she witnessed a sight she would never forget. The Black Death. Qinzhe lifted his skeletal staff and swept it through the air. Denser, more domineering disease particles were released. The two plumes collided violently, intertwining and clashing until they dissipated in silence. From a microscopic perspective, the fight was brutal. Mu Shui covered her mouth in astonishment, her legs growing weak with tremors. The Black Death Qinzhe released actually overwhelmed and drove back the ancient disease. She stared at Qinzhe in disbelief, fear rising anew. Qinzhe could actually manipulate disease. Level 23, and not even changed class yet. Was he still human? Her legs shook uncontrollably. Soon Lu Yang and the other two recovered from the negative status, faces full of astonishment. They turned their gazes to Qinzhe. The answer was obvious. Told you I had a way to handle it. Lu Yang said, but foster father, why did I suddenly get a negative buff called Black Death? The catgirl said, me too. Sun Yunlong echoed, same here. Qinzhe said nothing. You want die, rest assured this thing's toxicity is quite small. Lu Yang breathed easier. Foster father, hearing you say so comforts me. Mu Shui stared at the newly added Black Death status in her profile and found herself speechless. Her steps faltered, and she soon fell to the rear of the formation. Lu Yang called, Mu Shui, why are you moving so slowly? You should be stronger than us, your resistance ought to be higher. I'm fine, Mu Shui said softly. Hey wait, what's wrong with your trousers? There was nothing earlier. Startled, Mu Shui blurted reflexively, no, I just had a stomachache. At once everyone turned to look at her. Qinzhe, Lu Yang. The catgirl looked wide-eyed. 3 minutes later, the Holy Royalty's defensive pass loomed ahead. A steep incline ran through the center, flanked on both sides by cliffs. They had sharpened the cliff edges to make them even more forbidding. Before the group had drawn near, someone ahead began shouting. Hurry, hurry, Qinzhe is almost here. Shield warriors, push forward and hold. You everyone activate your as solid as rock skills. Don't fear spending mana. The company will compensate losses. Even if you die, the company will give 10 million to your families. What is there to be afraid of? A commander's triumph is sown with the corpses of thousands. Rangers and mages in the rear fill the gaps and begin chanting your spells now. Even if you cannot kill Qinzhe in an instant, you can slow him and buy the priest enough time to restore health. Qinzhe is an undead summoner. Bring out every tool against summoned creatures. Never let him summon. That's his weakness. If he cannot bring forth summons, he dies. But if he summons, we die, do you understand? Yes. Qinzhe walked forward, speechless, watching thousands of professionals hurriedly arrange formations at the choke point. Was this really the kind of preparation one made for a boss fight? Could he be counted in? Is he truly a necromancer? Why does his skin look better than mine? It's rosy and radiant, and his gaze is so spirited. I remember that necromancers in the videos always looked sickly and on the brink of death. I don't know. How can I, a distinguished LV-24 warrior, feel like I have less muscle mass than him? I don't know about anything else, but look at the Holy Royal Guard beside us. Their legs are shaking non-stop. How terrified must they be? Damn, it's true. Even the beasts over there look scared to death. The professional mercenaries hired at a high price by the Li Corporation whispered among themselves. They had extensive experience in slaying bosses, especially in main story dungeons. They had even achieved some first kills. When it came to hunting bosses, they were professionals. But the Lee Corporation had hired them at a high price, and while a nightmare-level main story dungeon was one thing, they were now expected to target a suspected villain with a super boss named General Blacksun sitting behind them while they were sent to deal with a Necromancer. Furthermore, the specifications for slaying bosses made them feel utterly strained. Just a mere professional, is it really necessary? They could drown someone in their own spit. However, they were also being paid for the job. As long as the payment for slaying the boss was sufficient, they could make a pig die with as much flair as a boss. Their focus was on professionalism, ensuring customer satisfaction. Meanwhile, the young master of the Lee family, Li Yuhao LV, 15, was fuming in the back of the team. He had just come out of prison and was immediately intent on killing Qin Zhe, not even noticing the news of his mother's death as he gathered a group of brothers to charge into the main story dungeon. Especially knowing that the company was hunting Qin Zhe, he unhesitatingly took the position of commander. Hurry up. There are gaps in this defense line that must be sealed. You axe-wielding warriors, get up front. And you archers, are you just standing there doing nothing? Raise your longbows, quickly draw all the arrows to full power, you understand. My father has entered the castle. Even if we can't kill Qin Zhe, we must at least delay him to help my father complete his transformation. You guys stop chatting and pay attention, or we won't pay you a single cent. Li Yuhao commanded from the wooden platform at the back, brimming with confidence. This made the professional mercenaries quite unhappy, cursing under their breath, but their bodies obediently moved along as they hadn't been paid yet. At this moment, a bearded man leaning against the wooden platform exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. Hee, what kind of monstrosity can come from the small city of Linhai? We, the Hungry Wolf mercenaries, have slain the Black Emperor. Do you know how difficult it was to kill that thing? Yet we still managed to do it. He was the leader of the mercenary group, codenamed Wolf King LV, 29, appearing to be around 50 years old. His words held significant sway within the mercenary team, and these two sentences struck a chord with the mercenaries. Especially since it was infuriating for them to have a LV 15 little punk riding above them. They could accept being told to kill pigs, but having a pig ride on them was— Shut up. Li Yuhao reprimanded harshly, showing no regard for the Wolf King's dignity. The Wolf King's face twitched slightly, then he lowered his head and took a deep drag from his cigarette, concealing his expression in the smoke. Qin Zhe's strength exceeds your imagination. He is the Necromancer who cleared the nightmare dungeon. Look at the Holy Royal Guard beside us, their legs are trembling with fear, can't you see? As soon as Li Yuhao spoke these words, they resonated deeply with the professionals of the Lee Corporation. They were the ones who had just fled in fear. They even felt a strong sense that Qin Zhe was merely wearing a human skin, who knows what lurked beneath. Suddenly a large knife stabbed through Li Yuhao's abdomen, pinning him to the wooden stake behind him. 100 teammate protection bleeding triggered. The spirited Li Yuhao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the pain contorting his face. The Wolf King approached expressionlessly. You are too noisy. Don't worry, I'll keep you alive with a blood bottle. Li Yuhao's eyes widened, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He faintly managed to discern a phrase. You will regret this. Regret? What a joke. I, Wolf King, never do things I regret. At this moment a scout suddenly rushed over and said, Captain, the Necromancer named Qin Zhe is coming. Alright, everyone go all out and kill. The sooner we finish, the sooner we get paid. We won't work with the Lee Corporation again next time. Pa, what a drag. What a joke. Lu Yang exclaimed, guess what I saw? The young master of the Lee family, Li Yuhao, is commanding a group of high-level professionals at level 15 from the back. It's just hilarious. Catgirl. A look, that man couldn't hold back and directly stabbed Li Yuhao. Qin Zhe was also quite surprised. The young master of the Lee family was released just like that. According to Tang Zhu, wasn't it supposed to take him a year and a half? Could it be that the Lee Corporation's main office has arrived, swiftly taking control of Linhai City, and Tang Zhu couldn't withstand the pressure, thus releasing? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The Lee Corporation didn't want to abandon Linhai City as a resource point, so they took decisive control. Regardless, he needed to deal with the people in front of him first. And by the way, test the results of his newly comprehended abilities. As solid as a rock. Connected at heart. Hardened resistance. And by the way, test the results of his newly comprehended abilities. As solid as a rock. Connected at heart. Hardened resistant. Earthy brown light overflowed from the shields and gradually connected with the surrounding shield warriors. The damage they were about to receive was evenly distributed among every shield warrior. The mercenary group utilized this tactic to withstand many bosses. It had proven effective time and again, and they were quite confident in it. Meanwhile, a sky full of arrows and magical energy spheres appeared behind the shield warriors. They arched through the air, all aimed directly at Qin Zhe. Even though a single arrow may not cause much damage, when hundreds or thousands were stacked together, it became truly terrifying. It could even deal a horrifying output of 10,000 health points per second. It's over, the Wolf King said, gazing at Qin Zhe beneath the rain of arrows, his tone flat. The health of the professionals is too low, no one can withstand such an attack. At that moment Qin Zhe raised his skeletal staff. Realm of Bones. The skeletal structures he created slowly rose. They were composed of densely packed ribs surrounding the skeletal figure of Chao Lily, who held an arcane staff. Below her layers upon layers of skulls encircled her, lifting her high into the air. Amidst the countless astonished gazes Qin Zhe smiled slightly, and said, I shall name it. The Arcane Skeleton Mage Tower. Countless skulls swiftly emerged from the ground, propelling the skeletal figure of Chao Lily upward. This is the White Bone Kingdom that Qin Zhe creatively forged using Chao Lily as an anchor. Anchored by the souls of professionals and supported by skeletons, he aimed to connect to reality. He would create his own unique White Bone Kingdom. And this is just the first step. Faced with a rain of piercing arrows and magical energy projectiles, the skeletal figure of Chao Lily raised her arcane staff. Arcane Magic Countermeasure. The skulls densely arranged on the tower base all opened their jagged jaws with cold, eerie green flames burning in their eye sockets. A powerful aura of the undead surged forth combined with the spell cast by Chao Lily. This formed a strengthened version of the magical countermeasure for the undead. The first arrows shot down entered the realm of the strengthened magical countermeasure, as if they had plunged into a quagmire, their speed drastically reduced, almost coming to a halt. At that moment the arrows ignited with eerie green flames. The skulls scattered across the tower base soared into the air like a swarm of chaotic insects. They clashed their jaws together, then bit down on the stalled arrows, from which eerie green flames erupted from their eye sockets, nostrils, jaws, and ear canals. They then returned along the path. They came clashing their jaws as they targeted the archers who had shot those arrows. At this moment, all the professional mercenaries stared in shock, wide-eyed. Was this a necromancer? How was it different from what they had seen before? Where were the expected skeleton monsters? What were all these flying skulls? Unfortunately, they had no chance to voice their questions. The skulls, burning with green, eerie flames, charged into the ranks of the professional mercenaries, seeking out their designated archer, biting at their rear end, clattering loudly. The sound of jaws clashing echoed terrifyingly, and once they bit down they wouldn't let go until half of the rear end was bitten off. 1783, soul burn 300. 1803, soul burn 300. To be honest, the damage wasn't very high. After all, this wasn't Qin Zhe's proper skill. He was merely experimenting with his newfound insights, exploring the beauty of the undead. However, the archers generally had health pools between 7,000 to 9,000, so taking a hit was still life-threatening for them. The most crucial point was, it hurt. The sudden screams caused the mages holding their staffs in the back to turn pale. They seemed to foresee. Unfortunately, the magical projectiles that were thrown out couldn't be recalled. The slower flying magical projectiles fell into the realm of magical countermeasures. The thinning skull tower base dispatched another batch of skulls to bite down on the suspended, now eerie green magical projectiles, which ignited as they were transformed into undead energy by the magical countermeasure, then surged towards the mages. The mages lacked the agility of the ranger archers. They screamed in terror, hastily casting magic shields and teleportation, 2 seconds of chanting. They thought they were secure with this, but the skulls unexpectedly gnawed a hole in the magic shields, forcefully burrowing in and biting down on their thighs, without letting go, their sharp teeth nearly penetrating to the bone. Ugh! A scream more tragic than that of the archers erupted. It could only be said that, as expected from mages who needed to chant, their voices were loud. The increasingly intense cries from the back caused the frontline warriors holding 2-meter shields to lose their composure. Wait, we're still holding the front. Oh, what are they screaming about? I don't know, we can still hold, but the ranger mages might not last much longer. Shouting and screaming, if I didn't know better I'd think our mercenary group has never seen the world before. The frontline shield warriors cursed as they turned around, only to be stunned by the sight of the flying skulls. What the hell? What the hell? The team leader Wolf King took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. Through the swirling smoke he gazed at the battlefield ahead, a grave expression on his stubbled face. This Qin Zhe is indeed different from the conventional necromancer. Necromancers typically summon skeleton monsters, and then distribute them according to roles, forming a balanced skeleton army. However, this Qin Zhe summons a skeleton that can cast arcane spells and flying skulls. It seems he is forging his own unique path as a professional. Throughout all the historical geniuses, those who do not follow the crowd are the ones who succeed. Qin Zhe has embarked on such a path. This child must not be left alive. Wolf King extinguished his cigarette and raised his hand. Dark extinction gun. A black pentagram slowly unfolded, and a black spear fell. Immediately a shriek pierced the darkness as a black steed, glowing with eerie blue light in its eyes, charged forth. Wolf King mounted the steed, and a chilling aura erupted instantly. His profession is Dark Knight. Li Yuhao, covered in blood, suddenly laughed. What do you mean? The Wolf King, wearing a black helmet, turned to look at Li Yuhao. Now, you know fear. Too late. Li Yuhao spat blood, mocking it. Fear? Me? Ridiculous. The Wolf King coldly scoffed, then waved his hand backward. The mobile unit composed of assassins and knights charged. I am a dark knight, and I know not what fear is. After saying this, the Wolf King led his men to charge out, thrusting his spear at a skeleton behind an archer. Bang! 2379. The powerful force directly pierced through the skull. The Wolf King felt no joy. If he couldn't deal with a mere skull, he wouldn't have a place in this world. He instructed, commanding his men to continue clearing the skulls. It must be said that Qinze had indeed surprised him. Summoning these, he instructed, commanding his men to continue clearing the skulls. It must be said that Qinze had indeed surprised him. Summoning these skulls with magical countermeasure attributes had put his archers and mages at a disadvantage. But that was where it ended. A level 23 professional, what waves could he stir? He probably had his own headaches regarding the frontline shield warriors. While clever tactics can work, the moment the gap in raw strength appears, it becomes evident. But in the next moment, a presence of immense pressure suddenly emerged, causing him to instinctively want to kneel and worship. What? The Wolf King was momentarily stunned. The Dark War steed he rode let out a shriek, throwing him off and charging forward. Very sorry, your Dark War steed has chosen to betray you. For the first time in his life, he heard such a prompt. The Wolf King lay on the ground, trembling as he lifted his head, his expression suddenly turning bewildered. His lips trembled as he uttered a few words. Dark Queen. Everything suddenly made sense. Wait a minute, how could this level 23 Necromancer summon such a being? The Dark War steed approached the Dark Queen. As it entered Qinze's white-bone kingdom, its flesh and blood automatically shed, leaving only a pitch-black skeleton. It gazed at its own form in shock. It seems my exploration and creation of the white-bone kingdom have yielded preliminary results. It even formed a halo-like effect, causing anyone entering my white-bone kingdom to automatically shed flesh and blood. If I continue to delve deeper, coupled with skill upgrades, I can't even imagine what it will become in the future. Qinze was extraordinarily excited. This was his first attempt at creating his own undead system. From the results, it was undoubtedly a success. Next, he need not hold back. Dark Queen, at your command, my lord. The Dark Queen performed a graceful bow, then drew back her long bow. Dark arrows charged with energy at her fingertips before being shot out violently. Boom. The once thought impregnable defenses of the shield warriors shattered in an instant. Countless shield warriors couldn't even scream before they fell on the spot. 183493, infected by darkness, transformed into a skeleton. 185394, infected by darkness, transformed into a skeleton. 189249, infected by darkness, transformed into a skeleton. Pitch-black skeleton monsters crawled out from the corpses. Qinze strolled forward with the Dark Queen. Black smoke emanated from him, causing anyone passing by to bleed from every orifice, experiencing symptoms of suffocation and oppression. The Black Plague. Anyone infected would fall into endless agony, feeling their body gradually deteriorate. If I could make the Black Plague like the Whitebone Kingdom, not just limited to skills, but create a fusion of something of my own, that would be quite interesting. Qinze observed the spread of the Black Plague, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. 18,000 damage. The Wolf King saw this damage and fell into despair. The highest health for shield warriors is around 40,000, which directly surpassed 4-5 times. How can we fight? Even the dungeon bosses aren't this absurd. Up until now he could accept it, after all they had summoned the Dark Queen, and such a level of attack seemed reasonable. Until the Black Plague spread, and that contemplative expression finally plunged him into the depths of fear. This guy is not human. On this day the Dark Knight sensed what true fear felt like. Black smoke wafted through the air, inhaling it would scratch the throat. Within seconds blood would surge from his mouth and nose. The effect was immediate. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. His health was draining as if he had taken a laxative. More terrifying was that healing potions and recovery skills were utterly ineffective. Only the antidote had a slight effect, but it lasted mere seconds before his health began to plummet again, accompanied by intense pain, as if every cell in his body was collapsing in battle against the virus. His whole body ached, his waist unable to straighten. Congratulations, you have slain a mercenary class shield warrior. Experience gained 30000. Equipment dropped Earth Elemental Shield Platinum Grade. Congratulations, you have slain a mercenary class ranger. Experience gained 29000. Equipment dropped Agile Boots Platinum Grade. Congratulations, you have slain a mercenary class healing elf. Experience gained 27000. Equipment dropped Warm Short Armor Platinum Grade. The continuous kill notifications rang out. The experience dropped by these classes was incredibly enticing. It was nearly 10 times that of the Holy Royal Guard. The experience progress bar was skyrocketing. Unfortunately, leveling up seemed extremely difficult at the moment. The progress bar only reached 49, with half still to go. No matter how hard it was to level up, killing General Blacksun should allow him to reach level 25. At that point, he could accept the magical energy class inheritance from the Bobo people and enjoy a life filled with abundant blue energy. Then he could simply bombard with skills without worrying about energy consumption. A significant increase in blue energy would constitute a qualitative change for Qinze, allowing him to recklessly attempt some insights into necromantic abilities, even constructing a more complete and grand skeletal kingdom. How do I summon a skeleton kingdom at will? Level 25 class transfer represents a deeper excavation of the original class, a commonly accepted notion. Every class practitioner knows this, but very few can truly achieve it. Most practitioners mechanically think that after transferring classes they will learn higher-level skills, gain more base attribute points, or unlock unique elemental magic abilities, without considering where this is the fate of every class practitioner, tracing back to the roots. You're killing too slowly. Infect the Black Crows. The clear and pleasant whisper echoed in the ears of the surrounding practitioners, undoubtedly the devil roaring. Still killing too slowly. Is this even human language? Killing it well. The ominous black crows surged forth from around Qinze like a swarm. They spiraled upwards and then darted towards the mercenaries positioned further away like missiles. Whoosh! A sound of rapid vibration filled the air. Don't come near. They'll chop you down with one swing. The axe warrior wielding a giant axe saw a black crow charging towards him and immediately raised his axe, shouting in a panic. Jump slash. The combat instinct of the mercenary axe warrior was quite good. He lifted the axe and swung it forward fiercely. The satisfying sensation of the impact made him ecstatic. I survived. The axe warrior was overjoyed, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. How was he once afraid of a mere bird that could be chopped down with one swing? But the fear that Qinze instilled in him was overwhelming, leading him to subconsciously believe that every summoned creature was abnormally powerful. He was immensely invigorated, even wanting to share this with other mercenaries. God can be injured and God can die. In the next moment, he saw the black crow he had struck still moving. What? He jolted and looked down, seeing the black crow on the axe blade staring back at him with its pitch-black eyes, then tilting its head. Boom! The black crow exploded, its foul-smelling shattered flesh mixed with black feathers splattering all over the axe warrior's face. Damn it! The axe warrior staggered back, hurriedly wiping the bits of flesh off his face. However, as he touched it, he found his hand covered in blood. It was his own blood. At the same time, a notification appeared. Late-stage Black Death, you are about to die. The axe warrior. Before he could react, his vision blurred, and he collapsed straight to the ground. In his dying moments, he finally understood that the Black Crow was a suicide attack. Standing even for a moment would lead to the late stage of the Black Death. This is absolutely no way to survive. Congratulations, you have slain a mercenary class axe warrior. Experience gained 30000. Equipment dropped, Blood Edge Battle Axe Platinum Grade. Bang 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 bang. Surrounding black crows exploded one after another, scattering bits of flesh all over. The mercenaries at first could curse a few times, but upon seeing the sudden negative effect notification, they were instantly stunned, then they collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain a mercenary class Jester Assassin. Experience gained 27000. Equipment dropped Jester's Red Nose Platinum Grade. Congratulations, you have slain a mercenary class Marksman. Experience gained 30000. Equipment dropped Revolver Platinum Grade. Once the infected black crows joined the battlefield, the killing effect indeed increased several-fold. No matter how far the mercenaries tried to escape, a single charge from a black crow would end it. So this is what it feels like to be infected with the Black Death. It's a bit different from my own infection. But how can I create something on top of this? If transforming the skeletal kingdom was a difficulty level of 1, then the difficulty of innovating and transforming a disease like the Black Death would be 100, as it already existed in reality, conforming to real-world logic. Changing something so fixed is incredibly. Even the Holy Royal Clan needed to concentrate the power of their entire lineage to conduct research, yet they ultimately failed. Skills carry not only higher damage and transformations of power forms, but also a deeper understanding of class powers. My skills can upgrade once per second. By the time the Black Death advances next, I will grasp more related knowledge, making future transformations much simpler. Qinze nodded slightly, acknowledging that such matters indeed cannot be rushed. At this moment, he looked up at Li Yuhao, who was impaled on a wooden stake in the distance. Young Master Li. The first time they met, he was sent straight to prison. The second time they meet, will he have to send him off to the afterlife himself? Truly a fateful connection. Did the people from the Li clan let you out? Qinze inquired. You are indeed clever. Li Yuhao laughed arrogantly, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The big shots from the Li clan are more powerful than you can imagine. Qinze shrugged. No wonder this guy was still so arrogant, even with, go die? You can't. Kill me. I'm from the Li family. The young master of the Li family probably never thought he would die. He had always acted tyrannically, and even if he killed someone in a dungeon, or even in reality, the Li Corporation would help him clean up the mess, so he would ultimately pay no price. After all, the Li Corporation is like the local emperor of Linhai City. But now he realized that he might really die. This time the Li Corporation might not be able to protect him. Before his death, he thought, I might as well stay in prison. with a splatter blood sprayed onto the face of the bearded man beside him, who was so terrified that he couldn't even wipe it off and trembled in fear. You dare to come up at level 15, you thinking you can challenge me? Qin Ze's eyes widened as he saw Li Yuhao's level. Congratulations, you killed a professional swordsman, gaining experience 7,000, dropped equipment crippling, great, sword golden grade. The experience from a lower level kill was indeed not enough, so Qin Ze turned his attention to the Dark Knight. The latter trembled, a liquid flowing from below. Oh, your level is the highest here. The experience dropped must be substantial. Wait, let's make a deal, shall we? The Wolf King quickly said. I can definitely offer you something satisfactory. Make a deal, go ahead and tell me. The main storyline dungeon in the central area is the Black Emperor. The Holy Royal family you see is just one of the families under the Empire. In fact, the main quests in each dungeon are all factions within the Empire. The choice of camp ultimately determines whether you are in the Black Emperor's faction or the rebels. To participate in the main dungeon in the central area, you need the Black Emperor's permission. The Wolf King spoke urgently. You will definitely ascend to the grand stage of the central area in the future. If I help you solve this problem, will you spare my life? I always thought the Black Emperor was just a nickname. I didn't expect there to really be a Black Emperor in the central area's main dungeon. Wait, you said that I need to get the Black Emperor's permission to enter the main dungeon? Qin Ze showed a look of astonishment. The amount of information here is quite large. First, the Black Emperor must know about the Black Abyss and the human world, and at the same time possess the ability to control this world and resist the Black Abyss. That's a bit terrifying. If the Black Emperor gets angry, a counterattack on reality is also very possible. Oh, thank you for the information. However, I'm sorry, I already have a mentor in the central area. The so-called permission from the Black Emperor, she can help me obtain, so you don't have to worry about it. You can just die peacefully. This is a crucial resource that your mentor can't get for you unless you pass the test and meet the contribution standards. The Wolf King said anxiously, but halfway through he choked on his words. Well, you realize that these are not problems for me. You can leave now. Qin Ze raised his right hand, and the pathogen of the Black Plague gathered at his fingertips, eventually forming a strangely shaped black spear. With a thrust, it pierced through the Wolf King's chest amid his desperate gaze. Following that, the black spear exploded into numerous fine branches and sharply pierced the Wolf King's chest cavity like a black cactus. 58239, the Black Plague erupted dead. Congratulations, you killed the mercenary group leader. Dark Knight experience gained 50,000, equipment dropped obsidian spear diamond, grade 50,000 experience. How delightful. Why don't you use money to bribe me? If you give me more, I might be tempted. Qin Ze was quite surprised. However, the person is dead and the money has been taken to the coffin. He turned his gaze to the distance where the Holy Royal Guard army was hiding far away. Upon noticing Qin Ze's gaze, they immediately panicked and retreated, falling over one another in a very embarrassing manner. To be honest, the combat power of the Holy Royal family in the second phase of Holy Transformation isn't bad, especially since their base attributes have reached 3,000. Any one of them would be a boss-level entity in normal dungeons. The only drawback is that they give too little experience. The most crucial point is that they have some resistance to the Black Plague, unlike professionals who bleed from all orifices after infection. Let me see the Thunder Skeleton summoning technique, placed in the skill upgrade slot. It's been 3 days since I put it there, and I haven't really checked it since. After opening it, it had already leveled up. Thunder Skeleton summoning technique, Thunder Skeleton Emperor summoning technique, Thunder Skeleton Emperor summoning technique. LV 573. Summon one of the 5 skeleton emperors who sits on the Thunder Throne to fight for you. Mana cost 10,000, duration 1 day. Thunder. He must have a deep understanding of bones and skeletons. If there is time in the future, I must have an in-depth exchange. Since the skill has leveled up, the last step is to place the Ghoul Nax summoning technique in the skill upgrade slot. Once it levels up, all skills will also level up by 1. Come forth, my Thunder Skeleton Emperor. Qin Ze raised the skeleton staff in his hand, and a 10-meter diameter circle unfolded in front of him, which was not a magic circle, but a continuously flowing plasma, like boiling and rolling magma. Immediately after, the plasma bulged upwards, and a giant skeletal hand shimmering with mysterious runes reached out, and then pressed against the ground beside it. Who dares disturb my plasma bath? Accompanied by an extremely displeased voice, a broad skeletal head slowly rose. Plasma flowed along its bones, forming muscle-like strips that adhered between the various bones. The ordinary Thunder Skeleton has a plasma heart, and the Skeleton Emperor also possesses it. However, in its hundreds of ribs, there are as many as 5 plasma hearts pumping plasma throughout its body in wave after wave. Oh my lord, please forgive my earlier rudeness. After crawling out of the plasma pool, the Thunder Skeleton Emperor immediately became much more respectful when it saw Qin. Go take care of these Holy Royal family members. Understood, my lord. The Thunder Skeleton Emperor received the orders, slightly bending its knees, and a large amount of electric arcs burst from its legs. It gathered slightly, and then leaped violently into the sky. Its feet stacked together, it stomped down fiercely towards the ground. War tread. The Holy Royal Guard army fell to the ground in fear, their mouths agape, as they looked up at the electrified sky, and the skeletal feet wrapped in plasma, flesh, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Boom! The Thunder Skeleton Emperor's feet stomped on the commander of the Holy Royal Guard, who shattered into pieces under the surging electric light. 136722, plasma tearing 32,842, 332,749, plasma tearing 342,854, plasma tearing. Congratulations, you killed a member of the Holy Royal Family Guard, commander, gaining experience 23,000. Congratulations, you killed a member of the Holy Royal Family Guard, gaining experience 3,000. Congratulations, you killed a member of the Holy Royal Family Guard, gaining experience 3,000. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 24, all attributes 2, free attributes 6, health 1,000, mana 500. Congratulations, faction quest breakthrough the defense line has been completed. Experience reward 1000000 reward, shining great equipment, chest 1 special reward, perfect chest 1 Bobobo profession inheritance, meets faction score conditions 1 level away from job inheritance. The Thunder Skull Emperor, this set of flesh and blood composed of flowing plasma, is indeed striking. Not only does it exude the aesthetic of a muscular giant, but the dazzling blue plasma also erases any sense of grotesqueness. Standing nearly 15 meters tall, it is a standout, even in a defensive formation. At the same time, the Thunder Skull Emperor has overcome the slowness typical of skeleton monsters. The muscular plasma grants it biological agility, allowing it to run freely on the battlefield and execute terrifying war tramples. It also enjoys the visceral feeling of direct combat. Attributes level 24 cannot exceed the summoner's level cap. Health 2, base stats, strength 52, 71, agility 37, 21, intelligence 22, 30, skill 1, perfect plasma muscle. Exclusive to the Thunder Skeleton clan, this skill utilizes the Thunder Skeleton's exceptional affinity for plasma, allowing its bones to accommodate vast amounts of plasma, while connecting with other accommodating points to form a refined thunder muscle structure. The Thunder Skull Emperor has mimicked humans to create 5 hearts for itself, perfectly solving the issue of plasma energy circulation. Attribute bonuses: strength 2,000, agility 3,000, intelligence 1,000, damage 200, and possesses plasma disintegration capability, inflicting 3,000 to 5,000 sustained damage on enemies that cannot be healed. Speed can be charged for 1 to 8 seconds, reaching 25 ms to 300 ms. Skill 2, Thunder Throne. The Thunder Skull Emperor sits upon the Thunder Throne, wielding the formidable authority of thunder, bestowing a continuous flow of thunder energy, and possessing infinite thunder rebirth capabilities. Chanting for 1 hour allows ultra-long distance summoning. Upon successfully summoning the Thunder Throne, all thunder ranks are elevated with thunder enhancements, multiplying tenfold, striking enemies with thunder every second, causing a fixed thunder damage of 100. Note the foundation of the Thunder Skeleton clan: its loss equates to the extinction of the clan. Skill 3, Combat Secret Arts. Before ascending the Thunder Throne, the Thunder Skull Emperor was the only outcast in the clan, unable to control thunder, ignored by all skeletons, left to fend for itself. It embarked on a challenging journey to seek power and successfully returned, mastering a set of skeleton combat secret arts unmatched by any, with all skeletons congratulating the Great Skull Emperor on ascending the Thunder Throne. Includes branching abilities: War Trample, Rapid Heavy Strike, Block, and Counter, etc. Skill 4, Thunder Summon. Chanting for 10 seconds opens a thunder portal from which 4 Thunder Skeleton generals will emerge to fight alongside the Skull Emperor. Introduction: this is an inspiring skeleton. This time Shinzei was not moved by the power of the Thunder Skull Emperor. Instead, it was its indomitable will forging a path of its own. It's somewhat like me. I'll have a good heart-o-heart with it when we return at midnight. The 3 of them must have a teacher among them. Shinzei felt he could learn a lot from the Thunder Skull Emperor. Nearby bursts of electric light erupted, indicating the Thunder Skull Emperor's battle was nearing its end. No, spare me, I'm familiar with this area. Wherever you want to go, I can take you, the bloodied Holy Royal Guard shouted in panic. The Thunder Skull Emperor pinned him down, already raising its fist. However, taken aback by this statement, it looked up at Shinzei. Guide party. I hate guide parties the most. Kill. Boom. Without hesitation, the Thunder Skull Emperor struck down, with a fist crackling with electricity. The Holy Royal Guard was pulverized along with its bones. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Guard, gaining experience 7,000. Congratulations, faction mission completed. The defense line of the Holy Royal has been completely shattered, marking the end of the bloody reign of the Holy Royal. The path of the Holy Transformation is not divine. The power explored from ancient illnesses can only plunge into the unknown abyss. Before disaster strikes, please end all of this and give the Bobos and other beings suffering catastrophe a home. New faction mission triggered: kill the final BOSS, General Black Sun. Hidden mission: prevent the castle from presenting perfect research results to the Black Emperor. Countdown: 1 month. The defense line was in shambles, various ruins and severed limbs mixed together. In the bloodied, muddy ground, sporadic flashes of short electric light appeared. Everything had ended, but it had not. Right hand of the underworld. Everything in the world is changing, countless numb souls diving into the right hand of the underworld. The soul reserve is rapidly increasing to 5,000, with the remaining 20 souls all treated as blue potions. Requiem activate. Intelligence 5, health mana restored by 1,000 points. Requiem activate. Strength 5, health mana restored by 1,000 points. With nearly depleted mana, it's suddenly refilled. I can't release skills recklessly, how it feels quite unpleasant. I need to obtain the legacy of the Bobos. Killing General Blacksun should allow me to reach level 25 and enable job change. At this moment, the voice of the Dark Empress suddenly rang out beside him. My lord, how should we deal with this dark skeletal horse? Shinzei looked at the well-structured dark horse. Its elongated neck bones appeared quite graceful. Do you want to take it back? That is also fine. No, my lord misunderstands. It originally belongs to the Dark Clan. Shinzei immediately understood upon hearing this. It turns out the Dark Empress had a protective tendency, instinctively wanting to give a good home to creatures belonging to the Dark Clan. But how should it be handled? Currently, only the Bone Kingdom has a relatively good inclusivity. Shinzei nodded and reached out to the dark skeletal horse with a virtual grasp. Bone Kingdom. Countless, giant crescent bones emerged from both sides, intertwining with each other. What is this? I didn't intend to do this at all. On the top floor of the Lee Corporation building in Linhai City, a middle-aged man sat seriously at his computer desk, tapping the keyboard with 2 fingers, while a contract presented from below was placed to his right. He glanced at it and signed effortlessly. Li Wei, the inspector from the Leaf family, LV. 43A, a dragon fighter by profession. The situation was a complete mess. He even witnessed the death scene of Li Xinggang's wife and the signs of Li Xinggang's downfall. If this continued for a few more months, the Lee Corporation would collapse, so he took full control of the company and began to handle various matters, including dismantling the official established mall. At this moment, the company's secretary rushed in and said, Mr. Lee, the official mall has lowered prices again. If we drop our prices any further, we will have no profit left. What should we do now? Do I need to emphasize this again? We will always be significantly cheaper than them, and we are willing to incur losses. Li Wei raised his head in dissatisfaction and looked at the secretary. Understood. The secretary hurriedly left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The family is very concerned about the dungeon resources in Linhai City, whether it is the inheritance of the Holy Royal Family or that of the Bobo people. Both are suitable for large-scale cultivation of related professionals. There is also a hidden inheritance that the family has already discovered, which is likely to break the deadlock of the central area dungeons. This time I must acquire the hidden inheritance. Li Xinggang brought considerable benefits to the family, but now his will has fallen, and he even killed his own wife, so he must be sacrificed. Li Wei finished typing the last character. Then he slowly closed his laptop and walked step by step into the reception room. Sacrificial ritual. He began to chant, a scorching voice constantly escaping his lips. A crimson pentagram appeared under his feet, expanding as he chanted, eventually filling the hall. The reception sofa and coffee table seemed to sink into some kind of fluid, tilting as they submerged into the crimson pentagram. Soon the entire room became spacious, various stone pillars rising from around, dim candlelight illuminating them, and in the center appeared a stretching stone claw. It resembled a bizarre artistic piece large enough for someone to sit on. Li Wei's body radiated a glow of red fighting spirit. The chanting stopped, and he slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on a point ahead, as if something were there. He emitted a deep, heavy voice and began to call out, "In the name of my bloodline, I command you, Li Xinggang, return. The family needs your blood and flesh. I'll offer everything you have." As his words echoed, the space before him began to twist and rotate, eventually forming a blood-colored vortex in the very spot he had just seen. Li Xinggang was grotesquely impaled on a sharp iron pillar, legs wrapped around his neck, arms reaching downward, his skin resembling charred coal layered upon itself. Li Xinggang's eyes were filled with madness, muttering something under his breath. When he saw Li Wei, his body trembled, and pain flashed across his face. "The family members have ultimately come." Li Wei looked at him with a solemn expression and said blandly, "The family is very disappointed in you." I know." Li Xinggang's expression regained clarity, but the ensuing pain twisted his face, yet he could not hide his embarrassment. "The layout of the Li Corporation has been dismantled, and I couldn't even control the main storyline dungeon, even sinking into it, and killing my own wife. I have fully taken over the Li Corporation, and I have also pressured your son to be released. Linhai City will still belong to the Li family in the future." Li Wei said meticulously. That's good. Li Xinggang's expression of pain eased a little. His son should still. Now the family grants you a new mission. If successful, not only can you maintain your position in Linhai City, but you may also have the opportunity to be accepted into the central family. Are you willing to sacrifice for your bloodline? Really? I am so willing. Li Xinggang struggled to lift his head. The family requires you to complete the 3 stages of the holy transformation and ultimately emerge from your cocoon. Li Xinggang. Could it be? With the noble bloodline of the Li family, I believe you can overcome this crisis. I will assist you throughout the process, observe your condition, and provide appropriate guidance to help you complete your final transformation. But what about Qin Zhe? He is the reason for my current predicament, Li Xingong said resentfully. He already has an official mentor from the central area. I cannot touch him and do not intend to. The family's goal is to obtain hidden inheritance and mass-produce powerful new generation professionals. Once this main storyline dungeon concludes, he will leave with his mentor. Ultimately, Linhai City still belongs to our Li family. But if he seeks his own death by charging in, then don't blame me. Li Xingong, hidden inheritance. At this moment, Li Wei suddenly grinned at him. The Holy Royal family and the Bobo people, they share a common origin. Li Xingong was stunned. He couldn't speak for a long time. This is a life crystal. You need to consume it first. The reason for the downfall of General Black Sun was due to the deep infection of an ancient disease and a lack of strong recovery ability, ultimately leading to a half-dead state. I will forcibly maintain you using life-based items. This time it must succeed. Announcement: Li Corporation Professional Team, all dead. Announcement: Li Corporation Mercenary Team, all dead. Announcement: Li Corporation Elite Team, all dead. Announcement: Qin Zhe's team successfully broke through the Holy Royal family's defense line and received the first clear reward, first clear treasure chest. Won. The continuous announcement stunned all the professionals. Li Xingong, who was struggling painfully in the third stage, immediately lifted his head. My son, your son is doing well. Focus on breaking through the third stage. Li Wei spoke without a change in expression. Li Xingong, oh, that's good. Meanwhile, online a stone stirred up 3 layers of waves, instantly igniting. What? The Li Corporation's professional teams have all been wiped out. This is too explosive. They chose the Holy Royal family camp, which holds absolute battlefield advantages. They all died. Did they provoke something they shouldn't have? Could it be that Qin Zhe did this? If I remember correctly, he entered the main storyline dungeon at level 20. How could he possibly wipe out so many professionals? Who else could it be? Didn't you see the subsequent announcements? Qin Zhe's team broke through the Holy Royal family's defense line, and they were charging forward. The professional teams blocking their path were naturally killed. Wow, how many teams were wiped out? A killer reincarnated. A killer. I like it so much. On the day the Li clan inspectors arrived, the entire Linhai City fell silent, with no one daring to utter a word. People finally recalled how formidable the super family of the Li clan truly was. The mayor said, our newly established dungeon shopping mall system has completely collapsed. If this continues, we will be thrown back to our previous state, losing all control over the professionals and dungeon resources. We are completely outmatched. The representatives from the Li clan are far too composed and experienced, making almost no mistakes, each step precisely hitting the offensive points, leaving us gasping for breath. Mayor, what should we do? We can't let this go on. In the high-level meeting of Linhai City, the ministers were all talking at once. They never expected the Li clan representatives to be so terrifying, their strength overwhelming. A single person took control of the Li company and immediately launched a comprehensive attack against them, leaving no chance to breathe, while constantly consolidating and expanding their advantage. It was like a Go master continuously capturing black stones while filling the board with white pieces. What frustrated them the most was that the opponent's moves were utterly unremarkable. They could have thought of them with just a little effort. But such simple moves utterly crushed them. Tang Zhu sat silently in her chair. After a long while, she sighed deeply and said, everyone has done very well. This world is inherently unfair. Some are destined to shine brilliantly from birth, while others are fated to live mundane lives. We cannot confront the Li clan. We are powerless against them and can only accept the final outcome. We are already done for. The previously bickering ministers fell silent. Although they were reluctant to see their hard work go to waste, this was the reality. At that moment, a series of kill announcements echoed. What? The entire team of professionals from the Li company has been wiped out. Damn it, the Li company actually hired mercenary professionals, a group of ruthless and insane killers. Qin Zhe killed them all. Good. And he even breached the defenses of the Holy Royal family. The expressions of the crowd immediately brightened. Qin Zhe truly impressive. But shadows loomed as the Li clan representatives had already arrived. What waves could he create? The best outcome would be for him to leave Linhai City for the Central District while Linhai City maintained its previous state. We can only hope that Qin Zhe can preserve himself. In the city of the Black Abyss, Bai Di stood at the junction of the main storyline dungeon. C wore a white slicing knife hanging at her waist. Her teammates stood around her, seriously checking their equipment and items. The difficulty of the main storyline dungeon was very high. Professionals of any level could die inside. This time the dungeon environment was set on the sea, greatly increasing the danger factor. My good student actually killed all the professionals from the Li company. Bai Di felt her phone vibrate at her waist, so she took it out, and her face revealed a look of joy. These guys even brought in mercenary professionals. Once we return to the Central District, I must demand an explanation from the Li family. They are trying to harm my student. They must pay. At this moment, the black vortex began to accelerate, and the surrounding space began to twist. By this expression turned serious. As the captain she immediately said in a low voice, to enter the main storyline dungeon see where anyone who wants to withdraw still has time now. Once inside no one is allowed to act independently, everything must follow my orders. Otherwise a gruesome death will not be my responsibility. Upon hearing this everyone trembled. The Black Abyss dungeon is always fraught with danger. Even high-level professionals have a significant chance of death. If no one speaks I will enter now. As the space twisted the salty and cool sea breeze swept over. The boundless ocean surged with waves. Only the ship's deck beneath their feet was their last refuge. Campaign task: kill the final boss. General Dark Sun Liu Yang said, "We've finally reached this point. What do you think General Dark Sun will look like? Can he control the Black Sun and burn us all to death?" Meow Meow. Dark Sun is just a nickname. Do you really think he can control the Black Sun? I think he should be a tough guy clad in black armor capable of crushing people's skulls with a punch, definitely a brawler's fighting style. How did you guess he was a tough guy? Mu Shui asked. Catgirl replied, movies always depict them that way with bulging muscles and faces like they were chiseled by a knife. Yes, you make a good point. Anyway, I think nothing is scarier than Qin Zhe. Right now he's the ultimate horror in my perception. Even the monsters in the videos can't compare. Am I really that terrifying? Qin Zhe asked. Mu Shui confidently replied, of course. Right now it's fine, but during the battle earlier you induced a physiological fear response in me. What does a physiological response mean? I don't understand. At this moment Qin Zhe's voice rang out. We've arrived. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all stopped in their tracks. Before them appeared a manor-like place with gates made of pitch-black metal bars blocking their way. Behind the iron gates lay a wilted garden where trees and flowers had all died with black branches scattered about. From deep within the manor the sounds of women's screams could be heard, along with the lewd laughing and howling of creatures. It seems General Dark Sun is home today. Qin Zhe decided to give this final boss due respect. Come forth my forbidden touch. Come forth my despair. See War Grave. Sacrificing 10 souls. The Necromancer triggered randomly, gaining 50 attributes and replenishing mana. Come forth my Ghoulnax. Bone Kingdom domain activated. Come forth my Plague Ravens. Again sacrificing 10 souls. The Necromancer triggered randomly, gaining 50 attributes and replenishing mana. Boom. The pentagram summoning array appeared successively. The Ghoulnax grinned as it crawled out, the forbidden touch guarding the manor gate, and the Plague Ravens swarmed the sky, darkening it along with the summoning trench that obscured the horizon, filled with mermaid skeletons and the undaunted Shipbone, all eagerly awaiting. As for the Thunder Skeleton King and the Dark Queen, they had been closely following him and had never been recalled. Qin Zhe glanced at his army and nodded slightly. Liu Yang, Mu Shui, and the other 4 teammates looked on in shock. So many terrifying undead summons appearing together was truly overwhelming. General Dark Sun, here I come. Qin Zhe gestured forward, and the countless Plague Ravens dove in first. The Ghoulnax swung its claws and shattered the black iron gate into pieces. Charge!